Never gonna be realer than Pat. I got bitches on the block better than Blavana. You know what? I need to go and get some fruit juice. I don't know what one I'm gonna get, but I've got to go get me some fruit juice. Wondering. My vegetable supplies is low, man. I mean, my fruit supplies is low. I'm not gonna lie. I've been surviving off fruits for the last couple of days. Yesterday I had 1 meal. Yesterday I had in the evening I had like spaghetti bolognese. That was the only thing I ate yesterday. A spaghetti bolognese and a bowl of fruits. Remember that I had like a fruit salad. So I've only got some Sharon fruits left, which is it's looking dead. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to blend that. I've got 1 pink lady apple left. I've got some watermelon that's been in the fridge, which is like basically dead now. Oh shit! What I did? Did you not see that? And some cherries that I've been eating. I had like 10 cherries last night. That's about it. But yeah, big up everyone, man. Well, man. Happy New Day and that. Happy New Day and that, man. Let me get some. What do you want? Let me get a tune for you lot or whatever, man. I'm doing things a little bit differently today. Sorry, please excuse my kitchen. It's a bit of a mess. I'll sort out in a minute. I'll sort out. So what's good, family? Welcome to another show. Welcome, man. What is it? World War Wednesday and that. Let's get a tune playing. Hope everyone's good. Let's get a tune playing, man. What are we gonna play? What are we gonna play today? You never gonna be realer than Pac. I got bitches on the block better than Vivica Fox.
To those who believe the best meals leave fewer traces, thank you. We do too.
You do the demanding day, we'll do the fast-acting headache relief.
Yo. Condoms, Berettas, peas, rum shots and Hennessy. We rub dumb celebrities, gunshots for frenemies. Been stomped out for snakiness, punched up for jealousy. My don's the waviest, cugs on the 7 seas. On job we never sleep, go getting 24. Calling me an anarchist, I don't obey any law. Guided by my higher self, kicking off every door. Violate the fam, I'm jumping in without any thought. I was in the Old Bailey, wishing I could teleport. Last man that tried to eat my food, got his belly bored. Have your girl talking to a ghost like she's anymore. Still my aura shines like a diamond without many flaws. Smoke. What's good? It's your boy JEDI for JEDI Online, Trilluminati, live, REDPILLTRILL, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know we go live. And please put the number of your like in the chat, you know, like that. Smoke. It's dirty. Smoke. There we go. Yeah. I could run up in your trap with a nobody wouldn't know what happened to you. Surround your flats with a bag of bubbles, run cash. You'll get yourself splashed at Ninja Man or Budjo. Told the witch dog, suck his mama, do not rap with Juju. This other rapper sounded childish, I'm like Gaga Google. I spit the truth to the youth, I got that food. To the soul for my dudes, I kept the pounded yam and soup. I am low like my bro, man. I am not amused by the bros, lost his new school juice. Seem immune to the cold. Eyes blood red, I am high as hell. Will not sell my soul for the YSL. Red pill dealer, I won't but I'm filthy. Heart full of love, but the judge says I'm guilty. Cops are the ops, my broskies them feel me. Think the Secret Service won't kill me. It's dirty, hey, it's woke. It's dirty, it's woke. Hey. Whoa, it's dirty. Whoa, it's dirty. Whoa, yeah, man. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, man. It's dirty. Whoa, all right, cool. Where's my bank card? Let me run down the road and get me a fucking. Let me run down the road and get me a Rascla fruit juice. I don't know what fruit juice I want. And the corner shop is a bump. But I want my smoothie today. I want my smoothie. I'm going to have me a smoothie today. I know I've got limited fruits, but I don't give a damn. I got some banana here. I got banana. Bro, why do I never have spinach? This is what I'm wondering. Where's all my spinach at? No avocado, no spinach. I got cucumber. Looking weak in there, man. I need to. It's looking hella weak in this fridge. I can't lie. This fridge is embarrassing. I still got some sea moss. So I'm gonna put some sea moss in. But motherfucker, I can't find. Alright, cool, man. Fruits is dead. Cool. Cool. Alright, family tree. What you lot saying, family damily? I'm gonna deal with all of this in a minute, man. Let's put something on for you lot to watch. Right, it literally take me 5 minutes to go shop. Let me put something on for you lot. Give me a minute more. Very unsynchronized, brother. Big up man like KO, you know. He's a different youth. Stakeout, 6 minutes, yeah. Alright, cool. Let's do this. Boom. Yeah, you look, give me like 5 minutes. Hit the like button, family. Hit the like button. Keep these likes going, man.
Is it in the Bible? Is it about thriving or survival? Should I eat idle or hunt with a rifle? Is life a cycle or a spiral? Should I believe in Metatron or Archangel Michael? Shiva the backside leader of Jesus and his disciples. Is deciphering the meaning even vital? Is there an afterlife or is death final? Is it about charity in the face of calamity? Is my purpose to find a wife and start a family?
Now, he said to me, "Oh, that can't be done." I mean, I tried everything to convince him, okay? But he dared me, okay? He dared me. So I picked up a bottle, launched it through the window, and I pulled out my gun.
Wait, I got it. I'm sorry, I don't mean to stop you in full flow and all that, but you got dared by Keenan the Clown. Keenan, and you went for it. You should know better than that, man.
I do. But I had to show him I was a sharpshooter, you know? Like, since I'm the best in the squad.
The best. Some people try too hard to prove a point.
Oh, shut up, man. It's not my fault you're so slow.
Oh, taking it to heart, are we?
Hey, do we know what these guys look like? No, I'm not sure, you know, but I've seen one before. So we have to be quick.
All right. Yeah, I feel you, bro.
by my side. I'll see you soon.
Oh, gee.
What's going on?
Don't know, fam.
Good, yeah?
Listen, fam. I got the bangers for you, man.
Seeing the bangers.
Trust me, man.
You know I love the bangers, man.
You got hooked up, man.
Hold that for
What do you mean? You gotta take that now, fam.
man.
You need-
Easy, man.
Listen,
Easy,
you
man.
need that in your life. Don't sleep on it.
Wait. If we were to rush things, we might compromise ourselves and the mission. I've got a plan.
Oh, this better be good.
No, I got this.
Yeah, man. You got hooked up.
Yeah, you been there, man.
See how I bring you in, though.
I own the people's van. I own the line. You own the one line. Oh, the white line. Who are you? Oh, get off the floor. What are you doing on the... Get up. Oh, get off the floor. Okay. Wait. No, wait. Stand up. Where am I? Huh? Wait. Huh? Wait. Huh? Wait for me. Huh? Wait. What? Wait for me. I'm trying to catch up. So go. Hey, let go of my son. I bought these with my money. Let go. I need to piss. I need to piss.
Fam, I took your friend, please.
It needs to piss,
Your
mate.
friend.
Listen, you lot keep it moving and smash one of your faces in. How about that?
Oh, just ask you a question. What are you hanging, mate?
Oh, you heard, man, innit? Keep it moving and get your head bust, fam.
Oh, what's in the bag? What's in the bag? Okay.
Whoa.
Come
You lot,
on.
look, chill.
Game substance there, baby.
You're so tough now, are you?
Yep, we had a runner. It's a shame though, he's a big guy, but I guess someone skipped cardio today.
Very funny. Is this some type of a joke? You see two big black brothers, you want to turn us into suspects? Fine, have it.
Hand over the bag.
No.
Hand over the fucking bag.
I said no.
Hand over the bag or I'll shoot your ass.
Cool. Just take it back.
Oh. Okay.
Hey, what, Iman, we got it, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah. Got it.
We good, yeah? You sure?
We got it.
We got it, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, we've definitely got it, yeah?
Yeah, definitely, bro.
We definitely got it.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. Hey, Slim.
Yo.
Man, just eat your food, fam.
Oh, come on, man.
Hey, both of you, just shut up.
Hey, what's going on? What were you doing?
What? Steak up, man. This mom makes one of the nicest steak in town. I've been hungry all day, bro.
We sat in the car for almost 6 hours for this. Steak up, bro. Steak.
Tell him don't waste my time. Tell him don't waste my time. Tell him don't waste my time. No. Tell him don't waste my time.
Heaven is open.
Tell him don't waste my time. Tell him don't waste my time. Tell him don't waste my time. No. Pray to the Lord, nigga.
tell you what, guys, you can never understand what a woman's thinking at a particular time, man. We don't pay enough attention to them.
Speak for yourself. I pay my wife attention.
Sure do.
Of course, man. I can't expect them to be all locked up with us. We need to let them be free, fly like a bird, you know.
See, I can't be free. This, you guys don't understand what this woman can always be up to, man.
So what are you gonna do? You follow her everywhere she goes?
It's not necessary to follow them. Just
Guys, let's squash this topic about where our wife are going, what they're doing, and let's focus on where our dicks are going, bros. We thought in the game.
True. It's so true. True.
Today's my man's birthday. Birthday, my brother.
Thanks, bro.
I'm saying, known this guy since primary time.
I've been bailing you out.
It's a lie. We always bail each other out. Remember that.
Remember when I first saw you guys? I said you guys look alike.
He has the bigger nose, though.
Same for his belly.
I love him, man. I'm trying to work on it. My wife says she wants a wash belly like yours, man.
Pounds lately. I'm living the life.
You know me, I can't go to the gym. I gotta keep that like working. You know what I'm saying? Guys, I know you know. I better take my leave, man.
this guy.
So yeah, man. I'm gonna pick up a few stuff. Tony knows. I just don't want to miss his birthday for anything in the world.
Shake it up.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
You know what? I'll tell you what, yeah? I'll take you home in your car and then I'll come back. Link these lot later.
Tony, I'm a fan. I'm gonna be a burden to you, man.
But it's cool.
Listen,
it's nothing.
it's your birthday.
Yeah,
Enjoy it. Next stop will be your wedding.
Ah.
Hope you find a decent girl, bro.
Alright, cool.
I mean, guys, cool. I'm down here, man.
Yeah?
Homeboys.
Alright.
Nice
Go on,
catching up
Jay.
with you guys again.
No worries, man.
We'll catch you soon.
Nice one.
Come on, man. I'm a fan. Guys, make sure he has a good time, yeah?
Sure.
Happy birthday again once again, man. Nice one, bro.
Yeah, I should be faking you, though.
Say it, bro. By the way, love the cake. Alright, guys. See you guys later.
That's safe, man.
Say it.
He should be alright, but he seemed like something was on his mind. Anyway, what we doing tonight?
Prince of Wales.
Prince of Wales, that place is too ras, man.
This guys, let's go to an island. There are loads of TDs there. Man.
Sounds good, I've not been there before. What's that?
I don't look at Mark.
For real?
Mark.
For real?
Mark. Mark. Don't call the ambulance.
Don't touch him.
Someone call the ambulance.
Don't touch him, man.
Call the ambulance.
Don't touch him.
Someone call the fucking ambulance, man.
Don't touch him.
Call the ambulance. Okay, I'm not touching. Let's call the ambulance.
I got hit by a car.
Mr. Solomon to reception, please. Mr. Solomon to room 14.
Right. Tony, how are you?
Oh,
Good to see you. You're right, I work here now. How are you?
Obviously, Mark and stuff like that. Didn't you used to be at
St. Thomas?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got transferred here last week. How are you?
I'm fine. Oh, this is our friend. This is Mark's friend, David. He went to school with us. This is Uncle Ola.
Nice to meet you, David. How are you?
I'm fine. Have you seen him yet?
Yes, I have. He's not looking good at all.
What's his chances?
He's awake now, but he had ruptured lungs and suffering internal bleeding.
I mean, you're an expert. Is there, what can you do for him?
Not in this case. I wish I could do something, but it's pretty bad.
What about us? What can we do? What can I do?
Well, I don't believe in miracles, but if you do, I suggest you pray for him.
Can I see him?
Not yet, but I'll let you know, though.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
See you soon.
How is he?
I messaged you over 2 hours ago. Where the hell have you been?
Traffic's bad. It is bank holiday weekend.
Yo, Tony. I think I'll take my leave now, yeah? Fudge is waiting for me in the car.
Leaving, yeah?
Yeah, man. I have to dash somewhere.
Right, bro.
Just let me know how Mark is feeling, yeah?
I will, bro.
Cool.
Thanks, yeah?
No, cool, man. And happy birthday once again, yeah?
Oh. Happy birthday, man. So Mark is next door, fighting for his life. He just walks in whatever time he like.
And would it have made any difference if I was earlier?
He's your husband! Look, they can't stop the bleeding. He's gonna die, you know, man.
And to think tomorrow I was going to tell him that I didn't love him anymore. And that the marriage was over.
What? What's happened today's changed everything.
It changes nothing. And it hasn't changed the way that I think.
Do you think I'm proud that I'm cheating with my best friend's woman?
Your best friend's woman? Is that what I am? Your best friend's wife? When you kiss me, when you touch me, when you bury your face between my thighs, is that all it was? Your best friend's wife?
What we're doing is wrong. Can't you see that?
And it's taking you 7 months to realise that. So what are you saying? Is it over?
It has to be over.
So what? You're just going to walk away just like that?
He needs you. What are you going to do? Just turn your back on him randomly. Abandon him. He's worked his fingers to the bone to give you everything you need.
And you were fucking me.
Don't talk like that.
How would you prefer that I say it?
Have some decency, man. Go next door and support him. Support the man you took vows to love forever. Where's your loyalty?
I have no feelings for that man in there. Now that may sound mean, but it's the truth.
How could you say that? Why?
You have.
Me? We need to stop this, for Christ's sake.
Okay. I'm going to go in there right now and...
You don't go anywhere. If you go next door and tell him about me and you, what do you think he's going to do? How do you think he's going to handle it?
You're hurting my arm.
I'm not letting go of you so you can go next door and destroy my best friend.
Let go of my arm, Tony. I text you.
Yeah, so?
I had something really important I wanted to tell you. That's why I asked you to meet me at the valley. Dr. Ola, I didn't know you back in.
It's a coincidence. I got transferred here last week.
How is he?
Well, he can talk now and he's asked to see you, Tony.
Yes, you might as well go in first.
Okay.
So I can see him.
Yes, you can. Yes, come with me.
You know what, doctor, wait. Can I just speak to Lem for a second, please?
That's all right then, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll wait for you.
No.
You okay? Oh, there you are, Tony.
Oh, doctor.
Was the only way you dropped off too?
Yeah. Nature calls, you know.
How are you anyway?
What do you mean, like business-wise?
Everything?
No, struggling.
I know. Tony, I don't know how to say this to you, but I think you should take a look at this.
What's that?
Take a look. Mark knows about you.
Family, what's good? What's good? I'm back. That was good. I got caught up in a conversation, inviting someone out this Saturday. I got caught up in the convo, and then yeah. Let me see what you lot are saying in the chat. Nice one. All good. This boom, boom, boom. She's quite top heavy. Yeah, this chick from this thing, she's famous now. She's like she's like a Channel 4 presenter and that. She's all over the place now. I see her on bare stuff, Celebrity Juice, all sorts they're putting her on. Boom, like up the show, keep these likes rolling in, family. So you're in this bubble. Shut up, man. Keep the lights coming. Let me get this link out there, and then we're gonna resume with the movie while I make my smoothie. Boom, that rhymes. Don't be a groupie. Boom. What did I say I was doing? Yeah, that's it. I remember now. Sheesh. Yeah, I got me a juice. I'll show you in a minute. Show you what I got from the shop. Big up the 79 people in the building, man. We just formulating. We just been online for like 27 minutes. That's nothing. Just warming up. Thank you for joining us. Hit the like button. That's a tradition we do over here. You know, we like to set it up with a nice little like. Show our appreciation. I am like number 41. You know, so even I participate. So just trying to. Boom. This is the last bit. Sorry, last bit of admin, and then I'm free. Boom. We're good now. Yeah, just before we get back to the programming. Nah. It weren't like, listen, it was a juice. Like the corner shop had limited selection. Where did I put the fucking juice? Yeah, this kitchen's looking a bit muddy, man. I've got to sort it out. Where did I put the fucking juice? Bro, am I getting mad? I came in. Oh, here it is. Too. What's your opinion? Give it to me straight, man. Talk to me. Talk to me. What's your opinion? Apple and elderflower, cold pressed and that. Not from concentrate. Deliciously traditional. What do you reckon? I reckon this is going to be piff. I like this little brand as well, but it's expensive. I reckon it's going to be piff. Let's pour me a glass. Pour me a glass. Looks like piss. Lovely fucking jubbly, mate. Lovely fucking jubbly. And I've got a dead orange to add to my dead smoothie content. Dead orange. Boom. All right, let's get back to this program and we can get back to the live stream. Well, go on, hit the link. Jump on, family. Jump on. I make they got them open sesame. Yeah, jump on, family. Please. Let's go.
Okay. Oh, there you are.
Oh, doctor.
Was the only one you dropped off too?
Yeah. Nature calls, you know.
How are you anyway?
Oh God, you look, get me back in front of the camera.
Big
Yeah.
up.
I big up MD.
So what, we back to movie nights and movie days, yeah? When is it officially gonna start back up?
When you're ready, man. I'm waiting for you, man.
You know you want all the movies.
Yeah, but you know you was the main, like, my movie buddy, man. Without
I
you,
will bring
wasn't
some more in it. And just to say, I don't want to spoil the ending to this one, but guys, it's a travesty. It's a travesty.
It's a bit weird, isn't it? The ending's a bit weird. Like, what? Huh? Okay.
No, but do you know what? My favorite one was the one we did with the girl, and then I remember you saying the story about how she, after she did the crime scene, she had to stop to take a break from it.
Yeah.
You know when she did the whole suicide killing of the mistress and her ex. That was bad.
Do you know what I mean?
I enjoyed that one.
It's quite a simple idea as well. It's not like, you know what I mean? We can replicate this. So what I want to know now, MD, I think I know the answer, but have you got a bit of drama in your bones? You got a bit of drama in you, innit?
A drummer, you know.
Why are you laughing like that?
I am trying to stay far from it, but you know, sometimes it attracts to me for whatever reason. I'm not sure.
So, but I'm saying,
Big up, Becky.
Could you act though?
Big up.
Can I act?
Big up.
Yeah.
Big up, Jed.
Yeah, I was always in the plays in school.
Yeah, so that we need to get you in some acting, man. Yeah, we need to do some trill productions. Me and Raw Beats is trying to sort it out. It will be happening soon. Yeah, we're gonna get some trill little short films, because originally what we planned to do was film small scenarios for Extremely Balanced Advice Show. That's very exciting.
Brilliant. So the scenario, you film the scenario and then basically get the advice after. Right.
Yeah. You know? But it's Raw Beats. You not just get onto Raw Beats' case. Like, what's going on? Jets is waiting for you.
Okay, I'm gonna call him, tell him what's up. I'm sure I'm seeing your name in the chat, Rory. You're not gonna come up to the panel. Come talk to us.
Yeah. What on, Snaps?
Day our family. You good?
Yeah, you tried us out yesterday and leave me with Neeks and that. I don't know what you think you're doing, bro.
Yeah, I'm doing you, man. You know that time of the evening where you're just like, you don't even say goodbye, man. You're just like, yeah, man, I'm out, man. I got my food, my order. I just sat down and I was like, yeah, I need something else. What's going on here? Yeah. It drained me, bro. Drained.
Man, them just keep trying to, it's not, bro, I don't even know what it is, bro. Like, we just entertaining too much sneakiness now, I think. That's what it is.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm in the mood for it. I don't mind, but other times it's like...
Other times it's just like, nah, I can't deal with this, man. I know what you like. I know.
What you do?
Especially in the heat.
Yeah.
Let the Empress on, please.
Yeah, to be fair, some voices in the heat is irritating.
It's irritating. Like, I ain't trying to hear this.
Yeah.
Like, I'm hot. Like, what are you doing?
Oh my God. RS Sid is the one that got me yesterday. It's like,
yeah,
please.
he got you. How did he get under your skin? And he was on before you, and he got under your skin. I was wondering why.
Yeah, not that much under my skin, but I was just like, perhaps I just ain't got time. I've answered your question. Yeah, and you get me. I'm a person who's like, he knows. You throw these questions up, but when we give you the answers,
you don't like the answers.
No, accept it, and then you go again and again and then again. Can someone?
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Yeah, can someone please answer my question? Because no,
I give you 5K. Anyone, you get me
5,000.
10 Muslims in red now. I wait.
He was mad because I reminded him. I was like, bro, you already gave me a bill. Back in the day. I said, you already gave me a bill for answering your question. You asked me a question in my chat, and I was like, huh? All right, so I answered it. And I don't know if I got it yes or right, but I do know later on because, yeah, it was something on Islam anyway. But, yeah, he just threw a oneer in there. I was like, oh, shit. All right, cool. This is the guy they're talking about.
No, I think this dude, this dude, RS Sid has got a phobia donating to me because he never donated.
No, man.
He only donates to certain people.
But he always comes on talking about donation.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't talk. I don't start to talk. He starts to talk.
No, yeah, that's what he does.
Or throws up competition with money. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then I never got a penny from this dude. Not that I have to, but I just find it strange. Like, rah, you keep coming around me talking about donations, and then people start wetting their pants. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
People think JEDI might get some money. All of a sudden, they start acting funny. I got to check that there's not a tunnel connected to my wallet to someone else's pocket card.
In it.
Be mad excited. Like I'm like, yo, what? Why are you not acting up? Yeah, no, yeah, man. Like, chill out.
Yeah.
Chill out.
S was making me laugh. S was like, yeah. Well, five bags here. Like, let's do this, man. Come on.
And then when he realized it was his own money that he had to put in, he was like, nah.
Yeah, if he didn't get the questions right. He
If
thought
he
that.
got it wrong, then he'd have to put 5 of his money up.
Nah, he said he thought if he got it wrong, he would have to split half of it with you. I don't know where he thought that was. So you're gonna give me the 5 bags, yeah, and then I got to split it with JEDI. Yeah, no problem. He goes, well, I said no.
No. Oh no.
And on that note, like, comment, subscribe, hit the Cash App and PayPal, people. Come on.
Come on, MD. So yeah, I'm trying to get MD in a production, man. I'm trying to get MD in a drama.
What we doing? Little House on the Prairie.
You know, I don't mind coming up with the storylines. I've got stories for days.
I wanna play your Muslim husband.
That would be jokes.
I want to play your Muslim husband, and I want
Come in like Assalamu alaikum.
They just get beaten. Just beats
yeah,
you.
man. I would have been disappointed in somebody. Anyone, I don't know who.
Yeah, he beats you upside down. Mad. Tied up.
Get me?
Flower with a paddle. Pow. Pow.
Oh man, disappointed. You see that gift that I put in the group today? That's what I want to do.
Just pop in. Yeah, no, but seriously, I've got stories that you could put for.
Have you for real? No, we gotta know. Like we're gonna make this happen now. Let's get Raw Beats. Is he in the chat?
He was in the chat.
Yeah, he was in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna make this happen.
My sister came over like a week ago from America.
Is it?
And yeah, we was chilling or whatever. Only a couple days because she was in France or whatever. So she thought pop over to England. So last weekend, yeah, I had her around. But she was like, yeah, bro, have you ever thought about acting? I said, what? No, allow it, man.
Well, you know what?
No, man, you should do that. I was like, yeah, I suppose. I mean, I was good at drama.
Allow it, man. Allow it. Baku, man. You'd be good at it, man.
I think so. I think playing like characters that are quite easy
you
for
would
me.
be a good actor. That's just it. The only thing you have to do is try and control your eyebrows. I reckon your eyebrows.
His eyebrows.
I got control, man. I got control.
Nah, he talks with his eyebrows, man.
You know what I hate? You know what I hate? You know what I know I'll be good because like I hate people who look directly at the camera.
Yeah,
like, what is that? What is that? Like I got so many acting brethrens and that and cousins and that. Like, yo, bro. Like,
it happens to the point where they usually will try to take it out, yeah. But it can happen so quickly that they even miss it. So when you're sitting in the premiere watching it, you think, fuck, I just looked right at the camera.
Yeah. When I was at college, I did a like an advert. Yeah. But it was like a joke thing. I got some. There was this paste that gets any stain out. Yeah.
Right.
So what I did, me and this other Eastern European boy.
Create your own product in it and sell it and that. We did that in the secondary.
So what he did, I was first, and then I'd rub it supposedly on my face, and then he would appear. Do you get me?
Right.
And it was like blonde hair, blue eyes. Yeah, proper.
So you kind of the Chinese advert.
Yeah. But I found it one time. I found it one time, like in my collection, like of videotapes, you know, like old school.
Who's that trying to get in? Let someone in, please.
Randy.
Randy?
Yeah, it's me, guys. How you doing, guys?
Big up.
And I think the speaker's corner and all of that, and other things I've done, yeah, I suppose I could do it. Yeah, man. I'm
Hey,
down, man.
Randy. Randy.
Yeah, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm all right. Listen, I'm inviting you out on Saturday. You know that, right?
I didn't know that. No.
All right. So I'm gonna send it to you on Instagram.
All right. Cool, Jets.
Cool. How did you deal with yesterday? By the way, before we get back to
You know what
Sniper's
I did? You know what I did?
Yeah.
I just went down in the basement and I actually took the heating controls down there. 22 degrees. I was just listening to on Stealth and I was just like relaxing, just enjoying my life down there. 22 degrees downstairs. Because
Oh,
you know
that's
I've got a basement. Yeah, no, as cool as Larry. Listen, you know me, I'm redheads. I can't take 40 degrees, man. So I was just chilling down there. Nice. I was listening
Is
to
MJ okay? Did MJ make it through the night? Yeah.
But yeah, I was hearing Sniper with 35 degrees. I see Sniper's situation. I'm lucky. I've got this basement and I just chill down there. My guests were melting. I had to give them the cooler and show them the ice and everything. But I was cool as Larry. I was just like, yeah, I'm in 22 degrees. I'm relaxing, you know, it's good.
Yo, MD, are you ready for some cake? Yeah.
Oh, did you make the look back? Really?
I'm going to.
Okay, yeah,
What?
but this time I'm gonna pace myself and I'm gonna bring a takeaway container. So yeah.
Because I've been listening on Stealth, I'm going to catch up with my cash apps.
Ah, shit.
I'm going to give 10.
All right, let's do it.
Let's get it sorted out. Like, shares, whatever. But just put your. If it's a quid, 2 quid, 5 quid.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah, we're gonna be playing badminton on Saturday as well. You know.
Put your hand in your pocket.
I'm copying a badminton net. And,
this is
and
not a
racket
free service. Support your community. You're enjoying it. I've been doing it for 18 months. Last couple of days, I've just been listening on Stealth. I've been in the chat. I've just been relaxing and just enjoying the stream. And that's it.
Yeah.
So that's why I thought, yeah, put £10 in today.
Come on.
And that's
There you
it.
go.
That's it. It's just
I
easy.
do that,
I
man.
mean,
I appreciate that, man. Every time.
yeah, I mean, it's like I'm making a few P's now. I've got my guests going on. I don't want to support something that's really helping me.
Yeah.
The last 18 months, I've enjoyed chatting to you guys. I'm not getting counselling.
Who have you got now? What guests have you got now?
I've got 2 Koreans in for 3 weeks, actually. They're very cool.
Yeah.
They got great movies, by the way, Koreans. They do the really good horror.
They do.
The new season of Squid Games is coming out.
I'm not
I
interested.
still got to see the first one.
You just haven't watched the first one yet.
Yeah, it's true, but like, I'm scared now because it's so popular and so viral. They could put anything in. I'm not watching that now. It's too much. Like, it's all the whole world spoke about for like a month. No, that's scary. I don't want to be part of that.
No, but they're so respectful. They're clean and quiet. When they come in and go out, I don't hear them. Like, I might be sleeping. They don't slam the door. Whatever. It's like, are they in or are they out? I don't even know. I have to like check. You know, it's like the door open, the window open, and that's what you want. It just, I don't need to be doing high maintenance guests or high maintenance girlfriend. I just need low maintenance guests. Look, here's the kitchen, here's the bathroom, here's the garden, here's the barbecue. Enjoy, and that's it. And that's all I need.
It's a dungeon.
No, it's a basement apartment.
Basement apartment, you know.
Yeah, we're renaming it today. It's a basement apartment.
Basement apartment.
Dungeon.
Dungeon, aka.
Say it like it is.
Even you say the word basement, just remind me of the time I thought you killed goddess and buried around your
It's going to be a
Good afternoon,
basement apartment.
Big up. Hafty.
Pause.
Oh, Eunice.
Smoke
Randy,
on
you
Wednesday, man. I'm on smoke.
I thought I heard Eunice.
Yeah, you did.
You
Why are you
did.
getting excited?
Yeah, innit?
Huh?
Eunice, what's happening with acting?
You ain't got that
I'm
excited since
intrigued.
Chevelle.
I was listening in yesterday, and apparently you're going to Koreatown or something. What's going on,
Why is he
Eunice?
sitting up? What?
No, you see that? I was going to say, he jumped out of his seat and everything.
Jumped out of
You
his
see it?
seat. Look, that sounds like Eunice. Like what?
Eunice, what's going on, son?
Oh, is that Eunice? Where is he?
Yeah, where's Eunice? Eunice, what's going on, son? We're taking her down to Koreatown, and I don't even know if she likes.
You know, wow.
Yeah,
but yeah, you know, Axum says she might come in. She might come to town in it. So I, you know, hypothetically, I said to her that if she comes to town, yeah, like, and we go out and all that, you know, I'll probably go to Koreatown or Chinatown.
Well,
But you said just a mill, yeah.
What did Sniper call it? She's Scandi Eritrean or something.
Take her to the park, Eunice. Fuck her on the bench.
Wow.
Madness.
And a key word here was, you know, as friends, innit?
Wow, you made us stipulation.
Wow, she friend zoned you before she even had
No,
the
he
date.
did. He did that. She didn't do that. He did that.
Oh, he did that.
Yeah.
Wow. What's wrong with you, Eunice?
Women more vanilla, sis.
No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah! Hey, Sakina!
I'm good.
Yeah, I know where you're going and I ain't going.
Me and Sakina can be friends, innit?
I have to say, I agree with you about RS Sid. That guy is a fucking nutter.
Yeah, he's not a nice person.
I mean, what he wants to just disprove Islam or something. What's
big up, man.
it
Big up,
is
man.
been her in the past.
Big up, Ron.
But listen,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's known to bribe people.
Yo.
and slag
Yeah,
off.
I know a bit about him.
I know, I can barely hear you, though. Fucking hell.
Sorry. I was saying, yeah, we got to work now, brother. We really gotta get our stuff together. Get our little
Yeah,
short.
but I got times, man. I got times, man.
Yeah,
We
okay.
just chatting private. You know what I mean?
We chat in private and then we meet up and we just make some shit happen. MD's got some
Yeah,
ideas. Some of the brothers and that are willing to act. We got a little team here. We can put together little small things and just keep knocking them out.
I got a few ideas as well, man.
Right.
Past you.
Come on, man. Let's make something happen, man. Please.
Yeah, bro. This summer, man. No, definitely, man. Definitely this summer, man. We'll start something, bro. At least something, bro.
See this summer talk. I don't like all that talk. Like next week, me and you are gonna sit down. We're gonna meet. Whoever else wants to come, we're gonna pause. Whoever else wants to attend. I had enough of you, lot, you know. I said to God, man, can you not just
No, blood. You tried.
Whoever wants to attend can attend. We get some ideas down, and then like within the next 2 weeks after that, we just start filming, man. No long. We just let's just do it.
I've got some ideas that we don't even have to write anything for it, but like it's like, yeah, man. Like we going off, you know. Yeah, we're speaking private, man.
Yeah, we chatting private.
Yeah.
Right, cool. Look, I'm gonna turn my blender on for this mad smoothie. Right.
Oh,
yeah, you lot deal with the end of this.
What's going on? So what? The first girl Eunice moves to is Axum, yeah?
He friend zoned it.
Yeah, but he friend zoned her though. He friend zoned her.
He's
I was like, yeah, we're gonna link, but only as friends, yeah. Like, raw.
Yeah, because you know, Rory, he likes vanilla, not chocolate. What can we say?
Mad.
Man, cop blocked himself.
The darker the berry, the sweeter the fruit, Eunice. Like, come on, bro.
You like vanilla, bro?
Huh?
Yeah,
Darker the berry.
The darker the berry, the sweeter the fruit.
I hear that, but we're talking about Axum.
Yeah, I'm telling Eunice because apparently he likes vanilla.
Oh shit.
How is Eastern European vanilla, yo? So what's
Wow,
the name?
who's Eastern European?
What's the name? Kim
Oh
Kardashian?
yeah. I get you.
Vanilla. Is that vanilla? What kind
No.
of vanilla ice cream are you eating? Because that ain't the kind of ice cream.
Just for clarity, you're vanilla,
Wow.
yeah? White is vanilla.
You don't even eat
I'm
ice cream
vanilla.
other than
Yeah,
chocolate.
you're vanilla.
Allow it.
I'm
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm from you.
Nutty chocolate ice cream. Allow it. Yeah, what's he talking about? Yeah, that's not mousse, bro.
Yeah, in the BDSM world, yeah, vanilla is a normie. Yeah, that means somebody who doesn't engage in the BDSM world. So I'm definitely not vanilla.
Madness.
Is that a true definition
I
of
don't
it?
even know what that
Yeah,
means.
vanilla means you're vanilla in the bedroom, Eunice.
Wow.
Empress Sakina, how do you know?
How you, bro? I wasn't always Muslim, you know. Come on.
Yeah, we
Jesus.
know. We know. Don't worry. Don't
Now, why did
worry.
I say that? Empress Sakina.
You know.
Empress Sakina. How do you know, Magic?
Yeah, you've been up to this.
Did I just hear Khan's voice?
Is she coming on Saturday?
Where am I going on Saturday?
Yeah, Sakina's coming. Yeah, she's coming, man.
Yeah,
Am I? Okay. If Jed says I'm coming, I'm coming. All right.
Yeah, check
Pause.
your
Pause. Yeah.
Pause. What's wrong with you, man? Oh wow!
What?
Wow!
What happened?
Yo.
Whoa! Okay.
Hope you're not reading the group. Or something.
Yeah, that's exactly what
Oh
I'm doing.
shit! Fuck's sake! I just looked at it as well. I was like, "Oh, does he really want to do that?" No.
Man, that's on, yeah.
I'll just stay out of it, man.
Oh
Not
man, I don't even want to go in the archives. I'm gonna allow
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Hey,
No, he just I don't know what man's doing.
he forgot about the bra top and like what? He forgot. His memory's short, man. Very short, man.
I don't know what this guy's doing. Yeah. Oh yeah, I just wanted to check. Bex, check your thingy.
Yeah, I see it. Thank you.
Pissed. Imagine I just got an email.
Free player chess before.
Have I what?
Free player chess.
No. Oh, please don't send me anything that's. Why do I feel something's gonna be really wrong with this?
No, it's cool. I was gonna leave it.
Imagine I just got an email saying I got debited £44, bro, out of nowhere. I don't even know where it's from.
So who emailed you?
It said Fender, something Fender. I don't even know what that is, man.
Violation.
No, PayPal.
PayPal. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Maybe you subscribe to something without realizing it.
You have to be careful all these PayPal emails.
No, like £44. What am I subscribing to, man?
Yeah, make sure it's actually PayPal as well.
Yeah, that's for real.
Yeah, because then try it. And then you start putting in your details like, no. You're like, got it.
Man say Nephilim dating.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's right. Yeah, man. What's everyone on today? What was you like up to yesterday, man? 40 degrees and that.
Isn't it?
Stayed in the house, bro. Where you going?
Where was they?
Where you going, bro? Stay in the yard. Where you going?
Where am I going? What are you talking about, man? Imagine, I went to a shop. The woman was like, "You enjoying the heat?" I was like, "Yeah, of course. What about you?" She's like, "Nah, man. I'd rather be in here."
Racism, bro.
What? Because I'm black, yeah.
That's the assumption, isn't it?
She was like, "Yeah, no, I'd rather be in here, man." I was like, "You're going mad."
It was cooler inside the house than it was outside, bro.
Exactly.
No,
Like,
literally, I went to pick up my son from school. The cold air wasn't cold; it was hot.
Yeah, it was hot.
You open the window and the hairdryer's blowing in. What the hell's going on? And we've got 90 people watching and 52 likes. Now I'm going to start calling people out who haven't liked.
Go on,
How would you
Randy.
know?
I'm going to call them out. I'm going to call these arseholes out.
Yo, family, please like up the show, man. You ain't got to call no one out. Just be nice, man. Just ask them, please.
Yeah, I'm joking, kids. I'm just bantering. It just annoys me, yeah. Just wipe your feet when you're coming in, hit the like, and I haven't done it actually. So I'm going to do it now.
No, mad.
All right, I'm like 56. There you go.
And you haven't even liked that? You're a joke, bro.
Yeah, no, what you got to do,
What do you mean?
Everything.
the video's not showing, you know.
Yeah, I stopped it. I stopped it. Oh, you don't want to see what happened?
Oh, hold it.
You want to see the last 5 minutes of what happened? Yeah, those that ain't seen it, let me just quickly show you. Look.
Yeah.
Yeah, them hospital walls are thin, man. Martin.
Yeah.
Oh, where are you?
Oh, doctor.
Was only when you dropped off too.
Yeah. Nature calls, you know.
How are you anyway?
What do you mean, like business-wise?
Everything.
No, struggling.
I know. Funny, I don't know how to say this to you, but I think you should take a look at this.
What's that?
Take a look. Mark knows about you and his wife.
What?
He found out about a month ago. I suspected his wife was having an affair. And I advised him to hire a private investigator. And he took those pictures.
How long has he known?
Pictures came in today. He didn't want to spoil your birthday.
Has he told her?
No, not yet. There's something else he wants to talk to you.
What?
I guess it's better you wait to speak with him, and he'll tell you.
I can't face him now.
I'm afraid you have to deal with it. He's waiting. I think you should see him, man. Okay.
How are you doing?
So I've got a couple of days to live. That ain't encouraging. Yeah, they can't stop the bleeding. Ain't that a bitch?
Look, Mark,
I know it was you. I would have told you, but I didn't want you to think that my marriage was falling apart. I'm not even angry. I feel sad.
I didn't want this to happen.
But it did happen. I know she can be very persuasive. And I don't blame her. I wasn't really faithful to her. Neither was I truthful to you. I felt something crawling inside of me. And it's not anger.
Pause.
It's disappointment. When I found out it was you, my heart broke. We shared everything together. Even my wife.
That was proper Nollywood, bro. That was proper Nollywood.
I'm glad you said that. I would never have said that.
No effort whatsoever. Like.
Yeah, man jacked me by the pocket and that. I was like, yeah. What the fuck, man? I couldn't do
you're a
nothing
smart
but
guy, bro.
Yeah, I couldn't do nothing but just look down, innit? I just like look down. Like, I can't act this.
Who casted all these people? Who casted all these people? What was the criteria? You can't be a better actor than Jedi.
Mad.
Is that your
Hollywood is Nigerian film industry.
Even the
what it is,
doctor,
though, yeah?
even the doctor guy, he was better than him, man.
As an actor, yeah, I will match the level of acting around me. I'm not no professional, innit?
No, but you got the eyebrow control.
Yeah, I feel like I got.
But I'm watching it.
And
I'm thinking, he's right about the eyebrow
The
thing.
best thing for me to do is if you want it to be realistic, play it down. Don't play it up. Play it down. That's what I believe.
Can I ask you a question?
Simplicity.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on with those beads?
Man.
What's going on with
The beats.
That's the end, innit? Wait till the end.
What do you mean what's going on with the beats?
Randy's got some of them beats in his dungeon.
Shut up, Khan, man. What do you mean what's going on with the beats?
That's not what you normally wear. I've never seen that in any video or anything before, Jez. That's
Because he's not playing Jedi, is he? He's playing a different character.
All right, Empress Sakina.
Sorry. Please
Sorry.
Sorry.
Did you say Sakina?
These are my beads. I have worn them in other places. And what's the point of what you're trying to fucking get to? The issue with the beads.
There's no issue. I'm just trying to educate myself on fashion. You know me. I've got no idea.
They're not fashionable beads. They're just beads, isn't it? They're just beads. I like them. You probably would use them for anal beads or something like that.
You see, I knew I was walking into a trap.
You know what you were saying. The minute you mentioned beads, you know what you were doing. Let's not play games here.
Yeah, of course we're doing. We've got over there.
You know where you was going with this. So I don't know. You interested in the beads, huh? Pause.
Do you know what in the movie? The funny part was when the guy said he worked his finger through the bone and all that.
What?
Oh, that's what
He said he worked his finger through the bone.
I'm done with you, kid. I'm done with you.
I just found that bad though. Yeah.
Could have just come to tell yourself, yeah.
You know what my favourite line in the movie is? I'll see if you guess the movie. I'll cut your heart out with a spoon. That's the sickest line of a movie ever.
What are the beads made of?
The man's on beads. Don't worry, they're smooth. They won't cut you up.
I was trying to educate myself about Nigerian beads. That's what I'm trying
Nigerian beads.
They're biodegradable, don't worry, man.
Yeah, don't worry about it. If they get lost inside you, they'll melt.
Oh, shit.
What else do you want to know? They do a slow release aroma.
There could be some significant sacred tree, or there could be something that's special to you. I'm just trying to find out, Jed. That's it. It's an innocent question from a white boy.
Sounds like racism.
I feel racially attacked.
You're gonna say that.
Oh, all right, and who was it with the Khan? Your ESP was shit.
I know.
Tropical juice, really?
Yeah, I was well off.
Come on, man.
Me and you ain't synchronized at all. We're in different planets.
Juice. That's not even. There's no race.
We got different guardian angels.
All right, mum. bet. All right, good. All right, cool. Keep hitting the like button, family. Let me know the number of your like. And let's carry on with this.
Even my wife. This was the only one thing I didn't want us to share. From my heart.
What is it?
I've been carrying a piece of paper with me for a week now. I'm HIV positive. They said I've had it for over 2 months. I don't know if I give it to her or she to me. I don't know.
Whoa.
I think you should get yourself checked.
Ah, shit. Yeah.
What's going on here? What are we talking about?
You put your foot in another man's socks, you might get a verruca. You learned it.
Verruca, I think that's the least of your worries. Are we talking about something else?
So your boy gave you the HIV?
The HIV, I don't know.
Or the girl.
I don't know if I got it. I don't know. He's got it. He's got it, and he's saying, "Yo, you got it. Now I've got it. You've been fucking my wife. You might want to go and get an MOT."
Full screening at a local clinic.
Yeah, Mr. Alio, just to say, I'm gonna do that. Big up, Big H, Hawaii. Yeah, Mr. Alio, I'm gonna definitely look for a cold press juicer, for real. I want one, man. Yeah.
I think we should get on this Patreon thing and get members back in again, Judge. We need to start the membership up again.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I think that's the way to go. I know you never take anything I say on board.
No,
I'm just throwing ideas in the pot. I'll give you 1,000 ideas, and I don't care if you don't take one.
Cool. Yeah, no, we're gonna do that, man.
Pause on take one.
Sorry, just quickly trying to catch up with the likes, see if there's any likes. Sid consume the energy of everyone. Yeah. Big up Mary Jen. Keep the likes coming in, man. Keep these likes coming in. Fucking hell. Irish Flame, big up the chest. Rona, big chest.
RS Sid is some crazy character. So he's out in Malaysia. We looked up his company and everything. And it's like, what is this going on? It's like after midnight in Malaysia, and he's just like, he tries to come in all polite and everything, and then just wants to bun up Islam, as far as I could work out.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, he's not really changed his MO since I first spoke to him. That's what he does. I got a question about Islam. I got a question. Sometimes you go in on C-Key, but then apart from that, there's not really nothing else.
I mean, I get that it's hurting because of his daughter has came out. But it's like
came out as a Muslim.
No, but you know what I'm saying. I didn't know that bit, but I'd seen RS Sid on other channels before, and I was like, "What's his beef?" And I didn't really get it. I found out yesterday what his beef was, so it was news to me.
I don't think he was trying to get anywhere with that question, though, because I think if he asked it in a different way, it could have actually been a good conversation. You know what I mean?
Exactly. He's always a bit sort of. It's almost like he does that. He tries to build up a narrative, and then he's got the knife in his back pocket.
I think that's a really good point you made there, actually, Raw. Because last time he come up with the question of, was Bilal ever freed, or was he kept as a slave all the time? And I thought, you know what? That never ever crossed my mind. I always assumed that he was freed, right? But when he raised the question, I had to go and research it. Like same way, like the thing that he raised yesterday, I had to go and research it. And like to be honest, he's the only one that's come up with these questions that makes you want to go and find out the truth. And like, like when you first hear it as a Muslim, you're like, nah, he's chatting shit. But like, the more you sort of listen to him, the more you think, do you know what? Let me just go and research that to make sure. Do you know what I mean?
With the question, he could have furthered it. Like he's stuck on the thing where he's saying that, who gave the authority? But if I was to ask the question, I'll be like, you have to believe in Christianity to believe that was.
Yeah. You'd have to have some. I think that's what Sniper was raising, that you have to have some sort of understanding of the Abrahamic faiths to know what angel does what, sort of thing.
So I'm saying,
and what is permissible and what is not to get it. He doesn't know Islamic prudence. So like, bro, just allow it, man. You know what I mean? Just go and read the story and go and read the information, in its correct form. But all this hadith business, that's his business, man. Sure. Suffering.
Yeah, I always try to like stretch things out to a wider like subject, rather than keeping it like like an argument. I'd rather like make things more like a general you know, subject. Like even when it's a personal matter, something like someone says something without even realizing that I think's a interesting subject, I always try to like lead the conversation into that, because there are a lot of topics that we've covered and recovered, but then there's ones that might just slip through the net that pop up like sporadic, like randomly. I think like it might not be a big enough subject to raise on its own, but when we're talking and it just gets mentioned, I think it's a good opportunity to kind of go into it a little bit. I always
Sometimes the
try to.
question's within the question, though, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Mm.
So you can always go off on another tangent. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. So on the thing, DJ.
Alright. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Even my wife. This was the only one thing I didn't want us to share. From my heart.
What is it?
I've been carrying a piece of paper with me for a week now. I'm HIV positive. They said I've had it for over 2 months. I don't know if I give it to her or she to me. I don't know. Bro, I think you should get yourself checked. I feel really weak.
No, I'm sorry. See you around here, bro.
Where are you going?
What? Going home.
Well, I'm pregnant. It's yours.
Wow.
No. You keep it.
Run!
What in the bareback?
Run! Oi, remember when we played that video of the woman and she had the mask on, like the granny mask on, and she was talking bare nastiness? Do you remember?
So.
It was on Instagram. There was a woman with a granny mask on, and she was just chatting bare fuckery.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's her, isn't it? It's her.
Okay. I've seen her both faces. So.
What? Man's been swimming recently, you know. Man's been going swimming, bruv.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, bruv. Listen, if you haven't been swimming and you smoke, bruv, it's not a joke, bruv. I'm telling you. I'm a man that can swim as well. I've done all my lessons back in the day, but fucking hurts. It's a different thing, bruv. Now I'm a man, bruv. It's crazy, bruv. Just being underwater, trying to breathe, bruv. With your chest under the water, it's crazy. Oh. Get that stamina up. What's everyone doing on mute though, man?
Yeah. Sorry, man. Had to just do something quickly. I've got a question if anyone wants to answer it.
Yeah, go on.
All these increases in the cost of living. Obviously, there's going to be some harsh times coming for a lot of people. Like we're going to see old people dying and shit, or we should say vulnerable people ain't going to make it. But I'm just thinking, what could be the positives of this? Like, what could it kind of like? Because a lot of the kind of fuckeries that we're seeing in today's society, I think, is based on people don't really need each other financially, or families are falling apart because women don't need their husbands. I'm thinking these kind of harsh times coming could sort of reverse all that, or is that just me being a nutter? Like, what do you lot think?
I mean, I don't know, man. Well, possibly could be a section of people, but it's just gonna make the other side like just want to grind more, just make more money, man. Cause the system's working, man. You know what I mean? The machine is working. You know what I mean? All the things
Yeah.
that putting us against each other.
But is that a positive or a negative?
That's negative, though, isn't it? You see,
Well,
it's
because you're
everywhere.
getting an incentive to work harder.
It's not even just the working, but just us being against each other, just man being against woman. Like
Oh,
that.
you're saying that's going to get worse?
Been getting worse. Been
I
getting.
don't think so.
Have we not seen on social media all like everything is about what how man sees women and how women see men?
I think the narrative up until now from women is being my man ain't shit, and you know, in the future, that wages that the man's bringing in is going to make a lot of difference to your life. So you won't be able to go around saying my man ain't shit no more. Even if he's on like minimum wage, he's going to be more valuable to have around.
Right.
Versus what? Playing the field.
Well, you know how the system caters for women, though, isn't it?
But this is what I'm saying. It's like they're pulling the rug out from under them now. I think.
But yeah, it won't last forever. It won't last forever. That's why I say we'll be fucked, because that shit won't last forever. That cushion that they still have, it's gonna get pulled on from underneath them. Get me? And then they'll just be fucked, and we'll still be left in the same shitty situation, looking at each other like, "Fuck you. What have you done for me?" Innit?
What's the average wage now, Raw? It's like what? About
30. Yeah.
But what average is 30?
Yeah, around 30.
Wow. Oh, that's surprising.
Right, what would you say?
I was gonna say like 20.
That's below average.
Is it?
No, 20, you ain't really, bruv. You can't pay rent with 20, bruv.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. You can't.
Can't be possible. But if you're depending on yourself, if you're still living with your parents and that, then yeah, maybe. But
Or two people living together, which is my point, isn't it?
Two
They're forced to
people
stay
on
together.
Yeah, you got a point there. I don't know, bruv. You can't buy a house on your own these days at all, bro. You need someone really.
There ain't no point buying a house anyway. Like, what are you gonna do? Struggle to pay your mortgage your whole life, then you're gonna die and leave it to your children anyway.
That's not true. That's not true.
You know, you get more benefits if you're on benefits. You get more benefits if you're signing on as a couple.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's mad. How does that make sense?
What I'm thinking, Raw, how I'm reading the whole thing, like from an overview, is that they're saying, all right, you lot don't want immigration, you don't want cheap labor. All right, cool. But now you lot are gonna have to work. And I think that's what's happened. Like they're saying, all right, we won't take immigrants from everywhere else no more. All right, we won't do that. If you don't want it, we won't do it. But you lot are gonna have to do all the jobs, right? The shit jobs going all the way down. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put a squeeze on you to make sure you do them jobs in it. Because normally, like how long has it been? 30 years. Like even English have been sitting at home in their council estates on benefits because the money they're getting was making ends meet. No one was really struggling.
1990, Con. What are you talking about? 1990, 2020. What's this 30 years you're talking about?
Brother, I'm telling you that from me growing up, yeah, from being the age of
You're
15.
40, and you're 40, how old?
47.
Okay, so I'm 54, so I've got a few years on you. Let's get into it.
All right, cool. So what I'm saying is 30 years might be an exaggeration. Let's say 20 years, right? There's people that they've even announced it. English people have been living on benefit for 3 generations. How are they making ends meet? Because the money they're getting and the cost the cost of living, basically they can survive on benefit. They're happy.
Con, you've been around, you walk the streets, you know people are doing deals and stuff right and cashing hands.
What deals, bruv? Deals ain't making the deals ain't paying the bills, bruv. That's just gravy. That's a little bit extra.
Some cash in hand job today. If you go into
there ain't no more cash in hand jobs, brother.
No. If you go into Gumtree and type cash in hand, there's plenty of jobs. And also,
I wouldn't say there's cash in hand jobs.
You're also putting adverts up saying don't do cash in hand, because I was looking for a few cash in hand jobs.
What type of
in the
cash in
last
hand?
year.
What, painting and that?
Anything.
What's anything? What's anything?
Gardening, building. I need a couple of walls built. Yeah, it's cash in hand. I'm not going to be putting that through the time. I had my windows painted a couple of years ago, or 4 years ago actually. I give them cash, man. I'm not messy.
But what I'm saying, Randy,
Yes,
the way how
yes.
things are going now, how everyone's so tight with their money, painting's the last thing what people are looking at. Right now, no one's giving a shit about painting. There's cracks in the wall. They're not calling you round. Can you just touch up those little cracks for me and repaint out the wall and I'll pay you £100 a day? That's not happening nowadays.
Come and DJ at one of my events. I'm not going to be giving a check, am I? I'm just going to give him the cash. Or if I said, Sniper, can you come round and do something? I'm not going to give the cash.
But listen what I'm saying to you. You're looking at it from the other side of the equation, Randy. You're looking at it from the point of view of someone who's looking to hire someone cash in hand. I'm looking at it from the opposite point of view, and I'm telling you, cash in hand jobs ain't going to help you pay your rent at the end of the month. They're very few and far between. I know guys. Randy, listen to me. Why are you speaking over me, Randy? Listen. I know guys that have been painting, decorating for the last fucking 30 years, yeah? They're on these rated people sites and all that. Yeah, they have to pay to get jobs, yeah, off of them sites. And even them, they're not getting regular work like they used to.
All right,
because no one's spending money on bullshit like painting no more.
Let me take you down to Weatherspoons this afternoon. I'll show you a few cash in hand people.
Randy, when we're talking about money getting tighter, obviously English, and you're in a sanctum of English, you're going to be the last ones to feel it because you're in the good old boys crew. But when it comes to us lot, yeah, we know that when the pinch comes round, we feel it first because we ain't got them contacts and those links that you got. The community links.
Oh, God, how long you been living in that neighbourhood? Come on, son.
It doesn't matter. Your group is always going to be bigger than my group. And you're always going to have more contacts.
Anyway.
Brother, let me tell you something. If I was a painting decorator and I put my name down as John Smith, yeah, I would get much more work just based on my name.
Yeah, I know that.
And if I turned up to price up a job and I was white and not black or Asian or Mediterranean looking or even Eastern European looking, I'll be more likely to get the job.
All right.
Unfortunately, this is the way of the world that people trust their own people.
Hang on. If I go down to my Iranian friend at the end of my street and say,
but that's just a random one-off that you know an Iranian guy.
I know lots of people. I've got 2,000 people in my contact list.
But this is what I'm saying to you, Randy. You're getting mixed up with the lay of the land from across the whole country and your personal life experience as one individual person. I'm showing you trends. You're showing me your own individual experience.
I'm sure I can link up with cash in hand guys.
Brother, from a person who is looking for cash in hand work, there's not enough work out there. I'm telling you that right now. And based on the current economic situation, for you to argue with me is silly.
What? Because
you're trying to deny the situation. The situation is money's tight all over.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that point.
All right. Well, show me where money's getting tight for you then. Because if you don't agree with me that money's getting tight in the cash in hand realm, where is money getting tight for you then?
Everything's getting tight, man. I've just got, everything's going up.
Go on, like what?
Everything. Milk, beer, breads, everything. Gas, electricity.
So food and energy. Food and energy.
Yeah, everything. No, just if fuel's going up, that means everything going up because we have to transport goods around the country. This is how we used to work for Tesco distribution. I know how that impacts on a company.
Right. So.
And I used to work for P&O Containers, so I know about shipping coming from the Far East, China, Africa, and everything. I used to look at all the shipping logs. So you're not speaking to somebody who's uneducated about the facts, Carl.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to show off my education. You seem to be doing that. It's like everyone's
because you're saying everything's over or something, and it's like it's not getting hard. I'm not disagreeing with everything.
But what I'm saying is, if somebody's raised the point, if somebody's raised the point, you should tackle that point on its own merits, not trying to bring your own life experience and make it relevant or most relevant.
Sorry, I just came in late. What was the point?
Point is what I said. that is there any positives to these financial burdens that we're going to have to be faced with in terms of like family and in terms of like having people around you? You're more likely to want to entertain people and have them around you now that them people are going to mean their value is going to be more to you. Because before, a woman who was like, you know, had 3 kids from a man, she might be like, I don't want this guy hanging around. For what? For the little money that he's bringing in. I'll boot him out and I'll enjoy going out myself. Yeah. Now things are going to be different because that man who was earning 20 grand or 30 grand is going to be valued double what he was valued before. So a man who's worth 20 grand is now worth 40 grand. No woman's going to kick a man out. She'll put up with his shit. Even if he's like, you know, getting in the way or cock blocking her or whatever he's doing, yeah, she's going to put up with him now. So families are going to benefit. Children are going to benefit. That's my point. I don't know if you agree with that or not.
I didn't hear that point at the beginning because I came back.
All right. So when we studied nutrition, for example, yeah, when was Britain the healthiest it's ever been? Was during rations. The time of the rationing, health-wise, people are eating better, yeah, and more healthier than they ever been before or after the rationing.
Totally agree. Totally
So what I'm
agree.
saying is, even though we hate
It was very-
financial
it was very
restrictions,
healthy.
yeah. So even though we hate financial restrictions, we have to admit that sometimes we have to face it that we've been living in luxury for too long now. That we become soft, we become weak. A lot of people ain't got that fight in them. That when you see foreigners come here, why are they faced with such aggression and hostilities? Because people know these motherfuckers are hungry. They're coming over here. They're ready to work. They're ready to take any ugly woman, yeah, off the street and make her into a housewife and pay for her to have a life. Like men come here hungry. That's what the whole point of immigration is. It's an artificially way of getting hungry people over here to prop up the system to keep it running.
I don't disagree with those points, Carl.
Understand that? Well, I'm just asking a question. If you can bring any information that would show that there is some benefits to financial restrictions that we're facing, because if we understand that it's a man-made thing, that other countries ain't had their inflation going up this much. Other countries ain't had their fuel bills go up this much. We have to accept that there's some sort of man-made decision-making behind it. And like these people can't be as dumb as what we're thinking that, oh, Boris is dumb, he fucked up the country. We have to accept that they have a bunch of scientists, social scientists, that look at society and give them information on what they should do and what people are prepared to tolerate before they start rioting, and all this information's on the table. So I'm just asking the question, who agrees that there will be some positives to making people a lot poorer and dependent on each other? That's all I'm asking.
The only thing I've got for you is that maybe community cohesion, as in the 50s when rationing was occurring, maybe we can come together as communities, grow foods, and help each other out. Is the only thing I've got for you, Carl.
Randy, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
I'm here.
Sorry, man, I just had to go onto another app, and I don't know if it knocked me out of StreamYard, so I had to check.
Yeah, it went quiet for a bit.
Yeah, just checking my thing, my Uber Eats.
Oh, you're getting some food in, yeah?
Yeah.
So you're not cooking your own food.
Too hot to cook, man.
You're doing a middle-class luxury item.
Yeah, it's a little treat, isn't it? A little treat. Like I can't be saying it's an everyday thing. Like
I've got
tighten things up a bit.
The membership, so don't worry.
No, I'm not worrying, bro. So, what do you think, Randy? How is these financial implications going to affect society? So you're saying what? More food banks, more social cohesion. When you invite someone round for dinner, they're more likely to come now, aren't they, Randy? Like before,
yeah. I mean,
you invite someone round for dinner, they're like, well, I don't know. I might have something on, and then they sit at home and eat a can of beans. But now it's going to be like.
What I'm saying is the only reason I know about so much about the ration times is when we started COVID, I was reading about allotments and growing your own food and stuff, and it was quite interesting. Like how they survived the egg powder rationing and all this kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, the egg
You know,
powder
and
thing, yeah.
how the old allotment system got going.
Yeah.
And that's why I know about it only because of the last 2 years, and I thought it's quite interesting. You know, so if I need to grow my own food, I've got tomatoes free seeding in my garden now because I've been growing tomatoes the last 2 years.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't care if I need to get out and
See, Randy,
dig my land.
this
I'll
kind of
do it.
like this kind of luxury life that we've been living, it's a lot to do with America. America expanding into Europe and having kind of a say in what European countries do comes with like a financial deal that they kind of are involved financially in propping up these countries, right, and their economies, and having a cost of living that they want, or the lifestyle that they want to live, right? But now we're seeing America withdrawing from the world. That financial backing's also withdrawing. Do you understand?
Yeah, I
So
totally understand.
when
but
we
it
look
doesn't
at how
mean
was the
we're gonna
world,
fail.
when we look at how the world was before America was discovered, and all that gold and potatoes and lemons and whatever's come from America, all that money that came from America, right? Sugar, whatever came from there, all that stuff that kind of like propped up the West, money-wise. Once that all gets taken away, the world's going to go back to how it was before. And how was things before America? Countries like Russia were bigger, China was bigger, Turkey was bigger, India was bigger, right? So we're going back to that now. Europe's going to scale down, right?
Who cares?
What do you mean? A lot of people are going to be in for a rude awakening,
Yeah, we know that. Big recession's coming.
right? So I'm just asking you, how do you think that's going to impact society? Like,
It's going to be hard.
how can we extrapolate?
A lot of
How
people
can we
are gonna be
work out the implications of that? Do you think that there'll be, or I'll give you a question, Randy. Do you think there'll be more racism or less racism?
more racism, definitely.
What?
More racism, definitely, without a doubt.
There'll be more racism.
Yeah, because they'll think that the immigrant is taking their jobs.
But there ain't immigrants no more. We're saying no more immigrants. The only foreigners are people that were born here, maybe 2-3 generations they've been
It
here.
doesn't matter. You have to look after Brexit and what happened to the Polish people. They were getting attacked in the street. Oh, you can now go home. And some of them did go home.
I hear you. Yeah, so as a... Oh, shit, my thing's here. 1 minute, Randy. You hold the fort 1 sec, Randy.
All right, man. He's going to get his Uber Eats. He's hungry. He might be hangry as well. Sniper.
I'm here. What happened to the ladies and that, man? Where was everyone else? There was another.
They jumped off. I've got some work to do on Kale anyway, so I can talk to Kale.
Boy.
Kale?
Is that what you're doing, yeah?
Kale, yeah,
Big
there,
up
man.
Kale, man. He ain't said nothing since he come on.
Kale.
Where's the sisters gone? There were sisters
Kale,
here.
Kale, my brother.
Kale,
I want to speak to you, my brother.
Fuck. Yo, Slice, what happened, bro?
I don't know, bro.
Is Kale there or what?
Like
What's he
talking
doing?
about
Just
whatever
really
they
out?
were talking about,
Not on
and it's
YouTube.
just, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what man's chatting about. I don't know.
I want to speak to Kale.
Kale.
Yeah, how you doing, fellas?
Yeah,
Just
big up.
All right,
Big up
Kale.
yourself.
Kale.
come
Kale.
back from
I was on stealth yesterday.
Should I get?
I was on stealth, which means I wasn't chatting. I was just listening, chilling in my basement, and just listening to the conversation. Now, you had a conversation with Auntie Sarah, Mrs. Sarah, or Sarah, right? And I agree with Sarah, and there's not many topics I agree with Sarah on, but I think you should always try and build your family and try to build your community as well. Unlike you, who were saying you need to get educated and build your hereditary wealth, is what it's called.
Okay, you kind of misunderstood what I was saying. Eunice was in the what I thought that he was in the process of finishing his studies, right? And there was a topic about he should go out and start dating, etc. So what I said is that instead of him going out and getting distracted dating, he should finish his masters. But I didn't hear properly in that.
But now I know he's finished his masters. With that being said, though, because he's finished his masters, then he should definitely focus more on accumulating generational wealth due to the fact of what black boys and black girls are going through, you see. And that's why I said that, because these strategies need to apply for us, non-African people. They don't suffer with what black people are going through. So we have to use strategies, certain types of codification to limit us from being unsynchronized towards our reality. And that's why I made that statement.
Okay, so my point is right. So Jed's has got a studio round the corner. He's doing his thing. He's setting up students. He's bringing the brothers in, and he's trying to get creative. He's doing his podcast. Now, if Eunice pops in, he says, "All right, let's do some stuff." Eunice, he's still doing his masters, but he's meeting people. Yeah, so he's doing a social thing. So Jed might have a little afternoon get together. I don't know, maybe have some mac and cheese or some jerk chicken or some Nigerian food. Yeah, but that'd be good for Eunice, as well as him going on to go for jobs. So what I'm saying is the two can run concurrently, as opposed to what you're saying, as what Sarah or Auntie Sarah said yesterday, is waiting in this Caucasian capitalist, mantra of, oh, you need to get your career on track before you start a family. And I think that's wrong now. I used to think that way, but I don't think anymore.
Okay, but you do realize, for example, I'm in my 40s. I don't know how old you are.
I'm 54.
54. Now, that era is very different to now, right? Now, it's on the next level. The youth, first of all, I commend them because they're very business orientated and they're very savvy with the technology. At the same time, there's a lot of things going on in our community still that we haven't sorted out and eradicated. So because historically, we as a people use certain types of band-aids to distract us from taking responsibility, it wouldn't be in his best interest, or not per se Yusuf, or any youth of that age, to be occupied by seeking women, right, when they haven't basically put down anything that's going to prevent our women from going to the system and seeking help from the system, if that makes any sense.
No, my point was when I said Jedi's running his little community thing around the corner, he's doing podcasts, he's doing music studio, and then as a little event, he's doing jollof rice, he's doing jerk chicken. Eunice comes along and he socializes, yeah? So he's developing his social skills as well as developing his education. He can still go off and do his educational stuff. But what I'm saying is, don't wait too long before you start getting a family and settling down. Whereas you were saying, oh no, you need to build the generational wealth thing. And I'm saying both things, community and generational wealth, can go hand in hand.
Here's the thing, as I said before, right? If our situation was different, then I'll definitely agree with what you're saying. There's nothing wrong with working and having a social life. That's not the crime or the issue. The issue is that there's a psychological mindset that African descendants have been engineered to have, right? So we want to limit this type of mindset and focus more on collectivism, right? And these types of strategies would work best for a young man, especially for an African descendant, who has to navigate through unethical code of conduct. Also, that the plight of our women is that our women, unfortunately, due to white supremacy, they no longer need us anymore. So he definitely, or the youth have to understand strategies to allow our women to not rely too much on the system and to rely on us as black men, and for him to maneuver in certain ways that could be destructive and could take him away from building generational wealth and understanding the plight. is very detrimental. We see it happening all the time, and that's my concern. You know, I have a concern and a respect for our youth. My son's not too. He's a couple years younger than a brother Eunice and stuff, right? And I don't like to talk on individualism, but at the same time, there's a certain mindset that I had to get him through, because whether his family and his grandfather and his grandmother, they've sorted out certain things. At the same time, you should never get comfortable because your grandparents or your parents have sorted out a certain stability, because there's still plight, there's still racism. So that's what I was saying for brother Eunice, is that he should definitely accumulate and prepare generational wealth and not focus on things that's going to distract him.
Okay,
I don't see why. Why would anyone object?
Just let me say one
Randy,
last
why
thing.
would anyone object to what he said? It's just common sense what he's saying.
No, just
Why
let me
would
finish
you
my
object
last
to it?
statement. I'm going to let the panel go, yeah? So Jed's used to work in the youth service. The youth service has been cut. And I'm sure Jed's in his little community centre around the corner. He's doing his jollof rice, jerk chicken, whatever. He's going to bring chefs and friends and whatever. So there's going to be a good mix around there. So he's going to meet people and just get relaxed in his local community. Now, I agree on a lot of things you're saying, Kale. Don't get me wrong. White privilege, the disadvantage, and all that sort of thing. But I'm just trying to look to an idea. And this is all it is. I'm just an old white boy who hasn't really got the education, or I've never walked in your shoes. So I'm just trying to, like I said at the beginning, I can throw 1,000 ideas in, and I don't care if 1,000 ideas get thrown out. I'll throw another 1,000 in there. So I'm just trying to put ideas in the pot. Is all I'm doing. Is all I'm trying to do. So you can ask the other brothers to contribute now. Thank you.
Okay, Randy. Take care, man.
Oh shit. What's up, family? What's up, guys?
Big up, bro.
Big up, bro.
Born rich, born
Yeah.
synchronized. Big up, brother. How's
Yeah.
things, man? How's our cousins in America, man? What's happening?
Shit, man, we maintain it, man. You know how we do, Kel. Trying to dismantle white supremacy one day at a time, brother.
Big up to your business as well, and you know what I mean, we commend you, brother, man. Hopefully one of the days, man, I was saying if you could do like a show on economics and how to maintain a business, brother. This is definitely black betterment, and we would appreciate if you could do that.
Yeah, I got you.
Get
brother.
money out of Fanny. You get me?
Yeah, man.
I get money out of the Fanny.
Slanging chickens, baby.
Mm.
The bird
Did
man.
you just say get the money out of the fanny?
Mm-hmm.
It's called Fanny's. Yeah.
Getting money out of fannies. What's wrong with that, Eunice?
It means getting money out of pussy.
Nah, Fanny pays him.
Yeah, fannies is the business.
Right, okay.
I eat that shit every day, boy. If you ever-
Nah, man. I'm telling you, man. When we do the UK branding, we're gonna have to do something, bro. You get me? We have to do something, bro.
You can't call it fannies. Yeah,
Nah, I don't know, man. It's not working. It's not working. When you just said, I eat that every day, I swear to God. Yeah.
You drink fannies hot and fresh and fannies. No, yeah, no, that don't work in the UK. All you can eat at fannies.
Yeah, mad.
One of the worst thing that black betterment supports is only selling to black customers. I don't know anyone
That's
that only
not
sells to
true.
black customers.
Yeah, that's not true, and that's a misconception. Because
That's definitely not true.
Kale, we had this conversation before, right? Because like even me and Sniper had this conversation too, right? So my restaurant would be considered a black business, right? But a black business doesn't mean that we only serve black people.
That's right.
Like money, it's green. Like economics, it's gonna be
It
hard.
doesn't even make no sense to shoot yourself in the face like that. It don't make zero sense.
Exactly.
That's not good business.
Exactly.
Dumb.
What would you even be gaining from that?
When I go around, When I go around to Junior's around the corner, yeah, it's a Caribbean restaurant. I'm getting my hard food, jerk chicken, curry goat, or oxtail, whatever.
Is this where Stopzilla goes? You and Stopzilla go to the same place. I think you're very close to each other.
I think so too. I was watching that as well when he was mentioning it.
You heard him mention it yesterday, yeah?
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
hang on, we're quite close.
He's trying to take Axum to Juniors, so I don't
Yeah.
know.
So when I go around Juniors, they're like, the first few times it's like, what's this white boy doing in there? But then when I was, because I get a bit of hard food with it. Oh, nice hard food, cool. And of course, then they relax a bit. But Tasha took me there first, and like, hang on, you got one of our women, but they relax.
I've got one of our women. Oh my god. Close your ears, Kel, man. Just breathe.
And we know, plus we know, like, music and food is international. It crosses over to different cultures. So it's gonna be hard to say that I sell quote unquote soul food, but I only serve it to black people, because white people like soul food too. So
we just want to control our institution. There's a difference. There's nothing.
Soul food is a southern cuisine, in it.
Yeah. Now this is what me and Mary Jane had a problem with, because I will say I have only hired black people in my restaurant. I have. It's legally, I can't say I would never hire a non-black person, but if I'm honest, guys, I don't see myself hiring a non-black person in my restaurant.
And it makes perfect sense as well, being the fact of our plight, that we are the last in all things. But I have noticed, Brother Born, that non-African people have a problem with the most oppressed helping the oppressed out, and they seem to want to come up with all these strange types of mindsets, that it's racism and we need to help everybody, but we are the most oppressed, so you have to help the most oppressed. Their religions say the same thing, which is why I don't take religion from neither one of them.
Born, I can imagine you getting a lot of stick for what you just said, but I actually do agree with you. Because if I was to go to a Turkish restaurant, why do I want a Chinese waiter?
Exactly. I mean, that's just.
I want to get the whole experience. I want the authenticity, right? That's what I'm paying for.
But how do you know he's a waiter, isn't he?
Now I'm not foolish though.
It's part of the service. It's what you're paying for.
Now, Con, if I opened up a restaurant in a white community, then I probably would put a white person at the cash register.
Yeah, but but that's only
it's just a smart business move. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a smart. Now, but the cook is still going to be black. You got to have a black cook in there.
Definitely.
But I would put some white people at the front just so it fits the area.
Yeah. Maybe put a white girl on the till, taking the money.
Yep, absolutely.
So could we say that by building our own communities and, policing, etc., then you won't need to go into non-African people's communities and seek their help when you got things established?
Yeah.
That's what happens anyway, man.
Exactly. You go to Yashad Halim, they got all Eastern European girls on the tills. That's because a majority of the customers now, rather than being Turkish or Cypriot, they're all Albanians and Hungarians, and that they like the same sort of food. So they come to the Turkish shop. But sticking an Albanian girl on the till makes sense.
Yeah.
Do you know what I was going to say? Yeah, like with regards to Southern food, like in American Southern food and all that. The only food I like here is desserts, isn't it? Like you got maple pecan pie, you got bean pie, you got pumpkin pie and all that.
Yeah, you can eat all this shit and get away with it because your esophagus is linked to your rectum. Whereas the rest of us, if we eat this stuff, we're gonna gain weight.
What are you doing?
I'm calm.
What kind of fuckery are you doing?
What do you mean?
What kind of conversation is that?
You're saying man can eat a lot of food by the sound of it.
I don't eat a lot of food here, but I just I just like those food, innit? Like desserts and that.
That's great.
Weird.
Yeah.
And another misconception about a black business, like it's not a sign. I don't have a sign in the front of my restaurant saying this is a black business. But as a black
Some do though, Born. Some do.
I don't see it. I don't. Maybe in the UK, but I don't see that shit here in America. Now what makes my restaurant a black business is the owners are black first and foremost. And another thing we'll do is we'll get people who have a perfect example. We put our restaurant on a black business app. So it's an app that only promotes black businesses. So when they came and said, "Hey, we want to put your restaurant on our black business app," we like, "Cool, let's do it."
That's genius.
Another lady said she put our restaurant in a black business magazine. Of course, they signed us up for that. So we are a black business like that, but it's not a big sign in the front of the restaurant saying black business here. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That misconstrued too when we say it's a black business. Like I even have some people in America who say I would never call my business a black business, and I'm like, well, technically I don't either, but it's a black business.
But the thing is, Born, if you add one word into it, it makes more sense to say a black-owned or a black-run business, because then you can have what, like I said, the white girl on the checkout, and it's not going to really contradict anything.
It's just
the management or the ownership.
Hold on. It's just totally illiterate to put that anywhere on your documents or on your sign, or it's just silly, man. We don't do such things. Yeah,
Exactly.
we know what it.
Why would you do it?
Yeah, why would you do it and limit yourself?
Imagine
Like,
the reverse.
it has nothing to do.
Saying,
You know, like barbershop, yeah. And where depends on where you're located, yeah. Is the people who are going to support you. So if I'm a black owner of a business, yeah, that is neither here nor there. My business is my business, and I am who I am, innit? And the people who attend my business and support me come from various different ethnic groups. So like,
true. But what if somebody wanted to support you? 1 minute,
I like money, bro.
Wouldn't you want to give?
I know
my people support me the least.
Wouldn't you want to give them the opportunity to support you though, if they wanted to support you?
That's why I opened the shop.
What do you mean support, Khan? What does that mean?
What I mean is, for example, from my own point of view, if I had a shop, right, and I was advertising it as a business that was owned by a Turkish Cypriot person, and I advertised that within my community, then anyone who wants to support me, like in that endeavor, has got the door open to come to me strictly for the fact that they're supporting my business. Now, if I'm that kind of person and I'm minded in that way, then I'm going to return the favor. So, for example, if the shoe mender down the road comes and gets his haircut from me, then I'm going to go to that shoe mender to get my shoes mended, right? And we're supporting each other. And it's based on the fact that we're trying to survive in a greater environment than ourselves. So we're pooling together. So advertising yourself, as long as it's within a group, I don't think there's a problem. But I accept the fact that if you take the advertisement to the greater masses, it can backfire. So I think everyone's sort of like agreeing.
Sorry, y'all. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hello.
What up, Sheree?
What up? I wanted to actually say this to Born Rich because he's American, like me. So I have to work. So I know he's going to carry on this part of the conversation. For me, especially being an American and living in New York City, it's not about Black business alone. It's about small business, period. The mom and pop shops are essentially dead, right? With all these Targets and all these big companies. And I think one of the biggest issues for Black business is when they get so popular that they go to these, they transfer their business to these corporations. And then their product is not the same because now they have to mass produce. And all the people who were supporting them in the beginning are now like, man, I don't want to buy something from Clorox. I want to buy it from you. What the hell?
But
You know
Sheree,
what I
ain't
mean?
that what happened with hip hop in the first place?
Oh, well, that's what's happening with everything in America, pretty much, which is the problem, But I just want y'all to know that it's kind of beyond Black business. It's really just small business.
Yeah.
No, that's
like
whoever owns it is consequential, inconsequential, and especially when you get to the corporate level, and you want to be directors and all of that, a lot of that information is private. If you want it to be, other than your who you pay taxes to, that's no one's business. And we've known for the longest time that you can't front a business using that black or using anyone black even to front your business, depending on what it is. If it's food,
Right.
yeah, maybe you can put a picture of mama, you know what I mean, smiling with the food and that and do. But anything else, I wanted some generic European with a bow tie or whatever, or a tie and thing to represent my thing. Some blonde girl on the advert. I don't care.
But then
I
on the
just want
flip side, subconsciously,
money.
Sniper, don't you want to see more black representation? Like subconsciously, a lot of us want to see more black representation. I understand what
Yeah,
you're
that's
saying,
more black
and I agree.
businesses.
But at the same time, subconsciously, I'm like, if I see a commercial and I only see white people in the commercial and I don't see no black people, I'm gonna be like, why am I buying this shit? Is it for me?
No, you can mix it up. You can do it, whatever. But I'm just saying, when it comes to certain things, you might have a European at the desk of your offices. You might
Oh yeah,
have your,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like whatever, man. We
definitely.
blend it
That I
because
dig it.
we don't even think of color like that. We just think of who's best for the job and who's in our community.
And we
It could be
shouldn't. We should
Hispanic,
think
it could
about
be
things as
Turkish,
more human
it could be
business.
whatever. Yeah, but who can do things best for me as a businessman is what I'm. You got what I'm saying? More concerned.
Yeah, but
it's
what
a
you just
fact.
outlined, that is the actual problem.
Yeah,
But
I
I
don't
gotta
have
go,
that
guys.
problem.
Continue.
All right, Sheree. Good shit,
Sheree.
sis.
Big up, sure. But yeah, as a business person, I don't suffer these problems and limit myself when I'm doing business.
If
You
you,
know what I mean? The
if you want
most
to start
generic
up
name
business,
for a business, the most, you know what I mean? Like I try and keep it neutral.
I mean, the
Like
only
all
color
of
you
this,
should see is green.
you know, when it's up and successful and working and doing what it's supposed to do, then yeah, I could, you know what I mean? Say, yeah, I'm the one who owns this business, but to get it off the ground and to do what it's doing, color don't even come into it. You know what I mean? I try to leave it out.
What Born Rich could do, is he could go to the Midwest and set up a sort of like a diner.
Another fanny.
In which he sells, what do you call it, like pumpkin pie or maple pecan pie,
Mad.
or those bean pies.
Yeah.
In the Midwest, because in the Midwest, not a lot of people have that, right? They only have it for Thanksgiving or the Christmas holiday season, all that.
Yeah, we got that. We do got that too. We got a sister who does our desserts for us. That's dope. But we serve a niche product anyway, though. Like Nashville hot chicken is originated in Nashville, so that's a niche product in itself. And Sheree's right though, man, because I mean, hot Nashville hot chicken been around since I was a little child, and now you got the corporations done came. Now you got KFC. They're doing a style of Nashville hot chicken, and these investors from California, they came and opened up like a chain of hot chicken restaurants.
Oh,
But
Born,
like,
why is it called hot chicken? Is it because it's spicy?
yeah, it's real spicy. It's pretty much fried chicken and then drizzled or soaked in hot spicy oil.
Right.
So we like glaze it. We like fry it and then glaze it with the layer of spicy oil.
Do you know what? Yeah, you should create a Tennessee fried chicken, TFC.
It's already been done, man.
Yeah, it's just TFC.
Tennessee Fried Chicken's a big franchise in the UK.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Kentucky's another one, but there is one Tennessee.
Yeah, we got Tennessee, we got Dixie, we got anything. Yeah, me.
Yeah,
that's supposed to be
Confederate. Anything
Confederate
Confederate fried chicken.
Yeah, we got Dixie for real. We got Dixie.
Yeah,
chicken.
we got Dixie too. That shit's big. Yeah, yeah, they love that. Tennessee love his Confederacy, man. I ain't gonna lie, boy. I ain't gonna lie.
Sons of bitches.
Yeah, Tennessee's like the last one to start knocking down flags and statues and shit, boy. Them white people were serious about their Confederate heroes.
Yeah,
serious, boy.
You know why their colors orange, Born? You know why they use the color orange?
Why?
The Confederates, because they all come from a part of England where their color is orange, Have you ever heard of the Orange Men?
You know what's funny? That is a mascot for a college team.
Yeah.
It's an Orange Man something. It might be
Yeah, that's it. They're all from I think part of Ireland or Scotland or somewhere up there. Where the Orange Men, they're like I think they're a certain political or religious faction.
They're named after William of Orange.
Oh, is it? Was he French
Yeah.
or what? What was he?
No, he was British. And
Okay.
he was I think he was the grandson of or the son of Henry VIII, or one of them. And
So they're affiliated to the monarchy, right?
no, sorry, he's the son of Mary, Queen of Scots.
So they're
that's
against the
Henry's
British
daughter.
monarchy.
It's Henry's daughter.
So that makes sense then. So both in America and in UK, they were against the establishment.
No, the Orange Men obviously are the men who supported him in his little thing. He tried to bring an army over from Holland and all of these places where they sent him away to.
That's right. Holland, their colours orange as well.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
and the
why they're the
football.
Orange Men. Yeah.
So they're the
yeah,
Protestants.
William. It's
They're the
William of
Protestants.
Orange. It's those in support of William of Orange.
Yes.
And you can look that up and you'll see all about that. But yeah, obviously, because those people are in the Americas, right? That's why we say they're not Americans.
That's
they're
where the
Europeans.
hillbillies. That's where the hillbillies come from. They come
We
from
call
a
them
particular.
Europeans.
I think Raj was
Whether it's
telling
down
me that
south,
too.
Yeah, Raj knows as well. I heard him saying it, but I heard it from
whether
crime.
they be
I don't know.
German, Dutch,
Snipes.
all of them.
You know a man called Crimes of
Yeah,
Britain.
no, it
innit?
was mainly
You must
it
know
was
him.
from what I heard, Sniper. It was mainly the British and the French.
Yeah.
Mainly when the 13 colonies really originated in America. When
Yeah,
America started to take
yeah,
shape.
so-
Yeah.
There's a lot of French people live in Louisiana.
Yeah, they own that. They had
You got Ashkenazis all up in there in Jersey.
Ashkenazis were up north, innit? They're the Yankees.
No, Jersey stuff.
They're the other
Oh,
side from
yeah,
the
they're up
oranges. Jersey's in the thing, innit? New York.
No, Jersey's a state.
Right beside New York.
Yeah,
It's,
so
it's a neighboring
the Yankees, right? They're the
Yeah,
opposite side
it
of the
separates
orange.
New York and New Jersey, the Hudson River, right?
All right, calm down.
She said, "Go Eunice."
You don't know Somaliland that well, so just
Geography's
relax.
his subject, man.
Yeah, for real.
Apart from when it's home.
As soon as the stream goes off at about 12, he's on
No,
Google
man, them
Earth.
man they chill
He's on
with
Google
Alexa.
Earth.
No, he's on Alexa. He's got Alexa right next to him. So playing games.
It's probably Google Earth in the restaurant right now, going, "Where's Fanny's? Let me look up Fanny's."
I know.
Do you know what it sounds like? It sounds like a strip club or something like that.
Yeah,
That was
crazy,
actually
man.
funny. That
It's
was
a
actually
name.
funny.
That's an old school name in America, especially black. Fanny. Fanny is
Fanny,
the name.
Fanny Craddock.
Yeah, you got Fanny, you got May, all those old ass names. Ophelia.
Ophelia.
Yeah, Ophelia. I don't know why my mind always goes to that name.
Ophelia.
It's like they don't make
Ophelia.
Ophelia anymore.
Ophelia, yeah.
Yeah, you just don't want
You
Ophelia
said
in your name.
Ophelia.
I said Ophelia.
Yeah, you don't want no
yeah.
type of philia in your name.
Philia. Because it's yeah. Philia. Yeah. I hear you.
You don't want that.
That name's alright. Ophelia. I used to know a girl. A girl called Ophelia.
You did, Jazz. I did.
Yeah. She tried
Good name.
Ophelia's the girl in
girl.
Trading Places with Eddie Murphy.
Oh,
There's a
Ophelia.
girl, Ophelia.
I know an Ophelia still.
I like those old school names, man. That's why I named my daughter Maggie. That ain't her. That's like her nickname though. But
Margaret.
Yeah, Margaret's another one. My grandmother's name was Roberta.
Yeah.
I don't know any. I didn't grow up with any Robertas.
Roberta Flack.
Yeah, right. See, it's always some old ass lady when you know.
Old names. Those are old names. That's what it is.
I like those old names,
His
Sniper.
name-
I want to bring them back.
Yeah, but with some of the girls who received them when they shouldn't have, in the days of Shaniqua, Raquiqua,
that's
Otaqua,
that new school
Odaquas.
shit.
Yeah, that's the new school shit. But some didn't escape the culling because their parents were quite old. so they got old school names like
But what-
Doreen. You know what I'm saying?
Doreen.
Vera.
Vera. I don't know any.
like,
I don't know
yo,
these
man.
people. I didn't grow
Yo,
up. I
these
didn't
are
go to
old
school.
people's names, man.
That's
Old
crazy.
aunties'
But
names.
what
and
about
that,
when
man.
I go to Tesco's, yeah, and I
Mm.
come across a Nigerian brother and it's called Confidence.
I love those
Mad.
names. I love
Mad.
those names.
That's
Like
a
their
fucking-
attributes,
weird
rather.
in
They're like
character. I don't.
What kind of name is that? Confidence.
like there's
I don't.
Constance.
No.
Constance is a good name. Constance,
No.
and like all these kind of names with meanings. I love.
All my family's named like that, man.
I
Everyone's
love all
got
that.
meaning.
For real, Jizz.
Yeah, all the aunties and uncles are faithfuls and comforts and patience and
Precious.
Patience.
precious
That's,
and all
I
of that.
knew a lady.
shit.
Patience.
Blessing.
Yeah, that's a
Loving.
good one.
I got an uncle called Wednesday. I got uncle
Well,
called
what's
Monday.
Wednesday, Jed?
I
What's the
don't know.
significance of Wednesday?
He's probably born on a Wednesday.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I don't know. Wednesday, Monday, and obviously they got their tribal names as well.
Yeah, we got a lot of
We
Fridays.
just got names for jokes.
We
We
got a
just
lot
got
of
names.
Friday.
Juma, innit? Juma is Friday. You get Bear Man called Friday.
We ain't got none of them. None of them. You'll get a what May, April, and
Bernadette.
June. Yeah.
Bernadette's an old name.
I know a May, I know a April, and I know a June. So
What about January?
nah. Yeah, who's gonna name it?
Janet, innit? Jan.
January, you know. What's wrong with this guy?
We haven't
The
fully,
deadest name.
arrived at that point where we can know what's wrong with this guy.
July's. There's
Yeah,
no
Julius
there's
Caesar.
no more
or
names
whatever.
out there.
Nah, you can't.
Augustus would be August, right?
Yeah, August. Yep.
Yeah,
Caesar.
Augustus. Oh, that's an old school name too.
That's an old
Augustus.
ass name, right?
Augustus.
Eugene. You know names like Eugene, Theodore. These are old names, man.
But those are around though.
Yeah, it's still
Eugene
around.
Theodores are around.
There's still some Theos. There's still some Eugenes around.
My one's abuse. I love my name because it's just so common.
What's
You know what I mean?
that?
So I don't have to lie.
What,
I say
Michael?
Michael, innit? Yeah, Michael.
Michael.
It's just like,
That's not.
I'm gonna tell you what
gone
I
out of fashion,
1,000
though.
million
That's never
people
gone
you
out.
know named Michael, innit? It's just
I
But
like,
it's not gone out of
called
fashion.
Michael.
Michael's still a name,
Yeah.
innit?
I always think of White Mike.
Ain't no one having no baby Michaels now. Ain't no
Magic
one
Mike.
Hold on.
Mm.
Ain't no one having no fucking baby Michaels now. Can't tell me now.
yeah,
Michael
yeah.
is
Wow,
Jr.
there's
no
Michael,
I've been
there's
named.
Taylor's.
A couple
No one
people.
Michael. Your
People
dad better be called Michael for you to
That's
get
what
the
I'm
Michael.
saying,
Nah,
Jess.
nah.
It is a junior. It is a
Sometimes
junior.
I was the
Yeah.
reason. I was the reason. I was the reason that they called their child Michael. I got
Wow.
two little cousins who were named Michael because of me.
Yeah, that was like in the 80s or the
Yeah, let it go, man.
90s
Like,
and
you got old ass thing, man.
Bro, man, stop that.
No,
You
it
ain't gonna
did.
find no. You ain't
I'm
gonna
saying it.
find no one old.
Hold on.
nigga.
Generic as Vanessa and all of the old school ones. Yes.
Yeah,
I
you know
agree.
what? Michael's so
100.
generic. That's why it's
So
still
generic, bro. I
still
can get
about
away with
a little
blue
bit.
murder.
You
Yeah,
get
a
a
girl
Mike,
from South
you get
says,
Mikey.
yeah, I was going
Yeah,
out with
yeah,
this guy
yeah.
from North named Michael. You're
Yeah.
finished.
You
There's a million of
know
them.
what? You know what? No, you're lying. No, because you know what? Like, you actually will probably still find a Michael, but it's gonna be like a couple that had their baby when they was like 38 and shit.
Yeah,
Like, you know them, like,
Oh, they're old. They're old.
yeah, you get me.
Yeah, they're
But
old.
it's a one away.
Yeah,
Like,
they baby Michael.
Yeah,
Man,
it's not too
you
bad.
still got
It's
old
like,
school values.
you're
Man,
right.
you get me?
there was bear
Right.
in my end. There was bear like
Michael.
young mixed race ones. Mike. Oh yeah, I know mixed race Mike. Which Mike? Which Mike you talking about?
Bro,
You
I
get me?
said this to my cousin one time. His
Just
name's
to add
Darren.
the
I said,
surname
"Fam,
and that.
you will not find anybody over the age of 60 with that name, fam. And
What
you
name?
won't find
What
won't
name?
find anybody under the age of 20 with that name either. Yeah?
Mm?
It's just
What
an
name?
era thing, bro.
They'll still do it, but
What name?
Darren.
But all
Darren.
Darren.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. Dazza.
Yeah, you get me?
That's
It's an era thing, man.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what?
Darren was Darren was running red. Darren,
Yeah, for real.
Darren,
Darren,
Darren, Sean,
Warren,
fucking
Sean,
Leon.
all them names are
I was
running.
lucky.
I've
I was
never met
lucky
a
'cause I
Warren.
could have got
I've
a
never
full.
met a Warren.
I could have got a full
Yeah, I know,
Yoruba
Bear Warren,
name.
Yeah, hella Warrens.
Really?
Hella Warrens, man.
I could have got
I've
a
got a
full
cousin
Yoruba
Warren,
name
bro.
first.
Hella
Instead of
Warrens, hella
the
Jermaines. Jermaines
And
is really
Errol, and Errol as well. Errol.
Errol. Yeah, all of that. It was just
Hey, that was my dad's
easy
name
names.
still, Errol. Yeah.
Warren, Bear
Errol.
Warrens, man.
Bear Turkish man called Errol.
Errol.
I
Turkish
Mehmet,
man called
no,
Errol,
Mehmet,
I can't lie,
Mehmet.
'cause
You got to throw You got to throw a Leon in there.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Older than Leon. Older
Everyone
than
had a
Leon
mate
was
called
Leroy.
Leon.
Leroy
Yeah,
was
Leroy.
Leon,
Leroy had the primary
yeah.
school
Older
mate,
school.
Leroy.
Yeah, it's the older school
Big
name.
up Leroy.
Yeah, Leroy,
I
real.
got
Yeah.
Uncle Roy. You get me, Uncle Roy, but
Yeah,
that's
Uncle Roy's and
Leroy.
that. Yeah.
You get me, Uncle Roy.
Yeah, man.
Some old ass names, boy.
Hubert, Cuthbert.
Hubert, yeah. I don't even know. Like Hubert, yeah. I've only ever met one person called Hubert. I didn't even know it was a thing. I know about Hubert, but Hubert, like literally Hubert, no H, you know.
Yeah.
Now I got a virgin named Huey.
Mad.
Man called Everton, like fam, like,
Everton, yeah. This is all Jamaican. This is Jamaica.
Yeah,
that's Jamaican.
Everton, yeah. Everton was my bridging in school, man.
Well, is there a
It
place
was
in
good
Jamaica
friend.
called Everton?
Nah,
No?
it's just the
Oh.
name that they like. I don't know why.
Okay.
Like, I don't know why. Like, let's go to the original yardman name, Denton. That's the original.
I said Denton.
I got a virgin.
Yeah, man, like, Denton, don't fuck about.
Nah, not Denton. Nah, you fucked up. Not Denton.
Denton was a bad man in my eyes.
Dalton, you get me?
Dalton, you know.
Dalton.
The older one. The older guy.
Roger Dalton. Like that kind of Dalton. Is it Dalton?
Nah, I don't know
Or
about I don't know
Daltrey?
who that is still, but yeah.
Yeah. Is that is a Bond, isn't it? Roger Dalton?
No, Roger Moore, bro. You're buzzing. Fam.
Yeah, there's a Dalton, man.
Oh, Timothy. So, yeah, Timothy. So, yeah,
Timothy Dalton. There you go. I knew it was something.
I was thinking, huh?
Violent.
He was the shittest one ever. He was the shittest one ever.
He was the most violent James Bond ever, bro. Like
he was the deadest one.
Dead. Straight away.
What he looked like. I can't remember which one he was. Oh, him.
He's meant to sex gal, not beat them up.
Oh, him.
Backhanding gal, gripping them up.
He just looked like he could be a fucking head teacher at private school.
I know. Pulling that strap on gal.
Who's that? Timothy Dalton?
Yeah.
Nah, he was a
G.
different Bond. He was a different Bond.
He was shit. That was the shittest Bond ever.
One of that.
He was the shittest one.
Yeah, he was a different
He was
Bond.
good in that Duran video.
I don't know about that, Con. You get me on your own there. But fucking,
man.
like, Rod, this,
Yeah,
he
that's
was
our
dead,
thing, innit?
fam. That's why he only
Not
lasted for like 4
your
years,
thing.
bro. I swear he was only about for like 2 bonds, 3. You get me? 3 bonds.
Yeah, but weren't thingy in that as well. What's her name?
Timothy
that
Dalton.
girl.
Yeah, he was whack, man. He was whack.
Yeah,
Wow,
yeah.
man.
What was his, I don't even know. What was his?
He was a violent Bond. That was
what
his
was his
MO.
Bond film?
When
Nah,
did that come out?
For you
89.
to kill. For you to
89.
kill.
Yeah, Future Kill something.
yeah.
Was that
Or
89?
License to Kill. I think it was License
89
to
was
Kill.
it?
He was more of a villain, bro. You get me? He's got that villain face, bro. He ain't got no.
I'm sure that was 89, man. 89.
I'll put it this way, yeah. He
Yeah, I
only
went cinema,
lasted
I know.
for like 2
I know, I
James
went
Bonds,
cinema, I
bro.
watched
He was only about for 2
Yeah.
James Bonds, 3 max.
Yeah. It was
This,
dead.
this,
It
was
was
the,
so
this
dead.
guy
I
was
like,
the
nah.
sleaziest Bond. I didn't like him, but
Roger
he
Moore.
did give me joke.
Nah,
This
Roger
Bond,
Moore.
yeah.
Yeah, he was
He was-
easy
he-
as
Nah,
fuck.
man, he done his due, man. He done his
But he
due.
wasn't as
No, but
good as the
I
other
used
one.
to hate him.
He's done his
Yeah.
due. He's done his due.
But like I think it's the one where he gets locked on the plane, because you get me. That one he's kind of joking. That still.
You know what? I
Oh,
never liked him.
Octopussy.
You lot might,
Octopussy.
you lot might
Yeah,
find this.
yeah.
You lot might find this childish, yeah.
Live and let die.
The
Yeah?
reason I never liked this Bond is because of the mole on his face.
Oh,
It
you're
just
talking.
used to.
Yeah, I can't stand the
Oh,
mole
come on,
either.
Jay, man.
Yeah,
Come on,
I
Jay.
swear to God, the
The
mole.
mole guys.
Come on.
I don't like this
Yeah.
dude. This is mole on
The
his
hell?
face and that, man. It's jarring me. I want to scratch it off.
Nah,
Yeah, he became the saint. He was the saint before that.
Yeah. But,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
Roger
changed
Moore-
it.
Now you're
Roger
going way
Moore-
back.
I'm not Roger Moore. What's the other
The
dude name?
same. Big up
Oh,
Sniper.
you got Sean
them
Connery,
old
Roger
school
Sean
Moore,
Connery,
Pierce
man.
Brosnan.
That's
Pierce
it. Sean
Brosnan.
Connery. That's it.
Yeah, Sean Connery.
No one's chatting to him.
Yeah, bruv.
He's
Are you
Bond.
mad? From you can go on TV and say, bruv, every now and again she deserves a good slap. Yeah, and he gets to get away with it. bruv.
Yeah.
You're
That's a
Jesus.
legendary
Someone-
one.
He
bruv.
was always. He's the one that made.
This
He's
Bond
the
was
one
a
that
G.
made Bond the sexist.
He solidified
I mean,
it.
This Bond was a fucking G.
And as
Yeah.
well, like you get me,
He
them man
took
there,
every girl.
them man there running across crocodiles in Jamaica. Cause
Miss
after
Money,
reading-
Penny.
Fuck around, man. This Bond was not playing,
After
bro.
reading-
Yeah, this
You
one
gotta
was proper.
fuck out your gal, shoot in
It
your
was proper.
face.
Proper,
Yeah,
it
me
was
make
proper.
a sly little fucking comment at
Man
the end.
jumped
little
over
one-liner.
17 crocodiles in Tivoli.
Man.
Man
No,
jumped
you-
over 17 crocodiles, you know.
Yeah, you can have him tied up in the
Fuck off, man.
in the
Fuck
pit
off.
full of
Fuck
wolves. Nothing's happening
In
to
a
him.
suit. In a suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a G.
Right, he broke out of Alcatraz in the movie called The Rock.
Yeah, he
man.
was playing.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
For real, like,
Alcatraz.
he broke out of the world's most secure prison in the world. That's crazy.
Yeah.
He's a G. Sean
That's a
Connery.
good film that is, man. Good film.
That is a
Good film, though. Yeah,
They
man.
violated it.
Good film.
Oh my.
What's going on here, man?
Nah. They made you, they dressed you up like this, yeah? It's over. Nah. I said Zardos.
Yeah, that's the carpet system from back, that is, man.
Are you there? Stop pressing print screen, blood.
Pause.
James Bond, man. Another little institution, man.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. You don't even want to get into it.
Yeah, go ahead, James. Go ahead now. Talk your shit.
Bro.
John D. It's based on John D. 007. The original 007 was John D. Advisor to Queen Elizabeth.
Oh, yeah.
Second. He was an occultist, alchemist, necromancer.
Just a fuckeries guy in general.
Yeah, just a proper fuckeries guy. He wrote a book called The Necronomicon, which is a book on demonology. He was dealing heavily with what he believed to be Enochian magic, which is the magic that Solomon was supposed to be using to control demons. So he was heavy into controlling demons. He used demons to treasure hunt, which lots of them did them days. Treasure hunting was all about using demons. There's a whole thing, like it's deep, man. But yeah, John Dee was a deep character. But he was the advisor to the Queen. He was like the modern day Merlin. And so I realized that they've always had
advisors,
and dude next to them, right? I believe that Aleister Crowley took that role as well. Do you know what I mean? Like a
time period. You got a time period.
Time period for John D.
Man. The 80s.
Yeah. Oh, for John D. Like, no, that's gonna be what 17th, 18th century, something like that.
Yeah. I judge. You know, it's mad you say that, yeah. Because I see something the other day, and it was basically saying how there was a queen. I can't remember which one, but I think she reigned in the 1500s, and it basically said, "You see that Gandalf in Lord of the Rings, that whole Merlin concept. It says, bro, that it comes from." She had an advisor, so I'm not sure if it's the same guy you're talking about.
Yeah, it's him. That's him.
Okay, yeah. But it was 1500s they were talking about. So yeah, bro, that's mad, bro. That's mad.
That's normal. But
the Queen's always got guys like that hanging around.
The Fleming guy who wrote the James
Ian
Bond
Fleming.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
right. But that's what he's going off. What Jedi's talking about, because he was inside. He was part of it. So on retirement, he's like, yeah. Let me write what was going on inside. Do you get it? Inside the Secret Service that I worked. Like mad. Come up with James Bond.
Yeah, so John D. John D.
I would assume he looked like the first Bond. What was his name? The first Bond.
What was his name again? George something, innit? George
I can't remember.
Lansbury or George something like that.
Something like that.
George Land. Oh yeah.
And it was Elizabeth. He was an advisor to Elizabeth I, not the second. Born 13th of July, 1527.
Yeah.
1608 or 09. So yeah, this is the dude. I definitely got the date wrong. He's earlier than I said.
Judge guy. You weren't that far though.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Check him out, John D.
Yeah, check that out.
Yeah, that shit's crazy, man. He's like, be using the scrying mirror, and crystal balls and shit to tell the future. And it's just a deep dude, man. Just a cult. That's what he's dealing with.
Yeah. He's before Cromwell, wasn't it?
He's a spy.
I bet Cromwell would be the man.
He's the original spy. He's the original. His number was 007. That's where they got 007 from. You know what I mean? That's where they got it from. His number was 007. So
clergyman business.
Yeah. That's who he's based on.
Yeah,
Oh,
that makes
What
sense.
was that?
That's
What was
good
that
shit.
Netflix drama about the royalty recently? They showed Prince Philip was out at some club or something, and by the time he gets home, Queen Elizabeth's Secret Service have got all the photos of him, and they were putting in front of her, going, "Yeah, look what your old man was up to." She calls him in, going, "Listen, Philip, you ain't raving no more. You ain't going out." And then from that day on, Philip's raving career was over. That was interesting to me to know that the Queen had these guys like out there in the field already. That was mad. There must have been some sort of 007 type guys as well.
But look at Jack the Ripper, though, man. You know what I mean? That the whole case, you know, running into the palace.
Wasn't that the surgeon, the doctor?
Yeah, but look at all that. He's always had you know, dominions and stuff, right, man?
Yeah, but
even
they thing was masonry. Yeah, it was definitely in steeped in masonry with Jack the Ripper. Yeah, one of them. And even how they supposedly dealt with him or how he was allowed to do certain things. Weren't only that he was part of the royal court, but he was part of their Freemason thing. It was mad. But there's many versions to the story, though. It's crazy.
There's loads, man. I tell you what's a good film. I don't know if anyone can remember it. The Ninth Gate.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. Or the advert for it, at least.
The Ninth Gate.
The
It's a good
Ninth Gate.
film.
Who's in that? Johnny Depp?
Yeah, it's a good film, man.
Yeah, it's a mad film though. It's long and
Mad
it's a bit,
film, mad,
it's a
but it's
double,
good
it's
though,
a double, triple cross kind of film. Like I need to watch that again.
Good film though, man.
Is that's
Proper.
the one when it's all about this little book, right?
Yeah. Proper,
And then I need to watch that again. That was a head fuck.
Proper.
I remember I got confused, right, is she cool with? Can she trust her? Can you not? Because there's this chick that keeps.
Yeah.
I need to watch that again, proper.
Yeah.
What is it called?
The Ninth Gate.
Yeah.
Fine.
I think
Weird little book, man. It was a weird little film.
Yeah, 90s, isn't it? Late 90s, I think. Yeah, 90s.
Why is there 9 gates though? Is there any relevance for 9? No.
Yeah, you're gonna have to watch the film,
Yeah. I don't want to spoil it for you, man. You know what I mean? But it's a good film.
What about the number 23?
That's a good film as well.
I think those films are kind of similar to me, as in it starts off good and then it's like the story itself gets so complicated I lose interest.
Yeah. Is that with my Jim Carrey, that one?
Yeah.
Good film, man. Good.
What's that called?
The number 23 or 23?
Oh, I've seen that one where the numbers keep reoccurring.
Right.
Yeah.
But
I've had that in real life, bro. Seeing the same numbers over and over.
Deep.
Yeah. That's called synchronicity. That's a good thing though, if that happens to you.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that Ninth Gate out.
It's proper porn, man. Proper, man. Proper.
I watched the beginning of it, which was funny, where he's buying some artifacts.
Yeah.
He cons the woman out of the best one.
Yeah, man.
I gotta watch the rest of it now.
I want to watch it now. Fuck it.
I swear we can all watch it together on Discord. We've done that before. You can just put a film on and it streams once and then everyone can watch it.
Oh, that'll bang still.
Yeah.
That'll bang. Yeah, I might organise a Discord movie night or something. That's all right.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Yeah, Khan, you're just going to have to sit in the back seat and finger yourself, though.
Mad.
That's quite pathetic and bad.
Mad. Shut up, Eunice, man.
Always has to be involved.
You know like that. You could have let it go, Eunice. You could have let it go, bro. You have to say
Sometimes
that.
you just stay out the way, Eunice, man. You don't have to be involved in every fucking thing, man.
Okay, for cardio, bad too.
Nah. Never that.
So, Eunice, you're more interested in Kim Kardashian and not the
see,
Somali women.
You're waking up now, Kel. I knew you were
You're
Talk
not
to him,
interested
girl,
in,
man. Put
in
him
the
right.
beautiful Somali women and interested in Kim Kardashian.
Exactly. Put him right, man. Help him. He needs help, you know, girl.
Help him.
Help him.
No.
Help him. Mayday. Nah, he does need help though. Fucking hell. Oh, you know what though? We can't help him for another third day, fourth day in a row. We have to allow him today, man.
Yeah, that's
Come back to him on
it's
Friday,
getting a bit.
man.
Yeah.
Allow him today, man. Eunice don't give a fuck. You don't
We
care.
came to the conclusion that he's gay, man. It's nothing.
High five, Born, man. That's it. Nah, man. We come to that conclusion. I'm with Born on this. Fuck this.
But I don't know what was man saying.
I
was trying to give Donny all sorts of the benefit of doubt, bro. Fuck that.
Yeah, that's what it was, Eleni. I was trying to give the
we was giving
doubt.
the benefit
But
of
the
doubt.
other day is when I just said fuck it. The other day, fuck it. This is our gay homie. This is our gay homie.
This is our gay homie.
Taking the piss.
Oh my god.
Like Zelini, we done had a lot of interventions with the brother and all of that, man. He's just gay. He's gay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's like, how much ways do you not need to hear it? Like a million questions, a million answers.
I know. You just wait.
Not going to change nothing. I hear people structure the question all different, trying to help.
Proper rearrange it. Nah.
It's not working.
Gay, man. Yeah, he's gay.
Gay.
Big up yourself, you this man, but shit.
Yeah, big up brother Eunice, man. Big him up. Yeah, man.
So wait, let me ask you something, Kel. All jokes aside.
Yeah.
There are going to be some brothers and sisters that are dedicated to black betterment. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They want to relate within the confines of a black context, an African context. However, their sexual preference is for their own gender. How does the Pan-African community
for their own gender? Okay.
Yeah. Their sexual preference is their own gender. Black. Yeah. They only want black men, or the women only want black women. They only want to be in that context, but sexually, this is what they're on. What do you think about that?
Well, brother, there's still our family, African descendant. The only thing is that they can't get into a higher position. For example, Brother Raven's got an amazing blueprint, and it's called the Black Betterment Builders and the Black Betterers, right? And the Black Betterment Builders, right, are those black people who are in interracial relationship, or they're in the same relationship, gender relationship, right? But they've got like a skill of economics, etc. They can help the community, but they can never be a black betterer, because those are the elites who we're looking for. So they won't be able to get to a higher level in organizing, but they can contribute economically. But they are family.
You not can't be involved, but you can give us your money. The fuck? You got a white girlfriend. You got a white girlfriend.
Like
you can't get involved. You can't get no position of power here. Little cracker lover. But we're gonna take your money.
Wait.
No. It's deeper than that, Jess. No, it's deeper than that, right? Because if we need anything to do with sheer numbers, then you can be a part of that. You're just not going to get.
You can be the buffer. Now, fuck that. That's a buffer class.
But let me say this, Jess. Hold on. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example, though. I can be a part of the Trilluminati family, but I really can't make no decisions when it comes to Trilluminati. You see what I'm saying? Because it's different.
You're going to put your own.
Wait. Hold on. That would be based on what, though, bro?
I mean, contaminate it.
At the end of the day, it's your shit. At the end of the day, it's your shit.
Nah.
Like, I'm gonna tell you this: you won't give me the keys. You won't give me the keys to it and let people in. And
of course I would. Of course I would. You're not hearing. Bro, Born Rich, stop that. No, that's a weak example, bro.
Go ahead.
No, man.
That was dead. That was dead. That was dead.
How is that dead? But think about it.
No.
The people who have keys is the people, Jeds. It's a hierarchy. It's still a
No.
sort of a hierarchy.
Yeah, but the keys are available to anyone. Now, I might have to start. I was just about to take the keys of someone because then they're hardly coming around, and I need the keys are for so that if I'm in the toilet doing a shit, you can let someone in. It ain't because you're my best friend. It's because practically Emzalini, MJ, and Sniper. Between them three, one of them will be around. Will be around if I'm not. So that makes 4 of us that are very, very consistent. Now I've got one more key. I can give it to anyone. No point me giving it to like Ashley P, because he's here once every 2 months. That's the only thing about it, right? Obviously, do you know what I mean?
What's that
That's
noise,
the only
man?
thing
Someone
about it.
drilling.
So this got nothing to do with, again, this your sexual preference or who's laying in your bed.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, I feel you, but I still feel like even with Pan-Africanism or any type of movement, you're gonna have to have a hierarchy, and you're gonna have some people who they can support and rock with it, but they can't. Everybody can't be a decision maker.
Okay, but what if the person with the white wife? I'm not even gonna go down to the Batman thing because I can't even hypothetically entertain it, bro. Let's say, what if the person with the white wife is the better decision maker?
Well, here's the
Yeah,
thing,
but you can
brother
still stay
Jay, here's
behind
the
the
thing.
scenes, innit?
Here's the thing, brother Jay. There was a very interesting
Ghostwriter.
individual. There was a very interesting individual, right, by the name of Father Divine. Don't know if everyone's ever heard of him.
Divine's dad.
He came after
I had to.
No, you didn't have to. You wanted to.
I did. Yeah, you're right. Both.
I didn't even know what he said there, so.
Nah. He said something about one of our sisters, man. Very unsynchronized.
Yeah, she is.
Got that dopamine, though.
I got the dopamine from it as well. But yeah, sorry, carry on, Kel.
Yeah, Father Divine, man. He came after the Honourable Marcus Garvey in that era, and he was married to a European woman, and he did some great contributions for the African community in America. The only thing is, because he was married to a European woman, and the fact that for him to practice nationalism is that he led the community into socialism, which hurt the African Americans in the long run. So this is why, for example, is that when it comes to the black betterers, is that they have to be committed to a synchronized African descendant woman. They have to be their political science has to be intact, and they make the decisions. They are the black custodians.
Anyway, man, but your thing's run by Prince Hall Freemasons, and Prince Hall Freemasons himself was a mixed race brother. Shut up, man.
I don't know where you're going with all that rubbish.
Man, Pan-Africanism is white. Pan-Africanism is a white concept. I'm surprised that fucking Vin never buried you, you know?
Brother, I think
you never buried. No, stop, brother.
I think you have misunderstood the reality. It doesn't matter what institution you are in. You're supposed to nationalize it, and this is the thing. Is that if you're in hockey, right, and you are trying to establish an institution, you're supposed to nationalize it for your people. It doesn't matter what curriculum is, your race comes first. And we as a people don't seem to understand that. If you're mixed race, you have an obligation to your people. Help the oppressed more than those who are not oppressed. It's very simple.
Right, let me ask you a question.
People understand it.
When they ask you, can you be mixed race and rise to the elite of the organization?
You can if you're Pan-Africanized.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So you can be of non-African origin and rise to the top, but you can't be of African origin and put your willy in a white vagina.
You cannot be
the white vagina.
The kids can be.
No, shush. Because I can't be Pan-African because I've got a white wife, but my kids can because they're mixed race. Is what you're saying?
As long as they're Pan-Africanized, yeah.
Stupid,
mad.
Dumb.
How is it dumb?
You're gonna let my child in.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. We're dealing with Pan-Africanism, brother, which you don't understand.
Man, no. No.
You're gonna tell the Pan-Africanist. Go on, brother. Go on then.
The bloodline is the bloodline, though.
Go on, brother. Go on.
You're gonna allow the product of my relationship into your organization, but you won't allow the creator of that person. Even
No,
if he tells you all this Pan-African shit he learned from his daddy, you're gonna be like, yeah, but your daddy married a white woman, and he's gonna say, "Watch your fucking mouth about my mama."
Right. Now,
it don't
as
make
long
sense,
as
bro.
as long as he's
but if you go with
Pan-Africanized, as long as he's Pan-Africanized, right?
He won't say
then
that.
He's accepted. If he's not Pan-Africanized, then he can't come in.
Can his dad be
Because,
Pan-African?
hold on, brother. Because we're talking about the mixed race. We're talking about the biracial Africans, but some of us are not biracial, brother, and we act as though we have a European parent, an Asian parent, and a Middle Eastern parent. We're no different than unsynchronized as mixed race in the house. So I don't think we can go there and talk about the mixed race Africans when some of us behave as though we are mixed race ourselves.
Oh,
I don't know what this brother's talking
psycho
about.
babble. That's
No,
what
get him,
psycho
man. He's
babble.
saying shit. Get him, man. Get him.
Psycho babble. That's a brain twister. That's brain twister.
What's he talking about?
Now the reason
already stopped all over Pan-Africanism.
I'm gonna say the reason that don't sound far-fetched.
All right, go on, boy.
But the reason that don't sound so far-fetched because if you speak to the Israelite brothers would say that, right? Like if you are the seed of your father, it's like your child is an Israelite, but your white wife is not. See what I'm saying? So even though
but
they're
there's
Israelite,
white boys in the Israelite thing though.
Yeah, but so then you're but them man will also say that if the mum is black and the dad is white, then the child's not an Israelite.
Yeah, exactly.
Unless he's from an Israelite bloodline.
Exactly.
Which you can be.
That's why it's not really far-fetched. It's not
Eugenics.
far-fetched when
This
KO
is
say
eugenics,
that.
man.
And we kind of still stand on the same thing. Even with the like with the ADOS movement, man, we try to stick on that same thing. Like if you're mixed, then you're not gonna have a lot of say-so in the movement, man.
Hold on. How do you take the house nigga instead of the field nigga? It makes no sense.
Huh?
You know what I'm saying?
It makes sense.
So the field nigga's the one who felt
do?
the pain. He's the one. He's in the organization from the beginning, but because
He's the one that brought
he
the
had
pain.
sex with Master's wife, you know what I'm saying? And now his son can be in. Him, Toby, you're gonna snitch on everybody.
Hold on, man.
The whole movement.
Thank you.
Like, bro, what are we doing
Yeah,
here?
but if you go by like especially if you're trying to go by like bloodline, right?
Mhm.
Like the Israelites are going by a bloodline. So if you're going by the bloodline, you are the seed of your father. So
Fair
it's not.
enough. Let's hop off the Israelites though, because I think that's very specific, and I do agree with you. That's their criteria. Now, Pan-Africanism, it's not even a religious thing like that. So they're not even following bloodline. From you look black, you're
Yeah,
African.
but it's African.
No, they're not. Brother,
It's
come
not
on,
African.
They're not even trying to trace.
Hold on,
They're not even
brother.
trying to trace where these. No. I'm talking. They're not even trying to trace where. What's that noise?
Who is that?
It's like
Brother's
a cow
Eunice,
mooing,
man. I've told you, brother. I don't know what he did.
You just allow it, man. You're gonna
Cat's
go
phoning you, bro.
Man's milking
You're
that
gonna
cow.
Right. Anyway, like I was saying to you, Kel, yeah. I lost my point now. There was too much distractions.
Well, you were saying get away from the Israelite because that's a religion.
Yeah, because obviously, So with Pan-Africanism, it's not like the Israelites where it's a religion, a culture. Pan-Africanism is an organization or part of organizations under one banner. We need to understand what's even making their criteria of what allows you to be a Pan-African. They don't care who your mom or dad is. If you present black, you're Pan-African. They don't give a fuck.
Rachel Dozer, man.
No. We go by principles, brother. We go by principles.
People that you wouldn't know were mixed race, right? You ain't trying to say, oh brother, before you come in this meeting, can we find out where your mom is, where your dad is, where they're from? No one cares.
We're basing things on principles, brother.
How black you look. They don't mind. They don't get the palest woman to front their organizations because she's black, or if she is mixed, it's through rape. That's what they're gonna. It's some bullshit, man.
Brother, we believe that the model should be the dark-skinned man and the dark-skinned.
Wow. What kind of racism is
What about the original
That's not racism, brother. Because the original. Hold on, brother. Let me clarify it, brother. Right? Because the original human beings on the planet were dark-skinned people.
That's not true.
That's a lie.
That's a lie.
This is crazy. Wait, before we just
Hold on,
start
brother.
saying
Hold
that's a
on,
lie,
hold on,
one
hold on, hold
second,
on,
one
brother.
second.
Hold on, hold
One
on.
second,
Now,
one
what?
second,
Okay,
brother.
we're gonna clarify that now. Go on.
Yeah. No. We definitely gonna get your clarification. I'm just advising the brothers engaging with you in this convo. Before we just say that's a lie,
Right.
let's like give him a bit more. Don't just say it's a lie. Why is it a lie? Kind of thing. Why are you saying it's a lie? What is it?
Why is it a lie for Khan
Yeah.
and Snipe? Why is it a lie?
Go on, I'll let you go first, Khan.
Wow, you're gonna let me answer?
Yeah.
All right, cool. If you go by the hue of the person's skin, and you would assume that the darker they are, the older their tribe was, then you'd be mistaken, because there's darker people that, like the Nilotic people, for example, that came about much after, compared to people that came before them, or which would have been regarded as ruddy or red color. So it don't go by how black you are.
Yeah, to make it African.
Brother Snipes.
And I would say the
you ready?
oldest tribe is the supposed that they've got DNA for is the Khoi and the San, which give you Khoisan, right? Who come from two older tribes, which I just mentioned, right? And they're relatively like quite fair and
yeah,
you know, yellow tone and oriental
Red,
looking,
yeah,
and all of that, you know,
oranges,
and nappy.
yeah.
They got the
They're
nappy,
beautiful
picky hair.
people. They're
So.
beautiful people.
Yeah, man. But they come in all shapes and colors and all of that.
Yeah.
So this is our point, that no matter what people you're looking at, we come in all different shapes and colors, and that's it.
Oh, when it comes to
It
the
doesn't
African
really
people,
matter about you assuming that everybody's dark skinned. That's
I
crazy.
never said everyone. I never said everyone's
All right,
dark
let
skin.
him answer.
I never said everyone's
Go on.
dark skin. Right now, we know that the Nile Valley, brother, and as it pertains to the African people, that they were very dark. Right now, let's go on to, because you two made a claim and says that the oldest parents, they weren't dark skinned. That's what you both says, right? So I'm gonna use your religion against you now to wake you up.
This will be fun. Go on, let's hear it.
Go on.
So first of all, what does Adam mean?
Soil, clay.
No. You lost already in that. I knew he's gonna do. Brother Snipes, you're ready, brother. What does Adam mean?
Adam.
What does it mean?
Or Adama.
Brother, Adam, what does it mean, brother? What does it mean? You can use Adam out or Adam. It's up to
it
you.
means ruddy. It means ruddy red.
No, it doesn't, brother.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
What language are you? What language are you translating?
Hold on, brother. We're getting a little bit. We're
what
trying
language
to
are you translating Adam from, please?
I've returned.
Big up, Zulu.
Hold on, brother.
Big up
Now,
everyone
brother,
on the panel.
Shalom.
that I'm gonna use your religion, right, to clarify what you both said.
You can't use man's religion. You can use
Let him go, Snipes. Don't do that. Just let him go. Let him go, man. Let him go.
We are
Please,
talking
we'll be here all
about
day, mate.
the Semitic language, right?
Yeah.
Go on, then.
Now,
Go on.
Adam.
What does Adam mean, bro? Come on.
Mean deep brown.
Adam means
oh
what?
God, I really thought we had some
Hold on, brother.
One second. Clarification, Carol.
Hold on,
it
brother.
means deep
Hold on, brother.
brown. Is that correct?
Deep brown.
Okay.
Deep brown, yeah. Okay,
Continue.
cool.
Now, when we're talking about the mother of the mankind that you like call Hawa, do you know what that means?
Means air.
No, it doesn't.
What means air?
No, it doesn't.
Go on, spirit. Then what?
It doesn't mean that either. Hawa means its leaves are dark green.
What?
See?
Hold on. Can we backtrack to Adam, because you're wrong there still?
Yeah. Hold on, brother.
No,
brother.
but I have to correct you though. I have to correct you. You was wrong.
Let him
You
land.
already
Let
got
him
the right
land.
answer, man. I don't
Let
know
him
what you're
land
doing.
first.
Go on.
Yeah, let him land for real. This is so
Yeah,
fair.
go through, man.
So its leaves are dark green. This is what we know already, brother, that they weren't ruddy. They were dark skinned people.
Both
of them.
See,
All right,
we can't confirm on that.
Can I respond now?
No, but brother, I don't need to.
Yeah.
You can go and do your research, and what Kale is saying is going to be correct. You can go and do your research. You see, brother, I don't need to lie or make.
Well, Kale, is that why you've named yourself Kale? Because you're the greenest leaf.
Now, notice what Khan's doing, and I'm not surprised, but he's doing method acting now.
Yeah, a
Because
deflection.
the reality,
Go ahead, Kel.
whether he likes it or not, when he does his research, and I'm not being arrogant, Kale's going to be right. Kale's going to be right.
All right,
Okay.
so can I respond to Adam? Yeah, Adam
Go
doesn't
on.
mean reddish brown. Adam means mankind. The word that you're looking for is dam, which is where Adam, derives the term, like Mikey said, red, from the word dam, which means blood. It means red. So the color or the hue, the Hebrew word is actually dam, and that
Okay.
is a reddish brown.
Right.
So the word Adam doesn't mean that. A word Adam itself means mankind.
Now, brother.
So that's clear. So reddish brown is a
Where can I find that,
brother, hold on,
If you
brother.
go to the lexicon, if you go to the lexicon and you look up the
Unfortunately, you are incorrect, because you have insan, which means mankind, and you have Adam, which don't mean mankind. You see, brother, when we're dealing with these types of issues, brother,
One minute.
Can you provide evidence
Isan means
for what
it
you're
means
saying?
humanity. Doesn't mean mankind.
Hold on, brother.
One of them is humanity, the other is mankind. You got mixed up, bro.
Kel, what language are you dealing with?
Brother.
I
I've
don't
told
speak
you what.
Arabic.
Hold on, brother. You see, we got to calm down now, brother, because too much air is coming out, and we're in a hot situation. Calm down. There's no need. Just cool it.
You're the only bro. Listen. Pause on the hot situation. Pause on the hot situation. If you're sweating, Kale, that's your problem, bro. I'm not sweating. I'm not sweating, bro.
Brother. Now, as I said to you already, Adam doesn't mean mankind at all. You see?
Bro.
Doesn't mean
Don't do this. If I have to screen share now, it's peak. Like, don't do this.
I think someone screen share, please.
Adam means son of the red earth.
I'm gonna do now.
Son of the
what I'm gonna do now.
People are just making up definitions now.
Just Google, just
No,
literally
you know
Google
what I'm
what
gonna do?
does Adam mean, and it will come up. It's
No,
the first thing.
It means man.
Son of the
It
red
means
earth.
mankind.
No. It doesn't mean mankind.
I'm gonna use your religion against you now. Watch this now. Watch this now. Right.
Sorry, while he's doing that, there is a possibility that there's more than one meaning to a word, and really, we've all agreed, apart from Kale, who was wrong. So everyone who said it was a red color or the soil color or mankind, we all agreed on the same thing, really. Or even the son of the soil, that's all the same thing. But to say dark brown is the only one that really, for me, stuck out as being clearly wrong.
It doesn't mean Khan's right. It doesn't mean dark skin. It doesn't mean
Brother Khan, is there a narration, right? Is there a narration where the creator tells?
Big up Born for the sharing the screen.
Yeah. We'll get it.
I can screen share as well. I've got it here.
You got it. All right, go ahead, Zulu.
Now.
I'm sharing it now.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Zulu.
It's on the screen already.
Yeah,
but I was saying
it's different from this.
No, it's the same. It says man.
Exactly, it's the exact same, right?
But
exactly.
mine's blue letter Bible. It's more details, isn't it?
Go for it then. Thank you, Born.
Okay. All right,
He hating Born.
No. Born's is the same as mine actually.
No. Born's was up. You weren't happy with that. You wanted it to be yours.
I wanted it to be detailed, So
go ahead, go for it.
The pronunciation Adam, right? And it says here the biblical usage is man, mankind, man, human being, man.
Sorry. I've got an issue already.
What?
Biblical usage is not definition, bro.
It is definition.
But it's a biblical word, though.
No,
Of course it is.
No.
It's not, man.
It's the Hebrew language.
What's wrong with you?
It's the Hebrew language meaning. These languages have roots. We can even go to the root of this word.
Yeah, but it's an Akkadian word, but
even in the Sumerian, it has similar meaning. The point is the definition is man. Even
which one's older though?
Even in the one that's irrelevant. Even in the one that Born Rich was looking at, I saw it for a quick glance. It said man as well. So I've proved my case anyway. So as you can see, it means man. Now the root is, like I said previously, red. The root word for that is radi.
Can I say something, Zulu?
Yeah, go on.
This was pointed out to me by a Hebrew Israelite brother, by the way. Not taking any credit for myself, but there is a tradition of naming the nation after the progenitor. So, for example, when we talk about Israel, we're talking about an individual, but the name applies to the nation as well. Same with Adam. So, when we're talking about Adam, yeah, we are all the sons of Adam. So, the nation or the humanity or the tribe or whatever is named after the progenitor, which was Adam. So, it's obvious and logical that when you say Adam, it means mankind. It's obvious. Like, you don't need to work it out any further than that.
No. Because hold on, brother. When you say that Adamine, hold on, brother. When you say that Adamine, then we're saying the mankind. But when we're saying Adam is single, and this is where you're gonna get finished now. Now,
What? Okay, but Kel, you still haven't proved that means dark. You haven't proved it means dark skin. Where's the dark skin, Kel? Where's dark
we have
skin?
to calm down, brother. We have to calm down now.
Kale, in the Bible, when it says, "Hear, O Israel," is he
down,
talking
brother.
to one person or the
Brother.
tribe?
Exactly.
But brother, we have to calm down.
Kalas, case closed.
Stop saying that though. Man are asking you questions and you're interrupting, saying we have to calm down. Stop saying that, man. Just answer the question.
When he's saying, brother, I can maneuver in a way that suits my situation. All due respect to beloved,
Yeah,
right?
but you're stalling for time because your brain's not into
This is what
gear.
you're doing though, yeah? You're trying to frustrate people that are trying to talk to you. Like, do you want to talk or you don't? You just keep repeating phrases to people that make no sense. You got to calm down. No one was hyped.
At all.
Yeah, exactly.
I said it was hot, you know.
You would have thought some of us was on mute and that. Waiting an opportunity like to speak.
Stop this technique that you're trying to use.
Come on,
basically, brother Carol is trying to. Oh, he's not even there. Oh, he's gone.
Maybe he was cutting out because he was cutting out.
He's cooling down. It's hot in his room. He's cooling down.
Okay.
No.
All right, Carol, can I get you to calm down, please?
Okay, my brother. Okay.
All right, don't lie. Is that what you want to do? You want to open the door for my man, yeah? All right.
Yeah, let's go.
Go on. What did he open the door for you?
Big up, Shaka.
Yo, Shax.
Ah.
Blessings.
Man said,
Greetings. Party.
Assalamu alaikum, brother Shaka.
Arisha and Ali. Before man goes any further, I want to say rest in peace to the warring dan from Clarendon, we're better than Bin Laden and the Taliban. Merciless. You know what I'm saying?
Leonard, the girl and disorder.
Yeah, man, the girl and disorder. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, for us, you know what I'm saying? Because, yeah, man, respect to Mavis, because Mavis was a man that is romantic. Well.
Big up.
Yeah, but legendary artist that, so we can't say nothing without big up.
That's right.
Definitely, man. My first little I had a jungle crew called the Merciless Crew. We named it after I named it after Merciless, basically, because I've seen something with Merciless in anyway, where he was on stage and I was just like, yo, this artist is bad. So we was the Merciless Crew. So big up to Merciless.
Bad artist.
It was hard.
So yeah, man, rest in peace, rest in peace to Merciless. You know what I mean? But yeah, continue.
Right, yeah. So KO, yeah, you gonna calm down now, brother, yeah?
I've had some ice, water, and the fans on, so I'm calm.
All right, cool.
Better now. All right,
so,
cool.
Ruddy, not Ruddy, Adam.
Right.
Everyone, people have pulled it up. It's saying man. So talk to me.
So you need to prove it means dark skin.
Hold on, brother. You see, you've just entered, brother, without being asked. Or due respect in that. Adam, brother, when you're saying man, what's he done? You see, you're saying it means man. We're on about complexion. You see?
Yep.
Send something in the private chat, right? That's going to clarify what I'm saying. And as I said to you already, it's in your book that Adam means when you are deep brown, and your scholars have affirmed this, and also it's in your hadiths. So I've sent it in the group. I'm going to send more things as well, by the way.
Okay, so now you're going to use hadith, so we're no longer biblical, right? Right, Kel? Just want to confirm before we proceed, because I don't deal with hadiths.
But you're from the Abrahamic.
I don't put it all in under one umbrella. It's not all under one umbrella for me.
You're from the Abrahamic faith.
There's no I don't believe in no Abrahamic faith. I don't believe in no Abrahamic faith, bro. If we're gonna do
can I just say, yeah, I have no dog in this particular fight because I'm not well versed on what Adam means. I have heard theories about it. However, the whether one
there's the meaning.
Whether one is aligned with the hadith or not, the linguistic relationship between the terminologies is without a doubt. So it doesn't really matter which one of the Arabic faiths.
Brother Shakara, can I mention to you how we actually got to this position? The argument is from Brother Kale that the blacker you are, or the darker your hue, the more you are an original African. But actually, in fact, you know that the original people were there were dark black people. There were black people, but the people came after them that were darker than them. So you can't judge somebody's lineage.
I don't know if that's the case or not. I'm not sure if that's the case or not. I don't have a definitive position on either. I think though it depends on the context for which you make that statement. Yeah. So for example, there are contexts in which certainly the darker you are, the more well, let's say the less non-African ancestry you have in your lineage, right? So like for example, many Africans from the Caribbean have varying different degrees of European ancestry or very different degrees of indigenous American ancestry. Yeah.
But let's keep it within Africa for this conversation.
Okay, but I'm saying as far as within Africa, it would depend on the group. So, like for example, the Khoisan may have variations of complexion from light to dark, but then there are groups that are characterized by their darkness. So those who are centered on the equator, yes, and in the vicinity of the equator, tend to have darker skin complexion. Yeah, the further you move away from the equator, you have lighter skin complexion. So among those who are closer to the equator, lighter skin complexion may be an indication, or is often an indication of ancestry other than African. Yeah.
So, but Kale's point was that in order for not Pan-Africanism to be successful, but basically in order to be a strong Pan-African, the whole ideology is to be the dark-skinned man and the dark-skinned woman. You've gotten rid of a massive amount of black people.
You haven't got rid of anything. So there's two things here. The first thing is that you have a situation in which dark skin was demonized and throughout our history, yeah. And so part of the Pan-African philosophy is the valorization of dark skin, yeah.
But in doing so, that statement kind of
as a standard
gets rid of light skin, no?
No, it doesn't get rid of anything, like because
or vilifies light skin.
For example, everybody's seen me before. I'm not the darkest of Africa.
Yeah, exactly.
What's it called? Yeah, and I've never felt and gotten rid of being raised in a Pan-African community that standardizes dark skin.
Shakara, to be the one that brings up people's personal history. Didn't you say that you was part Cuban?
It's just mad.
Because you can have one. You can have one family.
I would never Shakara and say because of your color, you're less African than me.
Can I finish?
I'm just saying.
Let me just say this.
Can I finish? No. Can I finish? Thank you, Lord of mercy. Like how
gonna go down this path again?
No, but
don't make it long. Don't make it long.
People getting passionate.
But I literally said a sentence and three man jumped in on the conversation. Sorry, my lord, yeah. So as a born and raised Pan-Africanist, that's never been the issue. I've never had a problem being accepted as African because I'm not as dark as Maku or a brother from or a sister from Sudan. That's
I don't know why you said Maku then. Why did you say Maku?
Because Maku's darker than me. Maku's darker than me.
But he's
right?
not. He's not really that dark, bro.
I'm ready, red.
Brother.
Red,
Like, listen, the point that he's making is, come on, man.
Exactly.
Go on.
But his point. 1 minute, man. His
Bro,
point
man,
don't hold true because he's mixed race. But the guy's mixed
You know what
race.
it is? You know what it is? No. You want to interrupt an African talking about Africa.
Oh,
That's what you
for
want to do.
fuck's sake.
Let him talk then.
Let him talk, man.
What the fuck you interrupting him for?
A minute ago, you lot was asking me to speak.
Yeah. No, I'm saying.
Anyway, I'm going on mute.
No. Yeah, go on mute. Sorry.
Listen, it's all well and good for people to have their perceptions, right? I'm talking from a perspective of being born and raised in the movement, yeah, whereby these conversations happen and dark skin is celebrated. There's a context for the celebration of dark skin. Many of us, especially coming out of the Caribbean experience, yeah, that you have societies all throughout the Americas whereby stratification of status, social and economic mobility was often afforded to you because of lighter skin, because lighter skin was representative of having white ancestry. Yeah, this was literally systematically in place like Jamaica and Brazil and Cuba and other places. Yeah, and so the Pan-Africanists or anybody who's coming to challenge that kind of system, what's it called, standardized dark skin and celebrated dark skin. Yeah, to readdress that balance and put emphasis on the celebration of things that were African rather than European.
But listen, is that not based on the assumption that the original man was the darkest motherfuckers on the planet?
Not necessarily. Right? Not necessarily.
No,
not necessarily.
Not
not
okay.
Necessarily.
Listen. From my perspective, I probably grew up with this kind of belief that the original African was a very, very dark-skinned person, right? And obviously, as I've got older, I've come to realization that all of these shades were within our collective, and there's no telling whether it was the darker or the lighter person that was born. We've now come away from this theory that as we traveled away from the equator, our skin got lighter and all that shit. We've broken out of that paradigm. So I kind of still associate the darkest African type of thing with that kind of notion, if you see where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I'm saying that it may be the case that reasoning factored into the argument at some points and at different points. What I'm saying is that the valorization and the celebration of dark skin has a context. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? It's not about for example, a man like Marcus Garvey says that we should embrace all shades of the race within the race. Yeah.
Okay.
But he also the movement that he led also celebrated dark skin. Yeah.
Okay, but why? Because what if dark skin wasn't our own? Like, do you understand what I'm saying?
I was about to say the exact same thing. Yeah.
Like, if dark skin isn't, for instance, our archetype,
I think I've already said.
Huh?
I think I've already said. First of all, there's many of us, whether because we're conflating time periods as though like the darkest. Sorry,
people were further back in history. Yeah.
No, yeah, but yes. So let's maybe that is or is not the case. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
No, but the celebration of the dark skin would be playing towards that fact that we're celebrating our original state,
not
right?
necessarily. Yeah, but our original state is not necessarily what we perceived the original Homo sapien to be. Our original state is what state we have been in over an extended period of time. So it could let's say we started the counting from the year 1000 according to the Gregorian calendar, right? Within that period of time, we've gone through a process whereby, well, we've developed a thing whereby many of us come from very dark complexions, yeah, people who are very dark in complexion, okay, and then we go through a process in which a system that privileges and empowers lighter skin complexion over darker skin complexion is imposed, and so then we say, well, actually, but in order to get rid of that white lighter skin mentality, we're celebrating the darkest among us. Yeah.
So
and everything else is going to be
if I
validated.
can go next, yeah.
Darkest among us. That's so. Yeah, it's not. What I'm saying is, it's not necessarily based upon what we perceive to be the original Homo sapien or whatever.
I hear you. I hear you.
Can I say something quickly?
Yeah, go on, go on, Raheem.
So I find it interesting that what you said, and it does kind of make sense. But I think when you talk about systems where darker skin has been vilified, it's not just darker skin that's been vilified. Light skin has been vilified as well. Black people as a whole have been vilified. So why is it we celebrate the dark skin instead of all black as a whole in the Pan-African movement? That would make more sense than saying, all right, we're all accepted, we're all beautiful people, but let's boost up because what it comes across as, now it may not be intentional, is let's boost up the darker skin above everybody else because of your perception that you've all been vilified more.
Nobody said above everybody else.
To celebrate means to celebrate means that one is more, it's a moment of importance. So you are equating a moment of importance to a specific group of people.
When in the context of challenging the indoctrination of white supremacy, generations of us have been raised and indoctrinated into a mentality that celebrates light skin because it is a symbol of whiteness. It becomes necessary to celebrate dark skin. And as a caramel complected African, I have never felt inadequate because of my skin complexion being raised in an environment that does that. I don't think
the point is about your feelings of inadequacy or
it's
adequacy.
Not my feelings.
I think
you're asking about the movement.
I think the point is, yeah, exactly. But you keep mentioning your feelings. So my point is that if you are celebrating one above the other instead of the whole collective, you are nigh on mirror imaging what the other thing you're trying to destroy is doing.
Blackness is celebrated in general. Yes, I am not less celebrated. Yeah, within that context, it just means that.
But the others celebrated more.
No, it just means that the celebration of my blackness will not be based upon my lighter skin complexion. That's all it is, right?
Why?
And
why did Kale run to the biblical definition, a 2,000-year-old definition? Because what Shakara said is 100% true and beautiful and politically correct. But the reason why Kale went to the oldest definition of the oldest word that describes humanity is because of the implication that the blacker you are, the older you are, and the closer you are to Adam. And that's what the correlation that the brother tried to establish. And really, Shakara, what you've done, you've given a beautiful Pan-African speech, which I 100% wholeheartedly agree with. And it was only recently that the blackest people were held up as beautiful. It's only been very recent. And yeah, respect to that whole movement. But the argument that the brother's putting forward, Kale's putting forward, has unfortunately fallen flat on his face.
No, but to be clear, I'm not saying that any of you are right or wrong with regards to what the original human beings look like in terms of.
Yeah.
I think
I agree with everything you said, Shaka. It's beautiful. Beautifully put.
It's entirely possible based upon the where humanity is said to have the different areas that humanity is said to have emerged from, so to speak. Yeah, that they were the darkest people. I don't have a problem with the concept of them being darkest people, and they may not have been the darkest people. They may have been a bit lighter than the South Sudanese, for example, right? Should I say whatever? But all I'm saying,
man, someone's echo is so bad I can't even hear what you're saying properly.
I can hear the echo.
Probably Kale. Try again. Echo still there?
No, it's gone.
Yeah, it was
no, it's still there. It's still there.
I can still hear the echo, definitely.
Yeah, Shaka, you there?
Okay, yeah.
It was only recently when that film Blade come out, Wesley Snipes being the leading man. There was a lot of controversy about a black-skinned or a dark-skinned black man being the leading man of a whole film. And that wasn't even that long ago.
Have you ever
I understand fully what you're saying, and I agree with you.
But
obviously, to me, from my point of view, some of the most beautiful people are some of the blackest people. They're beautiful people. We can't deny that.
Yeah.
And I agree with everything what you said. I'm not lying, but I'm just saying in this particular argument, I don't think you really helped Kale's position.
I'm not. Yeah, we're having a conversation, bro. I'm
Yeah,
sure
of course.
that
It's not
I'm sure that me
competitive.
and
I'm just
brother
saying.
Kel, brother Kel
Just clarifying.
will agree on much and disagree on some things, and I'm sure that we agree on more than we disagree on. Right? It's possible for us to have disagreement. It's not a problem. What's it called? The issue. So even in this day and age, yeah, I don't know if you have because I work with young people in it, so I'm exposed to a lot of things, yeah, in at certain points, right? And there's been, a few years ago, there was a number of videos whereby young men and young women were going around, the streets, just doing vox pops, you know what I'm saying? And one of the most popular questions was lighty or darky or whatever, yeah, and them kind of things there. And some of the viewpoints of, especially our young men, yeah, black young men, with regards to the beauty standards being associated with light skin, are shocking, yeah, that in this day and age, so many of our children are still indoctrinated into that self-hating psychology, yeah. So we still have that problem today. It's not a problem.
All right.
Away.
All right. Just be a good moderator. Sorry, family. The original thing was Adam, the meaning of Adam, right, and what it stands for. Brother Kale was saying that it meant dark skin. Dark.
Deep brown.
Deep brown. Next man saying ruddy. Now, ruddy and deep brown, I think they're different. They are different. They have similarities, but they're different. So I just need to get to the truth of what the matter is. Someone says it's man. Someone saying it's ruddy. Someone saying it's red. Someone saying it's deep brown. Okay.
The literal translation is what I put up on screen. The Hebraic translation.
No.
Is
That's not the literal translation.
That's not the translation, bro.
Because your translation, you know why I say it's not, yeah?
Go on.
The reason why I would say it's not, Raheem, from what I saw was it said a man of red or a man of brown.
Son of the red.
Yeah, there's too much
son of the red earth.
In Hebrew, you would have to say Ben Adamah. That's Ben something like when you say son of. So that doesn't mean son of. First of all.
But Zulu, surely the relevance of soil is that God made man out of the soil, right?
Yeah, we're connected to the earth in that sense, yes.
Right. So obviously, then when we look at the word, it's bound to mean both things, isn't it? It's bound to mean soil is what we was made from, and man is what we were made into. So
and the funny thing is, it's not everywhere where the soil is red as well.
When we looked at the root for Adam, it did tie to red earth. We looked at
yes,
root word,
that's right.
But the word itself, Adam, is refers to mankind.
That's right.
Can I just say,
where's the confusion with Kale? I don't understand.
That's the biblical interpretation.
But nowhere did we see dark skin. Nowhere did we see dark skin in the definitions.
We have to separate etymology from just definition, because etymology is about the origin of words.
Origin of the word.
Definition can this be the definition of the word at this moment in time or any point in history,
which does change over time. You're right. Yes.
So you have to bear in mind those things.
So Kale, can you substantiate your claim that it means dark skin, please, if you don't mind? Honorable Kale, are you there?
Well, listen, brother.
Yeah, I'm still.
I actually believe that.
in the chat as well. The thing is, unfortunately, right? You've definitely misquoted what I said, and it's very interesting. But I'm not surprised, right? I typically use the word deep brown, and when I was referring to that, the dark skin, black woman needs to be represented, right? Is because the dark-skinned woman, especially in enslavement, right, is that the lighter-skinned Africans you could pass as Europeans, right, she would never, ever, ever go and tell the power structure, let alone after enslavement, that that's really an African descendant. She would never do that. She was very loyal, and because of her loyalty, because of her loyalty, that we honor the black woman. That you should be the model for all the shades of black women. If a woman is the model for all women, then the dark-skinned woman needs to be the model for all the shades of black women. I rest my case.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, that
Kel?
doesn't even make sense.
So Kel, let's say you've got a family. Let's say you've
Whatever
got a family.
complexion you're born into,
Let's
I
say,
mean, because
let's
sorry,
say, can I
go
just
on.
say this quickly? Let's say if you got a family, one is one descendant is dark, another is light. They come
Yeah,
from the
right.
same parent. They come from the same parents. Is
Right,
one
right.
supposed to be favored more than the other, even though they come from the same stock, just because of the complexion of their skin?
Here's the thing, brother, right? I am also coming from that background, right? One of my parents is extremely very light and the other's dark. I myself, accidentally, you see me on the camera and stuff, right? I am not that dark myself, right? But I class myself as a dark-skinned man. Do you understand what I mean in that, right? So the thing is,
How does
it's
that
not
work?
about...
How does that work if you're not dark skinned? If you're not dark skinned, how do you classify yourself as a dark skinned man?
I'm a dark-skinned man. I'm not light-skinned, I'm dark-skinned.
Just
I
said
fall into the category
you're
of
not that
dark-skinned.
dark.
Right.
Yeah, this is
I'm
getting it's colorist, man.
confused.
It's colorist
This is
bullshit,
getting
man.
a bit
I don't know what's
subjective,
going
man.
on.
Just ain't making sense.
I don't know what's
It's
going
turning
on.
into the Dulux color chart all over
So do you
again.
see how much
we did see you, and at the end of the day, yeah, I believe Kel is like similar complexion to me and Shakara, and we're dark skinned. We might not be the darkest fucking chocolate in the box, but we dark skinned, man. We ain't gonna be trying to class us no light skin. Neither do we have the desire to call ourselves light
And it's
skin.
not being disrespectful, exactly. It's not being disrespectful to the... but I'm just...
And we ain't gonna do no, oh, I'm brown and man, we're man. Gal can do them stupidness.
That's
and
not what I was saying.
And I still side eye you. Oh, you brown
He
skin.
literally turned around and
Jedi's
said,
always picking
I'm
on
not that
Raheem. Allow
dark.
it, Jedi, bro.
He said,
Shut
I'm
up,
not
man,
that dark.
dickhead. You
And
been
then
picking
turned
on
around.
anyone. Shut up, man.
Man can't say nothing right, boy. He made him into wrong
What are
him.
you talking about, Khan? Stop stirring shit
Wrong
up,
him.
man. Shut your
Again, wrong
mouth,
him.
Khan, man.
Oh,
Hold
stop
on,
stirring
Raheem. Raheem, you know I ain't chatting to you, innit? So
Oh, okay, cool.
yeah, you know I ain't
Oh, I
chatting
thought
to
you
you.
were
Man.
saying Raheem's like a girl now.
Shut up, man!
It's you, man. Beta.
It's you, Khan. Shut the fuck up, man. Now, how are you trying to talk for me and tell me who I'm talking to and what I'm trying to say? I wasn't saying nothing to Raheem.
Oh,
Yeah?
sorry.
I wasn't saying
Fucking
nothing
hell.
to Raheem.
Don't bite my head off.
I was talking with Raheem, I weren't trying to shut him down or nothing.
All right,
Yeah,
cuz. That's how it seemed to
I was
me, though.
actually
That's what...
saying, brother Khan, like, eat a sausage, man.
All right, cool.
Synchronize, man.
Yeah, I was just literally just trying to co-sign with brother Kel. Say, yeah, we seen Kel. Kel's a dark-skinned brother. He might not be the darkest hue on the palette, but he's like me. I assume that he's like me, maybe Shakara. You know what I mean? Sniper. We all the same brown.
Like born. I'm dark.
Like me as well. Like me as well.
Relax a little bit.
Nah.
Relax.
We're gonna throw niggas in the same boat.
Come on, man.
Blatantly
We're not
bone
gonna
and
do
all
that.
of
We're not
that.
gonna
Like,
do
bro,
that. Nah, for real.
caramel
We're not
nigga.
gonna do that.
Like, what are you doing
You
here?
are like, yeah, of course, yeah.
I ain't no caramel nigga, man.
But like then obviously, hold on. Obviously, like the brother Shax is showing though, there's levels to this thing.
Yes.
Right? There's levels, and we recognize that. So if you want to say these lot are dark skinned and no one lighter than them can call themselves dark skinned, then I will concede. But until then, I'm a dark skinned man. And when it comes to UK and whatnot, you don't get much darker than me. Yeah. My only brethren that are darker than me are my Ghanaian brethren and my Ugandan brethren.
Yeah.
That's it. And I thought I was the blackest motherfucker until I was at their family function. And they're looking at me like, yo, who's lightly?
I've got to jump off because I got
I thought I was black as fuck, bro. I did. Yeah. I went to my brother's birthday party. All his Ugandan cousins was there. And I was like, whoa. I was in love. I'm not going to lie. I was in fucking love.
Ugandans are really dark. Yeah.
Serious. And big up Sudan as well. Sudan don't fuck around.
Yeah.
The proper black.
Yeah, that shiny, beautiful.
Yeah, I've got to jump off, but I'll be back later on, yeah?
All right, big up Raheem.
You even got it in night.
Big up people, man.
Big up Raheem, man.
Diversity of night.
We got it in South, we got it in bare places.
Yeah, we got it in Nige, we got everywhere, man.
Amongst our
All
family
right,
members.
yeah, no, you got whatever.
Mix
Listen, I get it. What we have in Nige, you have in Nige, but it's not. I just said Sudan Like, we're not gonna do the Olympics, dark skin Olympics.
Generic. It's
That-
generic
that-
though. Generic.
That nilotic black, you're not fucking with it, bro.
Yeah, that's on
Black.
its own level for sure.
But I got uncles that scary.
Bro, of course you do. You got everything, Snacks.
Yellow
but,
eyes.
like, yeah. Of course you
Yeah,
do.
pink tip-
I'm sure
pink
you
tip
do.
eyes.
You won't be unbeaten. When it comes to
Huh?
Nigeria, nothing's not inside of Nigeria.
I'm talking here, bro.
When it comes to Sniper, yeah, but he's Nigerian, right?
I got family
yeah,
here, but of
strongest
all
man is
different
probably
things.
Nigerian, smartest man, fastest man, darkest man. I get it.
That's on one today.
Can't fuck with America, man.
In the family.
America
You're
got all
not
the
laughing.
Yeah, all colours, man.
When he switches, just make sure you lot got my back. Pause. All right, cool. Let's go, man. Bear man's giggling, you know. When Sniper switches, I'm out, man. But yeah, where's Shax? Yeah. So to do with this complexion thing, anyway, like I was just saying, yeah, some of the brothers we are dark skinned. We're just not the darkest skin. We are dark skinned. If anyone was trying to compare us or anything, then yeah, I think it's either you're dark skin or you're light skin. If you in between, pick a side.
But if you think about it, is it really dark or is it red?
Yeah, it's very red.
I know.
Very
I'm
red.
ready.
Like, I'm very
I'm
very
definitely
red.
ruddy red.
Same.
And
I don't
Jed
think
as well,
I'm.
yeah,
I'm dark. I would be called dark skin, but I think I'm red.
But
if I was to really be honest.
Okay, I hear you.
Red is a color. Dark is a quality of color. It's not a color in and of
That's
itself.
true. Because I'm pretty dark for a white man.
Oh, stop it, man. Stop it, man. Allow it, man.
Oh, my chest.
But you got the both in
but,
you. I mean,
when we
both,
talk about the red, we could just be talking about the undertone, right? That's something that I think we can all identify with.
You
Some
can
of
see
us
it.
have got
And the
red
yellow as
undertone.
well.
Some of us have got yellow undertone.
Yeah.
Exactly. I was just gonna say that. Yeah. And you
It's
find
become
that when
like
you go in the
many,
sun, you either resemble mahogany, that reddish brown, or I don't know. There's only like a certain there's as dark as the dark goes, and then the undertones play more of a part. You look like kind of rosy.
Even when you come out of the shower, it's like when I come out of the shower, it's red. Kind of. Is it because of the blood, maybe, and the heat and all that?
I don't know.
What are we doing?
I don't know what he's saying.
I'm
saying,
saying,
what
I
you
think
saying? You
just got red hue. You know
No,
the red hue.
it's not blush. It's not blush. I'm saying I think the tone that you're talking about is something to do with the blood as well. That reddish thing. It might be the blood underneath the skin. That's what I'm suspecting.
I know what you mean. I don't think that's what it is, though.
You think
But
it's just
yeah,
naturally
definitely
red?
when you're in the sun.
You know why I don't think it's what it is?
you
It's
become
weird.
your
You know why I don't
enhanced
think
colour.
it's what it is? Don't they say before the blood is exposed to oxygen in the air, it's green, right?
Yeah.
So
blue.
No, that's actually false though.
Is that false? I was thinking it might be false still.
Nah,
Yeah,
the
green blood,
iron,
that doesn't even
the
sound
iron in
real.
your blood is what makes it red, isn't it?
Yeah, but only when it's exposed to oxygen.
Yeah, that's right.
And some people have seen some guts come out and they said, "Yeah, it was blue, man," and then it just. Anyway, I'm not
Blue.
It was green, man. It was green, innit?
What
All right, cool. Sorry, I feel like I
Have you seen
interrupted
someone's
the flow of an
intestines?
argument. I'm not sure who it was that was. Does anyone want to get back on the microphone?
Yeah, Kale was supposed to answer the question.
Boom. There you go.
Kale.
Called out a name. We've called him out.
Honorable Kale, are you there?
What I'm doing, brother, right, is sending the proof that Adam
That's rude, man.
and his wife, right? Well, brother, you can laugh if you want. The fact of the matter is they were dark skin, and I'm going to show you right now. So you can laugh.
You're gonna show us a hadith, yeah?
You can do fisherman laughing. You can bend. You can do whatever you want. At the end of the day, brother, the parents of mankind, they were dark-skinned people, and
100%.
I'm going to show you. Okay.
No one's disputing that though, Kale. You just went off on a mad one.
It does occur to me that if you all are saying that Adam means something to do with ruddy red or dark brown, then none of you have an argument here. There's no disagreement here.
That's right.
Because ruddy red could be considered and would probably, in most cases,
Not
be
dark
considered
brown
dark.
though. Not
Well,
dark brown though.
What is dark brown other than dark? I don't, like,
No, reddish brown and dark brown is not the same.
Yeah,
come on, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
I suggest that probably in the realms of dark, when I think reddish brown and dark brown, I consider dark brown to be darker than reddish brown. But
Right.
that doesn't mean that reddish brown is not dark. I'm just
right.
confused about what the debate is here.
Okay, because what we're talking about is ruddy and deep brown. Yeah. So we all had pencils when we was young. Yeah, coloring pencils. We know, innit, what ruddy is. I knew what ruddy was from I was a youth.
What is ruddy? What is ruddy? What is
Ruddy
ruddy?
is red. Ruddy is red. It's a reddish brown. That's what it is. We are ruddy. Me and
Right.
you are ruddy.
So, are we not dark? Because you just said that we're dark, right?
I do
Yeah, but
believe
it's not dark brown. It's something else.
Is it dark brown? Is it dark brown?
So the
That's
debate
what
is
I'm
whether
trying
it's
to
dark brown or dark red.
Yeah.
Because
remember,
red and brown are different, right?
Yeah, I hear that, but they're both dark. That's the point.
Right.
But that's not. But that's not what we're not arguing about. The word dark. We're arguing about dark brown, deep brown is what he said. This is what we're arguing about.
But
So
if I was
we're trying to establish, are we talking about the same hue? Because
if
it
I was
doesn't
to
sound like
describe
we were.
your complexion though, Jedi, based upon like
Is this woman's hair? Is this woman's hair deep brown?
No, it's I'd say it's
It's ruddy. It's red. It's a reddish brown.
Is that what you think? Is that what the ruddy?
It's one of them.
No,
yeah,
that is
yeah,
what
yeah,
it means.
definitely.
That is what it means.
What, so her hair is ruddy.
Yeah, it's the same
Like, hold on.
pigment.
Her
but-
hair's the
One
color of
second, one second.
her
The
hair is the
pigment's the
color.
same.
Her hair is the color of some of our skin. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
at a
No
different
issue.
And I'm saying
concentration.
This is
that-
ruddy
and
as
I'm-
well.
It's just the
Right.
concentration of the pigment
This
that
is
makes
ruddy
it
as well.
darker.
I see this. But then I could show you deep brown, and it's not this. It doesn't have. It's not. It's not.
Doesn't
this,
have the
bro.
reds. Doesn't
You
have
got
that
eyes,
same
man.
reds.
It's
But
not the same.
because you lot said reddish brown in it. So
Ruddy.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
And when he's talking Islamically, he's got to go to the creation of Adam, and the creation of Adam says black mud. You got what I'm saying?
It's
Not
even
even
dark
ruddy
brown.
red.
That's completely
da-da-da-da-da.
different.
Yeah,
But
so
then-
that's a different.
They're just
That's a
different, innit?
different.
And I just,
But he tried to
But
come
then
at man
what-
religiously, yeah. And I'm like, but we've had these debates. We've
I'm a
been
bit
at
confused,
Speaker's
though.
Corner
If-
when we've established that Adam is black because the situation that he was created from, definitely, and the word being used could only be perceived as black or
So that-
dark.
but if you're saying that,
dark,
I'm not
some
sure what
dark
you're
colour.
debating him on though, because that
No,
would
I don't
support
know
what
what
he
he's
said.
saying. He's saying
He's
that
saying that
it's
Adam
deep brown.
refers
Hold
to the
on,
dark
deep
human
brown,
skin
and
of
then
being.
Eve is or Hawa, according to the
Dark
Islamic,
green?
right? Is green
Is
like
it-
the
wow.
green is olive or something
Dark- like
that,
dark
or olive
leaves.
leaf or something.
Mad.
Some leaf.
I don't know about Hawaii, but I'm
So
saying
because of that, hold on.
what is the
Because of
argument?
that, the two original people on the planet, according to the biblical, you got what I'm saying? But we've already given him tribes and stuff to say, bro, they're part of this situation in their origin, or it's something separate, because these people seem to be older than the concept that you're trying to come with.
Based
We can
upon what
agree.
Maku has just said and what
Yeah.
Kale has just said before, there is no disagreement between those two positions. That there's no significant disagreement between those two positions whatsoever.
What brown?
No,
Brown.
you just said that
Brown.
you had the debates with man, and you've established that Adam must have been dark skinned because of the context and the soil and
Right.
the word that was being used. Yeah,
Right.
and Kale has just said that Adam, according to the Quranic and the biblical tradition, must have been dark skinned because of the soil and the word that was
Right.
being used. That there
So
is no
now, where's
debate.
Eve? Where's Eve?
I'm not sure about the Eve thing. When I
Right.
thought
So
I thought the 1 second, I thought the conversation was about Adam and the use of the term Adam and the
No,
complexion of
it's
Adam.
it's husband
saying
and
that-
wife.
I'm
Sorry.
saying what I'm saying is that those two positions, there's not a disagreement there. So why are we manufacturing a
As you
disagreement? when
mean,
there's
as
not one?
you listening to the conversation now, and I'm explaining to you, there's more to it, right? So it stems from the first couple, yeah. So he's assuming from what he's read or that the first couple were both dark-skinned people, and we say how confirm that how's that true? Like we know about Adam, yeah. We know about Adam. Come on, this is an old conversation. You know what I mean? But Hawa or Eve, we're not 100% sure. Do you get what I'm saying? And she could even be a Khoisan or whatever. She could be.
She could have been
No, but
Latin.
Then hold on. Because the apparent thing of people of different shades and whole tribes of yellow skin and we know this, right? So this
as
is
far
what
as
we're
I'm
trying to
aware,
say. The overall thing of saying black African, like we can't really stand on that because where we come from is there's so much colors and mixes and it's not that. You get me? It's not that the issue. We can't just take two dark-skinned people and say this is it. This is the original format. This is the original model because we don't know that. We're a mix
personally,
of a mix of a mix of a mix before we go to the oldest people. Do you get it? So I don't know.
I don't
think complexion. This is why I say complexion and colorism was not necessarily an African thing because we can come in all varieties. Just in one family, I've got all different complexions.
Exactly.
And ain't no European insertion and especially in the ones back in hot ass Africa. I got aunties. She's got that Dundus thing going on. You got what I'm saying? A great auntie. She's ginger. Yeah, I'm saying like she's got ginger hair. She's got fair skin, obviously, freckles, all of this type of stuff, right? She's one of 12 of my grandma's sisters. Ain't no European involved, fam. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
So like we can have that and we can, it doesn't matter, bro. Like but
that
there's whole
has nothing to
tribes
do with
that
Adam
I
and what
know.
Adam means. It has
Sorry,
nothing to do
there's
with
whole
Adam.
tribes that I've got. I know I've got aunties who are magnolia. There's
Yeah.
tribal marks are the darkest thing you can see on them. Do you get what I'm saying? Like no one disputes anything because their features, you can see that no one's messed with them. And this is what nature does. That yellow gene or that yellow hue is very powerful. Do you get what I'm saying? If it can and it doesn't then come down to environment because the most hottest places are north and south of the equator. And not everybody lives on the equator, and the equator is not the hottest part. So to say that complexion matches because these men must have lived here, no, that's nonsense. Do you get what I'm saying? Because there's different types of DNA. There's reactive melanin. There's some people who will come to England and turn light skin, yeah. But then when they go, or the sun comes out, or there's a heat wave, they just go as black day. There's mixed race people who can do that. There's African people who can do that. There's Asian people who do that. Yeah. And then there's some of us that, whatever happens, all we're going to do is be enhanced in our color. Do you get it? So if you're fair skin, you'll become more golden or more, like when you go to a hot country or whatever. So like what we're saying is the white man's definition of all these words was when he first went to Africa. And saw all of these different colors: white man, red man, yellow man. You get what I'm saying? Black man, all of these things. So
Yeah,
I don't
there
know.
seems to be a conflation of a whole heap of different arguments in that statement. As far as going from Adam to then going to the Khoisan to then going to actual literal people groups that actually exist. I don't affirm Adam and Eve as the first man and woman. So
right.
that means very little to me. At the same time, I'm not aware that any of the books that give credence to Adam and Eve reference the Khoisan in any way. So I'm not sure that there's a relationship there. All I was simply saying is that in terms of the terminology and the narrative that everybody seems to be putting forward as in relation to that particular story, there doesn't seem to be a significant disagreement. That is the only that was being made, especially when even if we talk about Eve, because Eve is said to have been created out of Adam, so she's created from the same thing as Adam, and then it would suggest that her phenotypical traits would be relative, to Adam, particularly in relation to skin color. So I'm sure that's an argument either.
The thing is,
we're trying to mix the two though.
Hold on both sides. All due respect to beloved, right? The thing is that the conversation was moved on to homosexual lesbian, African descendants join Pan-Africanism, etc., right? And then I made it perfectly clear that we accept the biracial Africans, right? Under what the Honourable Marcus Garvey made clear. We just don't accept the relationship between the parents, right? And then everyone was saying, you know, how are you going to let them in? I said, if they're Pan-Africanized based upon the blueprints and they have a loyalty to their people, then that could work. And then it moved on to things like our, you know, me personally believe that the darker skinned people, right, should be represented more. They should be the models due to what's happened. And then everyone started to attack and say, no, that's not right. So I said,
not
in your
everyone.
religion,
I didn't attack that point. I agree with that point.
brother, then I said, in your religion, right, it implies that the parents were dark, right? And then they were saying things like, nah, it's impossible. They were ruddy. Now, me personally, and I'm a dark skinned man, right? I go ruddy many times. You see what I'm saying? Whether it's like the sun's out or not. So I know that with that word, deep brown is not ruddy. You understand what I'm saying?
Brother Kill, would you allow me, with all due respect, to interject at this point? I think that if you was going to use Islam to back up your Pan-Africanism, you should have, what you should have said is, what I would have said was, in Islamic countries, Jews and Christians are not allowed to join the army because they can gain a rank in that army, which puts them at a higher station than what we would want them to be. Yeah. So our own people need to be at the top. They need to be the role models. They need to be the decision makers. Now you can be part of our country. You can live on our soil, yeah, and participate in the country, but you can't have a rank higher than ours. And I think if you'd have took that approach, you could have then drawn a parallel in terms of nation building between the Islamic model and the Pan-African model would have been easy. Now, when you say that homosexuals shouldn't have high rank, I would agree with you, because you don't want them to be role models in a nation building structure, because if people took them as a role model and started taking part in homosexual lifestyles, it wouldn't increase the number of the population efficiently. So obviously we have the same belief in Islam, and that's why one man's allowed to marry 4 women.
But that's not what he
more
believes,
people to build the nation, right?
There is inclusion
and
for homosexuals, though.
Brother.
Yeah, but they're not allowed to promote it, I'm saying.
But I don't want Islam religion in Pan-Africanism, because the moment Pan-Africanism becomes a religion, non-African people can come in there. This is why I don't believe in it.
Exactly. Yes, you're right. You're right.
What I was saying was, brother, is I've sent in the private chat everything that I've just said before to back up that not only were they dark skin deep brown, right? I've clarified it. So you can look in the chat, you can see there's a references, it's all there, right? Now, we can talk about this and talk about that, but the fact of the matter is, brother, is that when we're talking about Pan-Africanism, we have to be very careful. You as a non-African should not be speaking on these issues, because...
No, I'm talking on nation building.
No, but brother, nation building...
You can apply my model to your model if you want.
No.
That's on your own bequest. That's your bequest.
Wow. Brother, you are a very intelligent man. You're a very intelligent man, brother, and I appreciate the things that you're doing for your people, right? You're a very intelligent brother. You have great ideas for your people, but that's not for my people. You see, brother?
You can pick and choose, brother. You can take what suits you.
No. I only pick and choose, brother, what the Pan-Africanist ancestors formulated for us to maneuver for our agenda. I don't go by...
If that's your criteria, then that's fine.
Hold on, wait. Kel, all right, let's just accept that they were 2 dark-skinned people, right? For argument's sake, right?
Right.
Then how did light-skinned people come about?
Brother, if you were reading... Hold on. No. There's no brother. It's not so solid crew, brother. You know what I mean?
Dr. Yakub now.
No, brother. It's clarification time. If you look in the private chat, brother, it's going to show you in your religion the different types of soil that was put into the deep brown black man.
When you say your religion, can you specify?
Hold on. Brother, I don't need... Brother, you are from the Abrahamic followers, brother.
I'm not a Muslim, bro. Stop quoting things to me.
Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
Yes.
So you're a follower of the Abrahamic faith?
Bro,
brother,
we don't follow their texts.
Yeah, it's different.
What are you
brother,
talking about? What are
brother,
you talking about?
It's different.
brother.
Different.
You believe
Slightly.
in Adam, right? You believe that Adam was the first man.
Yeah.
You believe Adam is the first man. So
Yep.
therefore, brother, you are a follower of the Abrahamic faith. Because
Fine.
they
So show
believe
me.
in that too.
Okay.
They
So
believe
if you
in
can,
that too. You see? They believe in that too. Now, brother,
I'm saying,
if you
where
can,
did the
if you
light
can
skinned
prove your
people come
point.
from, bro? Come on,
but
please.
Exactly.
hold on, brother. Okay, so here's the thing, brother.
The
In
lighter
your
hue. I wouldn't even say light skin. I would say lighter hue.
snipes and deadly, you gotta allow me to finish, beloved, right? So in here, in the hadith, it says, Abu Musa Ashuri reported, the messenger of Allah, peace and blessings be upon him, said, verily, Allah the Almighty created Adam from a handful which he took from the earth. So the children of Adam come in accordance with the earth. Some are red skin, some are white skin, and some are black skin. You see? And whatever is in
That's the
between,
sons of
smooth
Noah,
and
the
rough.
three sons of Noah, the three different
Bro,
colors.
I don't know about that.
Did you hear Noah or Adam? Did you hear Noah or Adam?
Yeah, that sounds like an error.
Adam was black, and
Hold
everyone
on,
was
brother,
black
brother,
until Noah.
brother. Did you
After
hear
Noah,
Noah?
then you get white people after Noah.
That sounds like an error, then, doesn't it?
There was no white people in the time of Adam.
Did you hear Noah or Adam?
I heard you say Adam, but I'm just saying to you that in the time of
And
Adam,
brother,
there was no
why
white
did you
people.
bring Noah, brother? We're talking
Because
about
only
the
after
first
Noah do you
man.
get
Brother,
black
we're
people.
talking about the first man, right?
Okay, all right,
And
all
you're
right, all right.
talking about somebody else. You see, brother, I don't want you to act like that film, Lost in Translation. Now, the thing is, brother, we have proof and evidence from your books that we know that the Creator put the different colors of soil into the first black man. But the first black man, according to Ibn Kathir, which I have here, right?
Who's that anyway?
The Muslims
That's not
will
from the
tell you.
Quran, though, my brother.
Yeah, but like, who is that to me, though?
You get me?
That's
Like,
not a valid source.
everybody ain't read that.
Brother,
Everybody ain't read that necessarily.
Can you let me finish, brother? The tafsir of Ibn Kathir. Apparently, this is their famous scholars, right? In the Quran, it says, chapter of the Rocky, verse 26. We indeed created man from clay, from an altered black mud. You see, brother?
Yeah. We said this
now.
already.
Hold on, brother. So we know, brother, that the Creator, according to the Islam, I know this in Pan-Africanism, we know that they were black anyway, but we're referring to you, like, right? Is that he made it perfectly clear the meaning of what Adam meant and the meaning of those who are going to resemble him. So, brother, there's no ruddy. He was deep brown. Now,
Bro,
I have proof on his
are
wife.
you all right?
His wife, I'm perfectly all right, brother. I've got a week off
If
from work.
Adam was black, how is he deep brown?
Black in the sense, brother, of the movement, how we classify as that due to our experience.
No, the word used was black.
So Adam was a political term. Adam was a political term,
bro.
Like
I'm using the word. I'm using the word black. I'm using the word black, brother. But according to in your book, brother, it says
it's
black.
brown. And also, aside from that, because we already mentioned that we definitely had debates on the origin of Adam, and this was to prove no racism, right? In Islam, because they wanted to prove that there's no racism. Look, because we know that the Prophet Adam was black because of so and so and so. We went through the words, we went through the thing. Like, bro, like this is nothing new to us. And we already told you this in the beginning, right? So, as I said, we can accept Adam, yeah, but there's no indication on what color Eve was. Yeah,
I'm gonna show you.
Just assume.
Okay, so
hold on. We can just assume you're thinking, yeah, but I'm saying, I'm asking the question, how did the rest of us, how did it get to us now being of various different hues and colors? How?
Okay, now, brother, let me clarify his wife now. Now, I've sent in the private chat the meaning of Hawa. Hawa is an Arabic word for girls. Hold on, brother. That is an Arabic name for the wife of Adam. peace be upon him, known as Eve in English, the word in Arabic means a tree whose leaves are very dark green. Now, brother, we can ask Brother Shakaradis. We know, brother, that the ancient Africans, brother, use certain colors to describe themselves. Sometimes they'll refer themselves as purple, green, etc. The fact that we're going to debate and laugh what she was very green and not understand, because you're an African, as you always say, that her leaves are dark green and not understand what that means, brother, then, brother, you're practicing deception.
Okay, so you've went to the Arabic.
Understand.
So
where we
you've
use the
oh
green.
my gosh.
Sorry, green is to represent vegetation. Do you get what I'm saying? So like, I don't know what
Green,
they're trying to describe there, but regardless, hold on. Regardless, there is many books that man has read, many religious books that man has read, yeah, and many ancient texts, yeah, where the origins of these words even come from. Like as I said, you're speaking Akkadian to me, but you're then translating it in this language, that language, blah blah blah. The Hawa. You think Hawa is only in Arabic? Like
Yeah, what's the
you
Hebrew
have to look
definition?
into. Sorry, you have to look into, because he's not only called Adam, he's also called Cadman or Zakar. What languages are these being spoken? Like, bro, my brother. And every word has a meaning. Every word has a meaning. Yeah. Zakar means whisperer. Do you get what I'm saying? Or I'm sorry, rememberer. Yeah. Because human beings, we forget shit. But yeah, he was the first one, because remember, he's got to remember all the animals. Do you get what I'm saying? So, yeah,
can I ask a
the
question?
name-
Sorry.
Mm.
Because it would make sense. And again, I don't really have a dog in this fight because, yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? What's it called? I'm not of these traditions, but it would make sense then if one is challenging them based upon, so if we would have a general agreement on Adam, and one is saying that Eve or Hawaii or any other terms for Adam, would give a different context in relation to skin color. If you have read these books and so on and so forth, then it would make sense to present the information in terms of the skin complexion or whatever that these names differently represent, right? So what do the various different terminologies that you've just brought up say and tell us about the complexion or the phenotype or the appearance of Adam and Eve as it is?
We said that from the beginning. Yeah. When man asked me what my interpretation was, I said ruddy red, or of the reddish brown ground.
Right? But that's Adam. I'm not talking about Adam at the moment. You said that there are different terminologies.
I don't know about for Eve.
And you asked the question.
It would make sense that she
what
would even
does Eve mean, right? So so we don't know, so we can put Eve to one side, yeah. But as far as I understood the argument that was just put forward, what was being said is that there are different terminologies and different books that would give different ideas and different descriptions, yeah, specifically as it relates to complexion and skin color. So what are these terminologies as it relates to Adam or Eve, and what do they mean that would challenge any idea of darkness, blackness, brownness, and anything like that?
No, we know that they were black people, yeah, but black people means every of the varying complexions that we're talking about. So
when you say they, do you mean Adam and Eve?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So like he could be extremely jet black, super black. We're not going to argue with that, right? But she could also be very yellow, very fair, and Why? Because the evidence of our ancient people, it matches those descriptions. Though when we go to the two of the oldest type of tribes, one are extremely dark in hue and the others are extremely fair in hue, and then varying within that hue from really fair to dark skin.
But none of that analysis of the so-called tribes is biblical or Quranic.
No, it doesn't have to be.
No, what do you mean by that?
Only makes sense. Hold on.
What do you mean by that?
It only makes sense.
So
it only makes sense.
If we're talking, sorry, go on.
How you collate information, you don't use religion to. What are you doing? Like, no one does that. What you do, you study religion. Hold on, my brother, because remember, someone's bringing religion into the argument. We're just talking about human beings, full stop, and people in Africa. This idea that the two dark-skinned people, that's the ultimate look of Africans. And that's what we should be striving for. And I'm saying, yes, you did, bruvs. Like, stop, man. Relax, man.
Why am I going to say that?
My brother, relax. Relax. You said this is the You said this is the format, yeah, that the Pan-Africans are dealing with, right? So we said, rah. I'm saying,
Said
but do you know
model,
when you go
brother,
to
the
Africa, and I know
model.
you've been to Africa, and I know Shakara's been to Africa, we got varying complexions. And it
No,
doesn't
this
all
brother.
have to do, hold on, with European interaction. There's so many different
From a
tribes.
Pan-African
And
point of view,
yeah, like, what
varying
is this?
varying different complexions among Africans is not
Thank
and has never been a problem. I have not and I have not heard Kel say that it was or is or has been. And a lot of some of the things that I've heard people say Kel say, I haven't heard him say, right? So I can't make a judgment on that. What's it called? At the same time, in relation to the biblical and Quranic and Abrahamic narrative, I'm simply suggesting that if you're looking at biblical evidence for a thing, yeah, or Quranic evidence for a thing, and then taking into consideration things that the Bible or the Quran doesn't deal with, yeah, would seem to be conflating issues, right? So if we're talking about the evidence based upon the language of the Quran or the language of the Bible, yeah, this has nothing to do with whether the Khoisan are jet black, or caramel or light, right? This is a completely separate thing.
I'm asking the
Unless
question.
we're saying,
Why do you think I asked the question?
Hold on. Unless we're saying that Adam and Eve were Khoisan, right? You know what I'm saying? And
no, I didn't say that. I said
I'm not saying that you did say that. I'm saying unless we're saying that, and then I would need evidence from a biblical or Quranic source that suggests that this is the case.
But it doesn't.
right?
It doesn't need to directly say Khoisan in the Bible because it says he's the father
it's
of
the
all
oldest
man.
people on the planet,
So,
huh?
so it would encompass all the tribes of the earth. It wouldn't need to
Yeah,
directly
everybody.
say
That's everybody, right? Whatever. But so that would say nothing about whether they were dark or light or not. That would just mean that it's a fact that they are. This is the progenitor of the thing, yeah, of all of humanity, right? So that has nothing to do with skin complexion. That just means that everybody
I
comes from
agree
Adam
with
and
you.
Eve, right?
Yeah.
So the point is that to say that they were that they were part of the Khoisan, like to say that you don't have to specifically reference the Khoisan because it relates to all humanity. The point is that that this was brought up in relation to Adam and Eve and the original peoples of the earth. The Bible and the Quran are not discussing what's it called or presenting an analysis of human curation based upon ancient so-called tribes in Africa and their phenotypes. Yeah, this is not. It's not that. That's not what we're doing, right? It's not. That's not. So we're talking about. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm certainly saying that it doesn't need to because it's not designed to serve that purpose. What I'm saying is, if we're looking at the evidence from a biblical or
Quranic, are you hearing me, Jesse? Jesse, we need to cook. Jesse,
Hey.
we need to cook. We need to cook meth, Jesse. Jesse, we need to cook meth.
So big up to brother Shakara and brother Snipes.
Jesse, we need to cook. We need to
You're not gonna big me up.
And big up to brother what's his name?
Wow.
Yeah,
Zulu,
man.
Brother Born Rich. Yeah.
Oh, fuck's sake. Mad.
Mad.
This happens when you beg for acknowledgement.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said anything. Like, what
You
the
should let it be natural.
Excuse me, brother. I apologize. Should have excuse me for that. Zulu. So I've given the proof that her leaves are very dark, which means she's a dark-skinned woman. Now, something very interesting that I've about the description of your prophet, and it says that I heard Anas, the son of Malik, describing the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He was of medium height among the people, neither tall nor short. He had a rosy color, neither fully white nor deep brown. His hair was neither completely curly nor quite lang. Divine inspiration. He was 40 years old. Now, when you look there, brother, because I didn't do my analyzation, the word in Arabic, Adam, is used for he was neither deep brown. It's used in there. So we know already, brother, that he was deep brown. So we don't need to go on.
So you're referring to the Arabic word Adam.
No, but
you're not doing Hebrew anymore.
I don't understand what you're doing.
Wait. The quote you just quoted says that he wasn't dark brown or light brown.
Wasn't white nor deep brown.
So then why are you saying he's deep brown then?
Because the hold on, bro. Hold on. If you let me finish, the word, because I just analyzed this, the word that is used in Arabic, right, classifies that Adam is used for that he was not deep brown. It's
You're
there.
saying the word that says deep brown is Adam there.
That's
So
right. Yeah.
when you go to the Quranic word that explains the creation of Adam and the word used there, we have to go with that. All this other stuff, I don't know what you're doing, bro.
So what happened? What happened to Aswad? What happened to Aswad?
Hold on, brother. I've just said to you, brother. I've just said to you in
Don't
that word
turn
there, brother.
around.
Singing.
Brown. That's what it's used for.
I know.
So it's in there. It's there.
Sorry.
It's
And
used for
every other prophet
right.
or imam,
Right.
yeah, or
Right.
yeah, it
Right.
was black though. It doesn't make sense.
Even the
like when we agree all of that, yeah.
Right.
But
Right.
if he was neither light a thing and what is that? That doesn't make sense. Like
No,
all it makes sense is that those people, as we
No.
said, been
No.
mixing, doing whatever they're doing, and people not trying to just stay within their tribe. They're trying to mix with other tribes, which cause admixtures and different looks in people. Do you get what I'm
Because
saying?
brother,
So like, I just don't
No.
understand why
Sorry.
you are sticking
Mhm.
to the idea that
Mhm.
two African people, yeah,
Mhm.
have to be dark skinned. I'm just not having it, bro. Because you're trying to say, according to the text, one
brother.
second, according to the text, 1 second, because you said the text, man, you drew the text like, yeah, boom, I'm gonna bring the 8-spoon coon, and then you brought hadith. You didn't even bring the
Exactly.
Quran.
Hadith.
Like, what
He
are we
didn't bring no
doing here?
Torah. He didn't bring nothing.
Brother, I brought the Quran, brother. It's in there, brother. I told you,
Bruh.
brother, that Allah says in
And that
Himself.
only proved my point. That
Right.
only proved my point, right? That only
No.
proved.
It proves that
No,
he
but
was made a black mud, not reddish mud,
right.
brother.
That means I
Reddish
proved my point,
black
right?
mud. You see, brother, black mud. You
I'm
see,
saying that proved my point, though. I said
What
that.
are you doing, bro?
Yeah.
right?
There's no argument there. I'm the one who said that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because I'm saying there's a whole movie I could bring right now from Speaker's Corner, yeah, where
Right.
we had this discussion, bro. Like, I
Okay.
don't want to make you
that.
feel bad or like feel out of date or anything. I'm just saying, like, I don't mind entertaining the conversation, yeah.
Brother,
But
we as
if you
Africans,
think you're teaching someone something new, no way. No,
I'm not
not
teaching.
around here, bro.
I'm just letting you know that when I'm saying that
Where's
the
Deep Brown
African
then?
brother, the African brother, right, that they were dark, right, and some of them light, you should say, you know what, this is correct, and not try to debate with me, because if we go into your type of curriculum of the Hamites, which the Abrahamic followers believe in, we know that Ham means what, brother Snipe?
Black.
It means black from the
Okay.
word cam, not ham.
Chem. I mean, it's from Chem.
Ham.
From Chem. From
Yeah.
Chem.
So hold on, brother. Hold on. It means
From Chem.
It means
so
super black.
we know, brother.
Shiny black.
We know, and Kush means what?
Kush means black as well.
So, you see, brother, you see. So we can't go there. Finish.
But are you assuming that every single one of the tribe was dark skinned? You sound
Never
silly.
brother, what I
Okay,
said.
then what's the issue then?
Majority,
If the progenitor,
but
hold on.
life,
If the
some
progenitor,
were life.
if two dark skinned, hold on. If two dark skinned people have a baby and they can even have an albino, they can have a blonde hair, blue eyed baby. They can do that, right? What is wrong with the two original people being black, yeah, and then producing all the colors of varying hues and all of that? Well, there's no argument there in a sense,
Never
right?
anything wrong with that,
But that
brother.
makes sense. Then, what as they spread across the planet, yeah, and then what you see in Africa being the oldest set of them, right? And you see varying hues, you see different colors and so we can't accept the label of black African. Yeah, we only understand it outside of the continent. So we're not in Africa right now. We don't go calling around ourselves black in Africa.
Okay, fair enough. I'm not disputing that. But what I'm saying is, brother, is that because there's a mistreatment of the darker skin, right, then the darker skinned woman needs to be the model for all the hues of the black woman. You understand? And if the white woman thinks that's the model for all women,
Hold on,
then
has that not been done in the modeling
Well,
world?
but who cares about all this shit, man?
But hold on, Zulu. Has that
Hang on
not
a
been
minute, did
done
the
in the
brother just
modeling
say-
world
did
where
the-
they got
did
the
the brother
black,
just say-
the blacker
did the
than
brother
black
just say, who
sister?
cares?
Yeah,
Did the
the black
brother
and
say,
black.
who cares?
Hold
Bro,
on,
you're
hold on,
focusing
my
on
brother.
skin color, man. What the fuck,
Do you
man?
remember the sister Zulu from, I don't know where
Which
she's
one,
from
bro?
in Africa, but she's super dark skinned. They tried to make her the new look, like, yo, isn't she so beautiful, right?
You mean the model?
So you're conforming to the
The female one.
capitalist society of, you got what I'm saying? You're not doing nothing new. We
Brother,
know
I'm
black
referring,
is beautiful. Hold on one second. One
we must
second.
make her the model, not non-African people. You see, there you go again,
She
brother,
was African though.
including non-African people. I'm talking about
bro.
we must make her the model for our movements when we're selling our clothes. Not non-African people, brother. Non-African people cannot represent us, brother. And this is something for you unsynchronized
Yeah, but
Africans.
I'm saying
Bro, but light skinned
hold
people are
on
still
one second.
African. Light skinned people
A
are still
dark
African.
skin.
What do you mean non-Africans? We're not
Sorry,
talking about non-Africans.
I'm sorry. A dark-skinned sister, yeah, who probably represents what I would say probably Uganda, one of these countries, right? So that's fine, yeah. But I need some women who represent my country, and they all don't look that complexion.
Exactly.
So
Yes.
to be that the uniform thing for Africans is a ridiculous notion.
You're
Not all
imposing one
Africans look
phenotype
like
on
that.
everyone. You're
Yeah.
imposing one.
Brother, the dark-skinned woman, brother,
Oh my God.
the most
Oh my God.
mistreated, right? We cannot disagree with that.
Is that
right?
outside the continent? You're saying,
Brother, she is the most mistreated, brother.
right?
Answer
Outside
the
the
question.
continent, right?
Answer the
Hold
question.
on, brother. Brother,
Answer the
you see,
question, man.
hold on, brother, right?
This is what I mean.
Okay, so we need to uplift her, brother, and market her as the great personification of the original femininity, which is the African woman. That's all I'm
So
saying.
the original femininity is not necessarily black. It's just African woman, right?
So
Right?
we're
Because
referring
we can't accept the idea of colorism in the thing. We just know that the original woman was black African woman. Do you get what I'm saying? Whether it's Lucy or not. Do you get what I'm saying? We know, yes, she came from Africa. Whatever hue she was, yeah, it doesn't really matter to us because she's still melanated.
Exactly.
Do you get what I'm saying? It's all about melanin and how your melanin reacts to the environment you're in. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
For some, because some people just naturally have a darker hue. That's genetic. Do you get what I'm saying? If you mix with them, it might be the case that their thing is stronger than yours, and it might not be the case. Because I've seen many dark-skinned uncles with fairer aunties, and the children's came out all different complexions, but mostly fair, fairer brown, and all of that. Not one matched the dad with the his amount of darkness and darkness. Everybody, yeah. And not every dark-skinned African man wants to be with a dark-skinned African woman. Why? What's wrong? In
brother, we're
Africa,
not
I don't think
talking
it's a
about
problem.
things,
Hold on,
brother.
I don't think it's a problem in Africa. I do think that you're talking outside of Africa. If she's the most abused outside of Africa, in America, in the Caribbean, in England, and I can agree to that, right?
Brother, you
Yeah,
understand me, brother?
sorry,
In
can I
the
just
north,
say, yeah,
hold on, brother.
the
In
loading of
North
light skin,
Nigeria,
the loading of
brother.
light skin, the loading of light skin is not a problem that's exclusive to the African diaspora. It very much exists on the continent of Africa as well, in various different places, and evidence of that. I mean, skin bleaching is no more popular in Jamaica than it is in Congo or Nigeria. Do you know what I'm saying? It's something that all of us have
We know
have
it's a
been
$1 billion industry.
yeah, exactly. So it's something that we've all been indoctrinated into. So it's not an African diaspora thing. It's just some issue that we've all.
But some
had
are naturally like that though. So we don't have that issue. You know what I mean? In the sense of some people who are born fairer because the system, the caste system, yeah, which was carried with the Europeans, and now the fairer you are, the black stay back. If you're brown, stick around. If you're white, you're all right. All of that, right? It's transferred to many different continents and places where we at. So now it's got us fighting each other, right? But the reason that it is there because the Europeans, but the reason that it's a fight and it's a thing is because there are some people who naturally that. We've always had that. So now to put that colorism in our midst, yeah, it is going to cause a problem. because some people can't be helped born in what complexion they are. That's a ridiculous notion. And just because one of my siblings is fairer than me, it means she can't come into what organization. No, shut up, man. You get me? I thought it was about Africa.
No one said that though.
Yeah.
That's the point, and I think so. Again, it's like that's a straw man, because no one said that light-skinned people can't come into Pan-African organizations. There are very light-skinned people in Pan-African organizations all around the world. Yeah, that's not a thing, and this is what I find. This is what I find with a lot of these conversations. Like, things are just said as though they're facts, and they're just not. Right? It's not the case that light-skinned people are not allowed to join Pan-African organizations. That's never been a dynamic. Yeah, and nothing that I have said and nothing that I've heard suggest that in any way, shape, or form. So I'm not sure what that's being said. The only issue is that we're undoing certain mental slavery. Yeah, that taught us to be ashamed and denigrate and demonize and sometimes associate with the devil, black skin, dark skin. And so all of us became validated by the right of dark skin, yeah, because that is what was attacked, yeah. That, you know, and in the systems and consciousness that attacked that, being able to be what's the word? Seeking social, political, economic elevation relied on your capacity to associate with lighter skinned people or become lighter skinned through how you procreate, right? So we have situations where people deliberately wanted to get with white men or women or lighter skinned men or women in order to we have phrases like good hair. Yeah, good hair is directly related to the non-African ancestry in your lineage. That's where that term comes from, right? So we're dealing with a situation in which a spectrum was created, and whatever was considered more African was considered to be worse. So we reverse that psychology by standardizing what is most, yeah, in whatever context that we're in. All right, and then from that, everything is validated in accordance with what is African, not in accordance with what is European or Indian or Chinese or anything like that. That shouldn't be something that's difficult to understand. Yeah, and I know that this is not just an African diaspora issue, because you have a man by the name of Fela and Nicola Pakuti who wrote a whole song called Yellow Fever, which was about challenging these dynamics of colorism and them kind of things there. So no, we don't insert colorism into the black dynamic. The Pan-Africanist philosophy and psychology challenges colorism, and you will see that throughout history. One of the most definitive aspects of Pan-African thought and theology, the challenging of the colorism and the negating of the colorism issue.
So does it have to be two dark-skinned people to represent us? This is our point, because this is what the man's saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, yeah, it can be two Africans, but what is the hue or the color got to do with it? Do you really know what Africans look like?
Well, what do you mean by
you've been to Africa? Hold on, man. You've been to Africa several times in several different places in Africa, Kale. Yeah, so I thought you would have known better. That's it.
What Africans look like is not confined to the African continent. You don't have to go to Africa to know what Africans look like.
No, you don't.
Right, that's the point, right?
So, and now they all dark skinned.
So, but
that brother Snipe, man.
I'm saying, are they all dark skinned?
I haven't heard Kel say that, and he said he never said that.
I'm just saying, are they all dark skinned?
But we don't have to.
Even though where we are around the planet, are we all dark skinned?
But if nobody said that, then we don't have to bring the argument.
I'm asking the question, bro.
So the reality is, yeah, that we're talking about.
So for two dark-skinned people to represent us, as the image of Africanness or being an African, a man and woman.
I don't see what's wrong, bro.
Yeah, like I'm saying, do you assume that everybody in Africa is dark-skinned? Because like that's got to be the next question. Because that can only represent, as I said, two people from the Nilotic or Ghana or thing who look in that complexion. But that can't represent the whole of Africa. That's
the answer is no. Nobody assumes that everybody on the continent is as dark as the sisters in the picture that is currently my avatar. Nobody assumes that. Yeah, I haven't said that. I haven't heard Kel say that. Kate, have you said that?
I've never said that, brother.
Okay, so yeah, that's not an argument. It's not an argument that's relevant to the conversation. Yeah, and it when it says two dark-skinned people to represent us, it depends on the context, right? You know what I'm saying? I think there is power. For example, in if you are writing a film, yeah, and in the context whereby light-skinned black women are often considered more beautiful because of their light skin, I think there's some power in having a darker skinned woman as the primary image of beauty in a film. Yeah, I think there's something to be there's value in that, right? Just what I'm saying, because of it doesn't mean that she's more beautiful than the lighter skinned woman or that she's better than. It just means that we understand our context and we are challenging a particular psychology. Yeah, that's what that means. I don't see what the problem there is. And any lighter skinned African who understands those issues shouldn't feel in any way offended, inadequate, or affronted by that dynamic. As somebody who would be considered lighter skinned than many other Africans, I would write that film. Yeah, you know what I'm saying, and put in a man that's darker than me. In fact, I've hosted events, and often, you know, I refer to the man them who are darker skinned, like when you're hosting, you see them, and I refer to the man them who are darker skinned than me as better looking than I am. It's that it's
No, I hear that.
Self-deprecating.
I
don't feel like I'm broke. You know what I'm saying? Man ain't got no problems getting.
I'm saying outside the continent, because in the continent, yeah, we understand that everyone, there's so many mix and so much diverse looks and yeah, and we understand that using the word black outside of the continent of Africa, yeah, we can understand it in the colloquial use. But to think that some people are thinking that that's how we all look is crazy, fam. You know what I'm saying? And that we must take that as an impression. Hold on, that we have to take that as an impression and say, okay, yeah, the image is two black African people. Like, bro, black.
No one said
I'm not really.
No one said that. But on the issue of black, though,
black said that. He said that, man. What are you talking about? That's what he's.
Yeah. I haven't heard him say it.
You've misquoted me again, brother. You've misquoted me again.
How did I misquote you? Did
Brother
you say
Snipe.
two black African people to represent us? Is that what you not?
I said there should be the model when it comes to the economics, like the modeling, you know, the faces, etc. Because, as I said before, if the white woman, right, is the model for all women, then the dark woman should be the model for all the hue of black women. That's clear, brother. It's clear.
Like, as I said, even when you said that, I thought to myself, right, hold on, you're really just conforming to what they say, because they've already done that. They've taken the darkest sister from Africa and made her a model.
Brother, are we talking about we doing it or the non-Africans again? Because I keep telling you,
I'm talking about the non-Africans doing it.
But I'm not talking about the non-Africans.
Yeah, I'm talking about the non-Africans.
When you say
what we do what we do, innit? Like when we're doing something or advertising something, we just put ourselves on there and the prettiest sister.
Oh, we don't. We don't.
The colorism thing like that.
The European woman on our brand, brother.
Europeans do the colorism. He's the one who's doing the adverts with light skin now.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. In the mid to late 90s, yeah, there's a woman in Jamaica by the name of Joan Andrea Hutchinson. All right, and she becomes known as that bumpy-head girl. Yeah, and the reason why she becomes known as that bumpy-head girl is because at one point she was a television presenter and a newscaster. And she came on the news, yeah, presenting, and she had a hairstyle, what we refer to as African bumps or Nubian knots. People should know what their hairstyle is. Is anybody confused about what their hairstyle is? What I'm talking about, or Bantu knots, sometimes people call it.
Yo, brother, you're a bit, a little bit muffled, you know, Shax.
I'm muffled.
You was just in. Yeah, you're good now.
Okay, I'm good now. Yeah, I would say. So, what was the last thing you heard? Sorry, let me. Should I
don't even know what you're saying, bro.
All right, sorry. Okay.
Bantu knots.
All right. Huh?
You're talking about Bantu knots.
Yeah. So Joan Andrea Hutchinson, yeah, TV presenter in Jamaica, and she comes on the TV presenting the news in what is known as African bumps or Bantu knots or so on and so forth. Yeah, Nubian knots or whatever. Right, various different terminologies for this hairstyle, and there were many people wrote in to the I think it was TVJ she was on, and complaining, yeah, that her hairstyle was not appropriate, yeah, and sophisticated enough to be presenting on national television. Yeah, this is a hairstyle that Africans have been adorning their hair in such style from since time immemorial, right? But this hairstyle, which is natural to us, was not considered to be a standard of presentation and beauty that was appropriate for telling the news. Yeah. So it's not the case that when we do it among ourselves, we present, all facets of our beauty and, and especially our natural beauty and them kind of things. There are deep disparities among us in terms of how we consider the beauties and the various different kinds of beauty within and among Black African people. So that's not the case. Yeah, and that's if it was the case, then if Black wasn't or what's it called, relevant to the African continent, then like I said, I've mentioned for that already, but he in a almost exclusively Black nation, majority Black nation in Nigeria, referred to himself as the Black president, right? Because he was differentiating himself from the neo-colonial corrupt political system in that regard. Yeah, there are various different parts of the continent where the color Black, in relation to as associated with Africanness, becomes significant and appropriate. South Africa is one, Zimbabwe is another, Kenya is another. You know what I'm saying? So like this is not Sudan is another. Yeah. So, and then you have all over North Africa. So this is not something that is exclusive again to the African diaspora.
Bantu nuts, yeah. Anyway, you still there, Zulu?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Start talking to yourself, bros. Man ain't listening.
You weren't listening?
No, I said man ain't listening to man.
Okay.
Just small points, bros.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't really have a fixation on complexion, so
not where we're from. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's like one of my own family members are lighter and this and that. It's like, bruh, I don't even know what we're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know what I mean? I always wished I was darker. Looking at some cousin like, fuck you, man. I hate you. I hate you. Yeah, because you're so black and shiny. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to be that dark. But no. But yeah, I just wanted to wonder how light skinned people came about in Africa. Like, if the original people was two dark skinned people, cool. Yeah. How did we get all the other people? Because it seems two dark skinned, brown eyed people. Yeah. The next color that can come out in the eyes is green and blue. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, we got whole tribes of people who light skin with green eyes and all of that in my country. Like, yo, and no one don't scoff at them. Some are dark skin, yeah, cool. But some are just, red skin. There's no issue. And it's not always like European intervention or something like that. That is a fallacy. That is not how Africans get light skin or whatever. Because homogeneously, we'd be one tribe, innit? And we're not.
Yeah, it's all these generalizations that I despise. You know, even when he said earlier Abrahamic faith, like I was like, ugh, cringe. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Because I clearly deal with the Quran and Talmud. Like, okay, you know what I mean? You know,
but even then, like, as I said, all the different books that man read, it will just lead you down that same road, like where we've already been and put enough work in to get to to get to the answers that man's giving, man. You know, the ones there. Like, I don't know. But when it comes to Eve, yeah, I don't know. It's questions there. There's question marks, and it doesn't even matter to me.
Yeah, I've never heard of that meaning dog green. I don't know where the hell he made that up. But, like,
that was a funny
like,
one.
I've never heard
funny.
of that ever.
Well, we're two for two in it. First it was Oris Sid, and now it was Kale. They tried
What
to
happened
take
with
us
the
on.
Oris Sid?
They tried to take us on, Maku. Me and Maku just fending them off.
And Zulu,
Who's gonna come
Zulu's a boss out
tomorrow?
here.
Who's
Zulu's
gonna
a boss
come
out
tomorrow?
here. And special mention Raheem. You don't have a bar yet, man.
Wrong him. Wrong
Ryan's got the
him.
posh bars.
Wrong
Yeah, he's got the
him.
posh
Whatever he
bars,
says,
yeah.
everyone's just like, no, no, you're wrong.
No,
Nah, he's not wrong.
no, you're wrong.
He's not wrong.
Nah, it wasn't. It was all right today.
Yeah, these men got to stop this black Marxism. Allow us.
The black fascism.
But brother, you got to. I don't have to convince you, brother. I don't have to manipulate you. I don't have to sedate you. To join with your people collectively, brother, to work on protecting them collectively, building economics for them collectively, not just your tribe, brother, right? Because non-African people would never help you sincerely. So I don't have to debate. And by the way, from what Khan was saying, taking on Brother Snipes stuff out. Brother
So
Snipes
who comes from a tribe, bro? Or tribes?
Hold on, brother. If you can let me finish, right?
Yeah,
Brother
man come from tribes, you know, bro. Like not one.
Brother Snipes is a bit. I'm not here
Yeah,
to
it's all one big monolith, isn't it, Mike? It's all one big
unit
brother,
tribe. I'm not in this unit tribe business, bro.
Hold on. Where's the manners? Where's the manners?
Origins of myself, man.
Where's the manners, right? What I'm saying is that we have to understand our situation. Whether I debate Brother Snipes or not, it's not about me trying to outdo him, because he collectively don't have no power, and neither do I. Our reality still stays the same. So it's not about competing or challenging. It's about waking up the masses.
Reality is not your reality.
We are victims.
He's living his life, man. He's not worried about
my brother.
He's living his life.
My brother. The reason why I can have this conversation with you is because I already put in work. Yeah, mine is well documented. So like that's the difference between us. Well, I'm not into just chatting. I've really been out there. I'm really in my community. I'm guiding my own generation, as in my children and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, we're just doing what we can do, like, bro. But definitely, when it comes to like, oh, have you done it, or are you putting in a plan, or have you sat down and thought about these things? Long time, bro. Rinsed like an old pair of fucking trainers.
Yeah, brother. The difference between you and I, brother, is I understand.
You're in Birmingham and that.
Brother, that non-African people will never help you in your life. That's the difference. But you don't
allow it, man. They helped Garvey. They helped everyone. Like, bro, stop it, man. Stop the nonsense.
They deported Garvey.
What type of plan and tactic
They deported Garvey. How's that helping?
Americans did. Yeah, that's not the issue though.
Ian did, brother. They deported him. How does that help him? How does that help
lie
him
with
out?
dogs, you'll come up with Spanish fleas. So like, bro.
Oh, in other words, let sleep dogs lie. Nah, brother. This dog ain't gonna.
You shouldn't be messing with them dogs already. They'll bite you.
We're gonna connect with the other dogs.
Old dog is domesticated.
People.
Yeah. Come on, bro. He went from one mad regime of America to England. Another mad regime. It's crazy over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't get any better. This is the mother of America. You know what I'm saying? Any concepts they got over there, they got it over here. It's more defined and more refined over here. You know what I'm saying? This is where they mastered everything. This is where they did the Bill of Rights. This is where they did everything for America. They knew what they was doing. They was planting an egg. First start off with 13 colony, and then they colonize straight. Again, another thing they did is just like,
that
bro,
mean
just
give up?
like Africa.
Give up. Give up.
They put permanent residence. Once they got
Can
to
I
the Americas, they put a permanent residence. That's all.
can I ask a question? Like, not to anyone in particular, but obviously I don't really 100% know, but I just want to find out. It's more of a question to promote someone's answer really than to make a like. I don't really know, but to me it seems, yeah, like, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm humbly putting forward my opinion. There could never be Pan-Africanism or one unified African government that would override all the other nationalistic borders and that, because Black people or African people aren't being oppressed by a unified European invader. Half of them is being taken over by France. The other half's been taken over by England. And England and France will never want to see a unified Africa because it doesn't suit either one of their purposes.
That is correct.
Is that not? Do you not agree with that, Kill?
I agree with brother. I agree with that. You're practicing method acting right now.
No, but I'm saying this contradicts your previous
Sorry,
statement.
Carl,
that
repeat your question,
Europeans-
please. I missed
I'm
piece of your
saying-
question. Repeat it.
What I'm saying is, Kale said previously that Europeans have come together in a unified force to kind of oppress Africa and whatever. But I'm saying, if that was the case, if you had one oppressor, you could unite against them. But the fact is, half of Africa is oppressed by France, the other half's oppressed by England. Neither one of them want to see Africa unite.
Of course, but I think that's the point. Sorry, go ahead, Kiara. I think you were saying something. I'll come after you.
No, brother Shaka, he's doing method acting. He's practicing unethical code of conduct. I've codified it already and stuff, right? You know.
No, I hear you. You know why I'm engaged in this question though, is because it's one of the very many misconceptions that people come up with. So it's not even for the sake of Carl necessarily that I'm addressing it. It's just it's an interesting dynamic.
No,
right?
but do you know what? Do you know why it became obvious to me, Shaka? Because like, for example, in Iraq, yeah, England promoted the oppression of other people by Saddam, right? So they wanted just one person to rule everything. So then they only had one person to deal with. Now, if that was the case in Africa, if England, for example, was oppressing the whole of Africa, then it would suit them to have a Pan-Africanist idea, because earlier on, I think was it Snipes that said Pan-Africanism it will suit the white man, or it's a white ideology. And I was thinking about it now, and the penny just dropped, and I thought, but wait a minute, it would suit the oppressor to have only one government that they need to deal with, that would then turn around and basically funnel the efforts into every nook and cranny of extorting resources out of Africa, right? But why isn't that the case? The case is because it just dawned on me that half of Africa is being oppressed by France, who are enemies of England, and they're competing with each other to see who can rinse the most resources out of Africa. So they would never, either one of them would never want to see a united Africa, really.
So there's within that reasoning, there's a lot of premises that need to be corrected because they're false. Yeah, right.
Okay.
So first and foremost, from a Pan-African point of view, yeah, the makeup, the style, or the structure of governance, yeah, is one that needs to be studied, or suggestions, theories, yeah, and ideas about what kind of governance structure there should be, yeah, is one that needs to be studied. And I'm relatively certain, yeah, that the only two people on the panel who have actually done any studies into that are myself and Kale, because people tend to put forward this one president idea as though that is the Pan-African idea or the only Pan-African idea and whatever. It just means that you haven't studied certain things, right? So there are various different governance structures, yeah, that are suggested and come under what is considered to be a Pan-African idea of governance, yeah? That's the first thing. If you want to know about those things, you have to do some due diligence and study them, yeah? That's the first
thing.
The second thing is that it would be incorrect to say that France colonizes as France and Britain colonizes as Britain, and Spain colonized Spain and Portugal colonized Portugal. Yeah,
Right.
these people, they have their differences, but they also have their collaborations. Yeah, what they were
Mhm.
certain is that Europe was going to rule, African people. And by the way, the other misconception is that all of this is confined to the African continent. It's not. Pan-Africanism is about African people wherever they are on the planet. And I've said that a million times, and whenever some talk, they speak exclusively about the African continent as though that's the only sphere of Pan-African activity. Yeah, and I know it's going to happen after this point, but it's necessary to keep repeating that. Yeah, so Pan-African governance and state and nation building takes place in South and Central America and the Caribbean, as well as it takes place in Africa. It's just that Africa is considered to be the center of efforts because of the fact that it is the ancestral homeland and other economic, political, and social reasons. It's where the majority of us are, etc., etc., etc. Okay. So you have a situation whereby, yes, Britain and France and so on and so forth, in their colonial efforts, sometimes they had conflict and wars with each other, yes, but what they agreed upon is that one of them was going to rule, and then many times they collapsed. So for example, when Haiti was fighting for its liberation, they had to fight the British, the Spanish, and the French, and then when they won the revolution, the British, the Spanish, the French, and the Americans collaborated to sabotage that thing, because none of them wanted to see a free African republic in the Americas because of the example that it would set for the rest of the enslaved Africans in the region. All right, we talk about the 1800s where they were installing colonialism on the African continent, and sometimes they had conflict and battles for territory. And what happened was Otto von Bismarck in 1884-1885 called a conference, and they all sat around a table: Britain, Spain, Belgium, France, Portugal,
Morocco.
I believe, the Ottomans were represented in some way, shape, or form, but they didn't have a voting power. The Americans were also in the vicinity of that as well. A couple other nations, right? But they all sat around a table and collaborated, about how they're going to cut up and carve up the African continent for the sake of their mutual benefits, right? Do you know what I'm saying? And then that continued, because after World War II, after World War I, more properly referred to as Mass European War One, the rest of them collaborated to confiscate the territory that was granted to Germany. Germany lost all of its African colonies after Mass European War One, as an act of collaboration between the rest of the European powers, punishing Germany. They didn't give it back to the Africans.
No.
right. Just what I'm saying. They apportion it among themselves. And then after Mass European War II, what we start to see is transnational and multinational organizations and corporations develop, whereby it's the United Nations now, which is installing, trying to maintain colonialism. But because after Mass European War II, there were a lot of the colonies, not just in Africa but around the world, were looking out against colonialism. They really couldn't hold on to it no more. So through the United Nations, through the World Bank, the IMF, the World Trade Organization, the World Economic Forum, through what was then called the European Economic Community, which becomes known as the European Union, they began to collaborate in terms of how they were going to reinstitute or institute neocolonialism throughout the world, and among African people in the Caribbean and on the African continent in general. So it is a fact that the colonization and neocolonization of Africa and African people on the continent and in the diaspora is in fact a pan-European project, a pan-European white nationalist project.
No, I hear you.
I could even give more examples that related to like places like South Africa and Zimbabwe, because they didn't want to let go of their colonies, right? That they had created, because there the British had settled, and even in places like Kenya as well. And so in the so-called independence era, a significant amount of the fight began to be channeling resources, Africans from other places on the continent, channeling resources to Zimbabwe, and South Africa and Namibia and places like those, in order to assist them in the armed rebellion against the Europeans who were there. And the fact is that it was the British and the Americans who supported, the so-called white minority rule in these nations up until the political interests began to become unaligned. So the British, the British in Zimbabwe, for example, wanted to declare independence under white minority rule and white minority sovereignty, from Britain and the British Empire. And there was some conflict between the elites in Britain and the elites in Zimbabwe. But one of the things that they both agreed upon is that the Africans were not going to take back control of their land, their economy, and the government and the governance. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's a pan-European agenda. There's no doubt about the fact that they collaborate. If it is the case that they would prefer having a unified, however constituted, a unified governance system, well, we don't have that at the moment, and they don't seem to be having any problems instituting a neocolonial agenda. There's 54 states on the African continent, and however many states there are that are majority African in the Caribbean, South and Central America. Sorry, well, I'm nearly finished. And neocolonialism, robbery, theft, exploitation, is still the order of the day. And it is the order of the day based upon borders that colonizers drew up in their own interests. Most of the borders that we see today and the nation states that we see today were developed by the colonizers. We've just mainly inherited those borders and those structures as it stands right about now.
I was going to say, historically speaking, obviously we have our own history of how we created a nation from tribes. So from the tribes that were on the, let's say, on the run from the Mongol hordes that invaded Turkey, the Ottoman tribe was one of the smaller tribes that managed to incorporate all the tribes that went on the run from the Mongols, but managed to stay abreast of them and never let them take over. So with one hand, they had to defeat the enemy, which was the Romans or the Byzantine, and also on the other hand, they had to incorporate all the upstart little tribes that because of the Mongol invasion were on the run and tried to overrun so basically what I'm saying is, when you want to take on such an endeavor of creating a nation, not only do you have to fight your enemy and your oppressor, but you have to fight the oppressor, not the oppressor, sorry, but the unsynchronized ones from within.
Of course, and that is Kale's argument all the way.
100%. So I'm agreeing with Kale on that. And I'm saying that he's really come to the, when you're talking about unsynchronized.
I was thinking the same thing. Sorry, Khan. Kale just mentioned Shaka Zulu, and I was thinking the same thing, because that's exactly what Shaka Zulu was on. Shaka Zulu recognized that, these people were coming to invade, and so he began to try and consolidate the Zulu nation, and many other nations within under the Zulu nation in that regard, so that there is that, and that's not the only example of that. However, having said that, another misconception that people have is that people look at, because of this. This is why we say that the concept of tribe is problematic, because of the colonial baggage that it entails. The fact that within African history you have nations and civilizations that built what is referred to as empires. Let's say polities, that encompassed various different groups of people that are often referred to as tribes, is often absent in most people's reasonings. So when you think of Africa, you think of small unrelated people groups that are constantly in conflict with each other. This is a colonial idea. This is the savage, barbaric, dark continent idea that Europeans have popularized in relation to African people. But Africans have been trading with each other for centuries. African people have been quote unquote intermarrying across so-called tribe for centuries. African peoples have been coming together and developing larger political and social units for centuries. Yeah, this is
But
so.
my question, Chaka, is how are you going to deal with the unsynchronized ones who are, let's say, happy with the status quo, whereby their survival depends on the current situation, just basically not changing?
Well, that's a situation that any liberation movement would have to deal with. However, it would be entirely unsynchronized of me to discuss that issue with a non-African. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm not
Okay.
I'm not going to
All right,
engage
cool.
in that level of
Let's
sacrifice.
leave that there then. Let's leave that there.
Indeed.
I'm just
That
saying
said,
that for this particular
I can say
argument,
though,
you've come to
I
the
can
right
say though.
place.
You know, I agree, but I can say that one of the things that Baba Kwame Ture said is that in this phase we're engaged in the battle of ideas, and so much of how we address those issues is through conversation and what we call political education. You know what I'm saying? You know, we engage and we present these ideas before the masses of our people in conversation in various different other kinds of ways. Because oftentimes you're dealing we're not dealing in situations whereby we are all considering these things all of the time, innit, right? So those of us who are considering these things more regularly than others, you know, we create platforms to share the ideas, and engage, you know, with our people, and that is one way. That the other way shall become clear in the course of history.
Well, let's hope. We say inshallah.
In Shona, that would be Kana Mwariada. You know what I'm saying? If it pleases the Creator.
Right. Yes, exactly. But you know, coming back to pleasing the Creator, I think that's important. Thing that you have to understand that for like to me, there's a difference between strength and power. Strength and power is two different things, right? Like strength is like inherent quality, and power is like the use of it, or like the exertion of it. So without an enemy to move against, or without an enemy to unite against, it's difficult to kind of rally your troops together. And I think the problem is, if everyone's happy with the status quo, it's very hard to mobilize those people. And I think that's the problem with Africa, like that there is riches there is resources there, and it's like being on benefits, right? They give you enough money to survive, but they're not giving you enough to basically get your haq, to get your rights. And I think African leaderships are basically on the receiving end of funds. Like I heard about, you know, even Ghana was getting like aid from United Nations on, like they were giving them free rice and stupid things like that. And I was thinking, how is this possible that a mighty nation like Ghana, that's got so much natural resources, is taking aid from Europe? And it just seems that it's like it's become a culture. It's become like the norm. You know, that these people are giving away freebies. Let's just take it, and you know, we become lazy, or we become less over a period of time less willing to fight. And it's like I said, it's like being on benefits, where, you know, is it really helping you to get a job when you're on job seekers? They're giving you enough money to survive, but that's about it. Like, you don't have that fight in you. You know what I mean? And I think when I look at Africa as a whole, I do get the feeling that, you know, the richness of Africa, the resources that's in Africa, is sort of like the reason why, when you compare Africa to, for example, Central Asians, where in Central Asian there's like 1 inch of grass growing on the floor, and men are fighting to the death for it because that's their lifeline. And I don't think Africans have ever had that situation where it was do or die to that extent. And I think like that because of that, things are more likely to carry on how they have been. And I'm not saying Africans aren't being oppressed. They definitely are. I'm not saying that their rights aren't taken away from them, or they're being kept in the dark in terms of education and military funding. And there's so much things that they're keeping Africa behind on. And I agree with, you know, the idea that, yeah, the whites are doing it, or Europeans are doing it systematically. I do agree with all that. Yeah, I do say that.
The Asians and the Middle Easterns.
Okay, everyone, yeah, I agree with you. Everyone's a stakeholder in the status quo. But the thing is, how are we gonna, if like, even on paper, how are we gonna address this question of everyone being a stakeholder in the status quo? How are you gonna overturn that, or how are you gonna create a movement when there's no impetus for it? That's my question, by the way. Anyway, my question will remain unanswered because obviously we're not going to share that kind of information publicly. But
Indeed, at the same time, there's a saying that consciousness precedes unity. Yeah, and once a people have the consciousness to do a thing, they will move on it. And that's that. And I think that as African people, what we have to understand is the extent to which the forces of global Western imperialism have propagandized us against ourselves, if that makes sense, and the kind of movement that will challenge their authority in relation to us. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? In a way that we're not waiting for God to come and save us. We're not even waiting for we're not waiting for our ancestors even to come and save us, right? That's a lot for me, right? You know what I'm saying? We have to exercise agency, in that regard. But in order to exercise the agency, we have to recognize that there is a problem. And so what people fail to realize or acknowledge is the one of the primary methods or strategies of fighting a conglomerate of pan-European white nationalist imperialists is people power, yes, and amassing a critical mass of people who are willing to engage in, I'm going to use the word war, on various different levels. Yeah, that's the issue, and at the moment, that would appear to be one of our primary issues. Now, having said that, it's not difficult for Africans to unite, right?
Of course not.
In the sense of, we tend to have no problem uniting against. I always joke in it and say that whenever myself or Kay or anybody that's talking about or Raven or anybody that's talking about Black betterment, Pan-Africanism or African spirituality comes about, it tends to bring the most unity, in a lot of, not this Trilluminati, but a lot of these streams, because everybody comes out of the woodwork. You know what I'm saying? To have a go at the thing, and there's so much unity. Suddenly, all of my Abraham brothers and sisters have unity. Even the atheists come in, right? And man, that are not aligned, you don't even know what their politics or their religious ideas are. Everybody's got and they all seem to unify and chip in where these things are concerned. So if only we could have that level of synchrony, because man join the panel and them dropping them thing, and then then you got the man them in the chat who can't really challenge the points that you're making, but are going to try and negatively characterize it anyway, right? You know what I'm saying? So there appears to be a whole heap of synchrony, that comes about, when we begin to drop these, this kind of analysis. That if only that level of synchrony amassed in and in many places it is, right? Because YouTube and social media is not the word, I mean, I'm going to be taking part in a conference at the end of the week, which is a Pan-African conference that has representatives from all over the Pan-African world. You know what I'm saying? I believe over half the countries on the African continent are represented. You know what I'm saying? In at the conference, and some various different parts of the diaspora are represented at this particular conference. So there are moves towards collaboration and forming greater unity and so on and so forth, that brothers and sisters are not aware of, and those who have a virulently anti Pan-African strain, even when they are made aware of it, they'll deny it. Yeah, and you just have to deal with that. That's the challenge that you have to deal with. So I'm gonna say that, and then tomorrow somebody's gonna deny that even exists, right? You know what I'm saying? That, you know, that what I've just said actually exists. They're not gonna look into it. They're not gonna research it. They're just gonna deny it and hope that they can influence the opinions of others in relation to what it is that you're saying. And unfortunately, they have the backing of the dominant power structure of Western imperialism in them doing that. And so that's just one of the challenges that we have to deal with. You know what I mean?
To what extent, Shaka, is the diasporal populations responsible for change? Because bringing it back to Turkish independence, it was the ones that were living in Paris and France and that were reporting back saying, bruv, do you know that these lot take you lot for chiefs? They think you're genetically inferior. They think that you are not possibly going to ever come on the same level as them. And it was that information that provoked the War of Independence, where people were fighting and saying, well, nah, we're not going to let the Europeans coming in here take over, like as if they're doing us a favor, when really we know that they think of us as inferior. And it was that information from the people that were living abroad that was saying, like, don't think we got it easy living out here amongst these Europeans. Like, they're basically like supremacists. That if they get their foot on your neck, they're never going to let it go. And that's what sparked the movement back home for people to stand up and say, well, no, these Europeans aren't these lovely, angelic, clean-cut people that are looking to come in here and set up institutions and do whatever. No, they're not that, you know. And that's, I think, like, shows the importance of how people abroad can benefit the people back home. And I think, like, you know, that's an important question to ask. Like, how are these two groups of people working together? Like, what is the relationship between Africans abroad, or the diasporal Africans, and the ones back home? How are they, like, dealing with each other? Because if the ones back home are like, oh, you lot better off out there, the streets are paved with gold, you're living the best life, you're driving around in Navigator Jeeps and whatever, like, they're not really looking at you as, when you report back saying, no, like, they're looking down on us, they think they're better than us, like, whatever, that information ain't really resonating back home, because they're thinking, how are you saying that when you're walking around with gold chains on and you're blinging? Like, if anything, we want to be like you, we want to run away as well and live good. And I think that relationship between the people back home and the people abroad, I think, isn't really going in favor of Pan-Africanism at the minute.
Yeah, it depends, isn't it? There's levels to the thing. What I will say is that, and you've just presented a good case study in terms of the history of your own people, and the history of other peoples would be informative about this as well. For example, in relation to Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, many of the people that were invested in the idea of the Republic of Ireland and wanted to liberate Ireland from English or British rule were living outside of Ireland, yeah. And they formed a government in exile,
right,
to establish the political framework, yeah. And basically at a certain point they were able to to return to Ireland and institute that framework. And similar things have happened. I know, for example, in Cuba, a similar dynamic took place whereby the people that were responsible for the Cuban Revolution, were living outside of Cuba, yeah, for a significant period of time, and formed their political structures, and had that influence when for a process of revolution at a certain point at which they returned, yeah. So this is not a strange. It's not a strange model, yeah, in the sense of if you have a diaspora, and in growing and developing in today's world, having a diaspora is actually very important, yeah. Most of the communities that have political and economic strength in the world, they have a home base and a diaspora.
All right.
You know what I'm saying, that operates in collaboration with each other. Yeah, and so again, it's just about having the intentionality. You know, and so yeah, I mean, Africans in the continent and the diaspora relate to each other on various different ways and various different levels. The most productive of which, in relation to solving certain problems, is recognizing that essentially we are one people. Yeah, that we are Africans. Yeah. Or we could say variations of the same people, yeah, and that we need to strengthen our ties and our relationships consciously, actively, towards solving certain problems and meeting certain goals, and that happens. And so, you know, but when you're doing that, then you have to wade through the anti-African mentality. And when I say the anti-African mentality, I'm talking about in relation to not just Africans in the diaspora in relation to Africans on the continent, but the other way around as well. It's not any less anti, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, so there's that, but you know, there's levels to that conversation. But the most important thing is that that is not it's not an unusual dynamic for those who are in the diaspora of the home nation to be working actively towards the liberation, the freedom, the development of the home nation. You know what I'm saying? You know, so that, yeah, that's just what it is.
I got two different questions I want to ask you. I don't know which one to go with. Let me run them both by you and you can choose what one you want to answer, right? First question, the economic situation of the world and how it's turning a bit grim, showing me that America basically is withdrawing from the global arena. It's taking its funding with it. And a lot of these Europeans now are struggling. How is that, them like basically struggling? How is that going to negatively affect Africa? Because they're predicting that a lot of these wheat exports that was supposed to come out of Russia and Ukraine was due to go to countries like Egypt and to Africa in general. And they're saying that that's now become the Europeans' lowest priority. So they're going to basically predict that there's going to be a lot more starving, a lot more famine, a lot more economic problems in Africa due to this. Now, what I'm asking, my question is from a Pan-Africanist position, could this in any way be turned into a positive where Africans will now have to basically come together to basically fill the gap that all this extra European and American money was basically covering up the gaps, let's say, in African economy or economical structures, for example? That's my first question. My second question, whichever one you want to answer, is would the technology of today, like the technological advancements that we're seeing, because obviously America's always ahead of technology because they got the most money, but really we can see the ingenuity is coming from China and other places, and they're more like willing to provide Africa and other countries like Turkey with that technology. So we're seeing now a sort of rebalancing of world affairs where American money isn't really what it used to be, because the technology that they were funding for themselves and withholding from the rest of us is now seeming to be like less important because China's producing the same drones and the same technology. How, like, my question is basically, how is this new age of technology going to benefit Africa from a Pan-Africanist point of view? How can technology sort of help to bring Africa together in a way where in the past it wasn't able to do so? So maybe like a little footnote, something like to do with maybe education, like through like internet, kind of like could provide a more Pan-Africanist ideology in future generations if they have a unified education based on today's technology. That would be my idea. But I don't know, either one of them questions, Shaka, that could be a talking point for you, because I know you're a man of many talents. Like you can talk on either one of them.
So, Kyle, are you there? Kyle's on mute. All right. What may I say? First question. I disagree with the notion that America is withdrawing from the world. I think America is reassessing how it's going to play and figure into the world. America is currently in the process of extending its military presence throughout the Americas, and the African continent, in particular, in relation to the African continent. You have AFRICOM, yeah, and there's an American High Command for the Americas outside of the United States of America, which the acronym I'm forgetting at the moment, but basically they're extending their military bases around the world. Yeah, when you understand the system of capitalism and monopoly capitalism as it relates to Western imperialism, the nation state, as far as its government, doesn't have to be involved in the nation necessarily, because what it does is that it sends its corporations, and its corporations acts as an arm of the government. So what they're doing is they're trying to challenge the power of China, by understanding that for a generation or two, they have been giving aid that hasn't worked and attaching certain strings to it that it has been detrimental to the development of what they call the third world, and in this case, the African diaspora on the continent and in the diaspora, and the fact that more people are wise to that now, and the fact that they're being challenged in terms of that agenda by China, who is seeking to present the air of not being exploitative, although many of those deals are exploitative. Yeah, so the West, which includes Europe, have to come with a different tact. Yeah, and so you see things like France is withdrawing from places like Mali, but then America is expanding, yeah, in a similar vicinity, and the reason given for this is the threat of Islamic extremism. Yeah, so we see that taking place, but they have not receded in any way, shape, or form. For example, the mining corporations are no less present in the Congo. The oil corporations are no less present in Nigeria, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. So I challenge repeating. What they're trying to do, however, is give the impression that the so-called third world or developing nations are reliant upon the free market that is run by Western corporations, yeah, for their economic development and survival. And so it's just a different change in tact. And then they're also ramping up the propaganda against China, in the sense of the extent to which they do or do not engage in free market policies, and how that can help develop a nation or not. The long and short of it, however, is that none of these factors are as important as the agency of African people ourselves, yeah, and the organizations of African people ourselves. So that kind of is your first question. As far as technology is concerned, again, the technological aspect is that we have to be able to use whatever technology that exists to our own benefit, but principally our greatest power is going to come with our capacity to develop and manufacture these technologies and develop them ourselves and employ them ourselves. I'll give you an example of what I mean. China doesn't use the conventional internet that we know. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? If you're in China, generally speaking, you can't just jump on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Because they have basically their own internet, and the reason for that is because they understand that the internet was created by the CIA, and is a military weapon, right? That is controlled by the American government, and so when it comes to hacking and them kind of things, any connection to that system creates a security risk and a security issue. In that regard, yeah, and so but nobody would argue that China is not an economically advanced, or an advancing nation in today's world. So we have to set our own standards and goals, economically speaking. I would argue that a lot of the push right now to catapult Africa into and the Caribbean, for that matter, into the digital age is misplaced, and there are some Pan-Africanists that disagree with me on this point, by the way. So let me just put that out there. There is variation of opinion on this particular subject, but the debate rages from diving into the technology and also taking a step back in the sense of the fact that most of our nations are not sufficiently industrialized to be able to manufacture these same technologies. Yeah. So if we go into the digital age, we'll be in a situation whereby we are still reliant upon the manufacturers of the technology to access the technologies themselves. Yeah. And that's a disempowering situation. It's also a security risk. So technology can assist, but we have to, nothing assists more than having clear political, economic, and cultural goals, and a critical mass of social organization in order to achieve those goals. Once you have those things, then you will achieve anything that you want in terms of technology, and go in any direction that you want in terms
Wow.
of
I really thought I was throwing you a curveball, but you just smashed both of them in record time. Like, well done, Chaka, bro. Respect to you. Anyway, I'm gonna go on mute now because I think some Africans should maybe step up to the plate. As a non-African, I think I've synchronized enough for one day. All right, brother. Respect, yeah.
Brother, where's the conference gonna be held, brother? I think I'm. Or you want to talk? You want to do that in the private chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll send you the link in it in the private. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, the organizers have done well still. Supported by an organization called We Charge Colonialism.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And so they're basically trying to they brought together a broad brush of groups and organizations and even ideologies. So like not everybody that's presented is going to agree on everything, if that makes sense.
Right.
But we're not going to agree on everything in it. So and there are plans to have some ongoing collaborations and action points following conference itself. So I'm going to send you the link for the organization.
Yeah, man.
And but yeah, as a part of the conference itself, organizations have submitted programs that they're in, that they're involved in, and they've amassed a certain amount of funds. I can't remember the amount, but they're going to be supporting certain work that is taking place, I'm saying, to develop certain Pan-African ideals, but they're going to be sending that money for the development of those projects and other things that are taking place as a result of the conference itself. They've put together a paper as well, which you can actually download. And the purpose of the paper is just the various different, and I think there's probably more involved now than when the paper was written, because the paper was released at the end of last year. But there's more people involved now. But the paper itself has submissions from various different parts of the Black world, of the African world, given an explanation of conditions and what you call it, something works that are going, and issues that are in various different areas. You know what I'm saying? So everywhere from Brazil to Namibia, Azania, South Africa, Congo, Britain is represented, USA is represented, Haiti, so yeah, various different nations, you know what I mean? So yeah.
I got a question. I'm gonna codify the best of my ability and stuff. You do understand that the digital world is becoming very vast now, and the cryptos. What's your opinion on the cryptos in regards to for our people?
Yeah. Oh, my opinion on crypto. I'm in between. Yeah. It's something that I'm still studying. I don't like some of what I've heard about it. Not necessarily the crypto itself, but people that are saying this is our route to sovereignty. I think that's nonsense. Yeah, I think that's nonsense idea. Especially if we don't own and control. You can use any currency. The power of currency though is that you regulate it yourself. Yeah. And you're able, or let's say you're able to have some power in terms of its regulation. And I don't hear enough of that conversation happening. But I mean, in Pan-African circles, we've been talking about developing global African currencies for generations. You know what I'm saying? But
can I ask, are you aware of what China is doing with crypto, Shaka?
Yeah, again, as I said, it's something that I'm still researching. So I've heard certain things. I'm more familiar. Like I have a brethren who traveled to Venezuela and what's that nation called? Another nation in in South or Central America.
Bolivia, Peru, Chile,
Uruguay, Paraguay.
No, none of them. I'll tell you in a second. I'll tell you in a sec.
But in Zimbabwe, got their own cryptocurrency. There's that guy that comes on here. Do you remember Freeborn? I think he lives in Holland or Germany, and he was telling us that Zimbabwe is trying to launch its own currency and how it's gonna be.
No, I get it. I'm not saying that there's not opportunities there. As far as I'm aware, there are some opportunities there. The question is because if we're talking about like from a Pan-African perspective, it's about sovereignty, right? It's about nation. So it's about how to what extent it contributes to that agenda. Is the other part. And I'm not saying that it can't, but I'm saying that we're not going to do it just by investing in Bitcoin.
That's right.
Or maybe Bitcoin, but none of the others.
No, Shaka. It's not about investing in Bitcoin. They're saying that they're going to float their national resources on a global scale, but using like they're not investing in Bitcoin or anything like that.
No, I get that. Again, okay. I think there's opportunities there. I'm not studied in it enough to give an informed opinion. I'm just saying, as far as my studies at the moment, and not just my studies at the moment, but what I'm hearing of people say about it, I'm in between on some of what people are saying about it.
Yeah, of course.
But I need to study it some more.
Have you looked at the negatives with it? You know, like the social crediting. You know, like say how your crypto or your currency, when it becomes tender, when it becomes the only option, places like India where they don't have cash no more, right?
Yes.
Like it becomes a problem when they sort of centralize this decentralized currency, because apparently they've been debuting it in places like China, whereby you can't actually just buy anything with the money that you want to buy.
Right.
You understand?
Ain't about that, Vic. What it's about is if foreigners can buy up all your national.
No. It's about
they can control your
different thing. Can't if the government over there decides that you're too obese to be part of a productive part of society, then they'll just stop your currency from being able to buy high cholesterol foods.
Yeah, there ain't no problem.
That's not a joke.
There ain't a problem. Who cares about that? It's about the independence of your nation.
What if you want to go to Jamaica and they're trying to say like, you can't go to Jamaica, you can only go to Ghana this year.
You're talking about personal freedoms. I'm talking about sovereignty of a nation where your currency is completely under your own control.
Yeah, that won't exist if we move into digital. Like all head on TV, like
because what they'll do is they'll stop foreigners buying into their currency, and they'll make sure that their own people own their own currency. So now at the moment,
and how will that affect what decisions the governments make?
What I'm saying is at the moment, let's say what I'm saying, Vic. Let's say I use Turkey as an example. The currency or the financial sector could have been infiltrated by foreign entities or companies that have been used by other governments in an aggressive manner to gain control of your country. But when you put in a digital realm, you have full control. You can stop them from buying your currency.
China used the digital realm to stop people from traveling to a protest. Did you hear about that one? Sorry, Kale. Just making that last example because Khan's very argumentative. You know what Khan's like. Yeah. China used this very same digital system. Why are you trying to attack people? Why are you trying to stereotype me? I'm letting you know facts, right? Don't side rail me. I'm showing you.
No, you're side railing, going into personal things. What do you mean? You know Khan? What do you mean?
You're gay. So what? You're gay. And what?
Hi guys,
I got more kids than you, bro. Who's gay?
That means nothing.
I got sons, you got daughters. You got the gay gene, not me. I'm producing females.
You're gay. I want females. I don't want no boys. Anyway, China heard about a protest.
Yeah, El Salvador. Sorry, El Salvador. That's what I was.
Right, the southern country. South American one. And what happened there? Your friend went there and they've got an independent.
I don't know the full details in it, but they're doing some significant things with the crypto thing in El Salvador.
Right.
So yeah, I wouldn't presume to speak on it, but he speaks very highly of it. And so
this social credit thing that China are taking, the direction that they're taking it in is not a joke, right? This example is brilliant. They heard of a protest that was going to happen. Yeah, say like somewhere eastern, deeper into China. And what they decided to do is ban all the people that were intending to turn up from being able to buy tickets in that direction. That's how much control we are talking about when we give them this digital currency, you know? Okay. Not digital that we do through the banks, this new form of.
Well, to be fair though, the banks are is because, and this is the other thing, because of because ever since the currencies were lifted from the gold standard, you have a situation whereby effectively currencies are digital anyway, right? Because they're based upon the metrics of the stock market and whatever. So it's been digital for time. It's been digital from before there was digital really and truly.
70s
right?
at
Yeah,
least.
you know what I'm saying? So that's that we're already existing in that kind of realm to some degree. It's just about the systems of regulation.
And to most people, the richest people don't use cash.
Yeah, exactly.
I know a man that's in a WhatsApp group with Richard Branson says he's always asking for cash. literally said he's always asking his millionaire friends for cash.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's an interesting that. Yeah, like I said, it's something that I do have to take some time to deep dive in and study more. You know what I'm saying?
I was gonna say, Shaka, you know that there's a Pan-Africanist Bitcoin as well. You know about that, don't you?
Yeah, I've heard of it. And I when you say it's a Pan-Africanist though, is it actually Pan-Africanist or because why I say it is because like, they say the African Union is Pan-Africanist, isn't it? If that makes sense. There's very use
they do, yeah.
of the terminology. So yeah. So I've got
it's
and I've heard that one was mentioned in Zimbabwe. There's apparently some brother in Nigeria's got one as well.
Yeah.
And Kenya is developing one as well. So yeah, it just depends.
That's gonna be crazy, Aurora. That's gonna be crazy.
It's called the Adora Bitcoin. It's called. Yeah.
Yeah, mad thing. It don't look good though. I can't lie. This that level of social credit thing that they're on in China, because I see like you know a lot about China, Shaka, and that don't seem like a healthy sort of power to give the government. Do you know what I mean?
I wouldn't say I know a lot about China. I know a thing.
We're definitely got informed on certain subjects. I can see that. We can definitely detect that. But it's not.
The thing is this, right? Because why I would treat some of that with skepticism is it not to say that you're wrong, you know, that you're incorrect. What you're saying is incorrect. It's just that I know that in the current climate that we're in, because the West is in an economic war with China, there's a lot of propaganda out there, if that makes sense. That we have to wade through, you know, in relation to these things. I don't necessarily think that that I think China has different challenges than America, and Britain and these places. So
they're at a different phase in time,
right? You know what I'm saying. So we got to judge things from the phase of development or the intentions of the country and the nation itself. You know? And it may be the case, like when Britain and America are faced with certain challenges, and I think we've seen, especially since so-called 9/11.
Do you see us as one entity, sort of thing?
When you see us as one entity, what do you mean?
Us, Big Brother and Uncle Sam.
No, I'm doing my best to not be a part of that entity. But having said that, there is no doubt about the fact that I am affected and infected to some degree. I exist within the reality. You know what I'm saying?
It's like the Western world, isn't it? We're the standard for it.
Right, you know. And so it's about the extent to which Janai, the artist, says, I know from experience the system is flawed and unfair, so I live outside it as much as I possibly dare. But it's not just about living outside it, it's about challenging it. And from my perspective in particular, in relation to African people, you know, and our own sovereignty and autonomy in that respect.
Of the African continent as a whole.
Of African people, not just the African continent. Yeah,
do African people have that? Because I notice a lot of that sentiment outside of Africa, being people like Kale or yourself, where we don't reside in Africa. We would love to see a USA like properly done over there. But do Africans see it that way? We don't have beefy or no. I haven't really spoken to any Africans since we've been.
Well, I was mentioning the conference earlier. There's Africans from all over the continent at that conference, the Pan-African Conference, right?
Okay, and they're there to support that cause.
Yeah, most definitely. I shouldn't say they're there to support the cause. They're already engaged in work, like Pan-Africanist work, all over the African continent. The idea that most Black people anywhere in the world are not Pan-Africanist or part of any Pan-African organization working on Pan-African goals or anything like that. So the African concept would not be unique in that regard. There are a lot of Pan-Africanists in Jamaica, but most Jamaicans are not Pan-Africanists and engaging in a Pan-African organization, right? Just what I'm saying. So it'll be the same in Nigeria, Congo, South Africa, Kenya, you know, Sudan, etc., etc.
Yeah, just small pockets and
Right,
portions.
I'm saying,
Because
yeah.
we get the impression in terms of like intercontinental propaganda, like you were saying with China. Like we get the impression that it's just hella infighting over there, one country fighting the next country next door, you know, and things like that. We get a lot of that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Where
you
it's
know,
obviously to me, to someone, if you read between the lines, I feel like it's where them Ross Clark special forces where they train their men and shit. Do you know what I mean? They're starting off their little wars and thing over there with their with the special forces and thing. You know what I mean? But it's not painted like that. The picture is painted that it's a warlord that seized control, and do you know what I mean? It's a rebel government, and they chat a lot of shit.
Yeah. And a lot of these things are you know, funded and deliberately developed and them kind of things there.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not to say that you know there's not genuine people that rise up against the government, but we have to just be careful in it when we make certain judgments. You know.
So this conference is in this country?
No, it's online, so it's international.
Okay.
It was intended to be in Zimbabwe actually, but but because of the travel restrictions of
Okay,
you know,
right. Yeah. The lock-ons.
they've had to rejig the thing.
Oh,
You know?
see.
So, yeah, it was always going to be international, but basically the bulk of the organizers were going to travel to Zimbabwe and
have a good face to face. Yeah. Yeah, that would be dope. That would be dope. I like gathering the opinion because it's always been a strong thing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of my people that raised me up are Bingy. So there's this almost bypasses Jamaica, even though more of them are from Jamaica. Like they're not my people biologically. My people are St. Lucian, but them are raised me. So it kind of bypasses Jamaica, goes back to like Ghana and different places like that. Do you know what I mean? Where they got ancient, more older history as far as they're concerned. Do you know what I mean? So it's like
100%.
I've never not sort of been interested in the subject myself, and you guys have been speaking a lot about it. I'm not sure I fully understand it because I don't know. KO represents it like he's some kind of panther. I like KO. He's some kind of, you got it going on over there.
That's an interesting one, you know. So when you say that, right? Because obviously when you say the Panther, people think of the Black Panther Party, right?
Right.
But
I just think of the conviction. I'd say it
I know exactly what you mean, but it's not. It's a very appropriate symbolism, yeah. But the reason why I'm flagging it up is obviously because you know you see you got Marvel Black Panther, yeah.
Okay.
But one of the interesting things about the Panther, yeah, symbology is that throughout the African continent, there's a video going around, yeah, that says that people say that the lion is the king of the jungle in Africa.
Okay.
But they're saying that actually
lions don't even enter the jungle, does it?
Right. But she's saying that this is a Western colonial kind of construct. She's saying in Africa, the leopard, yeah, is the king, right?
Of course.
And she said, and you know, you get variations here and there.
And the panther is a kind of leopard.
And the panther is a type of leopard, right? So, what am I saying? But from ancient Kemet, yeah, you to Zulu, Congo, and you go the region of Zambia and Zimbabwe to parts of West Africa, yeah, and all throughout the Nile Valley, you'll see that the panther, the leopard, is associated with leadership and kingship and priesthood, yeah, and them kind of things there. So I'm mentioning it because it's one of the things that you see in across a number of different cultures on the African continent. This significance of the leopard, yeah, you know, and its cultural
apex
significance, yeah, you know what I'm saying. So it's an appropriate symbolism that you've evoked.
Even the fact that I said it like that, yeah, it's funny. Have you seen the content where guys are sort of trying to say that the Black Panther itself as a movie, this Marvel bullshit that passed, right? Well, it's not so much bullshit, a good film, but they're trying to say that is sort of the offering from from Massa's world as American history for Black people, sort of thing. Like they don't know where they come from, so that sort of gives them a cultural identity. Now they think they're from Wakanda, some of them are stupid enough to actually believe that they're from Wakanda. There's a guy that's propagating some content, and he really dives deep. Actually, I can't really.
But it's based on the Lasusu civilization.
Right.
So to quote your brother,
no, you go on.
Hey, brother, Dakara can explain more. Yeah.
Right. So the
Go on,
whole
go on. So
Wakanda thing and that them people there and whatever is based on something. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. They've taken from a number of different African nations and cultures to build up the Wakanda mythos. In fact, the term Wakanda comes from various different what they call Bantu languages. The term Kanda relates to nation, community, and also can relate to a particular political structure within a nation or a community. Yeah, and Wa as a prefix is like different language. It can relate to the word for the you know what I'm saying, or whatever. Yeah, so
right.
If you say Moyo wa Taifa in Kiswahili, that means heart of the nation. Moyo is heart, Taifa is nation. Yeah.
Wa
and Wa is the or of the. So literally Wakanda is the nation or the community.
Okay.
You know, in the film they're speaking Osa, which is an actual
Right.
language.
I knew they were doing something. I knew that was authentic.
You know what I'm saying. So yeah, they've drawn from a lot of different African culture and mythology to build up the world. I'm not I enjoyed the film. I'm not a major fan of the film, you know what I'm saying, itself.
I enjoyed the film greatly. It's
Yeah,
one of
yeah.
the first times where I've been at leisure to actually enjoy a villain. And
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, the villain
I'm a
was-
villain. I'm a villain, so I want to root for the villain. Do you know what I mean? And that was one of those films where you really got to do that. You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? From a political point of view, I had my problems with the film. You know what I'm saying? Mostly with the role of the CIA officer.
That's right.
And
That's
some of the
right.
politics between T'Challa and
Mhm.
Jadica. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. That's right.
So, and what you notice is that they put a lot of revolutionary, radical words in mouth, and then have him strangling old women and killing his girlfriend. You know, at a heartbeat. So there's a propaganda tool that they always employ when they apply barbaric actions towards revolutionary ideals. And then what you have is at the end is a head of state in T'Challa who goes to the UN, you know what I'm saying, and vows to share, Wakandan technology.
Some vibranium.
With the UN, like before you take over the rascal UN and you know what I'm saying, and whatever, like you've got the power to do that, innit? So that's the point. That's the propaganda within these films, and the Hollywood is never going to put out a film that celebrates the subversion of American power in the world. You know what I'm saying? So
no, of course not.
So so that is what that is. And if we want to challenge that, then we've got to make our own films, isn't it? That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like so belligerent to actually say that people are stupid enough to fall for that, but a lot of people think that the Matrix is some realistic reality depiction of things. Do you know what I mean? And that's older than Wakanda and things. So it's like, people have always been disfeatherant about like any kind of literature, to be honest. A lot of people still think Sherlock Holmes is a real man.
I tell you what, Vic, I don't like what they did to that sister, you know, the author of The Matrix and the Terminator. What's her name again now?
Okay.
What's her name?
I did hear slyly some information here. I thought you might have to remind me. So it's a woman, she wrote the thing and then the Wachowski stole it, is it?
Yeah, the African American. I think her name is Sophia Stewart, right? She came up with the Terminator films and the Matrix. Yeah, but she's and I didn't like what they did to her. I think she's still fighting over it now, actually. But you know, we have to give homage to our sisters for their beautiful mind, and you know,
Yeah, inspired one of my stories actually. That Terminator thing.
Are you right? Yeah.
Yeah, from just a habit. Like right now, I'm trying to complete 6 books at a time, so I'm really going at a snail's pace. Yeah, 2 fiction And well, there's two that are fiction as well, but they're actually real in a way because they're written about my adventures in a computer game.
Okay.
So it's like it happened, but it really wasn't like I can't do fireballs, but they happened. Do you know what I mean? It was just digital.
Are you
published?
Yeah, you publishing?
No.
So you don't this is a hobby.
I will if I feel it's good enough. I really will, because I got a promoter in it for the music thing. So, and he's been onto man about the book thing anyway. So it's like, because he's doing his own things as well. He's a legendary promoter and a manager in the game from a long time. He's managed all the rap legends. Do you know what I mean? Since before.
But if you're writing 6 books, you might as well put them out to the world.
Yeah, man. So at some point, I feel like I would, but like I said, I feel like as someone who hasn't pursued that in life, you don't exactly. It takes a little bit of a while to take yourself seriously as something. Do you know what I mean? When you first endeavor to do that, it takes you a while to actually.
I write as well. I've been writing a play for years that I ain't finished.
Okay, wicked. A play,
I'm a spoken word artist. Yeah, so I'm a spoken word artist. I've written that journalistically as well. But there's something about playwriting and that it's a different
very romantic. It's very romantic. I like the concept. I've never thought myself skilled enough to make it so tangible. Do you know what I mean? As direct the stage sort of thing. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I guess I've got that because I do spoken word theatre in it, so I'm used to this thing. But writing and writing it by myself as well, because I've written in collaboration with people, but writing it by myself is a different thing.
So that's another thing as well. I read that sounds really good. The writing in collaboration sort of thing in the comic terms, in the comedy terms. Because a couple of my clients are really funny. I just think that if I sat them down with a team of writers, they'd just be spitballing jokes. It would get the funniest black comedy for a while. You know the ones there.
Yeah, man. No, it's necessary, But yeah, I might write another one day as well. I have ideas. But I'm more like I'm more when I think about that, I'm more thinking in terms of the graphic novel type vibration.
Right. So more less of a fiction than.
No fiction, but yeah, most of my creative writing is sort of in terms of fiction, but historical fiction as well as I don't even like the term science fiction, but
I love the term science fiction. Absolutely love it. I love it. I fucking love it. Kale. I watched the thing
I love
recently.
science fiction as a genre. I just don't know if I want to imply it to my writing. If that
your stuff. That's dope. Though. That's dope, though. Imagine like a Rastaman science fiction.
But we need a Pan-Africanist mindset on our media, man. You know what I mean?
Right.
If it was up to me, if it's up to me, brother, everything would be Pan-Africanized, brother. You know what I mean?
But at least on the continent, innit? At least on the continent, like at least there.
On the continent and the diaspora.
I mean, chance would be a fine thing, but there ain't many of us here. They say we're 13%. I've never felt like that was accurate, but
no, we're not 30%. We're less than 3% in the UK.
Wow, 3?
Yeah, we're less than 3% in the UK. But what's it called? There's a so Amos Wilson is one of my main teachers. Yeah, and
right.
He's a writer of he's an educational psychologist, but he's passed away in 1995. But he's a writer of books like The Development Psychology of the Black Child and Black Power and them kind of things. There. But he was also a writer of fiction. But he never finished any of his work before he passed away.
Oh man!
And so, but he speaks about what Kale just said in terms of within a culture, you need a genre of speculative fiction. Think about it, yeah. Like when you watch, I don't know if you're like me in it, but when you watch Star Trek and them kind of things there, and you check how much of the things in Star Trek are actually real right now, yeah.
Church.
It's a mad thing. Like there's a relationship between scientific exploration and technological development and the science.
Not only that, I mean, Star Trek is the deepest shit, No, it really is. Like Gene Roddenberry is one of the most complete human beings that I've ever caught like wind of.
Interesting.
Just the vision was unparalleled, man. They talk about this woman that done the Harry Potter or the J.K. Rowling people or the Walt Disneys and stuff. I don't think you're ready for what my man was about. You know.
You know what?
Like,
Because I'll say it's
not
interesting because there are people. He's the person who sparked the vision for Star Trek, but in terms of what it became, there are people who challenge the extent to which all of that was.
Oh, of course. Of course, look at Deep Space Nine as one of the deepest messages, and you know that Gene wasn't so directly involved with that, right?
You know what? And
that's like a black man raising his son on the front line, like presiding over a racist conflict. Do you know what I mean? Still dealing with slavery, everything, like every single thing you could throw. And he's a widow, and it's like, you know, he's got every possible social paradigm Ben Sisko had on his desk.
DS9 is by far the baddest Star Trek. It's the baddest by far, you know what I'm saying? It's by far the baddest Star Trek.
Easy, you know what I mean? Easily, just because of that alone, like literally, and the whole thing, is the cap. He's still that guy is mad in a beautiful way as well. Avery Brooks, that black man.
Yeah, he's brilliant. Have you seen the captain's thing where they interview all the
captains? Oh, I have seen that actually. I know what you talk when. I think
Gene Roddenberry interview him. Not Gene Roddenberry, sorry.
Gene's son, is it?
No. The guy who plays Captain Kirk. What's his name again?
Kirk. Shatner.
William Shatner.
Yeah.
So Shatner goes to sit down with Avery Brooks, and he's just sitting in his own world and shit.
He operates on a different level, bro.
He's a beautiful person. He's literally so dope, and that's what I mean. He still managed to intertwine all of that complexity with the dignity of a fucking Starfleet captain, like the fictional sort of dignity that Picard set. You know, a lot of them found it hard to sort of do that stiff sort of role. You know what I mean? And he still fit somehow. I don't know how he done that. It's a masterclass.
Brilliant.
Yeah, man, brilliant.
Mine's brilliant. Literally, the word brilliant, not just like as some kind of word to throw in there, but brilliant. Actually, like, do you know what I mean? The very definition of it. It really is
right.
A proper thespian. Like, really, like, serious stuff, man. But then, in general, the vision, right, of the whole thing is like it's a bar that I don't even know if we could actually jump. Do you know what I mean?
Star Trek.
Yeah, that kind of harmony, like, do you know what I mean? Like the distribution of wealth and
I get what you're saying.
The sacrifice of celebrity and stuff like that. Just, it's a wonderful culture. What's it called? The whole thing together. Fucking, is it Starfleet? I think it might. No, the Federation.
Yeah, it's the Federation you're talking about.
Yeah, the whole thing, like with all the aliens and like, it was fucking sick.
Sick.
It's literally sick.
It's proper, man. It's proper.
And then, like he's saying, it's influenced the world. Yeah, we've been teleporting particles for 2 decades now. The electric toothbrush. There's so many different little gizmos and gadgets that have literally come directly from the minds of some Star Trek shit. Mad thing.
So yeah, them things are necessary. Like coming back to Kel's point, because one thing that we have to realize as well is that Star Trek is still very Western in its development and its trajectory. Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, different cultures will play that concept out in different ways. Do you know what I'm saying? Based upon, like, you see that a lot when you check out anime, yeah, and how the Japanese going at them thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I haven't fucked with no modern anime. I used to as a kid, but I stopped at like Gaiva and Street Fighter and Tekken and thing.
Some big old school things, you know. Big up. Yeah, man.
Akira, when these guys are on like Naruto, and so I thought that was like the name of a series. Apparently, it's like the main character or something. I don't know. He's called Naruto.
It is the name of. I haven't watched Naruto, but it is the name of a series. But there's all kind of spin-offs to it as well.
Yeah.
All I know is what Israel Adesanya shows us every so often. He does some ninja shit, and then they make him explain it.
Yeah, you know. But I enjoy that. Like, I like anime and like Chinese kung fu films and that, because even French films to a certain degree, because it takes you out of this Hollywood, you know, the Hollywoodization.
Literally,
you know,
physically over the other side. Yeah,
I like all of that, you know. So we need to develop that more, like from a cultural perspective among African people. And when I say that, people are going to say, well, we got Nollywood, yeah, but even brothers and sisters in Nigeria are challenging.
I didn't want to say
it because like, you know, I was listening to interview with an Igbo brother the other day, and he said it's very interesting about like there's a film, I forget the name of the film, but they say that really started off Nollywood, yeah, as a genre of film, and that's not to say that Nigerian film began in Nollywood. There's a particular stage of its development, right? But he said that the first film it demonizes the indigenous spiritual systems of the people. You know what I'm saying? You're getting whereas it's coming from our people, but the perspective still valorizes or regurgitates certain colonial ideas. Do you know what I'm saying? And so we have to decolonize our thing.
100%. That's why I don't necessarily immediately co-sign the Pan-Africanization, or like what you just referenced, of the diasporas, because I'm feeling like a product of that very sort of integration there. And if we segmented our culture so dramatically over here, then what the fuck would they have? Like us, myself, the part of me that is British. Do you know what I mean? What would I have as an identity if everyone in this country sort of did that? Then we've lost Birmingham, we've lost East Bristol, we've lost South and East London, majority of North London, elements of West London. Do you know what I mean? We're everywhere. What is not, like, in terms of the major cities, there are entrenched 50-year-old, do you know what I mean, cultures here from West Indies and stuff like that, 100-year-old Nigerian third, fourth generation people here and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not sure if doing that over here allows space for their growth in terms of whatever their culture is. Yorkshire pudding, fucking fish and chips.
But brother Vic, our vernacular is being marked by every non-African people. It's amazing how our vernacular has changed. The standard language of English, and now our dialect is in the dictionaries. You understand? But we don't even control that no more, because you go out.
That's mad, isn't it? It's mad how, but this is what I'm saying. They absorb us. We set all of their trends anyway. But these are sort of like, they westernize it. They put a spin on it. Like he just said, there's most things is just a champion of that ideology. So when
Pan-Africanize it, brother, that's what I was saying. If we use the blueprint, I know you're going to disagree with this, my African brother, but if we Pan-Africanize, brother, you see what you're doing is, brother, you're putting the block. You see, so you understand?
I just have an idea, which I think that it might be true. Right. Well, I keep it short and sweet because you was commenting. Just think that, like, Africa's a big enough continent to have its many cultures and play host to a unified Pan-African ideal, and that is space enough. Do you know what I mean? And like, big up and most and more power to it. Do you know what I mean? Wipe all the debt, please. Stop fucking around in that game. Do you know what I mean? And just hand back a lot of the economic resources of the land in terms of the businesses that you've cracked up there, any fucking pipelines or whatever, factories and stations that's there. There's still Dutch, still German, French, English, all that shit. Just fuck all of them ideas off now. Do you know what I mean? Leave that continent, let it grow. All right, cool. Might be 100 years behind for a hot sec. That's all right. We'll leave it in it. Do you know what I mean? Give it how we know in it. We know as black people that by 2050, if you did that now, by 2050, we'd be world leaders in the majority of industries. And we know that because it's the mines, it's the land, it's also fertile, it's also rich. So cool. Do you know what I mean? But I just generally think that it itself, like you want, could be very potent, very powerful. It's just got to focus on itself, Africa as a continent, and see it how sort of people see it, but how it doesn't play itself, plays itself as 50 countries, when in actual fact, it's Africa. It's like one thing, actually. Do you know them ones there? It's like one, what they share is, like, I think, more important than the concept of nation. Do you know what I mean? Most of their lands have been raped by foreign culture, and that should tie them together. Fuck it. Do you know what I mean? So I do believe in this Pan-Africanism idea, but just maybe over there, like, not that I don't want to be part of it. I'd probably move there.
You do understand, brother Vic, that the African Caribbeans and the African Americans, right, they have been marked to be influential to the African continent, brother. This is what I'm saying. It's a very detrimental thing, because if we're not synchronizing the diaspora, and we are followed in ways, brother, that affects the African continent, which is why I say, brother, we need a filter to codify when we are representing in wrong ways.
Yeah. No, I thought you was talking about something else there when you started that comment. You were saying, like, almost referencing the fact that there were people already like native. Like when you say that Caribbeans and North Americans are sort of, you know, that's your continent over there. You're actually from there. What about the idea that, like, there were already black people over there and there, as in the Caribbean and North America already when Columbus found it, or
I don't
whenever?
I don't disagree with that, brother. But what I'm saying
Right.
is
Does
that
that not then? So does that not then like invalidate that as a diaspora?
in regards to that, they're not from Africa, or
Yeah.
no, but they're definitely from Africa, brother. They migrated to those places, but I
Yeah,
don't
just maybe
disagree.
thousands of years before. We don't know.
Yeah, but I don't disagree that there were black people in those places before Columbus. But what I was referring to, brother, is that we in the diaspora, for example, in Europe and America, etc., right, is that we have been used, brother, to market some form of an African identity that has nothing to do with Pan-Africanism, and it's misguiding our brothers on the continent, sisters, which is very, very detrimental. Which is why I always say we need a filter, because it's all good being the African continent, but if they're following our ways which are not, you know, synchronized with Pan-Africanism, brother, then we are definitely affecting our brothers and sisters on the continent. We are the pioneers, unfortunately, with our movements for our unsynchronized ways, and that's a big problem.
Don't I have like already over 1 billion people on the continent? No, I feel like they've got enough like people power to actually do something serious in that dimension. I just don't know what would catalyze it right now. I don't see anything. Do you know what I mean? It's strangely pessimistic when you look at the positions of like just the political landscape in general. When you actually think on something like that seriously. Sorry, say again.
But remember, as I said, the hip hop movement, brother, that is being infiltrated in the incorrect way. It has definitely gone to the African continent, and they are picking up our unsynchronized ways, brother, because we are the pioneers, unfortunately, for a lot of things. And if we're not Pan-Africanized with that,
So I don't know how much I know about that. But I tend to feel like, especially as a musician, my whole life, right? 30 something years a musician. I'm only 38 years old, right? And I've always felt like, just like the Caribbean, Africa sets the trends when it comes to the sound. Whenever I've been exposed to music that you haven't heard yet that's coming over the next 18 months, which is quite a few times in my life, do you know what I mean? Hundreds of times. Like, largely comes from Africa. It's largely an African sound that's about to take forward, whether it was tribal house or just whatever. In my industry, it's happened so many times. Do you know what I mean? And I find that I don't know how much. That's why I say I don't know how much I know about that, because in my opinion, them place there, they set the trend. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how much we influence them. I don't know how much of them are dancing to happy hardcore, whatever we've been making, drum and bass and stuff. I don't know. But I know that we will dance to everything that they make, everything that they be feeling. It will become our trend pretty soon. Do you know what I mean? And that's always been the case, I feel like, as well. Like, as long as I've been doing it anyway. So I don't know. That's just one example from that realm. I just don't know how much I can say on it on other places. Why are they following us? They have a lot more wholesome ideals over there. What I've been exposed to anyway.
They do, but at the same time, they've also been demonized, that because your traditional ways cannot keep up with the times, we are classed as the modern day Africans, and the patois is very marketable. even though it's you know, a dialect from Africa as pertains to the vernacular. What we've been marketed, brother Vic, and this is a big problem. You know, the N-word, all these types of things, man. So when I'm saying this Pan-Africanist mindset, bringing in a diaspora, it's also to kind of clean up certain things what we're doing, and for the Africans on the continent to clean up what they're doing. So when we do make that treaty, whether it be tunes, whatever, and stuff, right, there's a synchronization that works for our best interest.
Kel, can I ask you a question?
Yes, brother.
What is the Pan-Africanist, you know, view of the N-word being used in, you know, for in regards to music and, you know, and popular culture and all that?
Well, the Honourable Marcus Garvey, right? He didn't like the uses of the Negro. However, because he says that, you know, to be subjugated to these names, and that we would prefer to be labelled by these names than to call ourselves an African. He used it to create a movement, and then eventually we can hop on to be called ourselves African. But me personally, bro, I don't use the N-word. I don't think any African descendant should be using that word at all, because when you use it, right, especially around non-African people, and when they say, we're quick to attack them verbally or physically. So definitely that's very unsynchronized using that. However, I understand there are certain brothers and sisters and that use it, and I do understand it, but we shouldn't use that word. We should use the word brother or sister or king or queen.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't understand the idea of it being like a term and dim. I thought it was a bit insane, really, to be honest.
I attribute it to like some more ghetto related mentality nowadays in the modern essence of the word. It isn't really, it's never really like, it's never comfortable. Do you know what I'm saying? It should never be comfortable anyway. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's not the white in me that feels like that either. I think it's just the not a slave, the not an idea, the not a label about me, the rebel in me. Do you know what I mean? That feels like that. It's not necessarily the black part of me or the white part of me. It's just it doesn't really. But I don't really even subscribe to what Kale said when it's like, I feel like sometimes it's all right. It's funny because it just comes out, even in my own mouth. It comes out the way that the Americans just run it off, reel it off, word after word after word after word after word. Literally every other word sometimes is that same. It's the same word, the same N-word, and it's like, I don't know. Even then, I don't even think that's okay. To be honest, I don't even think that's okay. You know what I mean?
That's why I say you need a filter to combat these things, brother. Because now in the African continent, it's being used, brother. You know, it's been used a lot in the tunes, etc. You know what I mean? You even getting like North Africans, right, who don't have our genetical dominant, our birth original genetical gene, and they're even using that. So it's like you're basically,
that's the whole thing. That's the whole concept. It's like we've normalized it.
That's right.
Anyone listen? I was told by a quarter caste uncle who came up and like much lighter than me, and who already came up in life. This is my uncle. Already came up in life. He told me when I was young, you got one drop in your blood, you'd never be accepted by these people, you know. And like, he's much lighter than me, much easily passed as a white guy than me, right? And I grew up maybe a little bit darker. I've been gaming for years. Anyway, I had the same experience, exactly what he said that would happen. Do you know what I mean? I was never really accepted like that. But we're something else anyway, British now. Do you know what I mean? Like someone was just saying in the chat about us having maybe a Pakistani or Asian prime minister, whatever he said. And yeah, that's fine by everyone, I think, is it not? Do you know what I mean? Like, how many British Pakistanis are there? So many. So it's like, it sort of represents us just as much as a woman or something like that, whatever.
Yeah.
But it is mad how we've normalized the use of it. I feel like it's like a ghetto thing as well. It's not, and like the hip hop, but the hip hop again is a ghetto thing. Do you understand? It even comes from the ghettos in the first place. So it's like,
and also like the way it's been like the way that it's being said and all. Right now, I could watch a video, and you have a black guy probably saying to another black guy and all that, and then he would say that N word, yeah, in an aggressive manner and all that. And usually most of the time it's aggressive manner rather than a symbolism, of being polite or kind or
easily a 70 or 80% negative reference.
It's negative, but literally sounds like a Klansman that's going to do the lynching or something like that.
But we make people so comfortable. It's like if Millsy said it, I don't know if he has or he hasn't. If Millsy said it, I don't think the world's gonna collapse. I don't think, do you know what I mean? The right reaction would be there, even if Eminem said it at this point, or because Drake's already said it. Let's go. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of lighter people that have been said and been accepted with that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like hella people in the battle rap world is like any kind of brown and it's fine, or any kind of from the block, really actually from the block and it's fine. Do you know what I mean? What's Cortez is like Puerto Rican. Do you know what I mean? Every few words. So it's like we sort of done more than normalize it. We've integrated it into our vernacular as or into our vocabulary as a fucking link word, as a word to like or one of those words. Do you know what I mean? When I'm trying to think of something to say, I'm just gonna rattle off this label.
Yeah, and it's bizarre, innit? It could be done in a public place. It could be on the streets and all that, and it could be on the bus. And when I hear it, I feel kind of disgusted, the normalization of it. It's a racial slur, yeah, and you got people actually normalizing it, that's how that person has to be out of their mind to even say it,
There's a way to sort of say it that it just comes off when you're sort of Americanizing what you're saying, but it's not like it's crazy sometimes. But having said that, do you know what? There is something to be said about owning the word, and something to be said about sort of taking the power away from it. Do you know what I mean? It is a racial slur, but to a lot of people, like modern people, we've got people who were born this side of the fucking millennium. You're close to that. 1998 was a fantastic year for football, at least. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of reasons 1998 was good, but people were born this side of that. So it's like some of these people are modern. They don't really see color, and they're out there using that word, bro. Like it's just part of it. So they have taken the power away from it in a lot of contexts. Do you know what I mean? Where it just, you can choose not to be offended sometimes. Do you know what I mean? You know how someone's saying it when they're saying it with the right vehemence. Do you know what I mean? The right venom. It hurts you. It's like a poke, right? So
I understand where you're coming from, Vic. But the thing is, even the N word that ends with a GA, that's a southern dialect in the United States.
I know what you mean. I don't really mean by the necessarily. I know exactly what you mean though, but I don't necessarily mean like that, like the AZ or an ER or hard R or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's just like contextually, some people use it and it's powerless. It means something completely sort of other. Do you know what I mean? Something else as opposed to the label as to where it started. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing is, I could picture a situation in which there could be like a music venue in which a singer or a rapper would be saying the N-word as part of their chorus of their song, and a person that is non-black in the audience saying it with them.
But I always wonder, but I never really been keen enough to see that in a video, like clock it in the crowd, someone in a little like whole front row of white women saying it at a little Wayne concert or something. It's got to be there. Come on, it is here. Come on.
But when a person, it's like Kendrick Lamar, like he actually got upset about a non-black person saying it.
Would you say what? Kendrick Lamar? Say this again.
Kendrick Lamar, apparently he got a couple of years ago or something like that. He got upset because a non-black person in the audience said the N-word in the chorus.
Was singing along in the crowd to yo shit. then you should not use it. Listen, nah, you can't. You no way can you get upset. You're taking the piss. You're taking the fucking piss, bro. After what, 20 years ago, Styles P went on strike from saying the N-word. He used every word to try and get around it. Figure, you know. He used to say figure instead of the N-word. So it's like, you know, you can avoid it. How many times did Will Smith use it? I don't know. I know opinions on Will Smith, but whatever, innit? There's a lot of rappers who easily dived around that. You know, I help promote one. Bro, he's a big boy. I'm gonna get him on the panel as well. He's got a lot of followers and stuff. He's a big boy, and I met him when he was young, at age 18, as a UK rapper on grime, on all sorts of different things, and he refused to use it. Dark as it gets, African properly. You know what I mean? Looking like it, but refuse. Just there's way, and he's fire. There's no way that you're saying he ain't fire. So it's like, ah, shit. It can be done, man. And you can't just then make a conscious decision to put it in your lyrics and then moan because one of your paying customers is reciting your shit back to you. That's mad. I might as well get sued for holding up a mirror. Mad thing. That's my opinion anyway. They're like assholes. Everyone's got one.
Absolutely. Yeah, but I just, you know, even with my friends when I was in high school, they would say that to me. I would never say that. I would never say it back to them, like, you know, in terms of them and all that. I knew, you know, in like when I was a teenager and all that, you know, it was a racially charged word. You know, that's somewhat you have, you know, people in the entertainment industry that perverted, you know, definition of the word and try to make it, you know, more acceptable and all that. I knew it, like, since I was a teenager, and I felt very, I don't know, when someone says that to me, my end, how you doing and all that, I thought to myself, you know, that's a bit disgusting. You know, but back in my mind, I'm thinking to myself, they don't mean it in that way.
But someone made a similar comment, or might have even been Kale himself, when someone was saying directing that word at Africans should be one of the fucking lines, bro. Do you know them ones there?
Mm.
And like Somalians are like over there, Africans like they're right over there, the proper right in the thing, yeah. Or they're on the edge, but on the far edge. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
It's like there's proper Africans, so you shouldn't really be saying that at them kind of people. No,
Yeah.
Maybe not even the Caribbean, and no one really. If your skin is that and that's you, that's you. Do you know what I mean? If you're Sri Lankan and you don't really take offense to someone calling you that, then what the fuck? I don't know, but you know what I mean. If you're any kind of African and that shit is leveled at you, that's got to be like any kind of stereotypical racial sort of slur or any of that shit. Do you know what I mean? Any sort of categorical thing that you're throwing at people to hurt them with the right venom. Do you know what I mean? Like, is it okay to say the word spastic in some context, you know, when you're busting joke or whatever? I don't know. But then, like, if you're looking at a disabled person and you drop that on them, that's ridiculous. Come on. That's it's uncivil. It's very uncivil. It's not how, you know, we should.
Yeah, I do remember the word spastic being used when I was at school.
Well, all of them.
Yeah, I definitely do remember that.
80s and stuff, man. They used every damn word. Do you know what I mean? Whatever.
And I was thinking, when I look back at it, I was thinking to myself, even though the word was offensive and all that, the intent to use it or to make a person who you know might be a bit, you know, might be slow and all that, and then use that against them and all that.
Feeling a type of way,
I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I was just, you know, usually it would be done when a person makes a mistake.
That same uncle beat me up, and his son, who's a big ginger lad who I love, and you know, pictures you see us together to this day. You know what I mean? We've been friends since we were babies. We're cousins. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like his dad beat us up because a kid in a wheelchair was going into the shop, and we were waiting for sweets in the car outside. And we was doing some bullshit like that at the kid. Do you know what I mean? And his carer or whatever must have just told my mum, and my mum just told my uncle. and that was that. We just got fucking beat up. Do you know what I mean? We got some good beats for that. For real. Some punishments after that as well, in corners, one leg, hand behind heads, all of that shit. So it's like, it was all mad. It was all mad. It was one of the harshest treatments. But I believe in that, though. Do you know what I mean? I definitely believe in that. I don't regret that beating because I must have learned something, mate. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would never do that again.
Yeah, absolutely. You know,
Like up until now, you would never see it have happened in my life if you rewound it. So,
yeah.
you know, and I respect the level of any intent behind words. It is sometimes the intent. It is definitely sometimes the intent rather than the actual language.
Absolutely, yeah. But when I look back at it and the words that have been used and all that by other people, and when I was at school, you know, when you judge it by the 2022 standards, it's a massive, massive difference. It's a massive difference in the 2010s or the 2000s compared to 2022.
Yeah, it's a massive difference in coming up from when I was a youth man to now. Come on,
Yeah.
everyone's probably, I don't know, like my first like memories started coming around like 2 years old and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I still remember living on West India Dock Estate. Yeah.
It's next to Surrey Keys, isn't it?
Yeah. Limehouse and boy, I lived in 5-10 place. If I remember that place, and you know, that was the first place. That was where I was born. That was the first place where I went. And they try to tell me I don't remember it. It's like, all right, cool. And I tell them the whole layout and there's no photos that exist from that era. And it's like, okay, so he does remember. I told them about the plug safe. They had the plug socket. It actually was a fake plug socket. It was really a safe drawer. You put the key in, unlocked it, and it was a drawer for man to put the marijuana.
So it was like a proper East End estate.
Yeah, it really was. I used to live in St. Lucia House, funny enough. Do you know what I mean? I'm a St. Lucian baby living in St. Lucia House. My nan lived in Bahama House, you know. So it's like right next door, L-shaped sort of thing, right to each other. And I remember the estate, I remember the view. I remember my big fat nan falling over in front of half of the estate and not being able to get up. And then from there, nobody ever questioned my memory in the family again. Do you know what I mean? Because they're just like, oh shit, now if you remember that, I swear you was 2 when we moved out of that house. So like, you're young. But I still remember that. And I remember a lot of things since. So yeah, political climate, all sorts of things have changed, bro. Everything.
Absolutely.
Everything. Someone said to me, in slightly related to this, someone said to me today, they remember when cigarettes was 80 pence for a pack of 10. 80 fucking pence for a pack of 10. You know, I remember when they were 160, 147 for a pack of 10 sovereign. But now, what is it for a pack of 20? Is it like, I don't even know. Is it £50 or something?
Well, I always thought it was like around £20 or £10.
I don't fucking know. I stopped smoking cigarettes. As soon as I see all of that fucking, I just couldn't hack it. I was almost dying from this shit anyway. I was choking, man. Fucking cigarette, all them poisons. I was having headaches all the time. I was fucking all sorts of fucking shit. 71p Moroccan Marimers. Man said having flashbacks. They're going off on his family for not buying him a Happy Meal. He was 3 years old. No. I was probably wasn't even that kind of tantrum kid. Never really been the most fantastic eater, bro. Have you ever been called the P word? Hundreds of times, but you know what? By other Pakistanis. It's like, I didn't know you guys used that word on each other in the culture until I started, like, because I was one of the younglings, had a beard. Do you know the ones there? Before we left school, I had the full connected goatee. You know the ones that never really let the cheeks grow.
Yeah.
Until prison. But I went prison before the GCSEs, so, you know. But yeah, hundreds of times, man. Especially like chicken shops and stuff, you know. Like I'm in East London, so they're all owned by some of the same people. Like it's just
mostly Bengali people.
No. That's another side of East London. That's where I was born, side of East London. Where I live, side of East London, is like Woven Forest. So it's a lot of Pakistanis and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Whereas go over to like Tower Hamlets, them sides there, it's a lot more Bengali. It's a lot more what's the other
Marlin Road.
Indian. Sorry, fuck's sake. Yeah, Indians, Bengalis is a lot more over Tower Hamlets sides. In terms of like, they got property over there. They bought a road, changed it to Bangor Town, where I was when I was a kid. Literally, there was like certain old white racists on the stoop talking hella shit about that back in the day. You know, the ones there, they fucking all of that rubbish. Just okay. No one really cared, but they changed the landscape. They made it look different. It was mad. They bought the road. It was theirs. I think they might still have it. I don't know. It's like in the landscape between where I used to live and going towards Brick Lanes. It would have just been like in the back roads off of like a left off of Bethnal Green High Road going towards Shoreditch. Like.
Okay, yeah.
I'm super local hetero, but I've been everywhere in London. I'm super nice in London, east and west. Do you know what I mean? And then I got people north, people south, really. That's where it's, but like I grew up in east and west. So Newham, Tower Hamlets, and Woven Forest, big parts of Hackney, and just a lot of places in east, Ilford, loads of places. And then over west, you know, Kilburn, pretty much the whole of E Road, which is a long ass fucking road. Do you know what I mean? So Marleybone, Church, all of that shit. So I know like everyone. Not like me. You know what it is.
Yeah.
You know what it is. Man's just super nice on that landscape. I never got involved in any postcode beef. I used to walk through postcodes in the same day and they were killing each other. Do you know what I mean? Like I was always okay because just never involved like that. That's a futile thing to fight over, isn't it? Fucking postcode. Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, the only time I used to go to the East End was, you know, when I'm visiting my relatives.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But, you know, the thing I like about East London, yeah, is like...
Never did Dover.
Yeah, it's a bit like...
Why, where you from? West? Yep.
West, yeah, West, Ealing.
All right.
Yeah. So, like, East End, yeah, so I would go there to visit relatives and all that, and stuff like that. So, you know, usually I'll probably I'll go around the, I think, Limehouse area.
Okay.
Just down the road from Myland Road, like near Pixley Street.
Yeah. That's my youth though. Like 2 to 4. Yeah, 2 to 4. Because I did reception. By the time I was in reception, which is like 4, I was already living in Wapping, at the bottom of Wapping Lane, you know. But I'd have lived in 2 places in Tower Hamlets before that, over there by Mile End, because I was born in Mile End, right, in the old hospital. Yeah, come on, you know the same.
Oh,
shit.
is it Road London?
No, the old one that don't exist, where all the gangsters were born. It doesn't exist anymore.
Oh.
They shut it down in the 80s. I was some of the last people that were born there. If it couldn't come Newham, I was raised in Newham. What do you mean? I did a lot of raising in Newham, bro. This is what I mean. I'm everywhere. For a start, my mum moved me every school year. Every school year, I did a different school. How about that? So, make of that what you will. Do you know what I mean? Like, we do 11 school years, bro. And I lived in a different house for every one of them. Do you know what I mean? We just had a habit of it, you know. Together, we were like you know, mother and son, and we would sort of make a decision, like, do you want to live here? Do you mind? Do you know what I mean? She would like I don't really like it. It's a bit far from Nanny's house. We have to drive too long and shit. I'd be like, yeah, I agree. And we was never really attached to shit. We just move. So I lived in Stratford for a lot, and Plaistow, and yeah, my brother's still there. And fuck it, man. I'm only still down the road, where I did a lot of, that's like when I took command of my own life, sort of thing. Like millennium times. I left school in the millennium, so on the 2000 years. So them times there, I stayed local to Leytonstone really for a while, man. Woven Forest and shit, and that's right next to Newham, right there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of ventures into Stratford, man. Most of the weekends and stuff, because it's Rex down there, it's Carpenter's Road, it's a few different hot spots of certain kinds of nightlife. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, dope.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though, but like the flats like near Limehouse, like, or the Wapping area, it looks lit.
In what way? What's lit? Like the new,
it's a lot newer.
Yeah, it looks crazy. They've been doing that regeneration for fucking years, man. When I lived there, they started a lot of that tobacco dock and all of that stuff. It's all been years old, and the whole place from Babe Ruth's going down is looking mad if you really go in there. But do you know what? It actually had quite a high affluence. There used to be a block next to our estate that was like fucking celebrities used to live in there, man. Like footballers. My uncle went shop, come back all fucking excited. He saw a page 3 girl one time. Do you know what I mean? I was too young to really know what the fuck that was, but I know what it is now. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a block there. Big block. Big multi-complex.
They got rid of it now, like.
What, the block down the bottom of the road?
No,
Nah, I
the
don't
page 3.
Okay, the whole concept. Yeah, it was fucking hell, man. What do you mean? 18-year-olds on the fucking... Oh, mate, leave me out. The whole fucking culture is crazy sexualized. It's not good. When did they do that then? That's good.
Yeah, I think somewhere in the 2010s they decided that it's inappropriate because it demeans women or something like that. I think
Probably for the wrong reason. Yeah. I feel like it's just a little bit borderline pedophilic. You say young girls, man, and you're
I
marketing.
mean, they're 18 years old, to be honest.
What's 18? What's 18? 18 doesn't settle the score, to be honest. It's not a definitive. I don't think it's a definitive for most real men, to be honest, because you're not actually looking for an age or a number. You're looking for a level of maturity. That doesn't mean that a younger girl could be super extra mature, to be honest. But yeah, she could be, but you just don't make it official until the 18, then, innit? Until it's all legal. It's a legal number. It's not necessarily an indicator of whether that person is, ready for all sorts of different parts of the relationship. Know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, go on anyway.
Pardon?
Well, go on anyway.
Yeah, nothing much really. Yeah, it was an eventful day.
For you personally?
Yeah.
Doing?
Had to sort out something, had to sort out something. And yeah, kind of fell asleep in the panel.
On the panel,
On the
But you're
panel,
not
yeah.
even the camera on, so it don't really.
Yeah.
No one would even notice you're taking a piss.
Yeah, briefly, probably less than an hour or something like that. And I woke up and tried to rejoin, engage with the fellow panelists, and discuss about certain topics and all that.
Where have I been? I've been over there. I do music, bro. If I'm not on the thing, I'm doing my music. I barely fucking leave the room nowadays, man. Like, I get out on my skates, but I need to get a selfie stick so y'all can see how much that liberates me. Because I get enough outside time. I'm like a dog. Once I've had my little exercise, I'm good to go. I'll come back and spend 10 hours in the fucking room. Do you know what I mean? And my time is split between, I'll entertain myself with comedy, Whose Line Is It Anyway? I've got 6 pages of Whose Line Is It Anyway open right now, ready to watch after the show. Do you know what I mean? If it ain't that, I'm making music, mastering music, writing music, recording music, or streaming gaming, man. I stream hella games, bro. I stream hella games. Are you mad? Find me on the Twitch, man. Man said, are you still right wing? What's right wing? What is a right? Why would someone call you a right winger, Eunice?
No, I'm not. Well,
Rollerblade, bro. Rollerblading is hella gay, bro. I agree. Go on. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I think that. Who said I was right wing?
They, the people.
Well,
those ain't rollerblades. Those are full of machismo. What do you mean? I will play football on those or kick you down same way.
Well, I'll probably say I'm moderate conservative in it when it comes to politics.
All day, Trillo. All day, Trillo. Like most day to day, to be honest. Yeah, they go bed at 6. Sorry, I'm just answering millennial questions. I am sort of listening to you, Osman. Well, I'm not doing actually anything other than listening to you.
Okay. So yeah, a lot of people would say, you know, oh, you're right wing and all that, but I see
What
myself
is
as
right?
a modern conservative person.
Conservative. What's right? So I hate the conservatives. So I don't hate because I hate what they've done to the country and everyone that
Yeah.
has represented the conservatives thus far. Somehow felt safer under Labour. So what that is that defines right wing? What is it then that defines right wing?
I mean, it's
I'm not so politically inclined to give much of a fuck.
Yeah.
I'm asking you. I am genuinely interested, but I mean that's the
Yeah.
reason why I don't know.
What I see right wing as the political right. Yeah, it could be the center right all the way to the unpleasant ones. Usually, the unpleasant ones are considered to be right wing, right? So
Unpleasant. I mean, not define unpleasant, but I mean like who, in whose opinion are we like according to the left or what? What are we?
you know, it's a universe that is, you know, it's agreed by many people that yeah, it's basically you know, it's agreed by many in it. Like for instance, I think the National Front is and the far right, right?
Okay, what's that? The racist party, yeah.
Yeah, racists, yeah. They're like the far right. So they're like the like what do you call it? One of those you know, extreme, you know, racist.
So then you wouldn't call yourself a right winger then?
No, I'll probably call myself center right. That's it.
Center right. Does that mean that you're 25% NF?
No, absolutely not. But NF is a part.
When are you getting your swastika tattoo?
Oh no, no, yeah. But like, all I'm trying to say is that you got like Conservative Party, you know, which are you know, I think mostly people are centre left people, something like that. You know, and you got other people, you know, they're not in a political party. They're not in a political party, the NF, but I think politically they are seen as people in the far right of the far right, right? The far right are usually people that espouse, you know, political views that are extremely xenophobic.
Interesting. Just a Rasta man, really and truly, politically conquering lion, isn't it? Not really into that politics there. That don't make sense. The man are twaddling about, yeah. If we're talking British, you're actually in the fucking building twaddling about. You're clocking in, clocking out some of them, and then coming back, clocking out. Sorry, should I say? Literally turning up, fucking off on your money, and then coming back and clocking out, and still getting paid them hours. That's a lot of them. It's like 30% of the crowd apparently, because there's not enough seats for them all, innit? The constituencies have grown since the building, right? So what we have is a session with a certain amount of people, which has almost not changed since Magna Carta days. Do you know what I mean? Not Magna Carta exact, but you know, from those kind of periods of time of lawmaking. You know, when you get in charge nowadays, you're getting charged 1870 act of this. Do you know what I mean? All these like 200 years, 100 years old acts and stuff. It's crazy. So,
right,
you know,
yeah.
there's a lot of reform needed in that department and sector anyway. And then it gets to the politics, which is all the representation. Man, them guys sit around arguing and chatting shit to each other. It's mad, fam. They're actually not even making any. Bro, I'd have said the word already today. It's uncivil. It's savage. It's actually savage. It's what kind of forum is that? I don't know. Bro, I've seen prison yard debates with more etiquette than that. So make of that what you will. And we're not really dealing with the politics, to be honest. I know that it actually governs a lot of what I'm about, but then again, I tend to think that they're losing a little bit of sway and power anyway. Who seek power or those who are insecure with their life. Maybe I could agree. Eunice got the American history. Man are saying you got the swastika on the chest, Eunice. Pentonville, yeah, I've done Pentonville.
Sure, I have.
I think I've done about 20 jails in this country. No Dover though. Dover's for deportees, bro.
Yeah.
I was fucking born here. I've got a red passport, man.
No, it's blue now.
Don't give a shit. Where are you gonna deport me? Even if I had no passport, I'm a convicted fucking drug smuggler, right? So for 20 years, I had no passport. Do you know what I mean? You can't even. I'm just born here. Where you deported me to? Fuck that. Although life would be better in another country to some degree, wouldn't it? Who knows? You ever been far?
What, me?
Yeah.
Like go on holiday and all that.
Holiday, yeah.
Yeah, last time I done that was in 2005.
Right, similar to me. So these times, those kids are screaming. Oh no, they're actually having fun. Yeah, no. You'll notice in certain poor countries, what we call poor countries, yeah, they ain't got no starvation issues. Certain countries that we would say it's some propaganda or something, some economic shit that they're doing. I don't know what they call it. Like people are walking around picking fruit off trees in some countries, and they're talking about how these people are poor or something. Life is rich.
I mean, I do understand that.
Big up the panel, big up the chat, big up everybody.
Big up children.
You alright, fam?
Yeah, man. But there,
I'm good.
Yeah, man. Massive.
Yeah, I was Mark. Yeah, man. What go on?
Nah, I'm lining up something. I'll be with you, man, in 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Roger that.
Yeah.
Man said, wow. What the fuck is ISIS? Jesus. Man was in Guantanamo Bay, yeah? Oh, I did so many. All of mine, when I was touring, when I was on tour, was all YOYs, man. YOYs everywhere. YOYs everywhere. Bro, I did like, I don't know, 3 or 4 years straight. Wait there. It's blurry because I did 6 months, then a couple out, and then a few years, and then a couple out, and then again, and then I stopped going to jail in like 06. But yeah, it's a mad thing, isn't it? Come on.
So it's 15 years now.
Pentonville is out of 15 years. What? Sorry, what was your question?
So it's 15. So you left jail 15 years ago.
Well, that would be 16, but yeah.
Oh yeah, 16. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, lost. Like that was a short sentence, to be honest, but that was a nightmare because I was with the woman that I'm with now. So it's like, oh my god, when you go to jail and you've got something to lose, and people on the outside, it's crazy. When I did all them years, I have no girl. Well, I had a girl, but I said, you're too horny, man. Fuck off, man. You're not gonna wait for me. You're a dickhead if you think I'm gonna believe that. Do you know what I mean? Don't even come and see me. Nothing. I didn't try and use her. Nothing. I just dumped her while I was on remand. Do you know what I mean? And then I had nothing on the outside to give a shit about, so I did that sentence on my head, years. But then, nah, it's a different thing. But then, what was that question that I was in the middle of answering? What was Pentonville like? Oh my god, yeah. Out of all of them, Pentonville was the grimiest one. Yeah, rodents on the lowest floors of Pentonville and roaches. I never even knew a jail was dealing with roaches over here.
Is that the one in Islington?
Yeah, and silverfish. It's old though, bro. It's pretty old. And then yeah, silverfish. What we call them, silverfish. I don't know what we call them. I don't know what the insect is actually called. We call them silverfish in prison. Fucking what was the other insect? There's another insect, but I forget. But yeah, the place is fucking grimy, like infested like that. Do you know what I mean? Fucking hell. And the regime is kind of, there's a wing in there just like this. It's like this in a lot of jails, but in Ville's one is disgusting. Like the routine is mad. There's a wing in there. It's just full of vulnerable people, bro. Full of super vulnerable people, yeah. And they all queue up for these drugs, right? And they all just zombie out, bro. And they'll put you on there when they're trying to break you, like they tried to do me. Because I had a cellmate there who I connected with like a soulmate. You understand? And life wasn't a problem. Do you understand? Whether we was in prison or not, it was just continuous laughter coming out of the cell, and that really offended the officers. So, you know, one day I went court. When I came back, they just ran the whole scam on me. You know, the ones there, your cell's taken, it wasn't taken. You know, they just lied and put me on that wing, and I just had to fight my way off there for like, took me 3 days, 2 days or something like that. Like just banging up people. But being the only one that wasn't on methadone or antitryptamine or Valium or whatever these fucking guys was taking, they were literally queued up for it, the whole fucking wing. Being the only one that wasn't taking drugs, I was just put there just to sort of, you know, miserable me. I was too jovial. I was too jolly. I was having too much fun in prison. It's supposed to be a punishment.
So people were getting high in prison?
No, but the relationship between me and this guy was just fucking one long, continuous banter, just comedy. It was mad. It was mad, bro. It's just fucking mad. We had like a long game of chess. Sometimes it would last days. Do you know what I mean? And we could play chess anyhow with anything. It was just a matter of memory. Like, just what is what piece. We just play with any condiment. It didn't matter. Like, it's just doing what we're doing, man. Fucking. We'd be arguing for half hour over which pencil was the queen. Like, when I've done my invasion, maybe I was high sometimes, I mixed up, whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking hilarious, bro. It's just one. So, you know, when you're talking to someone and it feels like it's scripted, it's that. I don't know if anyone's experienced this kind of thing before, but I'm having conversation with this guy for weeks and months, and it felt like it was scripted. It felt like a fucking episode of Friends or something. The banter, the way it would go back and forward sometimes. It was so mad. We drew Big Brother cameras in the corner of the cell. Like, just all over the cell sort of thing. We were just drawing these cameras because it just felt like we were being recorded. Like, it's mad. It was mad. It was mad. But yeah, had too much fun, and they wanted to punish me for that because these people were coming to work miserable and shit, innit? So they threw me on this vulnerable wing, and if you just saw it's like something out of a zombie movie, bro. If you just saw it, like, mad. Everyone off the face on some government prescription. So when you're saying get high, if it was related to that, yes, sorry, those people, but I don't think that's high. That's low. That's low. That's fucking low, man. That's like Valium. Valium's like a fucking ketamine is a horse tranquilizer, isn't it? All right. So I don't know what the fuck Valium is.
Ketamine, fuck still. I just want to big up the man, then, man. But special big up to Shaka, man. It makes me feel like I should have read some more when I was a youth. I'm looking at life. The way he articulates the shit, blood, and the way it makes sense straight away.
Yeah.
No, I have to pick him up still. And plus he speaks with facts as well. And I suppose when you go to university level, you have to demonstrate what you're on about, isn't it?
I was gonna say, yeah, I know what you mean. I know that feeling because I'd love to have that memory, sort of, to know where I'm quoting from, or do you know what I mean? Like,
Khan, is that you?
I know it's vague.
Yes.
Okay. How you doing?
Good, man. Good stuff.
I think I need to be lit.
I'm just listening to the systematical wacky memories of the systematical torture that they put people through.
Yeah,
it might not be physical, but it's mental torture, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a very institutionalized person, but I loved it in the time, in the moment.
That's one of the first things I noticed when I went to that mental flipping hospital thing, man, is on the first day I got there, like literally I walked in there and there was like at least 3 people just sitting there spaced out, dribbling. And the very next morning there was not dribbling. I was like, were they drugged up or are they like that?
Well, you know what made me know I can't go to them places, bro? It's the same, like, I don't know, they got you in a twilight zone, innit? Like, you don't know whether Tuesday, Monday. Like, I saw them things in my own eyes. Like, fucking, for instance, I went to visit someone there, innit? And there was a massive argument next door, like, The man was like, fucking pussy hole, what you wanna get there? He was just going off in it. So these times I'm like, what's the matter if you're next door? My people's like, yo, he's always like that, isn't it? You get me? I don't know who he's arguing with today. You get what I'm saying? But I bust the curtain, fam, and he was on the phone to, you know, like them Fisher Price phones. You know the old school ones. I swear to God, the old school ones where you can dial. Ring, 2, ring, 3, ring. Yeah. That's what shook me up from a youth, lad. I saw that when I was about 17. I was like, nah. Wow. I'm holding my mentality. I'm holding my
I met 2 people in there who've been stuck in there for life, man, since they were 17, 18.
Yeah?
Yeah. The one guy, he was like, the doctor when he was a teenager, his local doctor advised him to go to the mental hospital. And since he went to the mental hospital, he's been in and out of there ever since. And then the other guy, he was in there when he was about 18 or 19. Yeah, he's been there ever since, and he's probably older. I think he's about 34. So like half his life, he's been stuck in that system.
No, I shouldn't laugh. That is fucked. I shouldn't even laugh, bro. I swear to God, I didn't even mean to bust a laugh there. That's fucked. Man.
No, but you know the maddest thing is, like, what I was thinking when they was telling me this is, imagine if you don't know any better and you're placed in that system and you're made to believe that it's normal to be in there. That's how I felt like those guys. I felt like that those guys' minds have been duped into thinking that that's a normal thing to happen to people when it's really not.
Yeah. But bro, mental health is creeping up on Britain so badly, you know. The statistics for people that are on antidepressants now are fucking over the top, lad. And the medication, actually antidepressants, they still can't prove whether it has any effect on the chemical balance in your body, bro. So
there was a study years ago, about at least 5-10 years ago, and it was like there's a more likely, you're more likely to commit suicide if you're on antidepressants than if you're not on antidepressants.
Yeah, I believe that, man. I definitely believe that.
It happens when you stop taking them. When you stop taking them, your body feels like you need it, and yeah, man, it's supposed to be like some mad kind of thing.
Basically that. You ready, yeah? I'm gonna go down the road 2 seconds and come back here, man. Then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen all of that. That's what that wing was like, H. But just imagine that, right? And it's really just a couple hundred people.
Mad. I was stuck in there with about 30 people. Not even that. I think probably not even 30, about 20 people. So hundreds of people like that. Oh man, that would make me crazy, bro.
They're criminals, right? And they're vulnerable for some reason, but they just line up like zombies for the thing, bro. Like mad.
Yeah, it was like that every day at 9 o'clock. Yeah, there'd be like medication time, and everyone would just go straight to the nurse room. You know, like where they hand out all the medication.
Yeah, and
just waiting there, like looking for it, bro.
Yeah, imagine that line around the block now, just like up and down the building, up the stairs. Like they're not even layering people, letting them out because they're all too zombified from the last sitting to even be on this. Like this, bro. I'm from a normal wing, normal population. Like you let us out of the cell, even for 30 seconds, there's trading going on. You understand? Immediate trade. I need Rizla. I need I've come out on myself with objective. Yeah, it might be dinner time, but you understand? Everyone's on some this hustle bustle time. But nah, on that wing, it's all just shuffle time. Everyone's just on some slow thing. You know, the ones that there's no trading going on is 1-2 active people at best. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, man, it's madness, man.
Mad thing. I saw one.
Man, though, like the government locked people up for like shutting drugs and that.
Yeah,
and they're giving people drugs, probably worse than the street drugs.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a crazy paradigm, because the drugs that they hitting you with is mad. Did you hear the drugs that I said? Methadone, antitryptamine, and Valium. I don't know what any of those things are. I've only ever taken a Valium.
I know methadone. You give that to like people that are on the snack, innit?
Right. So that
People who are on
that
heroin and shit, that the methadone shit is like the substitute for it. But it's
Methadone
basically
or methadone?
morphine. It's morphine in pill form, isn't it?
Okay, right. So fucking hell, morphine. Wow. So
It's
all right,
morphine in tablet form, isn't it? Methadone. I think they call it naps or something.
if it's a morphine derivative, then I understand it. Now, what's the other one then? Antitryptamine. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly.
I've heard of that. I've heard of that shit.
Listen, my brothers would take it, yeah, and wipe out for 3 days, like normal guys on the wing, back on another in another prison in another time, like you know the ones there, the same people that actually gave me a Valium pill. Do you know what I mean? Which I took like a quarter of and slept for like a whole weekend. You know the ones there, just woke up dry mouth. That was it.
I don't know. How I see the human body is whatever you put it in there, the body dilutes it, so it ends up in your body diluted, and then all it depends on is whether or not you excrete it out of your body, either through sweat glands or you piss it out. But there's still going to be a small percentage of that chemical floating around in your body.
Hey, mate, that's one chemical I've never liked opium. I never even used to like dealing with it when I was dealing with it.
Right. Yeah.
I hate the fucking thing. I'm not gonna lie.
I've seen them fucking with it. I ain't fuck with it myself. Do you know what? I sat next to a fucking brown smoker for years. I watched them chase dragon. I thought they were smoking exotic ash.
I used to hate it, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Bro, I never even used to detect it, like the smell or anything, bro. Until my people started pointing it out to me and saying, bro, don't ever take one of his suits. Are you stupid? Because the way like he saw me deny it, it was like it was open to me like an option. I just never took one of his suits. I was always running one of my own sort of thing. But
I never used to like the man used to inject it. I never used to like the man used to get tinfoil out. I used to hate all of that shit. I never used to like it, bro. Couldn't stand it. And then I saw the effect of what brown does to people, innit? And then I thought, fucking hell. Imagine, like, I'm not just talking about junkies, I'm talking about this regular man that picked it up. And then you saw
what makes people do worse, brown or crack? What makes people do the worst things? Because I don't know, I've seen brown smokers and they seem more relaxed than crackheads. Crackheads are all like,
yeah, as far as I understand it, a crackhead is a brown head. It's because the brown head, there are those that have the particular taste for it, but they usually come down because it lasts longer.
Exactly that. And there's some people that smoke work and they'll never smoke brown.
Right. Okay. Yeah, no, there is that as well. And that's like I'm saying, like there's also the opposite. There is that people that have got the taste for brown, because a lot of people from like Eastern country, my Nepali friends, it's their culture to just sit there and smoke brown all night. And they're actually not even unfun to be around. They don't mong out or anything. They'll still want draws on the zoots and we'll still be playing FIFA and shit. And it's still a party, do you know what I mean? But they be smoking brown. Do you know what I mean? Like it's fucked up. Do you know what I mean? But that's part of their culture. I don't know. They're not on the crack. But yeah, there must be the opposite as well, right? Those that are just on the crack that don't take, that must be a different. That's some fast life shit, bro. You got to make a lot of money to support that habit.
yeah, man, I've never tried that shit, man.
Say again.
I'd never tried that shit. The most I've done is shrooms, bud and shrooms.
I haven't even done that. No. But I would fuck with shrooms, but it's like I don't know. My mind is kind of
shrooms are nice, you know. They're nice. The taste of them are nasty. Like I had to grind them up and put them in like a drink, and it was still like I don't know. It's like the powder doesn't get dry.
I got bridges that capsulize them, bro. They go out foraging, and then they capsulize the pure, and they deal with the dosage, and they fuck with you if you want a micro dose and all of that shit, and they prepare up a couple months for you and whatnot. But I'm not really. I don't know if I'm super ready.
Hey, back in the day, I used to love all of that shit, blood. Anything that was, do you know what I'm saying? Dodgy.
Wow.
Like,
Wow. I would never have took that. I would never knowing you in person. I would never have took that. Like I'd never took that.
No, bro, trust me, blood. I'll go Cambridge with it. Like around my white crowd. Do you know what I'm saying? And we're going to fucking orchard because my white brethren have got orchards and shit. See what I'm saying? And man would sit down and get mad high, blood, like dumb high. And then obviously it would be peace and love talk, all of that. I'm
Yeah, because
happy.
I don't frown upon the mushroom experience because it seems eye-opening on the majority of people that I spoke about.
Yeah, LSD, all of that shit, man. I used to be on it back in the day.
I got sprayed at a party with LSD, with a light diluted LSD sort of thing. It was like a pound. Everyone in the room got a little spray in the face, and I thought it was just a refreshment. And then I gone upstairs to pick up weed off a Rasta man, and the brick came out like a drawer. And I like, I don't know what it was about it. It just sort of fucked me up, made me scared. It wasn't really that horrifying, but it sort of made me panic, and I went downstairs without paying.
The first time man took ecstasy, blood.
I ain't done E.
I had a fucking I had a massive one, blood, for my first time. Imagine that. You supposed to bust it in half, But me, I'm like, yeah, my head's made of iron. I can do it, innit? man swallowed it, blood, and then ended up tripping, like hallucinating.
Wow.
Yeah, blood, because I'm young.
That's quite rare off of ecstasy, yeah?
Well, I'm 15, fam.
Yeah, you have to have
a
big dose. Yeah, you have to have a big dose.
Yeah, we've all done it. You get what I'm saying? So man's in my brethren's yard now. Oh, give me your sister, blood. Saying you're ugly because you're like a frog. You're like a frog. Look how you're saying ribbit. I was saying to the girl that she was saying ribbit,
Look how you're saying ribbit, though.
The girl weren't doing nothing to no one, but where I'm so fucking dumb and young, innit?
No,
I'm saying the girl looks like a frog and she's saying ribbit.
Yeah, look how you saying ribbit, though. Another moment, I actually had a similar moment off of Salvia. I felt like everyone was looking at me, and they were because they were trying to judge my experience.
That's two sex man, and that's it. I just gotta go and pick this thing up, and then we're good for the night.
Right, one time. Yeah, now the room was continue the analogy. The room was looking at me, and one of my friends, I said he was trying to be a weirdo. That's the way that I worded it. And the whole room just cracked up and just made me extra paranoid. But Salvia's like, I heard it's like crack. It like comes really hard, strong, pause, and then it goes. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just,
I tried Salvia and it was shit, man.
What did you do? Like pipe it on a little silver pipe or something?
You have to take a drag and hold it in.
Yeah. That's what we do. Burn it. Like
we got the really strong shit as well, and like my mate tripped out on it, but I didn't even feel nothing, man.
Oh wow, so that ain't strong shit. Then I took this big heave, right, and everyone had a different trip. So they like my whole crew. I'm the maddest one anyway, sort of thing. They like my nerd crew. They were like really sort of hyped up about my reaction on it because they'd all had mad reactions. And it was profound to me. I could feel it, but they couldn't feel what I'm feeling physically. Do you know what I mean? Like. My stomach just tightened up like I'd been laughing forever. Like I had a ball of laughter in there that was just hurting. You know, the ones that was like at that point of aching already. I perceived it quickly, got really paranoid. My whole perspective changed, and then it snapped back pretty quickly. And I just remember thinking on the way out, like the way out of the buzz sort of thing, wow, this is what crackheads must feel like. Because like my cellmate one time described crack to me, one of my cellmates. Nah, he was actually my next door neighbor. He described crack to me, and it was that. He said, like, just almost as soon as you've stopped smoking, you start.
If somebody ever tried to spike me with crack or heroin or something,
you'd notice.
I probably would kill them. I probably actually would kill them just for that.
Straight away.
No, but I'd literally kill the motherfucker, man.
Spike you now. I don't think how are you gonna get spiked though. I mean, shit.
No, somebody tries to like fucking easy to get spiked, man.
I mean, the shit needs preparation though, right? Like for instance, the grinder that I'm looking for.
I don't know, man. I've never tried the shit, but if somebody ever tries to spike my shit with that, man.
I sat next to them, bro. Like I was young and I didn't realize I wasn't that young, by the way. I was like fucking 16 and 17, and I was just naive. Hadn't seen the drug before consumed, so I didn't realize. But what they would do, they roll up like a Rizzler sort of thing, and all them ones there, and they'd make a valley, but it would be out of tin foil, and then they would literally make a straw out of it. It was all really gizmo gadgety sort of thing, the way that they would do it. Fucking see them fucking with cans and ash and shit, and I always just thought they were smoking exotic fucking marijuana of some kind, bro. you know what I'm saying? Literally, because they tend to sort of set fire to everything. So that's
No,
what I
but
thought.
back then it used to be like a trend. People didn't know the destructiveness of it. If my brother and sister used to blaze the smoke brown, but that
weren't back then. That was like 01.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But like we was youths back then. 01, I was like 2 years old, 3 years old, man.
Shut up. You're 2 years old in 01.
I was born in 88.
98.
88, 1988.
Right. So you're 12 years old in 01. 13, really.
Not 1991 or 2001.
01. The naughty.
Oh, okay, yeah. I thought you meant 1991. Yeah, man, fucking. But back then, well, by 2001, yeah, it was common. People know what the fuck it is, and they'd keep away from it. But before that, it was like a fashion thing. You go out and people just doing it. And it's only until afterwards when people got hooked onto it, there was like, oh shit, yeah, this shit's the devil, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, H fucks your life up. There's a lot of shit that does some shit to people, boy. They still take it. It's absolutely mad. It's actually fucking mad.
Yeah, I'm in the building, man. I'm in the building. It's been a long time since I left you. Without the step too. Right. Yeah. I'm here. Big up, man.
Big up.
Hold on. Just trying to find my grinder.
Sorry?
Grinder. Just looking for my grinder.
Well, go on, man. I want to shift this energy, man. Where's my Uncle Tony Brown, man? You get me? I ain't seen my Uncle Tony Brown for a minute. Make sure that he knows. Yo, am I seeing you on Saturday, bro?
100%.
Ah, excellent.
Now I feel bad because I didn't make it to your birthday, man.
Come on, bro.
Oh, come on.
All right, this is a joint thing. This is you get me? Everybody's celebrating. It's gonna be live. What am I looking for? I'm looking for I got badminton set.
You don't want it.
Yeah. I got badminton set. I got rounders. There's gonna be a few things popping off.
Get the poker chips, man.
Nah, that's a bit too much.
What, you remember me at the table tennis?
Huh?
You remember me at the table tennis?
Yeah, but that's not the same as badminton. Badminton, a grown man could whoop you like he's supposed to.
Well, I'm kind of bigger. I'm better at badminton than I am at table tennis. I learned table tennis.
You chatting shit.
Yeah, but I've always played badminton.
Bro, you're not better at badminton than you are at table tennis. What are you?
Yeah. Because I've never even played table tennis since.
Okay.
Bro, I'd love to. I've even seen it in pubs and stuff and tried, but my player was too drunk.
So does that mean that you're not that good at table tennis then?
No, I'm probably still dope. I don't know, but I was the dope.
This don't make no sense because you're not gonna chat to me when it comes to badminton. But yeah, we'll see.
All right, we're gonna see.
It's gonna be no speech.
We'll see.
All right. I'm looking some. Wait, one second. So what? Eunice, what one? You lot just camping? Man like Ross Clark, Shaka, KO. What's happening? These lot taking a break. I know Shaka was holding it down for a minute. I can't lie. I went saying
when I come along, he was holding.
He was rapping it. But he needs opportunity to just talk without interruption sometimes, because when the man are in the arena and that, we always trying to fucking get a debate out of him.
He's a profound speaker.
They're quiet.
Yeah, that's because you're not talking. But you ain't talking, man. Sorry, I'm just looking up a few things. Oh, because what? Drug talk. Was it the drug talk that they decided not to get involved in?
Oh, my days. That was
Oh
my
shit, we got into the drug talk. That was them man ages ago.
hip just popping back into place, man. Fucking hell.
Alright, man. Yeah, so yeah, man. What was you lot's topic?
Loads of things.
Okay.
Loads of things. A lot of my life. A lot of Eunice's.
If you move the mic, then you don't have to keep lifting your head to speak.
Yeah, I'm trying to bill it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you move the mic down, then you could just chat. That's the whole point of getting a mic like that, bro. Not having to keep moving your head. Just tilt the mic. Tilt it, bro.
I will.
You can do it. Boom, you're in the game now, bro. Building up and talking. Go test it. Go on. Say something.
Testicles, 1, 2, 3.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. It went mad.
All right, man. I'm looking for some party games. You don't know any good party games? Don't have to involve drinking.
Twister?
No, man. No.
Connect 4? Connect 4 is sick, you know.
It is sick, man. I had a giant Connect 4 that I bought for another event.
Maybe giant Connect 4.
I got to find. Yeah, I had a giant one. Yeah, a big, massive one that I used to put up at events and that. But I'm not sure what happened to it. I think one of the kids broke a leg on it or something. I'm sure. Where did I put it? I had a giant Jenga that was left out in the rain, and then it got moldy because it was just left in some shed. I'm so pissed. Do you know what I mean? So pissed. I tried to buy a giant chessboard. That shit. Yeah, I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need to save to buy like a proper one. Like, that shit's expensive, like 300, 400 pounds.
They're not playing.
Yeah, like but I want a giant one that so you lay that out in the grass and you got a, you know what I mean?
Big 3D view and shit.
Right. Just changes it up a bit. I'll get one. Yes. Big up everyone. Hit the like button, man. We still ain't got to 100. Yeah, the good segment of the show chatting. Big up chat shite or chat shite. Bad Marsh, big up. So what we saying, man? You lot hit the like button. You lot made the donation. You hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App, show some love. You shared it. You shared the stream at all. Took the link and put it somewhere. Yo, watch this. If not, hopefully we'll give you a reason to, man. It's hot and, you know, everyone's just feeling sluggish. Yeah, Hawaii, all of you lot jump on, man. I don't like being viewed. Let me kick off some people that's not trying to talk. Well, go on. Who's here? Who's not here?
I'm here.
Let me know, man. Let me know.
I might bounce actually.
Let's see who's really on the panel. Oh, yeah.
I'll come back in a bit.
Freddie said he's going down in the road. Okay, you've dust out. Cool. Eunice is here. Man, I'll give everyone a chance.
Hi.
Yeah, big up Eunice, man. What are you up to? What are you doing with your evening?
Nothing much really. I don't have any plans.
Okay, so what have you been doing? Like, say for the last 45 minutes, what have you been doing?
I was drinking tea, doing stuff online, and doing important stuff like, you know, like, what do you call it, applying for jobs and stuff like that, and as well as drinking tea.
You know, I just realized.
Yeah.
This is facts.
This is
facts. Mine or whatever. This is facts, right?
Me?
I didn't clock that.
Yeah, do you know what made me clock that, or what makes me suspect that?
Why?
This sentence here.
Right.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Got him.
Got him!
He always says that word, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
Especially when he's talking about you. It's mad. It's crazy disrespectful.
Nah,
Wow.
pause. He must, facts must be mistaken.
Yes, Jed, it's facts. Yeah. It's definitely facts, bro. Big up the likers. Bad Marsh, big up yourself. I see big H's in the chat. Big up yourself. Kemo. Ben Israel, big up. Dark Light. All right, boom. Tug of war is a good idea, but
I weigh about as much as your arm. What do you mean?
this is just a story about the things that I've acquired and lost or been thrown away. I had a massive rope, a proper heavy duty rope that would have been perfect for some tug of war. Pussies. Yeah, people love touching my stuff, man. I mean, love touching my property. I hate that. It's like a proper pet hate of mine. From when I used to live out of my bags and suitcases from like being homeless and shit like that. Pet hate of mine, man. It was like my shit being touched or mistreated or misplaced or oh man. I was very, very attached to these bags and shit. Bags and these suitcases. Yeah. Let's see what they got here. We don't need the music, I don't think. Cheers. Cheers. What is with these lot and their stupid music? Let me just check. Because undoubtedly the music is probably copywritten or some shit. So balloon to balloon. Now we ain't playing that. What have you got to do? Move and keep the balloon up.
No hands, looks like.
It's like a caterpillar.
You got to move. Yeah, you got to move.
It's
a race. It's like a race. Oh, that's not. That's actually sick. A race between two groups. What are you saying? If you drop the balloon, you got to go back to the beginning.
Yeah, it's like egg and spoon race, isn't it?
He used his hand already. Cheated.
Handball.
That's all right, little game still. All right, I get the drift. Get the drift. What's this? A chip, what? A chibrata.
I think it's in Hindi.
Yeah. What? No.
No.
No. Okay, what's this one? What's this? A lot of stuff with balloons. Allow this music, man. Okay, so what did you just do? Okay, then you get the third one, you put that behind you, you collect the next member, you don't let that one drop.
That's a better variation of the balloon game.
Hey, this one's all right.
But why do
you add the next person? It's got to be girl, boy, though, isn't it?
Yeah, come on.
You know how we stay. Oh, yeah, Eunice. Unfortunately, Eunice. They're going to do it the Pan-African way, brother.
What's the Pan-African way?
Huh?
What's the Pan-African way?
Heterosexual.
Where we put you in between the Kardashian sisters.
Oi, family! I just came from the Yardie vicinity. I got a bit of sad news.
Yeah, merciless. No, man, you're late, man. You're late.
Oh shit! All right, fair enough. I'm sorry. R.I.P. the Don.
Yeah, you're late, my brother.
Yeah. Damn, man. And you know what? I feel like going to watch Sting now.
This is what I would say.
96.
Wow. I was today years old when I found out. I'm out of touch with the scene, to be honest. I done thought Sizzler was dead the other day. I fell for that for about 10 minutes. Some random hoax.
What's this man name?
Hold on.
Party games.
Oh, party games. All right. Cool. Come on, Jay. Give yourself up.
So Bounty Killer had an early weave. From early, I was putting in fake hair. What we saying? Huh?
Nah, you know what? Them man, they're a bit excited, you know. Them man, they're a bit excited. And remember when Yardies was in power, they didn't know what to do with the money.
Ninja Man, I should say. But yeah, he's funny. Like, they say Ninja's got a gay son.
Yeah, man, Ninja's mad, man.
Yeah,
Ninja had a church one at the time, you know, to get off a life sentence. He's like, yo, I'll go around Jamaica and I'll preach the gospel, and they let him go, bro. To go around and preach the gospel, bro. These times he's
you ever watch one of Ninja's vlogs?
Nah.
Hey, bro, you need to watch his vlogs when he's in his yard and that guy around his yard picking up like fucking breadfruit and shit from the floor. Hey, man, it's mad. And Ninja's nuts. He just says mad things, bro.
Yeah, I know, man.
I don't know what it is. Something about his eye. It always looks like he's got like fake eyelashes or something. I don't know. Ninja's crazy.
Nah, that's that crack smoke, bro.
Is that what it is?
It does something to your eyes and your jawline.
Is he a smoker?
Yeah.
Mad thing.
Nah. Come on, man. Look at the bro. Look at the. Have you seen the outfit? Have you seen? Man's got the long Chinaman fucking plait.
Ninja in it, yeah, man.
Oh, see, I get it. And he's got the sword.
He's a fool, you know. You can't follow him, you know. He's a bad Jamaican to represent. It's not him that died. It's merciless.
No.
People, me done with junkie. Check your time, man. Just hello.
But they just called him junkie just now. Look.
Junkie, I see that no. Well, we see you no longer head that just dead. We got no man. All right. But man, no, we're house here.
You see that there? Yeah.
That's the real Jamaican there. And Super Cat. Big up Super Cat, man. Wherever you're there.
Man said man don't wear horse hair, you know.
Me no shot man from behind back. Me tell them say me no war with junkie. Wanna see no department price. Hold on. Look there now. When I think back to Philip Down people and look at one Jamaican DJ. What's that living and free from ticket? Not the money in the pocket, not a second. Now have a money in the pocket. Because I'm living in the land of Jamaican people. This Monty, my brother, come to me, son. When me around, I'm picking them, that there is family, that will be them, Paris to feel like me, I know nobody. Yeah, but put your in
These man did like, they mixed like wrestling with like a rap battle, like with like a concert, with like a cussing match.
With like a versus.
Dope. Yeah, like a versus, exactly.
With like a pantomime.
Everything in it, man. Man.
Last year, them sabotage me and my father. This year, a different thing. The father will not go in and get to some hands. I want to marry the careless. You want to classic. Alright. You want to go police and soldier want to call the fan. Child Bunty get up because bad want to pass this. Well, no child me this man in Jammer say bumbo blah. Yeah. Alright. Bunty killer. You singing a swing song. Jammer, you call the girl. Call the girl that you come to here. Find a boy. Turn it up. Them are too much to them now. You don't have them, them are trying to I want to killer. Bunty killer, I know how we kill DJ. I know how we kill DJ. Ninja, Bunty, I know how we kill DJ. Oh, I said kill last year now. I see you come here. Bunty, we don't play a war. I'll tell them say that if a war would no one what's it? They said that if a war would no one about that mention. Big party Bible and me right on. I'm out the side me up your pull a jump and play. Me say I will know that you poop like a every time I go on every time I go on hey,
about yeah.
Hey.
His voice, man, is just something else.
Yeah, nice.
Energy guard, isn't it? It gets you like, it gets you in the mood to be bad. I don't know if it could be bad, but it's act up.
His voice is something else, man.
It's wicked. It's wicked.
Yeah, what was he watching? Well, I forgot now. What was he watching?
We're watching fucking party games, isn't it, or something?
Teamwork game.
Alright, yeah, nah, this is dead. They love a balloon. All right, we've seen balloons. What's this now? Run.
You're coming out of your house Saturday, innit, Vic?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Fill up the thing. Okay, now you got to blow the next thing into the next. That's
COVID.
not bad. COVID. Man said COVID. Did I allow that, man? Yeah, that's a problem.
That looks nasty still, though.
All right, cool. Fuck it. You see, this is the thing. When you give black people options, they just turn stupid, and you know that's true. You just gotta tell them, all right, this is what we doing. A man's doing it, almost. I ain't doing it, but mostly people gonna do it. Yeah, I like this navigation.
What we trying to do? What's the aim of the game, though?
Make a little square. You gotta get from one end of the square to the other without knocking.
I do that in 2 moves.
You ain't gonna do that in 2 moves, man.
Bro, I just chanced that with one lovely.
Yeah, then you lose. Then you lose for the team or something. They're gonna be forfeit. It'll be forfeit. I gotta bring something nasty. Something horrible. Oh shit! Oi! I got the death sauce.
Okay.
Hey! I
got
the death sauce. Let me pull that out from now. So it's not even forgotten in the back of the cupboard. Big up man like Dublin. He sent me this mad death sauce. Yes. When I want to forfeit. Yeah.
Up pepper in on a moat.
He's easily looking underneath the blindfold.
Nah, he's not looking underneath. He's not.
He hasn't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, nah. He's not.
Oh, I think someone was guiding him. I think someone was guiding him as well.
Someone has to do it.
That's what they're doing. They're guiding each other. What's this? Stepping
Yeah,
on
yeah.
bricks or something. Oh, you got to get on one. Use the bricks to get from one spot to another. Okay, that's a nice little race.
Yeah, that's hard.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that.
hard.
All you need is just what's that? 6 bricks.
Yeah.
Three?
They got 3 each. They got 3
Yeah.
each. That's what I'm saying. 6 bricks.
No. I don't think they've. I don't think they've
man.
all got
4.
a brick. There's 4 bricks. That's what I
4
mean.
bricks each.
I just
4
got
bricks
just
for
over 3.
people. Yeah, 4 bricks for 3 people. That can be done.
That's good, man.
Bricks. Can everyone even balance on bricks?
If you can't, then just
we can have 4 for 1.
4 for 1. That looks easy, no?
I like that, a little brick race.
Yeah, that's
you got to race on bricks. Nah. I don't even know what you are doing.
What are these from all around the world? Yeah.
Nah, I don't know. Nah, I don't know actually.
This looks like Pakistan or something.
Nah, it's not Pakistan.
Okay.
Yeah. Nah, you lot took time to make that. No. Forget that. What else you got? What's this? Definitely was looking the 3-legged race though. That's 100%.
3-legged race. That can run.
Yeah.
Yeah, that can run. But you have to be with someone fast to win though. Because if you're fast and someone's slow, it's long.
It is what it is. I don't know what's the secret to a good 3-legged race. The person that's slow, just admit you're slow and just let the other person drag you.
Right. Right. 100 meters as well. 100 meters. Girls 100 meters. Boys 100 meters. That normally works out.
That's 100 meters, yeah?
That's 100 meters.
But you have to drink juice first, though. You can't just come from the gym and then think you want to do 100 meters. You have to drink juice, burn some weed, relax, and then go and do 100.
Party games with ups. No.
Actually, I'm busy Saturday. I just remember to go walk my goldfish.
Yeah. Yeah, they got the complicated games, man.
I could have swore everyone on the screen looks Asian. You might have to enlarge it, bro.
What the fuck are they doing? Nah, did you see that? Let's just move on.
No. Well, don't tell me you got to squeeze one out and catch it.
I don't know what that was, but I'm just gonna move on. Let's see what they got here. All right. Okay. Frog across the pond. Yeah, that's the game that we were talking about. Okay. All right, so there, the secret is throw it as far as you can.
Yeah, that looks good still. What about football, Jay?
I had that in my mind the last 5 minutes, just thinking if I should just...
What happened to someone going goal, Axel or
keep the ball off the floor, innit?
Keep me up, that's it.
No, you know, like as a group, like some Brazilians too.
Yeah, anything like that, something similar, you know. I know it sounds boring.
No, it definitely sounds boring, but it's just the
But
equivalent.
what if you got so what? Everything's cool, or you got good white rum?
That's fucking Robinsons, man. Hot day.
No, on the day, obviously, you're doing the events.
Okay.
If you drink, get down like that. If you don't, just natural high. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
So how did you keep cool yesterday?
I didn't. I melted and reconstituted this morning. I just woke up whole again.
Fucking hell, blood. Last night was dumb hard to sleep, blood. That was the only thing. I don't mind the heat in the day because I've lived in the yard, innit? But fucking hell, blood. The night, blood. I'm not used to the night so hot over it. You know what I'm saying? Plus, man, I can't sleep without the covers.
Yeah, I'm like that as well a little bit. Yeah, just
yeah,
at least a little something.
Yeah, blood. Even if it's the thinnest silk sheet, I've got to have it. I've got to have something to cover my body. I don't know why. It's the Western thing.
Now, I spent some time in the front room where I could sit right next to the window. It was a little bit cooler in there. It's a lot cooler in there. I don't know what it is, bro. The studio is double hot. The studio is hot, bro. I'm surrounded by machines. That's how I love to live, right? Surrounded by I just reach music. Game. And I love it. But like it, bro. What's this? The fuck is this?
I can't even look at a machine in this type of weather. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. You know how long I was supposed to do another episode for the little channel. But yeah, next 2 weeks or next 3 weeks, I've got a holiday coming up.
Somewhere cold, yeah. Somewhere cold.
Yeah, somewhere cool. We need the coolness.
Yeah, man.
Do you get what I'm saying? And then after Carney, I'm out like a day or two after that. But I always do it like that every year. Make a little solid money and then blow.
Fuck it. YOLO. For real, especially when it comes to international stuff.
Well, two man's been stressed out, blood. I need that little vibes, blood.
Decompression, yeah.
Yeah, I need that little decompression. Big up everyone in the chat, man. Even brother MA. Big him up, man. Anyway, yeah. Color me Carter. Come on, chat. Chillo. You know what I mean? Blue Pill. Come on, man. G Trilly.
I'm here.
Big up everybody, man. Cool cat. Oh, salute the general Camo, man. Ben Israel, come on, man. Them man, they are veterans to the thing. Unique guy, JEDI. That Unique Diamond's a blessed sister, man.
I've met her a few times.
Yeah, she's cool, isn't it? Moroccan, Hebrew, Israelite, pick yourself up. Just the whole family in general, man. It is what it is. You get me? Come on, family, man. I want all of you to prosper and live long, man. If we can get another whatever out of this, man, I'll be grateful. You get me? Man, ain't complaining about no heat, no none of that, man. I'm just grateful to be alive, bro.
Yeah. It's 25 Celsius, but it feels as if it's still warm. Like, it's a bit cooler than yesterday.
I'm hotter. I should turn on the temperature gauge behind me just to see, innit?
Hey, bruv, listen, yeah, blood. man was in some safe working thing, innit? Safe working conditions thing, blood. And they had like one heat gun. You know, like the gun that shoots the laser right, that can tell you temperature.
Okay.
Yeah, fucking hell. Some part of the room was all 52. Do you get what I'm saying, family? Like, fuck me, 10 degrees.
Temperature gauge on the laptop, right, is reading 87.
Bro, it's too much, fam.
Yeah, bro, the thing ain't been off for 4 days. I put it off. No, I did put it off when I went in the front room yesterday. So it was off for like an hour, but I came back and started editing a video, and I was doing that until like fucking quali into the morning. And I haven't slept yet.
Hey, salute the General, Miss Sarah, man. Come on, man. You know you're a general.
Yeah, Sarah kills it.
Gandhi, everybody.
I line up with the majority of Sarah's political opinions, man. It's actually
hey, that's a warrior sister, blood. Her husband's lucky, man.
Yeah, no, she must be, because she's super about.
That's like a positive woman around the world. That's what I always try and fucking advise my brothers to do, man. Get a woman, man. Oh, fucking hell.
Especially if she clued up like that. For real. Do your thing, guys. Do you know what I mean? You need to match that level. You need to be on that level.
I'm never gonna diss you about not having a woman, innit? The only thing I diss you about is if you end up being gay. But, you get what I'm saying? Everything else is cool. But trust me, bro. I know you're concentrating on your education and your career and everything. But take some time out like that. Take like a half term out and look for a woman. Do you know what I'm saying?
What Eunice's education is done now.
Did you hear that, Eunice?
Yeah, I done my postgraduate degree and all that.
Yeah, so it's time to.
Congratulations, man.
Thanks.
It is time to fling it. It's good that we're back here.
You see, like how did you spend months on some modules?
Yeah, I enjoyed it actually.
Yeah. So
yeah,
do you think you can transfer that enjoyment into looking for a woman, maybe? And spend half the time that you spent on your education looking for a woman. You think you can? Is that feasible?
I mean, I want to get a job first, innit?
No,
45 minutes you've been applying for job. When you explained what you did with your 45 minutes to JEDI, you said everything. But you know what? It's right what Freddie's actually saying. You know, you could jump on the Ross Clark dating website and start shooting down the targets. You know what I mean? Getting the experience.
Fucking doing education for 10 years plus. Have you been doing education for 10 years plus, Eunice?
Of course, yes.
Well, I started off when I was about 4, innit?
Yeah, so you've been and
I was doing it for 20 years.
Yeah, 20 years. So dedicate 2 months to the thing, no man. That's 1% of
2 months. That sounds like a challenge. That does sound like a good masculinely challenged sort of target.
That is an intellectual challenge as well.
It really is as well. In the interest of your own growth, because Eunice, let me assure you, brother, it is part of the next step of your education as a man. Your education as a human on earth as well. So, brother, don't even think man's just swinging some toxic fucking masculinity your way or any kind.
Don't think that you're gonna fit into any workplace. They'll be telling you to do overtime, and then men will be coming to fill you up because of
your mic cut. Your mic is cut. I just barely heard the last bit. Yeah, man, nice. Right though, Osman. It's right though. Like, is really actually quite a burly thing to say, man. It really is. I would expect that as well. He's that type of man. He knows how to be a man. Do you know what I mean? Part of the reason I know how to be a man as well, because he's elder to me. Do you know what I mean? So really and truly, man, that sounds good. Why not? Couple months, innit? Just a couple months, maybe a couple hours a day, innit? Couple apps, maybe a website on the computer or two. Do you know what I mean? An hour on the app, overall half hour on the app. Do you know what I mean? Search out something your age, bro. You never even know, you know. I've met nice chicks online. You shouldn't be scared of that, especially because A, you're anonymous, and 2, you choose not to be. And B, they're humans as well. You can meet someone, innit? Of course you could. Of course you could. And at the very worst, you would gain experience. Do you know what I mean? Socializing and eventually frolicking and then getting even deeper. Pause.
Pause. Yeah.
Yeah. But nonetheless. Do you know what I mean? It is definitely good advice, actually, man. Why not put some energy into it, man? Because it's real. Look, when you think about it like that, 2 decades worth of focusing on your education, it's not like you can't do all of this at the same time now. It's not like you ain't smart enough to juggle a few apps and a few pastimes, and then obviously that's going to lead to booking a few dates. Do you know what I mean? So that's going to, like, what does a date take out of your life? Do you know what I mean? 6 to 10 hours. Do you know what I mean?
He's not on it, man. He's not on it. He's just like, all right. This again.
Wow. You lot feel his energy that good.
Huh?
You lot feel his energy that good, because the chat, I've just speed read the chat. It said the same shit.
Yeah, he's not on it.
Mm-hmm.
He's not on it, man. He's not interested, man, in all that fanny stuff.
Not even me and my listen, Osman. Me and my woman, our relationship existed for I wouldn't even know how long, maybe 3-4 months before it became more than conversation. The actual relationship, from the moment when I phoned her and said, "Yo, I want to start something," you know, them ones there. You're the thing that I'm feeling. Do you know what I mean? You're absolutely the thing. We've been speaking for weeks. You know, I'm feeling you. I can feel you feeling me. Let's do it, sort of thing. And she just reciprocated completely. And from there, it was a few months of fantastic conversations under the stars and all that shit, bro. Do you know what I mean? And it's a lot. It's like a revival of that energy every time we have a long, deep conversation into the night nowadays, 20 years later. So, yeah, man. It's, bro, don't even think that everything is explicitly about the physical part of the relationship. Do you know what I mean? Because your type of girl could be a girl that views that type of shit exactly the same as you. I'm not wildly experienced. I'm not massively confident, but I do want to do some bits. I want someone to explore it with. And I
Who said he wants to do bits? I just told you he's not interested in that fanny stuff.
Shut up. No way.
I mean, to be honest, yeah, you know, currently I'm not looking for it, nor a desire to actually engage in those type of activities. You know, I will put my my job prospects or my employment prospects.
It's got to be said. You wank too much.
Mm-hmm.
How many men have said that to you? We know the problem.
I don't. Honestly, I don't.
You fucking wank too much.
I don't.
He does, bro.
Eunice, I'm not even gonna go closer to the camera.
Bro, yesterday or day before yesterday, he was on there with Banksy, naming porn stars by name, bro. What man in their 20s can do that?
I could do a bit of that, but in your 20s, why?
What now? What? Oh, not old. You talking about current ones?
Like, yeah, kind of, but not. Nah, not really.
Well, there you go then.
No, I'm talking about like the classic ones, isn't it? Like the classic ones.
Classic.
Like,
and the current ones as well.
Look at what you just said. Classic, current. He's got categories.
Categories, waves, the levels. I know a lot, but I dealt in some DVDs for some old boy at the market. Used to still get away with selling DVDs. He had the clientele. So
was he the geezer that actually used to sell it in Marlin Road, didn't it?
No, North London.
Look, see, look now, bro. Can you not see?
No, but you know, that could be my uncle. I got a very deviant uncle.
Can you not see this is the connoisseur of connoisseurs?
Yeah, no, he's good, because my uncle might be that guy that he's talking about. My uncle did that for 20 years or something. They've only just recently shut it down, like 5 years ago or something.
I remember back in the 2000s when I used to walk like in Whitechapel along the Marlin Road, innit?
Yeah.
There used to be people that would sell pirate copy DVDs.
Yeah, that's what my guy was doing, that on a market stall. Do you know what I mean? And instead of pirate, it was just like downloaded illegally and burnt by some nerd on a stack burner. That's all. Simple as that. But anyway, side point. The main point is you're killing your libido. You know the word? You're killing your libido with you're killing that with just pulling it too much. Do you know what I mean? Whatever rate it is too much. Slow that right down. Your libido should come back. You should get a little bit horny for something. Do you know what I mean? Like antsy for something. Contact, female, companionship. Do you know what I mean? Eventually leading to the physical. That thought should be in the back of your mind if you find yourself to be truly heterosexual, because you can do it all at the same time as a job, bro. Do you know what I mean? No pressure. Don't feel like I'm applying anything. I'm just talking some normal psychological shit, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, ran upon some pussy or going blood.
Boy, you can lead a horse to Fanny.
Hey, still. I just don't want it. I just don't want him to. If he goes to Central London this age, they rape him.
What is your post grad in, Osman?
Accounting finance.
So getting a job isn't going to be a problem, bro. You don't need to spend what the fuck are your after hours? Applying for fucking jobs.
Yeah, for the time being.
Stop taking the piss.
How many jobs are you applying for?
Fuck's sake.
I'm applying for as much as I can now.
As much as I can. How many jobs? That's hundreds of jobs.
Basically, the ones I'm interested in is in the accounting finance sectors.
Right.
That's my main objective, is apply for as many jobs as possible, particularly in the entry level.
There must be, I was just going to say, there must be a route of passage, a rite of passage for your kind of person. You've got this postgraduate degree, which has a usage, and it's a pass to do a very specific thing. So you go do that without much of an issue, because you're one of the few elected that did this, right? So there you go. You're one of the few people that chose this subject, yeah? Out of all the hundreds of subjects that could be. Yeah, so you're a narrow field, bro. You're not going to have a problem getting a bloody job. You can put a couple fucking hours a week into
when did you graduate? Sorry. When did you graduate?
I graduated in, I meant to graduate in September, but I graduated in earlier this year. So I got my qualifications in March.
Okay.
All right. So what about graduating part of your manhood and bigging it up to all of us, people like Freddie and myself and half of chat, who say that really and truly we should impose a deadline like 21 days or something like that for you to go and book a date with someone, and you'd realize maybe volumetric.
I think that's too much pressure. We don't want to do it like that, because this thing hasn't got to be a pressurized situation.
Do you think that's too much pressure, Osman? Do you think that you could find a woman to suitably take out to dinner?
No, but fam, if you give something to someone, you can't tell them when to pay you. You can, of course you can, but when can you pay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying? So there's less pressure.
I wouldn't want to lead the horse to water. I would just want to show him how.
And if it
how
don't sound
vital
right,
it is.
When do you think you can make it happen, Eunice?
He's not looking. You are just not
I'm not currently not looking for her.
He doesn't want to make it happen. I beg us all hear this point though. It's not something he desires. We got to deal with that. If you're gonna deal with anything, just understand. It's not a fact that I can't get a girl, or he don't want it. It makes me think he wants something else, but he don't want it, innit?
You needed to come up in my hood, Eunice. We would have had a chick rape you.
What?
We would have had a chick rape you. Swear to God, blood clot, man. We would have had
It looked like a wild man to do that to him, to be fair.
No. We would have had a loose woman to attack your blood clot, bro, as soon as you was of age. You know them ones there, just rough.
Yeah, you'd have had to get something sorted out.
Like she would have got you drunk. She's done this before. Don't worry about that. She would have got you, bro. Coming up
All
in web.
right, cool. But factor in the fact that he's a young Muslim man, and that getting drunk and sleeping with a local junj is not really what was on his agenda. To be fair,
I give him that. I give him that.
You
You're
know
saving
what I mean?
yourself. No, I respect that to some degree. Saving yourself as well. I do respect.
You want to get married?
What, me?
Yeah, because Vic,
I
you
don't
would have been
desire to
gassed
get married. No.
if you was your wife's first and she was your first, right?
We was.
Oh, you was each other's first.
Yeah, because I hadn't really done it confidently before her.
Oh no, don't beg it, man. If you bust a nut in a gal or with a
No,
gal,
I hadn't. That's what I hadn't done. Do you know what I mean? I just struggled to perform the whole thing. Like, do you know what I mean? It was just the pom pom was too tight for me.
No, I was like that as a youth as well, you know.
Yeah,
Maybe
because
at
I'm
like 8
talking
or
young.
9,
Yeah,
I
we
was
was young.
struggling. I didn't know what to do. But then after secondary, once I got to secondary and find out about shyness, that was it.
Yeah, no, with my actual woman that I have now, I was able to explore my sexuality a bit better. Do you know what I mean? So we were each other's first. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
For me, that was criteria for gal
I don't
anyway.
know why when men say their sexuality, just big up.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Just getting into it, like,
my thing was mad, lad. I thought shyness was sex, innit? Shyness ain't like them times there, man's thinking that's sexy. I'm good
kind
with
of is.
shyness. And then I can just be out the door later.
Hella selfish. Hella selfish. If you ain't laying
No,
no pipe.
the reality of it, I didn't give a fuck about no girl back then. You know what I mean? Back then, girl was the least of them. I swear
Yeah,
to
that
God.
actually, I'm like Eunice. That used to turn me off. Like as a kid, I was.
But I was still having intercourse or so-called intercourse. You get me? At a young age. You get me?
Yeah, so was so was you remember my cousin who I grew up with, right? Because he was looking at me over there, like from there. I was with my little cousin, yeah, same age in that. Yeah, we was inseparable when I lived in the estate behind, and yeah, he was on it from young and like willingly, like, with older gal, and it was just like, wow, you always started at 13 and shit, like properly. Like with the whole
man was lucky, you know, because gal used to come on our estate looking for the olders, innit? But fucking obviously no olders around.
Come on.
So we used to love on going like, where the man is. Like,
but the whole thing was different, bro. When I used to go to school with him, right? So I'd go pick him up from his yard on the way to Leytonstone, and blood, like he was even into a different level of gal. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't even interested in gal, and he had big like hip hop honey sort of gal. Do you know what I mean? Like proper big man. Right? And like, jeez. What you was into that in like secondary school? Do you know what I mean? And for me, I just wanted to play football, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like at that point,
and then I got introduced to prostitution from early.
Oh wow!
Like how that actually works.
Wow!
Man got introduced to that from early.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple times.
I used to go to my brethren's house and we used to have gal naked, tidying up, one dusting, one doing the dishes, one sweeping the floor, using the dustpan and brushing her pussies out the road.
Helping out, boy. She's helping out.
Yo, what's it? So, yeah, man. All them little bullshit things man used to go up and see, you get me? I wish I didn't see enough of that dumb shit.
Yeah, well.
It's just the hood, innit?
Just the life. That's what I mean, Eunice. If you was over the other side of town, it's likely that you would have been with a group that would have just not really accepted that. If you'd admitted to having a libido, having the desire to do it, do you know the ones there, then you would have sort of been almost peer pressured into it, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? In that culture over there, being real. It's mad. It's actually mad.
Nah, as man them said, he don't want that to do with it.
Why you look so depressed?
He's missing out.
He's missing out.
Now, why do you sound so depressed, man?
Yeah, because we were trying to convert a young brother back to the right.
And he's not on it.
Yeah, and he's just airing it, powering it.
Yeah, man. Bun Eunice then, man. You get me?
No, but that fucking virgin man, fuck you to that. No, I'm joking. Save yourself, but go find her, bro. Jeez.
Nah, don't even leave her. Leave her that. Because your attitude's wrong. TJ.
Eunice,
Yeah.
what's your hobbies?
Go on long walks.
Oh yeah.
5-finger shuffle.
Listen to music. Listen to music and go on walks.
Okay, so what kind of music you listen to?
I listen to Rihanna.
Has she dropped any new music recently?
No, I like the ones that the old ones, isn't it? Like that, like more than 10 years old.
When you go on the walks, you listen to music where you go on the walks.
Yeah.
So do you listen to the same Rihanna songs?
Yeah, I like a couple of Rihanna songs. I listen to the one with Drake and Rihanna, What's My Name, and Work.
Okay, so that's what you're listening to while you're walking, yeah?
Yeah, a couple along with other songs in it. Like I was listening to Captain Conan, you know, Tell 'em Don't Waste My Time. Yeah, and yeah, it was Captain Conan, and I think French Montana, right?
Well, you listen to it. That's your song.
Yeah, that's a song. Yeah. I also listened to, what did I listen to as well?
Don't you listen to none of the Marley strip?
No, I listened. Honestly, it was most of it is American artists and
Need to listen to some
British
Jeds.
artists. I was listening to DVS in at Hometown.
Okay. Support your Marley brothers. There's a lot of them.
What did I also listen to? I was listening to, do you know that song like She Wanna Roll?
You know we're making a dating profile based on these decisions right now, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's like grime music, isn't it? So a bit of grime music I was listening to.
So it's a very
grime, yeah.
It's very. Right. So what do you like to do in your spare time?
Yeah, he goes on walks and listens to.
Yeah, I go on walks.
Walks.
Okay. And when you're not walking, what about when you're not walking?
I just watch programs, innit? Like if it's, let's just say if it's during night time and I can't go to sleep, I'll probably watch a program or something like that. And I might have like a decaf tea whilst watching it.
Big up your blood clot self each and every time. Don't turn out to be good. If you can help, bash up your family. You know what I mean? So
Emmerdale. No. Emmerdale? Really?
What, me?
Yeah.
I don't watch Emmerdale, no.
Okay. They're lying on you in chat. Hey, let me get my phone.
Yeah, the reason why I mentioned about Emmerdale was because I like the scenery in it.
Sometimes I tell a lie. On a Sunday, if I'm running a script with Dom, I glimpse it. But I ain't trying to watch none of that shit, man. Nah, I ain't trying to watch that. It's a bit too much corruption.
Sorry, what is?
No, I'm saying sometimes that television is a bit too much corruption.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Have you been watching Love Island, Eunice?
Nah, I don't watch Love Island now. No.
Well, yeah, as I was saying, way a bit too much corruption.
I find it a bit boring, don't it? I wouldn't watch Love Island, to be honest. It's no different to Big Brother, isn't it?
I'd imagine. So similar to. But everyone's going crazy for it, isn't it? So yeah.
I would have thought you would have been watching that already.
Nah. I used to watch Backchat, innit? Backchat London.
Okay, yeah.
For some reason, it has ceased. I don't know why.
What a sentence. I like that. Man says it had ceased. It has
So
ceased.
it ceased. Yeah. This guy's full of, he's full of vibes, man. Full of vibes. Just wish you all the best, man. You know?
Let's say that. Let's say wish you all the best. Take
No,
care.
God, no. You know, you can see a walking accident waiting to happen there. You're like, brother, no! Brother! It's too late. God bless. Yeah, I'm just enjoying the weather, man. Enjoying the whole shit. Enjoying the whole shit.
Fucking hell, you enjoying this? Wow, then again, it's hotter in my studio than it is outside.
I'm enjoying every blood clot thing. Yeah, that fam. I'm enjoying every day. God sends. Trying to be full joy.
It's better than being too cold, but I prefer to be just right, man.
Yeah, I'm not trying to have this European mindset, the scarcity mindset. Always, the belly's never full. You always want more shit. I'm not trying to run with that. You get me? Big up, brother Kel. The non-African mindset. I'm not trying to run with that. You get me? My belly's full. Man, all right. You get me? That's the living.
We saying stop, Zilla. Axum's the only one that can save us.
What's that, man?
Nah, man, it's just not happening, man. I just like, come on, man. Her.
If there was ever a time to cape in Axum.
If it looks like a duck, it sounds like a duck. Probably a duck, man.
Yeah.
Leave it at that.
Yeah.
It's probably a duck. Even if they say, I swear to God, I'm a fox. You're like, you know what, brother? You don't seem very fox-like. You seem very much like a duck.
I think so.
No, I'm just saying.
No. Definitely not you, King.
When something's got a beak and it lays eggs and it quacks, yeah, you're thinking it's a duck, innit?
Normal shit.
Water, it's doing duck shit, duck activities.
Duck stuff, ducking stuff.
You ask it what it does in its spare time, and it says
it kind of duck
kind of ducky stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
You're like, you're all right, cool, you're a duck, man. And then it's like,
how
no, I'm a fox. You're like, all right, cool, man, big up. Yeah. But in your head, you're like, yeah, that's the duckiest fox I've ever met.
Brother Kel. At Brother Kel, wherever you are.
Quack.
Quack.
Quack power. Sorry, man. Quack betterment.
Brother Kel.
Quack power, you know.
Quack
power, though.
Oh, man. Cardi makes me laugh, you know. Come back, Cardi, man. Where you at, man? Come back. You make me laugh, man. Man's telling you about African pride and determination today, and you're telling him, good luck on that, man. We take inshallah.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. I'm like, get the fuck out of here with your propaganda shit, man. You know what I mean? This ain't even for you, like good luck. Do you know what good luck means to black people? It means you're gonna die.
Oh.
Trust me.
I mean, good luck for me, yeah, is, you know, I wish you all the best, innit?
Nah, that's not coming from him. Not his heart anyway. But I can't tell him. I'm just going off of listening. It's all a game to them, though, innit? Just come on and talk to black shit, then fuck off. You've got to be black every single day and live it.
It's the difference.
A bit of a difference, yeah.
Even I've got certain kind of luxury for in and out. Do you know what I mean? Just because even now I've got that certain kind of luxury just for the sake of genetics. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you ain't really got no luxury, man. You going in the paddy wagon same way.
When I say a certain kind, I can't really think of one, but I do really mean like a very
You
specific.
might get on telly before, man. You probably
Yeah,
get
or
on
something
telly.
like that. You know what I mean? Or just like I don't
Yeah,
know.
adverts and all that. They want your
some
kind.
sort of massive favoritism. You know what I mean? That's how I might
Yeah,
define it.
they want that lighter skinned brother on the TV screen to sell man a
They always
tracksuit.
sort of treated me a certain way in schools when I was growing up. Like in Harold Hill, I was the only colored kid in school. In Chelmsford, I was the only colored kid in school. Do you know what I mean? I had to come back and go to this lane before I actually met colored people other than myself. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but obviously once you start getting your haircut,
Did you feel coloured?
Sorry?
Vic is showing his age, innit?
Did you feel coloured? Because you keep saying
that was the problem for them. Yeah,
Big
that
up
was their problem.
Big up. Come on. Big up yourself, man. Pair vibes.
Hey,
pair
Eunice. Hey.
Hey,
Hey, everybody. Big up. Hey, Eunice.
Hi.
Yeah,
You good, Eunice?
Yes, I'm fine.
Once you get your hair cut black, you could be Albanian, innit? Yeah, we're accepting you. That's one thing about us, innit? I don't know whether it's a dumb thing or it's to our detriment or whatever, but once you get your hair cut black and you method act, and I'm not talking about regular method acting, I'm talking about adopt the thing. Like proper take it in. You get what I mean? All the lessons what you gotta learn, you take it in. You get what I'm saying? And then once you do all of that, they'll accept you. You could be blue.
What are you on about, man? What are you chatting about?
Any time.
Just generally the environment growing up.
Yeah, you'll find the home around black people. That's for sure. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't know whether it's to our detriment, whether we've got too much love in our hearts, whether we're too... I don't know what we are, man.
All right, man. Let's not get depressed, man. Come on, man. You're not having a good day.
I'm having a good one. Don't
Come on,
joke,
man.
people.
You're some jokes, man. You don't keep trying to veer off. Like you have to drag the steering wheel back. You look, where you not going, man? Somewhere dark. There's something dark looming. Get off your chest so I can laugh at it, man. Let's go. Let me laugh at your pain.
No.
Huh?
It's just like a bad.
Tell me something. Everyone on the panel, tell me something that pisses you off. They have their expression. What grinds your gears? Tell me a pet hate of yours. Something that annoys you every time.
But something that you do.
No.
Or I do.
No. So, Vic, give him an example, please.
Insects.
Insects.
Okay, nah.
What's the problem with insects then?
Presence.
Yeah, I got a problem with dirt.
Hold on, mate. Hold on.
Yeah, the presence or biting.
I get a 3-5 of whatever you're smoking, Trilluminati.
Huh?
I'll have a 3-5 of whatever you
3-5, yeah, I'm definitely. Hey, bro, this is crazy. It's getting me in. It's crazy.
I can hear, bro.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you're like the, I don't know. You're like the weed version of facts right now. You're like weed facts.
Mad.
Don't diss me, Jay.
Get him, Freddie. Get him.
This man's been on crack for 20 years.
You're like the weed facts right now, bro.
No, Jay, man. Come on. Free me up, man. Don't ever put me and him in a sentence.
Cool. So yeah, what's up with insects, bro?
The presence, they're ugly, they creepy crawly. I don't know where they want to be or why they want to be around me. I don't know why they want to bite me. I don't like a lot of things about them. I don't really like anything about them, to be honest. Anything about any insects.
See the thing with insects, though, yeah, they're so important to our everyday life.
Ecology, yeah.
Like you can't diss them all. It's just the big vicious ones. Anything that's trying to done your dance, like mosquitoes or anything like that, yeah, fuck them. But like ladybirds and shit, and ants. As long as they're not in my house, yeah, man, I rate them.
Yeah,
I've got
it's cool,
a
man.
good
Come on.
relationship with spiders right now.
Right? What does it say?
You
If
at
you
a
get
truce with the enemy?
What
Nah,
does
there's
it
just a level of the size of spider that I'm like, all right, there's a spider there, man. It is what it is.
I got that level, but it's in the girth of their leg.
Because I hate flies.
I don't like them.
I was gonna ask the panel.
So
if there's
my enemy's kind of like my friend. Do you see what I'm saying? Where I'm going with this insects thing. And there's
100%.
insects that I can't tolerate, and there's other insects that might eat them.
I just moved my skate yesterday night and seen a Ras cleat fucking spider run from under the wheel.
Yeah,
Wheel, right? Now, blood clot, what fly you catch on the floor?
yeah, but family spiders are gonna live if you don't dust down.
Did you say there was what fly on the flower? Did you say
A spider run out from underneath the wheel of the skate.
Yeah.
Yeah. And because the wheel of the skate was by the door, I had taken it off. I used them every day. These times now, a spider ran out from under the wheel. And it's just like, but what fucking fly are you catching down there? Do you know what I mean? I get the enemy. I get the truce with the enemy, like the enemy of my enemy. But what flies are you catching down there? You
Can I ask the panel? Something, please?
You can.
Is there any old proverbs regarding if a wasp stings you? You know, like any African, Greek, any proverbs or philosophies?
A what?
Because they normally say if this happens, if that happened, it means X,
never
Y,
heard
Z.
that. No, never heard that. Like it's good luck or something. No, never heard that. All right, cool. Insects, man. Yeah, some can be annoying. As long as they don't bite, I can kind of deal with them. It's the biting thing that I'm not.
Yeah, but they
feeling.
can all bite.
That's the
No,
only
they can't all
one.
bite. They can't all bite.
They can kind of all bite. Like not all like flies and but
No,
you
they
know,
can't.
there's a lot of things that can bite, like a slug. Like
Flies
it could bite.
is flies, man.
Mosquitoes be biting, bro. Like fucking all things be biting, man. Little
mosquitoes. Like, we hardly
like bro, something bit my missus on the calf muscle years ago, and she got really sensitive skin. It just fucking swole up. It inflated on a mad one. It was like I reckon it was one of the hairy spiders that I found in
They
the
got
yard.
the insects, man. You stay where you are. I stay where I am. If I happen to be around your bits, I don't mean you no harm. I'm just passing through. Allow me. I'll allow you. There used to be a time when I used to be on fuckery and crud every time I saw you, murking you, stamping, doing all kinds of experiments, pulling wings off and that. But I've changed. I'm not even like that no more. I see your value. So get me. You don't do your thing where you are. I do my thing.
I don't think that gets you away from the genocide that you've committed.
It does. Because
he realized the big up for that, Jets. Big up. Respect all life.
I spare more insects than I've killed. Even obviously, I'm not gonna lie, cockroaches, sorry, the beef is still on from childhood, so it is what it is. I don't even know, whatever. We can't squash that. Too much is going on, innit? Yeah, it's too much is going on for us to
But I love crickets though. I love crickets.
Freddie, do you like them because you eat them, or just like you like to listen to it?
Let me add.
No, some people do it. Yeah. Sorry.
All I would say with crickets is, like do your thing, but maybe not right outside my window, and we're good. Like, get me. Maybe not.
Wow.
I don't know if you ever had a cricket get into a room.
Yeah, right, crickets are not even a problem, but guana foreign.
Now, the noise is you're not sleeping with the cricket in the room, bro.
No, but check a Jamaican.
It's annoying. It's annoying.
In the same building as one, bro. One. What? I seen a Jamaican fucking thing like this, bro. It was as big as my shoe, sort of thing. It's a mad thing, just sitting on the edge of my fruit punch when I come back in.
Yeah, lizards as well. I like lizards too.
Those are dope. Those are actually dope.
I ain't got an issue with lizards, man. Geckos and that on the wall and that.
Enemy of my enemy. Yep, for real. But Komodo dragons though,
It's just
Alright,
road.
you've gone the other direction with it now. Yeah, because that's now an animal. You see, when the thing's considered like an animal,
right?
Yeah, just stay. Don't. Yeah,
Right.
an insect, cool. An animal.
And the lizard, some lizards are just a little step away from being like in that microcosm. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You get tiny little lizards like
little
as big as
lizards.
your
Yeah,
finger
you're like
running around
insects to me.
Jamaica.
Yeah, cool. Do your thing, innit? Like a little bird or whatever. Do your thing. I don't feel no way.
Yeah, no way at all.
But anything with teeth or that does stuff or whatever, just chill out. You know what I mean? If me and you could eat the same kind of meal, then you stay.
I mean, what? So you like insects? What about a scorpion?
No, thank you.
Well, I see a jackal.
Scorpion.
Video. I see a jackal move to a man, and the jackal's teeth was. Listen, the jackal's teeth were all over the shop, and they were sharp as well. So he must have gave him about 7-8 stabs one time, just off the one.
What about snakes?
No, thank you.
Fuck snakes.
No, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I see them, I've touched them, I've interacted with one or two, like trying to not have a superphobia, but like I'm not interested. I see a video
even
of
with spider. I've had spider on my hand.
I see a video of a man brushing his teeth, and he's got this spider, this snake around his neck, this green kind of snake.
Yeah, saw it. Too
Seen
big.
it?
Yeah, too big.
No, fuck this one.
All of that. What if you spook it, brushing your teeth, the smell?
Fuck this
or
one,
whatever?
and it just starts squeezing, and now you've got
There's nothing you can do there. You're out of there. Game over. Game over. Just imagine your unexpected reaction. You got it around your neck. Bap.
I'd rather go with snake than scorpions, though. Come on.
No way.
Yeah, all day.
No way. Like, you got better chances of squashing a scorpion, innit?
No, they got stinger.
No. They're too fast,
they got
man.
the stinger, or you can throw stuff at it. You can. Do you know what I mean?
Some scorpions are tiny. Some scorpions are tiny,
The snake's
and they're
more
not
agile. More agile, got more striking distance, depending on what type of snake it is.
No, we're talking about like something similar to an earwig, not in size, but in its impact on your senses. Do you know what I mean? Something just sliver, not much bigger than your finger.
Once you got a deodorant and a lighter, a good one,
that's a lot of moves.
You can fight anything.
What about centipede? Centipede, I don't think they're dangerous, but they're creepy crawly, right? No, what?
Yeah,
I'm have a million legs.
I'm not trying to see a centipede. I
don't even want to see one.
I'm good. I saw
like
one. That one just looked so fucking hench. Disgusting.
Alien.
Yeah, they're poisonous as well. Some of them are poisonous, right?
I don't know. Certain of these species genuinely make me think of panspermia as a real thing, like as a something. Some of these asteroids. It's when asteroids come here with bacteria that form life, like fucking octopuses. Like they're too different. They're so different. Do you know what I mean? Brains in every arm and shit. What the fuck? Like, no real decentralized nervous system. Are you serious?
But under the sea, it's got the most undiscovered animal.
Most alien things, bro. Like I don't even know.
We don't know
I don't know where that's from. That come from another moon somewhere or something. Other places in the solar system. Like, it really makes me feel like spiders have 8 eyes. Is that not a weird concept to us?
Nah. It's not weird, you know, because what you see what's weird here is the nuclear bombs they put that in it, and then all them children that were after that is great. That's when man knew anything's possible on the earth. I'm trying to show you, fam. Because the children that was born after that, God bless them all. That's all I can say. Deep, heartbreaking.
Yeah, I have to light it.
Yeah, man.
I have to pick it back up.
Yeah.
Well, you gone back onto something depressing again. What happened?
Yeah.
I heard that when I caught you again.
Same.
Fuck, man. What's up with you, look?
No, that just that's my mind too.
He wants you to turn up, Freddie. Come on, be yourself again.
I'm up. That just flashed through my mind. I was like, nah, you know what? That was crazy. But yeah, man, everything's up. Run some music, G. Give us some of the latest shit.
I got nothing for you.
Vic, give us some of the latest shit. Vic.
My screen share just doesn't really do a lot.
Yeah, pump some music in the microphone, innit?
It's not really that kind of microphone, I'll be honest. It's gonna sound whack. Let's go.
What do you mean?
Who knows? Let's have a look.
It's gonna sound whack, did you say?
Well, it's coming out of the air, innit? What do you want? Some latest.
I don't know, fam. I just want to hear something new. Tell me shit.
Some of the recent...
Okay, which animal would you rather chill with? A lion or a hyena?
Chill with?
Yeah. If you had to choose between these two, which one would you choose?
And they're trying to chill back. They're trying to chill. They're on chilling too.
Yeah.
We're both we're both on.
You're
chilling.
good with, yeah. You have to choose
the lion.
The lion, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't chill with any one of them because they might be planning to kill me.
Yeah, but you have no choice, Eunice.
Here we go.
Yeah, the lion's cool. The lion.
Now the cheetah, now I trust the cheetah because it's a lot smaller.
I didn't say cheetah. I said lion and hyena.
Hyena.
Are you crazy? You really?
Hyena.
No.
Is that what you want?
Yeah, because it's a smaller animal, isn't it? So if anything kicks off here, I have a fighting chance of surviving.
Hyena's jaws are more powerful than lion jaws.
Exactly.
One bite.
Yeah, one bite of either and you're dead. You can't match. The cat is the best land design by far.
It's crazy. It's smaller, it's more agile.
Powerful, speed, agility, dexterity, everything. Everything is max. If it was in a game, it would be fucking what we call OP.
But that was a good idea, though. I think we should choose the lion.
Lion, right?
Yeah,
Eunice, you're done. Said man, hyena, you know.
It's funny though, because in general, man has a better relationship with dog than cat. Like a more deeper, intimate relationship, and not plus that. I think it's actually a misconception that hyenas are more related to dogs than cats, but I think they lean in one of the directions. I'm not too sure.
It's a mixed breed mongrel. That's all I know.
Proper hybrid. Mad hybrid.
So Eunice, if you were actually a Somali man, you would know you should never chill with a hyena.
Oh, now you question my credentials now, innit?
Your national.
Yeah, but you already done already, man. But I'm just saying. See?
Wow.
Yeah. Your relatives, your relatives know that you should never chill with a hyena. But see, you're not from the Horn. I'm telling you, you're not from the Horn.
Yeah, my African Express card is still working.
Nope, it's removed there. It's done.
So there is some credence that I am an African person.
She come back with that card in 3 pieces, said, "Sorry, sir, that was the."
You might come from St. Lucia and try to fool people.
You're about as from St. Lucia as me.
Yeah, I know, man.
At least I got the genes. Now, where are people from again, Eunice? Malia, yeah? Somalia?
Let's be correct for Eunice, Somaliland.
Yeah,
Right,
that's where it is. Yeah.
Northern part, yeah? That's the new part, right? Is that newly proclaimed as Somaliland?
Yeah, since 91.
So what's the difference, bro? What's the difference?
I mean, it's a region that that claimed independence of Somalia in 1991.
91, no way.
Yeah,
bro.
91.
Bloody no way.
Yeah, it's a semi-autonomous region. It has its own government.
91, bro. Real what?
Yeah, and it has its own, security services, own currency.
Like I recognize it now, but like has it all properly been signed, sealed, agreed? Everything is all like up in 91, yeah?
Well, yeah. But
I mean, I just
internationally,
grew
it
up with
hasn't
hella
been recognized
Somalian
as a
people,
country.
and I never heard that at all, bro.
Yeah.
Like I
Well,
go Grove and shit. I go Ladbroke Grove and all that shit. Like I'm nice down there. Eritreans, Somalians, I'm a
yeah,
big thing because of the football, innit? All my football in my youth I did in West London.
right.
You understand? And they love a bit of football, those guys.
Yeah.
And they're the sickest at it sometimes.
Mm.
They're like Brazilians. Yeah, Malians are crazy at the thing. Horn brothers, anyway, all of you. But I digress. Point is, so all right, cool. Do you give a fuck though? Like over here that happened? Have you always been from here, innit?
Yeah, I was born in the UK.
So then you don't
But
give
my
a fuck.
family's
Really.
originally from there.
Right, from North or South, and your family back there, home gives a fuck, right? Your direct family gives a shit.
Yeah, my direct family, were there prior to 91, and they immigrated into the UK.
Okay, interesting.
Emigrated, yeah.
Yeah, immigrated. Is it the correct word? Is it the correct wording I'm using?
No, I'm
They
asking.
were there, yeah. You're like your direct parents. That's mad, yeah. Because that's
Yeah, my
hella
direct
recent.
parents. Yeah.
Yeah, that's hella recent.
They arrived here.
If that was a thing, I must have gone school with bare people who come here.
Yeah, we're talking about late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, because I went to school, like my high school, there was just like I'm saying, like this is when I know them guys. There's just loads of Somalians, bro. Loads of them. I knew at least like loads, bro. Like, and especially over west. I lie.
Yeah,
Come on.
West London. Yeah.
Come on.
But I grew up with some,
especially the Eden Borough area as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we got a lot in the East. That's what I'm saying. I got a lot of actual friends that were Somalians.
Yeah.
Let alone
I
just
think
football.
Somalis were the highest ethnic population after Indians in Southall.
In Southall, you know, in like
after the Asians in Southall, yeah.
It'd be interesting to know how many of you came here, like, because those metrics kind of exist for like Jamaicans or West Indians and stuff like that. Like, there's a few metrics out there that are kind of almost believable when you look at the ratio. Do you know what I mean? It feels organic. But yeah, no, it's I've always kind of had a soft spot because we was actually taught in the 80s over here how to sort of like diss you guys. You were the butt of jokes, right?
Yeah.
The poor jokes, the starving jokes and all of this shit, right?
Yeah,
right.
but you know what,
yeah, it was absolutely disgusting though.
I know, but I've got to tell you that because not everyone was on the jokes.
Yeah, I was never really on the joke. I always found it disgusting, is what I'm trying to say. But we would sort of taught that that was the running line. You were the race that was sort of picked on in those jokes, right? In that era. Yeah. And then it just like become, you know, a thing where you guys are living here and it's just like, why was that a thing? They're actually normal people, sort of, and like there's no way that we should have ever. Yeah, 100%. We just blended, man. Come on, we never had no problem.
And then they open up the cafe and we used to have tea with Uncle with them.
Come on, we always had them. You remember the shops up the road as well. Come on, we was good friends of those.
Yeah, and then I remember they started turning it up on the roads. It was like, wow, no, I'm not going to eat now. So they started stepping up there too. All these
yeah, actually, there's a lot of Somalis living in Woolwich.
I remember them from the beginning, though. That's what I'm saying.
Y'all got a strip in yeah, he knows the talk like way before that.
Okay, like, in London, anyway.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
It's dope though, like the multiculturalism, to be honest. Because I think that the next generation, like even like as young as Eunice, but even younger, they don't really see.
It's the same as some of the Montserrat community.
Yeah. We had a lot of them. Yeah.
When there was a big Portuguese influx, I can trace it. Because I used to hang
My
around.
best friend in school was Portuguese. You remember that? My best friend in
Yeah,
school.
because I used to hang with these people. Anywhere you at.
Actually, he taught him English. Like, he didn't know any English. We used to just speak all the time, and he just got better and better, man.
But I just used to hang around. Just because obviously I'm going to drink at the Portuguese place, so I'm going to link someone at the Portuguese place because I want to see who's in there and get familiar with what's going on. Do you get what I'm saying? That's how I've always been. So I've
It's
always
probably
been
the same in every area, but you know how different cultures have taken over the different pubs and clubs on the high road and thing. Do you know what I mean? Over the time, like it's that's been African this time, it's been Asian the next time, it's been this, it's been that, and we just go through them. It's like Polish, do you know what I mean? All the different things. So we kind of get introduced to them really naturally anyway, because they will come over here and actually start businesses as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. And the one thing I always used to do, that the thing that I've really stopped doing from my day, is intermingling with the Eastern Europeans. But when the Romanians first come, me and them were brethren. Tony, Alvin, all of them, me and them were proper brethren. You get what I was saying? When they
I had a
first
couple
came.
good customers. I had a couple good Polish customers when they first come for real. You're right.
Yeah, Romanians, Albanians, when them man started up their team, I was the first man around them. Black youths around them all the time.
Sorry, guys. Jeds, are you there?
Yeah, yeah.
And did you see what Sarah put in the chat, the video? If you can play that thing.
Man said Montserrat in Beaumont. Jeez, yeah, Somalis run Leighton High Road now.
Yeah,
That's not even the southern part. They run the split. They run
all
that
of them
split.
are my brethren. All of them.
That's their whole strip right there. I can go past and just spot about 10 school friends. Ali, Mosi, Ali, Musi.
They've got some of that. You know what I'm saying? Book stuff. They've been at the book stuff.
The city luck.
I don't know if I'm imagining it. I can't see what she wrote. Sorry.
There's a link.
Let's check the back chat. There's nothing in the back chat, family.
No, it's in the main chat.
What a blood clot. Tell me what you're wanting. Can you even link in the main chat? Okay. Blim, 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 blim. Bear plugging.
No one runs anywhere. But we all share it. Innit? Every man shares it. Innit? Because obviously, man's up and down, they're up and down. Everyone's just up and down. Even in Tottenham, Finsbury Park, all them areas, Somalians are just up and down with everybody else. Like, no one runs now. We just share the ends, innit? Because man ain't self, man ain't dumb. Man don't want to shoot at stabbing every day. Like, that's not really helping nobody.
Direct parents are your actual parents, not your grandparents. Sorry, I should have specified.
Yeah, we just share the ticket. Let's just share it. That's all man's doing. Yeah, I'm saying, I won't say no particular man runs any area. That's crazy to say that. You know what I'm saying? If you want that time,
Well, we know how we roll. Do you know when ones there, certain man just roll alone, like do their own thing, stand on their own too.
yeah, exactly. Certain man invisible, but they're there.
Shit. Same thing earlier. I was never involved in no postcode wars of any kind.
Yeah,
Like my own culture
I
has
was
had
in my
beef,
younger days, obviously.
I wasn't never really, you know. I was always some.
I used to go raving, and I used to see a bag of man from different ends, isn't it?
Yeah,
So,
yeah. See, all of those stories, there's a lot of times where there's just man smuggling bits out of the way because I'm a youngster that's just not going to get stopped. Like they're all getting chased or something. Do you know the ones there? And I do some rubbish. I was never involved in the action like that. That was just slightly before me, like Tottenham, Stratford, loads of different areas. Beefing with us. Yeah, they run at my school 3-4 times while me and the boys were there. You know the ones there, like
when I knew it was about foolishness is when I started raving properly.
Right.
I thought, these men chat to each other in raves and that.
That's really what it was, though.
Huh?
That's really what it was, though. It used to kick off at rave certain times, like Temple or whatnot. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. But I'm saying normally 9 times out of 10 times it weren't kicking off because them man want to use up for the rave. So let's just chat for that. And then go on like the enemies tomorrow. Nah, that's bullshit. It was all over Gallon, over dumb shit. 10 bags and all this dumb shit.
But I would have never known. I'd have been too young to ever know really what beef was about half the time. Do you know them ones there?
It was all about some bollocks when you find out.
Of course.
All about some
Where's this
carrots.
video, Axel? Are you getting the video for me? Axel.
Bring up
I'm on my phone, man. I saw the link earlier. We just.
Do you know what the video is? Give me a help me, no? What's going on? No? You don't know
I
what it
can't
is?
scroll. No, I cannot scroll back that far on my phone. Yeah, I can actually see it. I see it, man. Guys, you can see it in the comments.
I can't see it.
I scrolled all the way back to hyena talk and I still didn't.
Yeah.
Mrs. Sarah, are you about?
Yeah. Come on.
What the hell?
Do it.
I can't.
Sneaky link.
Oh,
something.
thanks. Gee, Sneedy and Bibi.
Big up, Bibi.
Yeah, pick up the chat. Jump on, guys. Come on.
Yeah, man.
Fill in the gaps, man.
Yeah, man. Because I'm gonna have a visitor in like 5 minutes,
It's
or
cool in
maybe
man.
maybe 5 seconds.
I'm just in and out, you know, my thing, shoulder love the guard.
Right. Swag on.
Yeah, man. Brother,
I'm not at home, bro. I'm not at home. Fuck you. You can't see me online. That's not me.
Let me meet him. Yeah, man. Sorry, I'm just here looking at games, researching some couple games to play on Saturday.
What one do you looking to cop, man?
Oh no. Cop? What are you talking about, bro?
You're not looking to cop one.
In terms of what? What are you talking about?
Games.
Oh, I don't know. Nah, I mean like games, like to play. I don't mean like computer games.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You thinking about computer games and that?
Okay. Nah, man, it will come, man. Trust me, naturally. Just buy a bunch of shit. They were telling at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so did you find any games that you're gonna play on Saturday?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Yeah, I found some. I'm finding some.
Getting them block dice. Simple. So good. What's the weather?
So what are you saying, Eunice, Kale?
Brother Kill's missing in action, man. He's on his Black Power movement, man.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh,
Big up.
Yeah,
right.
I was just sorting something out. Yeah. No. I was just, you know what I mean? Just sorting out the family stuff, right, man. Petrol's got up, man.
I was gonna call out the search party, bro.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, you know, family, man. We have to look after one another, you know, them ones. And you know, you used to come to Birmingham, brother. As long as you don't, as long as you don't tell these unsynchronized Africans, you know what I mean, exactly what I look like. Well, they know what I look like now to try and attack me, but we're all good. We're all good.
It's no faith, man. It doesn't matter what we look like. If we know it comes to us. That's the main thing. You know what I mean?
How you doing, my sister?
Yeah, I'm blessed, bro. How are you?
I'm not too bad, man. Not too bad. Brother Vic, brother JEDI. Yeah, man. Brother Eunice. Yeah, man. The family's here. What's the topic about?
So, Kale, I heard you earlier, yeah? Talking about something about light-skinned Africans not being the proper Africans, something like that. Is it true?
I never said that, beloved. You've misquoted me.
Misquoted it? Okay, so what did you mean about that? About this light-skinned Africans?
Okay. This was some hours ago, but
Yeah.
Memory serves me well, right? What it was is that there's a mistreatment on the darker hue of the African family. And we believe as Pan-Africanists, nationalists, that we need to uplift the darker hue. And the darker skinned woman, because especially in enslavement and also after enslavement, that the lighter skinned Africans, as it pertains to those who could pass as Europeans, they were able to maneuver in the society back then. And the darker skinned African female would never ever tell the power structure that that's an African descendant. So her loyalty of helping out in that way and maneuvering is that we believe that she should be honored to be the model of all hues of the black woman. If the white woman is being classed as the feminine personification of all women, then we believe the dark-skinned woman should be the personification of all the hues of the black woman. And that's what it was about.
Okay, I hear you. And I actually agree with you. So, yeah.
I always agree with you on this one. Because there ain't nothing wrong with it. Because the black woman's been so downtrodden and beat down and disrespected in every way, shape, or fashion. It's like we have to do a little bit more to uplift them. You know what I'm saying? So, dig them up every single time. You know what I mean? All women, innit? Just especially when it comes to
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's it, maybe.
Yeah. Well, as I said, I don't believe all Africans are dark skinned, you know. It's not like that, you know. I said it before, I'm coming from a background where one of my parents is very extremely light and one dark. And I'm a dark skinned man myself. I'm not that dark, but I class myself as dark skinned. And there was problems about that in that type of comment.
Yeah,
but
because you're dark skin or ruddy.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
yeah. Well, accidentally, everyone's seen me on the camera one time.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I think was it yesterday? I was accidentally. I think it was Monday or something like that. I was out. Sometimes you press to come in and you forget to turn the camera off, and everyone saw me. So you know, they know the texture, but I'm a dark skinned man, and there was problems about that. And then we were talking about the original parents of mankind. In Pan-Africanism, we believe that they were dark skinned, and some people were agreeing with that. And you know, they were from the Abrahamic followers. No disrespect. So I was using proof and evidence that in their book, in the Islamic religion, that Adam means when you're deep brown. And the word, I think in English they call her Eve, but in the Arabic language, her name is Hawa, and that means its leaves are dark green. You see, so we from that.
Hawa means dark leaves.
Her leaves are dark green. That's what it means. So we know already that.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what it means.
This is the first for me. I mean, I thought Hawa meant something totally different, but okay.
Go in the private chat right now, right? If you go in the private chat, you'll see.
Sis, one second, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking more Arabic Hawa, like air.
Like meaning in English?
Like air, like air breeze.
Air you breathe.
Yeah, air. Yeah, that's the Arabic. But
Well, if you
dark leaves, yeah, Kel. Really? No, I cannot. Okay.
Can't
I know. I'm on my phone. You know, that's the thing.
Okay, well, it's in there anyway. You'll see the
Yeah.
meaning of the Hawa, the wife of Adam, and yeah, so it means its leaves are dark green. So we know in an African culture, and I know that the Arabs as well, that they use colors to define themselves. Dark green was used for a dark skinned person. Purple was also used for that. Black as well. Blue was meant for enlightenment, and white was more used for a light-skinned black person. So I sent in the proof of Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, that in there it mentions that Abu Musa al-Ashqari reported the Messenger of Allah, and may the peace and blessing be upon him. So he says that Anas bin Malik described the Prophet, peace be upon him, that he was medium height among the peoples, neither tall nor short. He had a rosy color. Neither was he fully white, and neither was he deep brown. And in that text, that the word for deep brown is used of Adam. You see, so we know already in Pan-Africanism, we know that the first human beings, the parents, they were very melanated, and that the creator put different types of soil complexion in them, and this is why some of us are of different hues. So that's what we were talking about.
Mm. So what does Adam or Adama mean in Hebrew? Do you know that?
The Adama, because there's a book, right, and it's called the Lisan of the Arab, right? And it's got like the types of the complexions of and the word Adama, right? Is well, I think you've got Shadidul Adma is very intensified. It's a next level of deep brown, basically, in that Shadidul Adma, and you have all these different types of complexions, right? So what the
Shadid al-Adma, yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So what the
Mm.
what the non-Africans have done, unfortunately, right, which is very clever of them, they've made the word Adam be Rodi. And when you understand Rodi and that, is that it means red. Now, me as a
Yeah, like undertone of red, right?
yeah, like me as a dark skinned person and that, right?
Mhm.
I'm that all the time. You know, I have that kind of hue, if that makes any sense, with the sun out or not, right? But I know that the non-Africans, what they do is, because if you use the word red, that can be applied to white people as well. You see?
That's
So
true. Yeah, but even us Africans do that though.
yeah, I know
Uh,
we do that, but if
yeah.
they
So
use
when
yeah,
in my language, yeah, when we say red, we mean light, like
yeah,
really
I
fair.
know,
Yeah.
and I don't dispute with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But if
Mm.
the Europeans use it, then they can claim that the first man was white. You see the difference? Just like, for example, if we
So what are
say
you
that,
saying? So people from my tribe, yeah, should not use it because it's gonna make the Europeans right? Oh, I don't get it. Because we do use it though in Africa.
I never said that, beloved, because I know in Africa culture and that we do use red for the light skinned black people. I'm not saying that. What
Yeah.
I'm saying is, if we
Mm-hmm.
don't get the information correctly, if we say Adam was red, right, which has been used already, that we're saying that he was a European man, because they've used that word red as being applied to them, redneck. Did you understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
what I was
yeah.
saying is we have to codify it and get the proper meaning of it. And we know that Adam means deep brown, and we know that Hawa its leaves are dark green. So no non-African person can ever claim that they are of that hue, because it's specifically for deep brown people, and that's where we were going with this topic.
It's an interesting topic still. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. So what do you say about this, Freddie?
You know what? I gotta agree. Even though my man sounds like an MP3 player, I love Brother Kel. I'm not gonna lie. And obviously, because he's more educated on this subject than me, I've lived the experiences he's talking about, innit? So
Yeah.
I can identify with it. I haven't read a book to know what he's talking about. I lived it,
Mm.
so I can
Okay.
identify with him a little bit. Or not a little bit, probably 80%.
Yeah, most definitely, brother, man. It's we have to know these things, man. I mean, it's not saying that it's going to change racism, but you do have to understand the knowledge and the aspect of it, because a lot of us are complaining the Egyptians, you know, they were black, and then non-African people say no, they weren't. They were this color. Well, because we keep interbreeding with them, right? Then they can class the Egyptians are of that hue. You see, this is why you shouldn't be interbreeding with non-African people, right? So it's keeping our narrative authentic, so we can tell our kids that, yeah, but the first black parents, they were dark skinned, right? That don't mean that all African people were dark skinned. I'm not saying that, right? What I'm saying is that the original of those set of people, they were deep brown.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
most of the
I will say, sorry, Axel. Go on.
no problem. No, continue.
No, I was gonna say I don't mind Aborigine people looking at me and Aborigine as the same. I'm not too sure whether, like, even when Ethiopians was so called starving to death and we had to help them and all this rubbish, I still didn't disassociate myself from Ethiopia. How can I do that? Like, there's something wrong with it. You get what I'm trying to show you, that I'm proud of Ethiopian black and Jamaican. I'm from Jamaican parents. I always used to cling on to the fault that was Ethiopian. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Yeah, yeah. Freddie.
yeah, you get me? It's just like, you know what I mean? I think you
Yeah.
can just obviously be who you want to be in the context of being free and liberate and trying to uplift your brother and sister. You don't have to be on the same wave as Brother Kel, even though he's on a good pattern and it does sound repetitive. Trust me, I'm telling you, you don't have to be like that. You know, you can just be normal and try to uplift your brother and sisters in another way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what I mean, Axel? I'm sure you're not going to see a Kenyan woman at your job or wherever, or at the traffic lights and be mean mugging her. Do you know you're obviously gonna hail her up, innit? Like, I think that's a big contribution towards black, you know what I'm saying, living and black better, all this other stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? Little steps. You get me? I think them things, they will make us go further. Like calling each other brother and sister, king, queen, this, that. I like
It's
it, man.
upliftment. Come on, it's upliftment. It's cool.
Yeah, I like it, man.
Yeah,
I like
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
But
And
that side of Brother Kel, I admire. You know what I mean, brother?
yeah, he's respectful in that regard, really.
Yeah, I do admire that. Because
Mm.
it's a bit of a breath of fresh air. Because we're normally, I'm waiting to see if Brother Kel's got sectioned.
Yeah, Brother Kel.
You did that little. I was waiting for that creeper to come up there. You know, I was waiting for it.
No, I'm just gonna ask you, brother, because the internet's full of bad people. You get me? That's just come out.
Yeah.
They're on the brink of going in. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, but
Well,
yeah,
brother,
man.
they could lock me up for being synchronized for my people. You know, it's happened to a lot of our freedom fighters, to be fair, and that. So I'm not surprised. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true. Still,
Yeah.
They lock up the
For I was just reading the comment. A lot of people are saying that hawa means air, and
Yeah, I said air.
I think they need
Hawa
to.
is air in Arabic.
I
I know
know,
that for 100%. So, but
yeah.
if you have another definition, I mean, sometimes a word can mean different things. So, yeah.
But
That's
remember,
why I would love to. That's why I wanted to hear Axel's side as well, because there's always my side, your side, and then there's always
right,
the brother Kel.
right.
So
No, it's
always,
true, it's true. And I'm up for it. I'm up
I
for
like
it.
the racists like Banksy and Khan and all these other guys because they
Yeah,
think they're hiding it, but it's blatant to see.
yeah.
Mm.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You think you're masking it up, but it's just
When
obvious.
the sister's ready, I don't mind. When you're ready, sis.
To do what, brother?
Because the thing is, I'm gonna be honest with you. Though this word, from what I can see,
Yeah.
is a different letter than the letter that you're using for air. You do understand that, don't you?
Yeah, so you're saying oh, you mean the spelling in Arabic? Ah, man. Can someone spell it in Arabic in the chat so I can see the difference, guys?
It's completely different.
Is it Hawa and
So
someone,
Yes,
if
I'm
someone
back.
can.
so one is going to have so you've got the letters of the Arabic language, right? So you've got the one from that you pronounce from the throat, and you got one that you pronounce from the chest, right?
Okay, what is it then?
Is ha or ha? Which
So
one is it?
the one that you pronounce with the chest is not how you pronounce hawa in this situation. If that makes
How
sense.
is a hat, innit? Like that's how you spell it.
It's ha. It's ha. Yeah.
It's not. It's two letters in it. It's called hat.
Yeah, but one is pronounced with the chest, the other is pronounced with the throat, right?
Someone type the whole names, in the chat so I can pronounce it. Let me check in Arabic.
Okay, you see, someone's really in there. So
Oh, thank you, Sarah.
it's our beloved
Okay.
sister. You got past sister, right?
Hawa. Okay.
You see?
Yeah.
So
And the next one?
and the next one is pronounced with what?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
With
how is the hat, innit?
Yeah, and the other
hat
one
is
is
like after G, like you know.
And the other one's with
yeah, Eunice, it's ha. Yeah, I can see it.
Hat, yeah, but not the hat. It's a hat.
So hold on, brother. We're in traffic jam, brother. Let's calm down the traffic.
So it's Hawa as in
traffic jam,
ha. Wow.
So, and the other one is with the chest, right?
Is that tap marbuta or is that
No,
alif?
and the other
No,
one's
it's
with the
not
chest,
ha.
right?
No,
The other,
it's
the other
alif.
one's with the chest,
Tap
right?
marbuta, okay. Hawa.
Okay, look, now the sister's done it. So the sister's put the one with the chest. So they are two completely.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. Al Hawa and Hawa. Okay, thanks. Now I get it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, that means its leaves are dark green. So we know that our parents were deep brown and both deep brown. But in Pan-Africanism, we know this already anyway. There's no dispute or anything like that. It's only no disrespect that the non-Africans like to hide these things.
Yeah, Al Hawa is air, absolutely.
Yeah, they like to hide these things from black people.
But sorry, Kale. Let me just. Eunice, it's just when you're spelling it, you don't say Al Hawa.
Oh, Hawa.
You just say
like
Hawa.
as in the name Hawa.
Yeah, but exactly. So Sarah is saying that one thing is just the name Hawa, and this is Al Hawa. But when you are actually using Hawa, the air, you just don't say Al Hawa.
Al Hawa, it's
right?
air. The atmosphere.
Huh? Yeah, it's just
atmosphere.
just like the air.
Yeah.
Normal air. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, that was a good little fight. I like to know the truth.
Thank you. Sorry, Kel. I was just needed to clarify for Eunice.
All right. Okay. So.
Yeah.
Big up, homie.
Big up, brother Vic. Big up, brother.
Yes.
Every time. Big up.
Yes.
But I need to look up this green leaf thing, Kale, because
You'll find as
Do you know what it sounds like? That green leaf here, is it a reference to cat?
Now, brother,
really stop.
I'm gonna send it in the.
I'm just saying, there's a code word in it.
No, it's not a cold word for cat. You think it's too much about chat, man. I'm saying cat and chat.
I didn't even hear the question, Eunice. Was it witty? Go on, give me it again.
I'm just saying, is it a code word for cat?
What a code word?
Leaf.
Leaf.
Yeah.
Yeah, like chat, the thing you chew, not the cat you guys have. Vic.
I heard it's an African drug, isn't it? Cat.
Yeah, I think that's
African
great.
drug. Yeah, it's a Yemeni, Somali, Ethiopian, Eritrean thingy.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah.
My Somali elders used to kill that back in the day. Cat. They used
Yeah.
to kill it, spit it out, and this thing was red. Ugh, dirty spit.
Chewing, and getting a little bit high. Hmm?
Yeah,
I've never in my life heard that.
Pause. Huh?
their version of weed.
You never tried it, yeah, Eunice?
Never.
Interesting.
Back in the day, it cost about £2 per piece.
Your culture anyway. You're not even Somalian.
It costs about £3 per
This is what
piece
I'm
now.
trying to
I heard
say.
like certain establishments, according to like news reports and all that, they sell 30,000 per piece. Sorry, £30 per piece. £30 per piece. So it actually, it increased 10 times than the original price that it was sold like in 2009.
Okay.
Because it's harder to get. That's why.
It's rascal hot.
Oh man.
Before no one knew about it, it was cheap. Cheap pie.
Chewing chat.
Yeah.
It's cheap.
I always knew cat was a waste man thing, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Only
I'm
waste
chewing
man
right
had
now.
tried it.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Oh
I'm chewing
boy.
fucking cat now. Right
Big up,
now.
Big up me, bro.
Big up.
Man. Real Somali.
You can't say they're waste man. You know you got family members doing it right now, man.
No, honestly, they're waste man, innit? Like they eat it like 11 a.m. in the morning, innit? Like in a cafe and all that. With a suit, eating cat and all that. That is some waste man shit, innit?
And let me tell the people. Like, imagine you're chilling in your living room. Your pop comes. He kicks everyone out the living room. Sits down, watches TV, puts newspaper on the floor and that, and you see bare green shit on the table.
I remember when I was in high school, innit? Like when I was like year 8 or something like that, innit? There was a guy here, 7 o'clock in the morning, innit? I was in the green here in Southall, innit? And then some guys told me, "Do you got a lighter?" But I thought to myself, "What the fuck, man? I'm 12 years old, innit? Why are you asking for a lighter?"
There's a lot of 12 years old that liars. What are you on about?
Now, often I get asked, "Hey, bruv, can you buy cigarettes for me?"
But then you was probably one like in your situation.
And he had all that green shit, like literally around his mouth, innit? All that chard around his mouth and all that, man.
Wait, Vic. What do you say if a kid comes up to you and says, "Yo, can you get me?"
I'll never do it.
Okay, you're a bad guy.
Wait, if you ever call my uncles a waste man, then fuck you. My older would just go in the toilet and get out his phone and start screaming. And then about 1,000 cars come.
Yeah, I'm joking though. I don't treat that shit.
Yeah, my older still.
So you never tried it when you go back home, yeah, stops?
I tried. What do you mean go back? I tried it here.
And
yeah,
it tastes like shit. I mean, I didn't fuck with it, so I was like, no, it ain't for me.
Why are you
a lot of people do it though. A lot.
Yeah, they do it as a social thing, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're drinking the tea and then
Or they have like shiny or mandarilla
before it got banned, like in the hood, like there used to be literally just houses. It wasn't used for sleeping, it was just used for that purpose, just to shoot.
Yeah.
Ever since it got banned. Funny enough, the
I
guy
get banned in the UK, yeah?
Yeah, some guy.
But men still get it though.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, apparently the reason I got banned is because it has links to mental illness, innit?
You know what it is? Some guy in my school, some Somali brother, or I can't call him brother, he was older than me. Some Somali elder. He was working in my school, and he was also doing the band card thing. He done it for like 3-4 years, you know, and then he finally got it done.
Okay.
This guy used to ask my parents, "Oh, yo, can you lot come? We're gonna go to 10 Downing Street. We're gonna tell them why it's bad. That we're gonna protest."
What did your parents say?
They were like, "Okay," and then they didn't go.
Man.
But the thing is, that, you know, after he got banned, they put a bounty on his head because he killed $1 million in the bro. Do you know how much money there was to be made there? It was
Nah, he
legal.
must have been killing it, man. Because
A lot of people making money in Uganda, in London, in
to get it in, it was free. It was more or less free to get it. All you're doing is putting it in with your fruit. That it's like fruit and veg, so you weren't paying hardly any taxes or nothing. You know what I'm saying? So to get it in the country was light in
It was piss easy.
Yeah, one of them.
They always used to get like a
fly
fresh,
in.
you know, box of cat from Kenya, and like going
Yeah, you
to
could fly in
the
and
UK.
shit, but it's crazy. But RIP, man. Can't really say RIP. Still going on though.
Nah.
So some men do waste their life doing that, innit?
Yeah. I mean, I heard it cost like.
but
You know what? I saw on Channel
those
4
men
like a couple of years ago, innit?
alcohol and all that.
There was a lady
exactly.
there.
It could
She
be
was
for
selling
anything.
it at my restaurant.
Those ain't uncles, are they?
Yeah, it could be for anything. It's just not that. Anything, any drug, whatever. There's always people that fall off.
Yeah, people fall off for a lot of different reasons. Just get do you know what I mean? Yeah.
But yeah, you know, I remember there was a Somali lady that she got arrested in a Somali restaurant for selling cat. £30 per piece when it was banned.
It's a nice thing for that community.
And
as I say, them not on their bean, innit? So they're not fucking about alcohol or nothing. You get me? The most they'll do is go home to their wives. You get me? Them men ain't doing nothing. That's off deep. You know what I'm saying? Because they got big status, innit? Uncles.
So directly cold and then just use it to sort of
But that's all I know. Most of the Somali brothers I know, they just come off the road and do deed, bare deed, and just look after their wives. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I hope Mo Stacks is here and you know, come off the road and go and look after your wife. You see it? Yes. And that thing for do any accent.
Huh?
And that thing for do.
Yeah. They have to do it. Come on. But you know, as I know my uncles, and you know, they like to be in the cafes all the time, drinking tea and play cards and whatever. So they're good at it. That's the thing. The coffee is, or that's the horn thing. Pause, but yeah.
And it's an occupied brain. You're not gonna sit in the yard and just die, innit?
No. They're always gonna sit in the cafe all day, all night until they go
use
home.
their brain, socialize, get to the movies, go do games. You know how them man roll, man. Coffee, innit?
Coffee, the buna, important, you know.
Go home to their wife. Then they go home to their wife. But something has to occupy your mind. You can't just sit at home. You know what I'm saying? That's the quickest way to die. Be out there, active, talking. You know what I mean?
The reason why they're doing that in regards to the card games in the cafe, they probably don't have a job or something like that, right? They might not have a job.
Yeah, but there's also the social thing though, Eunice, because they do it here in the West and they do that back home, right? Yeah. And it's like
It's not all
they do it
about
everywhere.
it, you know. I'm telling you, some of these men have got kids, innit? They're just using the time to relax, innit? They've been work. They've worked all their lives. You get me? They've built cash and all this shit. They're just relaxing.
Yeah.
You got what I'm saying, Eunice?
Yeah.
But to be honest though, Freddie, it's a problem like up here, where I am. But the uncles are just sitting in the cafe while the women are working, and you know,
the Guan same way. They speak to the Somali youngers and make sure everything organized. Their things
Yeah, but
organized.
it's more like the Somali women are the ones who are just taking care of everything, yeah, while the men are more like slacking and just sitting in these damn cafes and playing cards and drinking
It's
their
the culture.
tea.
It's the culture. It's the culture, sis. You can't blame the culture.
No,
They
but
have
no, it's not a culture though, but it's more like, this will never happen as much as it does over here, yeah, back home, because back home you have to survive, yeah. The man is the one who's gonna provide and whatever, yeah. But
Is it because
over here, this
they depend on the state or something like that? Some might depend on the state, and there's
What?
like that, over reliance on government assistance, like some.
No, don't say that, Eunice. Eunice.
And there's like some
now you
complacency.
sound like
the Somali community, man. Back off of them.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just saying some, not all. I'm saying some.
You're associating them with benefits. What else are you going to associate them with?
Well,
okay. Don't stutter. You know what I mean. Come on now.
I'll take that back.
Yeah, you should.
Because uncle will clip you in your ear hole. Yeah? What I'm saying to you is a lot of them people use it as what Axel said, recreation. It's in their culture not to be around the woman all the time, especially certain times of the month. What do you think, Axel?
Yeah, I know some people like that. Yeah.
Culture, yes?
Just avoiding. Yeah, they're avoiding the women. Yeah,
Because you love, yes? Because you don't hate, you love. So you avoid, you leave. You know? Innit? Basic shit, man. Now allow them people, man. Them people are living. Behind them trousers and the shirt he's got money in his pocket. Do you get what I'm saying? You're watching the trousers and the shirt and the school shoes. What they wear. But don't.
Eunice, why are you so quick to judge your uncles for? Like,
yeah,
huh?
Nah.
Now what? What are you like?
I just retracted that statement.
Yeah, fall back, Eunice.
Yeah. So you've been to Egypt, Axum?
Obviously.
You went to Cairo,
yeah? I've been there bedtimes. Yeah, I have family there. Mm-hmm.
Have you been to like Escondiria or Aswan?
No. I've only been to outskirts of Egypt. Cairo. Cairo, and in Cairo too. So yeah. Nothing else. But yeah, it's interesting.
I didn't like it, Axel. I didn't like it, man. Dead.
Yeah, but because of the racism, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like
it. And
then the sightseeing, they put me off of everything.
Do you know there's black people in southern Egypt?
Very racist.
There's a lot of racism going over there. They have different, what do you call it? Like class system, and how they treat the Nubians is really bad, and the Aswans. I'm not feeling it at all. It's crazy. Yeah, it's really bad.
Your food was shit. Shit.
Yeah.
I had to select my own fish to grill it twice.
What did you say? Sorry, I missed that.
I selected my own fish, because they'll give you anything, innit? So I had to tell him, no, give me the fresh one, motherfucker.
They can try to trick you. They like to trick people, and they're really good talkers. Yeah.
You know what? Yes. Sorry.
Really good talkers. Yeah, they are amazing. They got jokes too. Yeah, for days. But you need to know how to deal with them.
Morocco, much better.
Yeah, I heard that too, man. I haven't been to Morocco, but I have family been there.
We respect that people at least.
Yeah. It's better.
It's better. Food's nice, everything's nice. Morocco, their food are so great, man. Comes in some nice special pots. It's lovely, man. It's lovely.
Actually, I agree with you, Freddie. Yeah, I think Moroccan food is better than Egyptian. 100 times better.
100,000,000%. Egyptian food is for rats. But Moroccan food is like, it comes in special pots.
Yeah, more seasoning and stuff like that. Yeah.
Bad. The seasoning is bad. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Bad. They got nice scenery as well. Good places
Yeah.
to shop and all of that. It's a nice country, man. It's a good country.
I would love to go there, to be honest. Yeah.
You know what? Yeah, Egypt's a nice country, but like,
What?
Egypt's a nice country.
Egypt? Have you been to Egypt, Eunice?
No, it's a nice country. I used to watch Egyptian dramas and all that.
Oh, come on. What is nice about Egypt?
I mean, the beach in Egypt.
Eunice, have you been to Egypt, Eunice?
No, I haven't. Like,
go sit down then. Go sit down.
Yeah. No, but like in regards to like Egypt, like, it's a nice country. But, like, you know, there's more racism.
No, Jano.
What to you?
All due respect, brother. No disrespect, brother. Yeah, I'm telling you, take the experience from the young lady and myself.
Yeah.
I'm really telling you, nothing special ain't going in there, especially for African people.
For African people, it's not good. It's not good. Like really melanated African brothers and sisters, no.
Accent, what's like the discrimination like? What is it like? Is it like is it the way they talk, or is it the actions, or what?
No, they just don't like you personally. Eunice.
Or do they have like a national front in Egypt?
They have. If your skin tone's white, brother Eunice, they'll fall down flat in front of your foot.
Yeah.
But if your skin tone is black, brother Eunice, doesn't matter what you look like, they'll walk past you and go like they're better than you.
That's right. That's
What
right.
comes in your mind?
Well, that's good, isn't it? As long as the racist people don't interact with me, that's good, isn't it?
Really? No, but they don't treat their own people good even. Eunice, they don't even treat the real Egyptians good even. The people from Aswan are treated like shit because they're dark skinned. The Nubians, the real Nubians, they're treated like they call them upfront Abid. You see? So
yeah, it's a bit mad, disappointing, isn't it? Because it's a Muslim, it's mostly Muslim country and all that. And you would think that,
and this is why
that it probably practices, like Islamic values and stuff like that.
I'm not saying the whole country is like that though, but I'm just saying this.
Winning that ashtray.
And this is why I don't understand why black people who are in these religions trust non-black people who have demonstrated racism in the religions historically until now. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I don't trust anyone, to be honest. I'm very cautious.
It doesn't make no sense. Why would you trust people who ascribe themselves to the religion where they bring their racism, their unethical code of conduct to deny your human rights as an African? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's closer to what I think.
It doesn't make no sense.
But why are you so surprised, Eunice? This is North Africa.
I'm just look. All I'm saying is I'm quite surprised because they even had like a president that was that was that kind of that was
Yeah. That was so long time ago, man. It was long time ago, but no.
I would advise all my brothers and sisters: do not do television and do not do religion, because these things are designed sometimes to control our and frame up our minds. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, black people started all of these religions, and they don't want to say nothing about us. They don't want to give us a mention or a look in. They hijacked our thing all the way. So at the end of the day, I don't know, man. That's why I can't be a religious person, like, or take it serious.
Paddy, no, not.
It's just bare disrespect. If I went to the Juma and then a man tried to pray, and I was praying next to a man and he moved his foot, I'd get mad.
Mm.
Mad at the whole place.
Yeah, I heard these stories too, Freddie. It's mad.
Yeah, I don't want to go through all of that, man. Like,
Mm.
I'm not ready. I'm not done with that shit. And then Christians are worse.
Mm. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Man's confused with all of that. You know what I'm saying? And
Because,
then
brother, we don't understand racism. That's why, brother. We do not understand racism. And it's something that's sad in our community, brother. We just don't understand it.
No, I hear you still.
In the Haitian Revolution, brother, Trilluminati, right? Jean-Jacques Dessalines, one of the heads of the Haitian Revolution, alongside General Bookman, after they did a supreme conquest of the Europeans, Napoleon Bonaparte said to Jean-Jacques Dessalines, "You are a Frenchman and you are a fellow Christian. You are one of us." And because of the dopamines of us as a people, because we prefer to be accepted instead of separating, our beloved freedom fighter Jean-Jacques Dessalines took the bait, went to France, and he was never ever seen again. You see, all non-African people, they will use the religion to get the upper hand of exploiting African people. They've done it historically and they still do it now. And we still haven't understood their game.
Yeah, we have in our own ways still, Kel. You get me? I understand what you said. You've understood it to different higher heights, innit? Like, and you're just trying to get people to the higher heights that you're at. But it's a gradual thing, brother Kel. It's a gradual thing. We understand what you know, or we've got the. If we don't understand what you know, Brother Kel, you there?
Yes, bro, I'm just listening to you, bro. I was listening to you.
Okay. Yeah, if we don't understand what you know, we've got a little gist of it. That's why I'm glad you're on to remind us. I'm really glad you're on to steer us on the right path. But trust me, bro, don't underestimate black people as a whole. We know our predicament. We know the plight and the pressure that we're under. You get me? But we're just dealing with it in different ways. Okay.
The Nubians, brother, defeated the Arabs twice from the southern Arabia. And they came with the religion and came with a treaty, brother. The Nubians, you know about that story, they applied to the treaty because African people, we believe in justice and equality. And the Arabs,
You're talking about the Christian Nubians that then later on sold off some slaves to the Arabs, right? You're talking about that one? When they
I'm
came
not
in
talking about those ones. I'm talking
okay.
about, no. What had happened was, beloved African people, is that when they took the treaty, instead of the Arabs following what Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, came with, they decided to practice their race first and exploited the Nubians. And now you see Northern Sudan and South Sudan, and we know who's getting exploited. You see, brother, the religion again.
I know it's a problem. It's a problem, brother. The television is just as worse, bro. It's just as bad. The technology and the things they're pumping out that television, it can get you unsynchronized real quick.
One thing afraid and a little dread boy.
No, channel. It can unsynchronize you if you keep up with it, brother Kel.
Fucks.
You know what I'm saying? The programs they're pumping out now, brother Kel. Oh my God. Did they even make
So you
sense?
blame everything on the religion, yeah, Kel? Everything.
Oh, no, beloved. No, beloved, you see, you've missed it. You've missed it.
No. I'm just trying to turn it up a little bit, yeah. Don't take me. Don't don't take it seriously every
But
time.
turning
man.
things up may get a little bit hot for you though. So we're gonna have to cool you down. So
Oh la
the thing is,
la, oh la la.
Are you guys flirting?
huh?
Huh?
What was that? I didn't hear that.
Nah, you heard it.
I didn't, you
Yeah,
know,
you're
brother.
trying it, Vic, as
I didn't hear
always.
anything, brother. I didn't hear not one thing. I didn't
Yeah,
hear anything.
continue, Brother Kale.
The religion is not the problem because the religions came out of Africa. I know that the Creator sent justice and equality down. I don't believe that the Creator would send divine laws to oppress African people. I don't believe in that. What I do believe in historically is that African people, whether they are deep brown, medium brown, light brown, they have a genetical dominant gift which they can populate themselves in any other non-African person, which is a problem for non-African people. I believe our historical achievements, which is phenomenal, what we've done.
Pause. So
Yeah.
you don't believe in people can like interracial marriages and stuff like that, yeah? You should.
If you
You
let,
think that?
if
So
you
you
can let me
think that you
finish,
should
if you
stick
can
to
let me
your own?
finish, if you
Okay.
can let me, if you can let me finish, right?
Yeah.
And our intellectual potential of the inventions, what we've done on this planet, and even now, right? This is a problem. So if I want to keep up with a people that the Creator's allowed to do that, I need to use certain strategies to keep them from prospering. So that means I will go to extreme lengths to deny their human rights by any means necessary. So if it means me being in the religions with them and not allowing them to prosper, I'm going to bring the unethical code of conduct into the religion so they don't get further than me in life. And this is what we don't understand. The religion's not the issue. It's their unethical code of conduct, which they cannot stop practicing when they're around African people.
Okay.
Now, you mentioned interracial relationship, beloved, right? You mentioned that, right? Okay. Here's the thing, right? Historically, right, that interracial relationships, right? The ancient Africans have always practiced that, but they had a code of conduct, right? But the problem is for us to practice that now is that we are not on code to make sure generational wealth and to make sure that the Black family is secured. We've forgotten these things. So because the Black family is under attack, right, we have to restrict from interracial relationship, not because that Europeans have something wrong with their complexion or the Asian, the Middle Easterns. No, African people, we don't
No,
believe
but
in
you
these
just
things.
want
No,
us
no, it's
so-called
not
black
about that.
people. No, I'm asking. So you just want us, black people to like raise up ourselves, right? This is your aim with the whole
I
thing.
want African people to survive, beloved. You see, I want them to survive. I want the Black woman to be secured with economics, that she can be allowed to be feminine again without feeling burdened. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that, right? So it's nothing to do with attacking non-African people, how they look, etc. No, you should never do that. But it's about African people surviving.
Upliftments and survival, you think? So keep it on your own, and yes.
And
Well, the real world, I hear you, Kel. I really do, yeah. But the real world doesn't work like that. Yeah, people just fall in love with any other person from different countries. So
Yeah, definitely. You can fall in love with anybody. Like, as I said, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I've had bare white girls, bare Asian girls, bare Somali, this. You know what I'm saying? I've had a lot of girls in my lifetime, which is a shame. You get me? In my younger years, because I didn't know much. You know what I'm saying? And then boom, now. Yeah, reformed and tried to change it all up, man, and respect the Black woman and respect my race. and have black child and like, have their black children. You know what I'm saying, respect their country. So that's all I want to do right now. Do you know what I'm saying? Have another child with a black woman.
Big up the panel. Big up everyone.
Sorry.
Big up.
Yeah, I'll let you know when someone's pregnant. No,
Yeah, big up, Marv.
Yo, big
Long
up.
Big
time.
up the wife. Big up the wife every time.
Yo, Kill, can I ask you a question, bro? Can you just break down this dopamine thing for me? Like, I hear you say it a lot. I just want to understand what you mean by it.
Big up, peeps. Big up.
Big up, brother.
Big up, long
Okay.
time.
Every
So,
time.
so dopamine is a chemical in the brain, brother, that is released when the brain needs to survive through certain types of a situation. So, for example, let's say we're going on a roller coaster, right? But you're timid to go on the roller coaster, and you know, I prep you up to go on that roller coaster, and you've survived on that roller coaster, and you liked it, right? Every time you see the roller coaster, right, the brain will react to it, and the dopamines of you going back on the roller coaster, the brain will release those dopamines. So when I use that terminology, bro, I'm referring to that African people, unfortunately, we've been conditioned to have dopamines for non-African people, that we cannot do things for ourselves and we can't survive without them. So we'll do all these different types of strange behaviors, whether it's verbal, to protect them when they don't need protecting, or anything that goes against our best interest to survive. Our dopamines will react because the brain has been told that you won't survive unless you protect them, i.e., when you do protect them, we'll release the dopamines, and that's what it basically is, brother.
But are we protecting them or trying to protect ourselves?
We're more protecting them, brother, unfortunately, in all things. And this is very sad. They have the power, brother. They're in a position. I've said this many times. There's a great clinical psychiatrist by the name of Joy DeGray, and she breaks down in her book post-traumatic slavery disorder. She didn't invent
Actually, it's
the
post-traumatic
name.
slave syndrome.
She didn't invent the name, right? But she's concluded from it. And she breaks down the difference between how racism affects the lives of white people and how white racism, affects the lives of black people, and how black racism affects the lives of white people. And it's very clear. You can break it down when it comes to all the fields that runs the world, whether it be in the media, the education system, whether it be in health, whether it be in gender, relationships and stuff like that, that we can say black people is definitely denied and control the human rights in there. But when it comes to black racism, which is no such thing as it, is that it's fear for the non-Africans. They think we're going to do exactly the same thing to them, which they did for us. So that's why, for example, we as Pan-Africanists or other types of black nationalists, what they're calling it, is that we don't believe that we want to harm non-African people, but we want to survive, brother. So we're formulating codes of conduct, psychology tactics that our kids can maneuver, and we can teach them what to think, right, instead of how to think. Because a lot of us need to understand that when you're going into the education system, unless we own it, that you need to learn these skills in schools and universities to build up your community and build up Africa. And that's all it is, brother.
Yeah, I partly agree with you, because I think that we're probably indirectly protecting them. But what our intention is to protect ourselves. For example, let's say, I think most black people probably experience this, like in the working world here, like let's say in the UK or even in America, typically higher management is going to be white people, right? And you may act in a certain way just to protect yourself and protect your job, right? And kind of, let's say, swear away in like stereotypes away from you. But indirectly, you're protecting them, right? But your intention is to protect yourself first and foremost. So I personally don't think black people are just out there trying to protect, the white man for just for the white man's sake. I think we're trying to protect ourselves, but in doing that, we're indirectly protecting their system and themselves. That's
you know what, brother? We could say that there are some of us who do sabotorial tactics in the back of our mind and the front of our mind, right? But with that being said, beloved, whether it's in the front or the back, you're still aiding them in our subjugation, which is unfortunate.
I agree.
And this is the problem, where a lot of us, like for example, I've said this many times, the word mixed race, quarter caste, all these names, but were very disrespectful, because these names, first of all, their complexion predates the complexion of the Europeans, right? And when you understand in Europe and America, brother, that if you had those complexions, you weren't even allowed to be buried in the same cemetery as the Europeans, right? This is a fact. So we don't like these types of names that has been ascribed unto us, right? Even though Europeans will never be classed as mixed race, even though they are amalgamation of different shades of brown, right? If you look at the Asian people of today, they are not the original hue of Asia, but they won't call themselves mixed race. Same thing with the Middle Easterns. So we, brother, want to have certain types of curriculum and control to control certain things, and not non-African people dictating our labels, dictating how we should live our life, and dictating how we should be with our family, if that makes some sense.
Yeah, I hear you. But I personally think that we're just kind of letting our souls down mostly. I think we're struggling to unite with each other. I don't particularly think that's, let's say, the white man's fault or anything. I think we've kind of got control to actually of our own lives and our own destiny. We could actually, get together like other communities have done. I think it's just, I just think it's just us not wanting to unite with each other, really, which is kind of holding us back.
Yeah, there is half of that, but at the same time, brother, remember, there is we're in a fishbowl and it's controlled by white supremacy, brother. So they are part of our situation, which is why I agree with Neela Fuller Jr. that those who are subjugated by those who are in power, that they definitely must work with those who are subjugated, i.e. black people, and come up with codes of conduct in order to reform and destroy the system of white supremacy, right? And that has to be the solution, brother, because we are victims of white supremacy. Anytime the black woman, brother, has to go into a workplace and she has to adjust herself other than her natural self, brother, she has to change her hair or change her temperament. It's the same with the black man. Anytime you have to change who you are to suit non-African people, then you are a victim of white supremacy, whether you're in the diaspora or in the African continent, and that's the problem.
Yeah, I agree, but at the same time, it's like that's very typical in, let's say, Western countries. But let's say, for example, if a white man had to go to, let's say, Japan, which is the country which holds on to a lot of its traditions, they're going to have to adjust to those customs over there. So it's very hard for us to, to be, I want to be my full self in another man's country, and I want to get far doing that. It's going to be quite tricky, and that's in any country. Go to Saudi Arabia, go to Taiwan, and try and be fool yourself and feel like you're going to prosper to the very top. No, because they're going to want you to. You're the guest in their country. They're going to want you to kind of, let's say, conform to a certain way to their traditions, or they may feel a bit disrespected, right? Same way how I look at it in a sense whereby I do say that be yourself, but I do also agree that people should respect other people's customs, especially when you're kind of, let's say, a visitor in a sense. For example, if I walked into your house, Kel, and you seem to be like the brother will probably have, let's say, a no shoes in the house policy, right? Like most of us African brothers have. And let's say you would expect that from me. Though in my house, for example, I don't, but let's say I had a shoes in the house policy, right? I shouldn't come to your house and expect to be my full self. This be the same way I am in my own house, in your house. You know what I'm trying to say? There has to be a level of adjusting, a level of conforming to another man's custom, as long as it's not oppressing you. You see what I'm trying to say?
Brother, but beloved, the European man and European woman, brother, they can maneuver on the planet. First of all, brother, when you go to different countries, and that English is definitely required, that you have to know, right? Number two, brother, the way how the Europeans are able to maneuver, brother, in different countries, brother, the way how they are able to have headbirths in our lands and etc., brother.
Yeah.
For you to say, brother, all due respect, yeah, that if you're going into other people's country, then you should be able to conform to their customs. The Europeans don't have to do that, brother. And
Not all Europeans. Not all Europeans. For example, let's say, for example, and the same time with us Africans as well, we're just about getting to the bag, bro. We're not trying to beg the white man for just for sake of he's a white man. So if a white man goes to the country, let's say anywhere in Africa, let's say Sudan, Nigeria, Tanzania, the African there is looking at the bag. That's why he's probably going to treat him a bit extra nice, because he's thinking this guy may tip me, give me a heavy tip. You know what I mean? So that's why he may treat him in an extra way. And the white man may feel like he'll carry himself in a certain way. But as soon as that African knows that maybe this person, this is no disrespect to maybe certain Eastern Europeans, once he starts saying, okay, so you're from Lithuania. Africans in Africa don't associate Lithuanian, regardless of his white, Lithuanians or maybe other Eastern European as people of money. But once they hear England, Germany, American, that's when they're going to be like, okay, hold up, I could actually get something from this. So they're not looking at all white people the same. And all white people don't look at each other the same. They rank themselves as one. They have their own inner white racism and, superior Europeans. Like, for example, the Anglo-Saxons, they deem themselves as the more superior whites, and the rest they kind of, let's say, look down upon, right? So yeah, I don't think it's that black and white that all white people could just go and carry themselves anywhere in the world. No way in hell, bruv. Like some Eastern Europeans in this country, I grew up in London, so many of us who have grew up in London probably know how mixed with Eastern Europeans is that some of them having to conform in England, bruv. They get all sorts of kind of, let's say, racism, all kind of banter against them, right? Just because of their Eastern Europeans, all this kind of, let's say, racist, propaganda agendas about send them back to where they come from and all these kind of jokes against them. But they're coming here living, under pressure, bruv. You see what I'm trying to say? So I don't think it's just as easy as that, as just a white man and they just have it their own way. There's levels to it.
Oh shit, mic drop. It's levels.
There is levels to it.
But the thing is, brother, when you're talking about these levels, that when we understand a psychological tactic called the Willie Lynch, and in that, brother, people will say, well, we don't believe in the Willie Lynch letter, but we can definitely say that these types of strategies are put forward, that he had a curriculum of how to divide the dark skin from the light skin, the young against the old, etc. And one of the tactics was, brother, is that teach your overseers, right, who are not in our elite status, how to keep black people in control. This will last for about 300 years, right? Now, that may be strange to hear, brother, but we can definitely say, brother, if there's a system called white supremacy, brother, and people keep talking about, well, there's only the 1%, then we can say, brother, that all non-African people, brother, has definitely contributed to that 1% collective to subjugate African people. And if we do ignore that, brother, which is very, 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 very interesting, then we will definitely be in a bad situation. As what Neela Fuller Jr. says, if a person doesn't understand white supremacy, nothing in their life will ever make any sense. And this is the problem with us as a people, brother, that we start to have our own mindset, our own type of ideology of what racism is, even though, brother, the racism, brother, was formulated by racist psychiatrists, racist of these curriculums. So we use our black psychiatry to codify these things. We don't use unprofessionals, or due respect, yeah.
Right, I hear you, but I think at the same time with racism, the way racism was formed, like the way how racism could only exist when one nation or one people are stronger than the other to oppress the other one. You know what I'm trying to say? I think the problem is that you can't stop white supremacy. You can't stop it until the people who are oppressed by it are mightier or at the same level as their oppressors. That's the only way you could really stop it, really. And I think the only way, and it's just a tactic in terms of how do you put it? It's just a symptom of how to kind of, let's say, keep their foot on our neck, really. But really, it's just really economics. Really, that's how I kind of look at it. If you've not got economic stability, you're always going to have a foot in your neck, regardless of what race you're from. You know what I mean? And for them, they've managed to have, let's say, strong economics compared to a lot of other people in the world, that have been able to keep their foot in other people's necks and prosper by doing that. So I think it really just comes down to just economics. I think even white supremacy is not just subjugating just black people alone. They get subjugated the most, but it's also keeping their fellow white people in check as well. I think somebody put up a really good quote up
There's
in
a
here.
class dynamic as well.
Yeah, class dynamic as well, 100%. And somebody put a really great post in. I was listening because I listen more than I actually join. I can't remember who it was, but it was a quote from one of the ex-presidents, and he talks about, I want to paraphrase, says something about, if you can make a lower class white man think that he's better than a black man, I could, run his pockets. I'm just
Lyndon B.
paraphrasing.
Johnson.
Yeah, that's the one. So it's just really it's also able them to keep their own fellow white people, the lower class white people, in check as well. I personally think white supremacy is only really formed by the very elites, and it's only being policed by the lower white people. Those are the real people who are kind of policing it. Because if you come and look at this country, for example, in the UK, you're from the UK as well, Kel. When everyone was pushing this kind of Brexit malarkey, all this kind of talk about get them, tighten up the borders, all these kind of things, all the kind of agendas we heard against before Brexit was against migrants, right? But who are the real people actually pushing it? It's like working class, lower class white people, right? It wasn't really the elites really pushing it. They were just letting those people do the dog work. The elites just sat back. I don't think the elites have really got a real problem with just people's colors per se. They just want to run anyone's pockets. I don't think they're watching color. That's my opinion. I think they're just trying to run everyone's pockets, blacks, whites, whoever. They're just thinking about themselves and only themselves. They're not looking at it as a race thing. The race thing is just a mechanism just to help them keep control and keep people divided, right? That's how I kind of look at it.
I mean, people that voted for Brexit looked at it from an economic point of view, right? So I know, there were loads of.
I think most of them. I don't think most of them did. I don't think most people voted for Brexit for economic.
Marv, I think the point where you're approaching from is, I agree with some of what you're saying, but likening Brexit, I think, to what Brother Kale is saying, is two different things. Because what we're seeing, and this is two things we can see, that's evident in life, is that those same people from Europe that may be coming over, like the Polish and that, they've had their time where people were moaning about Polish, so on and so forth, Eastern Europeans, so on and so forth. But look at the situation now. You got a bag of people willing to house the said Ukrainians and so on and so forth, right? Because there's a picture of a war going on. Now, how much of those people will you see trying to house housing young Somalians when there was war over there? Or do you know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I hear you, but the thing is,
so clearly there's something there that stops these people mentally from going out and saving these black people. Okay, now there may be a system that's in part, like you're saying, that's being played out by the wealthy and the controllers, but understand this: each of these things, for them to work, require people to buy into them. It requires the ordinary person to buy into them. And if you can have a third of your country buy into what you want, that's enough, right, to impart something. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? So if you demonize a people through media over 3 or 4 years, the image of those people will last for the next 50 years. Do you feel what I'm saying to you?
I hear you. I hear you. But example you gave, let's say, of the Ukrainians is that, remember, the media kind of portrayed around that whole kind of, saga with, let's say, Putin invading Ukraine and stuff like that, right? Because Putin's the enemy to the West, right? The media's gonna make the Ukrainians seem super innocent. Not saying they are or not. That's not the topic. But they're gonna make them seem very innocent, and people need to help them. People need to get together and blah blah blah. Because the media was able to portray that, then people were more welcoming. But there's always conflict going on in Africa. For example, I gave the example of, let's say, Somalians, right? There's always conflict going on in Somalia. But because the media's not made it seem like, these are innocent people going through, God knows what, and they need their help. That's why people are not very open to actually open the doors to them, because the media's not spinning that kind of positive agenda about the people over there. But when they do spin positivity about other people, then they're going to let them in. You know what I mean? I think it's just little silly proxy war tactics and little jabs at point to say, look, we're taking in those are our people, we're taking them in, right? And it's just their tactic of trying to get other people who are not in the UN and sorry, not in NATO, other surrounding countries around that area who are not in NATO, saying, look, if this ever happens to you, we'll take your people in. So pressurize your government to actually join NATO. So it's just a little tactic like that, right? That's how I kind of look at it.
I mean, Marv, what I heard about the whole situation regarding Ukraine and all that, I think most of the people don't want to go to the UK or the West. They want to go to regional countries, right, where they go to like sheltering in neighboring countries.
Yeah.
And then when it's all said and done, when the war's over and all that, they want to go back and rebuild or something like that. But I don't think a large amount of Ukrainians are going to go to the UK.
And that's not really the topic. We're just talking about.
Yeah.
That's a bit different topic. But yeah, I don't know where they want to go, to be honest with you, but that's kind of a different topic.
But yeah, I think that the whole, housing Ukraine refugees and all that, although it's a noble thing to do and all that, but you got people that are, that are really finding it hard financially in the UK.
Yeah.
And I just can't, imagine, a person or a household facilitating it.
Yeah.
Everyone's being the the pinch and all that. It's insane, really, to be honest. I also heard there's like thirsty guys and all that in it. The reason why they'll go to Ukraine is they want to get like Ukrainian women, and they will take them back to the UK or something like that. That in itself is insane. Like, when you're looking at a time of crisis and all that, and you're just thinking that it's very shallow as well, to be honest. But yeah.
But I agree with what a lot of what Kel says, but I think our solutions are very simple. It's just really we just need to use our money wisely, man. We just need to don't let our money come out of our communities. That's just the main thing. It's just really basic. It's just really that straightforward. Then we won't have those incidences whereby you're gonna have to, adjust and
What's your name, mate?
Conform.
What's your name?
My name.
Yeah,
Marv.
Yeah, Marv, you said something interesting about 10 minutes ago. Racism has the power to for one people to be oppressing another, right?
Yeah.
On that point, sorry, it's kind of cool.
But remember, this is a tactic since day. This is not something new between when white and black. It's not. Yeah, I could hear you, but this is not something new between. Yeah, go on.
The oppressed party becomes equally as strong as the oppressive party, then you get rid of racism, right?
Not getting rid of racism, but so you get rid of let's say racism could happen between two privileged people, for example, two privileged nations, but you kind of get rid of, let's say, the oppression that comes from it, and this kind of, let's say, the supremacy side of it, like the whole kind of, let's say, system of it. Because racism could be something as simple as calling someone a word, and it could also be like ingrained in systems, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, racism didn't start when the white and black people white and black people actually met each other. This has been going for the racism and racist tactics and systems, whether it's Bantu supremacy, whatever you want to call it, has been going on since day. How do you think the Bantus were able to migrate into certain parts of Africa and take those areas out, take the people out from those areas out and dominate? They had their own propaganda and their own oppression to actually conquer certain lands. It's been happening since day. There's been racism since time. It's not a new thing with the white man. It's been happening since time. You know what I mean? It's just a way of justifying evil acts a lot of the times. That's where it really is. It's a way to justify why elites carry out certain evil acts and evil acts, and the followers of these elites say, okay, actually that's quite justified because these guys are monkeys, or these guys are this, or these guys are lower than us, or these guys are born from the demon god or whatever, blah blah blah, and it's justified to slaughter them or take their homes and burn their houses down. And it's been happening since day. This is just, sadly, it's just mankind, really. It's just, that's a fact. It's just sad. It's just mankind, right? It's just what it is.
Prophet Muhammad did that to non-believers, right?
What do you mean?
Like invaded their camps and took their women and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's. I won't say for the sake of obviously spread of Islam, right? Then those 3 questions asked.
Is that better than racism?
What do you mean? I personally believe. Me personally, what I personally believe. Yeah, of course, my personal belief.
Your belief is better to kill someone and take their women.
No, but it's not that straight. It's not that. Remember, you're not just killing random people. You're not just killing random people.
You're killing people that don't believe, right?
No, not for the sake. Okay, you're from this other nation because you don't believe we're going to kill you. It wasn't that straightforward.
Well, that's what Muhammad said, though.
There was wars taking place. There was actual wars between combatants taking place.
And what was the wars based on?
What do you mean?
Believers and
a lot of times, yeah. The
if you find the non-believers, what?
Come on, Jedi. You've had these topics way long enough to know that that's taken out of context. It's not that straightforward. There's context between those. There's context between those verses. There's a treaty in place. Don't really want to go into it, but it's long. But yeah, I've heard. I'm a good.
It's basically based on.
I'm a firm listener to.
You believe,
go on.
And they don't, right? No.
No, it's not that simple because there was treaties in place whereby the people who did believe and didn't believe were fine until treaties were actually broken and those verses were sent down. Jedi, I'm a listener, bro. Don't think because I jump on it regularly, I don't listen. I know you know this better than me, bro. Like, come on, you're involved in these conversations a lot. Come on, you know the context of that verse. You know the context of that verse.
Stop that, man. You're not even listening to me because within the context of that verse,
yeah.
See, I'm not trying to disprove anything. I'm just saying that verse there shows that based on whether a man believes or not, in war times it's permissible to harm them, to kill them, to take their women, to take their women as slaves. That's all permissible. So I'm saying,
but you're forgetting that this is. You're gone.
Hold on, bro. So I'm saying we're looking at racism like, oh, that's a war to humanity. The way one man treats another based on excuses of, oh, they're from monkeys, they're from this, they're from that. Like those are the examples you gave, and I'm adding the example of how one man treats another based on the fact that one's perceived to be a believer and one's not.
No, but remember, they're not. Like I said, with that verse that you're using, it wasn't based on okay, they're non-believers, let's go at them. No, there was a treaty in place. You do your thing over there, I do my thing over there. But
so why would they be described as non-believers by Prophet Muhammad?
Because they were actually non-believers.
Exactly. So that must have been important.
No, but remember, it was the non-believers.
Whenever you find a non-believer, come on, brother, man. That's
okay. Let me ask you this question, Jedi. Was that for
a wise man? He must know how broad that statement is. And
but listen, it seems broad. It seems broad because you don't know the context. But the people at the time knew exactly the context. That's why. Can I finish? I'll let you finish, Jeds. That's why non-believers left, right, and center were not getting slaughtered when that verse was released. It was competence. There was a war.
Are you sure?
Prove it to me. If that's what you're claiming, if you're claiming that non-believers at the time were getting slaughtered right, left, center, as soon as that verse was dropped, prove it to me because that's what you're trying to claim.
You don't know about the eunuchs, bro.
Yeah.
Do you not know about the eunuchs?
What's the eunuchs?
There you go.
Teach me, bro.
So during the slave trade,
Right.
Yeah, they was enslaving the women and the men, but they was actually castrating the men. Yeah, so the men couldn't breed with the women, and they was using the women as sex slaves.
Oh, I know a bit about that, but I don't know. I didn't know it's called the eunuchs. I know a bit about that.
That's what
not
they
too
call
much about it,
eunuchs. They made them into eunuchs.
Oh, I didn't know. I knew of the acts, but I didn't know it's called that. I didn't know it's called the eunuchs. I didn't even know what that word means, to be honest.
So, like I'm saying, like religious, these religious perspectives are akin, from an outsider's perspective, to racism because they give permission and sanctify otherwise abysmal acts upon.
I won't say
upon
permission.
right?
I won't say permission, but one thing I would
Oh
agree with what Phil
yeah.
said a bit
Wherever
earlier.
you find a non-believer, that's permission.
No, but like I said, Jedi, I've told you that there's context to that particular verse. You're telling me that verse means that it could be any non-believer, right? That was the context.
I also heard that the Quran rhymes and follows a pattern of syllables and is a very, very divinely complex piece of literature, right?
It's complex, but the message is not complex.
Yeah, but I'm saying the layers are complicated and complex and multi-layered, right? So
Yes, but the fundamental teaching is simple.
Hold on, man.
Yeah, go on.
Man. It's blatantly apparent that if you make a statement like that, it's gonna be a very volatile, dangerous statement to make. So for you to just say wherever you find an unbeliever, like you can read the whole context, but it still is very damning for an unbeliever if he is found by someone that's read this text.
No, Jedi, you have a point if that's how every Muslim's thinking right now, because you got over 1 billion Muslims on the planet, right? And all of us are living amongst many of us, living amongst non-believers, right?
Yeah.
So you're basically saying that if it's that damning, and it means exactly how you're implying that it means, we ain't following our religion, right? The majority of us are not. Because I've got non-Muslim family as well. We non-Muslim wouldn't feel safe around Muslims if you know that because I'll be like if I was not a Muslim and I thought, okay, that's exactly what the religion means, but I ain't moving around non-Muslims. So that means we're not following our religion, right? And we don't understand the context.
I don't know, man. I don't know. That's like very.
That's how I'm looking at it. That's the question I put to you, bro.
That's very
respectfully.
Maybe people would be like this and that, but there are people that do view it like that, though.
Unfortunately, it is, but there's a small minority.
There are people that don't feel safe amongst.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, that's true as well. But that's a minority compared. That's a very small minority.
Yeah, it's because you're not experiencing it at this second, but you're aware that it's happening.
Yeah, but I'm aware it's happening. I'm aware that sadly even Muslims, people from my own ummah, are committing mad acts and they're misunderstanding certain verses. I am aware of that too, and it's wrong. But I'm trying to say the majority of us understand these verses. That's why we're not That's why we're not going around slaughtering people in our bloody workplaces or schools. Blah, blah,
Sorry,
blah.
that's not true. That's not true, my brother. That's not totally true. I'll tell you why I know this isn't true. Yeah, because
what's not true though? Can you just say what's not true?
That statement that you made that they're not going around and doing stuff to non-believers and so on.
Remember, I said the majority of us.
The majority, but either way, what I'm saying to you is this,
right?
Because of how the book is open to perception in that sense, or we could say that, that there are sects of people that follow that belief that will turn around and say, oh, you know what, you ain't Muslim, but you're a roadman. Do you know what? Even if I've grown up with you, you ain't Muslim now, you can get touched. Yeah. So it became people that follow Islam going out to try and rob or do whatever people just for the sheer fact that they weren't Muslim, bro. So like,
I hear you.
I've been on these roads for a long time, bro.
Rob, I understand that as well. That's something that's cool. And I totally understand when I agreed with that because Jedi made the same. When I said Jedi, there are people from my ummah, sadly, who are like that, who think like that. But I'm saying the majority of us don't have this. Mentality of just going around slaughtering non-Muslims because it will literally be a mad issue, bruv. You know what I mean? It will be a mad issue.
That's true.
But the majority of us don't have this issue. That's why I would strongly assume that you man have got Muslim bedrooms and you man have come around them. You man have come to go into their houses and sit down and eat some food with their people, them, knowing that no one's going to come out and shit out from the kitchen. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, the black Muslims for sure.
Take my non-Muslim mum to my Muslim, let's say my Muslim people's house, and she won't know that my mum's safe there. You know what I'm saying? And this is the kind of general. This is just how people generally feel, right? But I do agree there are some people who are, taken some of the media's propaganda too seriously, and they could be grown paranoid, and they don't agree around most of us. But let's be honest, as we know, most of us, alhamdulillah, a lot of us have been able to live amongst different cultures. We're cool people, man. We're normal people, bruv. Like, it's not these sayings, like, that's the same thing I say to a lot of people. Say, oh, these verses are taken out of context and blah blah blah. And I say, okay, cool. Then that means that over a billion of us are not taking these verses serious. Then we're not taking them serious.
Yeah, but
why
the point, my brother.
Why you approach me and ask me these questions? And I should be doing a madness on you.
But what I'm saying is, there's a percentage that will do that, right? But then you have to understand that there's also a percentage that won't do that. But won't. There'll be a percentage that won't greet you in the same way that you're supposed to, as supposed to be as part of the Ummah and certain and so on and so forth. There's others, whether or not you're part of the Ummah, you would never be able to step foot in their goddamn house. Why are we acting like to say like this thing is this the whole conquering and everything all, do you know what I mean, dissipates under Islam? It doesn't, bro. It doesn't. Listen, you made a good point. All Islam is doing, bro, at the minute, for a lot of people, some people are changing their lives. I'm seeing that, but also there's those people that are born to it, that are watching people change their lives from other cultures and backgrounds and don't like it, bro.
Facts. And I could say you're 100% true with that comment there, because I'm a black Muslim, I'm a revert, so I've seen that from people from my own Ummah, bruv, who are funny with me, bruv. So I totally understand where you come from first hand. I hear that, but with that, this is what I say. This is when this way it gets all funny though. Is that certain people actually have this kind of mentality, and a lot of it comes down to race. I'm African, I'm black. That's why they've got probably a bit of a funny problem. But at the same time, and this comes to, it gets really funny. It's how funny it really gets. Is that some of these people will name their children Musa or Adam, or these kind of names. But if you see the look in their face and the regret in their face when they're told that, do you know your kid's named after a black man? But this is where the knowledge is shallow. So because of this, because they've got this racist feeling, this kind of racism in them, that's showing that they've got little knowledge of the religion. Number one, and now that they've got the point whereby I don't know religion enough to even be naming their kids after certain names, not knowing that these names were names of black prophets.
By them naming their children, it's
just a double whammy really for them, and it just comes to lack of knowledge.
Brother, by them naming their children after black people, does it change the fact, brother, that there is a mistreatment on black people?
My point is, I hear what you're saying. My point is that they're naming over black prophets without knowledge, not knowing that the prophets were actually black. But once they find out, they're like, oh, jeez.
Brother Marv, right? All due respect, you're right. They know that the prophets were black, which is why they practice racism.
No, they don't. The majority of them don't. I'm telling you, the majority of them actually don't. And I say that I don't know if you're Muslim.
How many? Wait, my brother.
Yeah.
How many people that are non-black Muslims would turn around and say to you, Egypt was black or certain other areas was black? How many of them would genuinely say that to you?
Do you know the reality is? Do you know what the reality is? Yeah, because obviously it's very hard to say that because those conversations don't really come up just that randomly. But remember, a lot of the sad reality of stuff like that, Egypt was black and blah blah blah. Many of them probably wouldn't, and that's just based on them not knowing history. And I'll be honest with you, bruv. How many black people even know Egypt? Young black people know that Egypt was black. They'll probably just think it was Arabs were there since day one.
Yeah, but why does that come about? This is what I'm trying to say.
It's a lack of education, right? Or lack of knowledge between many people, bruv.
Is ignorance an excuse in Islam?
I'm not saying ignorance is an excuse, but this is
not Islam. So we can't allow it then. We can't allow ignorance to be the reason, brother, because it's not allowed in Islam.
That's right.
I'm not saying that's coming from Islam. That's come from human beings. You're forgetting that Islam is something that human beings are trying to practice. That's just human beings, bro. You know what I mean?
They're bringing their racism, which those who understand racism into your religion and stuff, right? That's a problem.
Sadly, yeah, and it's a sad fact. It's unfortunate, bro, and I hate it, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Why it is what it is. That to me, brother, because what I know. Hold on, brother, beloved, right? When we were talking about racism, brother, no disrespect, you were speaking and saying things about racism, which I know that you're not going to be able to understand, and you were shoving it up. And the moment brother Jedi, and he weren't attacking, he was just explaining, speaking about certain things with the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and that. You, brother, the way how you was like synchronized to explaining things like that, it's like you didn't shove it up quickly like that. You were more in tune. Whereas
No, listen, what I'll say, and this is
Go on.
because when I talk about, let's say, inner Muslim issues, I'll also, another thing I normally bring up as well is just oppression, which is going against Muslims as well. I think the solution for that and the solution for the black problem is it's the same solution, bruv. One of the main issues, let's talk about the black problem here, because that's the all black people here, the majority of us are what I could see, is that the problem is just unity, bruv. It's really that simple. It's just unity. It's just really that unity. Once we're united, once we've got our money, we're moving our money around ourselves, we're good, bruv. It's really that simple, but it's just hard. It's a simple solution, but it's hard to actually implement. And that's really is. It's just actually us really unifying. Like the question that you could ask me, and I could say I'm a hypocrite. When's the last time actually you put my money into black people's hands? I know where some of the shops are. I know where they are, but they're a bit far from my house, so I'm lazy like that. I'm like, I'm gonna go Tesco's. Now I'm just gonna go around the corner to Turkish, man. I'm gonna go over there. And there's nothing wrong with the Turkish people. I'm just saying that for an example. I wanna go there. But instead of going down the road to the Ghanaian man down there who will probably give my son a job. If my son wanted a job. But this is my mentality. This is me just growing. You know, I feel hypocritical saying this, but it's the truth. Is that me just being lazy? I'm not really thinking deeply enough of my actions and where I'm putting my money. And that's the most important thing, is actually thinking about where you're putting your money. That's who you're kind of empowering. It's those communities you're empowering. And this is how we need to really think about our money.
All due respect here, non-African people are in the religions that you are in, right?
Yeah.
And they are bringing their unethical code of conduct into the religion, right? And at the same time, brother, mistreating non-Abrahamic followers and mistreating Abrahamic followers as it pertains to black people, the non-Abrahamic followers as well as the Abrahamic followers, black people. Now, brother, nothing's been done about that by the black Abrahamic followers. Why is that?
Wait, just say that again, so I don't think I caught you properly. So you said
why ain't the black Abrahamic followers do anything about the racism which non-black Abrahamic followers are doing on black people, whether they're in those religions or not? Why aren't they doing anything?
Oh, about the racism?
Yeah.
I think a lot of us don't know what the solution is. So, and I think there are people trying to campaign and do things, but I think we're kind of going around it the wrong way. A lot of the young people I see nowadays, they think protesting is the answer. They think holding a plaque up with BLM is a thing. I respect their zeal. I respect their effort of trying to go out there and just stand on a motorway or something mad like that. I respect the drive. It's good. It's good to see that from our young people, right? But I think that the problem is they just understand that. But that same young person is going to go and buy. Is thinking about the Balenciagas or whatever's coming out on Saturday, and then thinking about the trap star jacket, and thinking about this and that, knowing that these are the things which are making things more difficult for us. But once you start educating them and actually telling them that, bro, this war is economic, bruv. This war is actually economic. Then I'm not saying war like it's a violent thing, but I'm just saying a battle, the war against racism, it's an economic thing. And I think the problem
interesting is that you're saying the same thing, brother. Right? Yeah. Non-African people will say when it comes to what do we do about the racism, even though, brother, and I'm not attacking you, beloved, that the Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, he fought against the racism. When you read his autobiography, he seemed to have a good understanding what to do about it. You see? So the fact that you're saying none of us don't know what to do about it, even though the prophet that you follow, he did something about it and knew what to do, I find that very strange.
I didn't say none of us. I said most of us don't. I didn't say none of us. Most of us don't. And would you agree with that, Kel? Would you say most of us don't know what to do?
But why though? When you got the Sunnah,
that's right. Talk about it, brother. Talk about it.
Why would you not know what to do if you have the Sunnah right there and people are following the Sunnah? So clearly, there's some preconceived ideas, notions, thoughts, there that the Sunnah is unable to break down. Do you feel what I'm saying? Now, we could say that their belief isn't strong enough or whatever. Yeah, however you want to put it. the fact remains that if you have the sunnah, yeah, and like the brother says, if the Prophet, peace be upon him, yeah, managed to combat certain things, and that's the sunnah, then that is the example for all Muslims, right?
It's an example, but yeah, good point. It's true. You're right. It is there, and it's an example, and it's there. But the question is getting people upon it. That's the problem.
But this is very but this is very disingenuous from you. You know, if you are following a curriculum that believes in justice and equality, right, and you're saying it's getting the people on it, even though the prophet that you follow has dictated, demonstrated, this is what you're doing, that brother. Either you do not understand racism correctly, or you are helping non-African people to mistreat black people indirectly.
We kind of differ in our understandings of racism, because I think when we last spoke, you actually said that all white people are against black betterment. So I think me and you will never, because of that statement alone, I disagree with you with that. So me and you will never understand race properly. So you always, understand race the same, because you've made that statement. I don't agree with you. So to you, I'll never understand racism, because your idea of racism is different.
You have to go back to what the question. Remember what you says, right? It's how to get people on board, brother.
I'm just trying to.
Wait, brothers, pause. Can we go to that? Can we repeat that question?
Yeah, go on, Kill.
If you don't mind, I don't want to digress too far, but I just want to hear the question. What it was.
The question was, bro. You said, brother, it's how to get them on board. That's what you said, brother Mark, right? So why is it a problem of how to get them on board if it's in the sunnah and if it was demonstrated to do that? Explain to me why that's a problem.
No, but it's like saying but you're forgetting. It's like saying, for example, how to get, if there's something, let's say if you're teaching, for example, I don't know if you've got children, if you're teaching your children the right way to kind of to conduct themselves. Most young children kind of know what their parents expect for them, right? But the challenge is just to make sure that they do it, they follow through. They know right from wrong. The thing is about following through with it. Most of us grew up knowing right from wrong, but some of us done a lot of things which are wrong. But it's not like we're not raised and brought up by, our noble parents, but we chose to maybe make some bad decisions, right? So that's a whole discussion about how to tactics on how to actually get people upon something. But what I'm trying to say is that the challenge is just getting people upon what we believe is the rightly guided path.
But you know what stops that, my brother?
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah. Because, and this is why I say this, because when you get the point that I made a minute ago, and then you couple it with people picking and choosing which part of the sunnah they want to live by. Yeah. Now, if they want to live by the hadith that says, can a man that bathes 5 times a day ever be dirty? Yeah. That's almost like allowing people your small minor sins, your small minor infringements, where you don't give charity to a brother because he's black, or you don't salam the brother because he's black, or because you're gonna go and pray and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will forgive your sins. You understand what I'm trying to say to you? And
I hear you.
So in one sense, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I hear what you're saying, but the whole sunnah thing, people don't, like, if you're living by it, you're living by it, but people are genuinely picking and choosing.
I agree.
Which
it's
part
true.
of the sunnah to live by.
The thing with this world, what us Muslims believe is that, and this is just out of the naivety and the forgetfulness for human beings. There's been times, I'm a Muslim, and I try to practice my religion. Have I ever had the thought of, do you know what? I want to do this and that, wrong stuff, for example, and Allah's the most merciful, He's going to forgive me afterwards. You know what I mean? I know I shouldn't be doing that, but that's, you know what I mean? But then again, I believe in the day of judgment. The day of judgment, Allah could say, look, you knew what you're doing there. And it could be that Allah chooses not to forgive me for that particular act because I knew what I was doing there. I thought that I'm trying to play a game with Allah. Yeah, I want to do that, and then Allah's going to forgive me afterwards. Yeah, I want to do this and that, and Allah's going to forgive me afterwards. Do you know, I want to pray. The hadith says that, doing wudu, basically wash myself before prayer, is washing all my minor sins. So do you know what that means? As long as I keep praying 5 times a day, bruv, it's open season on minor sins. You could have that mentality too, right? You know what I mean? There's another, there's also a teaching in Islam is that, when women, for example, men are naturally attracted to women. And the first, they say that the first look is from the shaitan, the second look is from yourself. So you're blameworthy for the second look at that woman. Let's say, like, the womanizing look.
Yeah.
But a man could be on the street thinking, do you know what? I ain't looking away. My first look, I'm gonna keep looking for 20 minutes, and that's my first look. He's trying to play Allah, and it's not going to work that way. So all of us could try and twang ourselves, and many of us do at different levels, yeah. And I still feel guilty to that now. Sometimes I'm a guy who loves banter. So sometimes I'm bantering with my friends, and I'm making certain jokes, and some of those jokes are jokes I shouldn't be making. I'm thinking, it's calm, like it's just a minor thing. But really and truly, it's not, because I've done it knowing that I shouldn't be doing it, and that's the worst. You don't be doing that, and that's the problem that we make. That's the problem that we actually make as just human beings, I guess. Not trying to excuse and say it's thing, but it's just something we do. It's the same thing like when I was growing up. He's trying to get one over your mum or your dad or whatever, like knowing that, do you know what, I could do this, you know what I mean? But mum's gonna get over it. I could do that. Mum's gonna get over that because you know what, I'm smashing it in school. I could do this and that. I should be home at 9. You know, I don't care. I'm going with these, man. I'm coming back after 12. I know mom's gonna be bent at my phone. It is what it is. I can't miss that rave. I'm going. Many of us lived that life, bro. You're gonna come home. You're gonna be grounded for like a week. But you know what? That rave, that you had to be there, and you look to take any consequences for that. And unfortunately, we kind of keep this kind of same mentality as adults, and in different situations, right?
It's interesting that they don't follow that, though, innit? Like, that's what I'm trying to say, man. Because
there's some.
Obviously, you got to be different interpreters of the sunnah, right? And people have itching ears, so
right.
People interpret the sunnah or find the interpretations that suit them. Do you feel what I'm trying to say to you?
I think the problem. I think the most important thing is sincerity. Is looking for the truth and taking the truth based on what you've seen from the evidence that this is true. A lot of us fall into the problem of actually shopping for your religion, shopping for your sunnah. Do you know, I like that one. I like that one. I like that one. I like that one. And you're going to push away all the stuff, leave all the stuff on the shelf, which you don't want to practice because it kind of goes against the way you want to carry yourself.
So my brother,
a lot of us fall victim to that.
My brother, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Who are the people of the book that was enslaved and then followed the religion of Islam? Who are those people? Do you know?
In what verse, in what context or hadith are you talking?
Do you not know about the people of the book? The people
of the book are the Jews and Christians.
The who?
The Jews and the Christians.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
You're not sure they're not talking about a tribe of people, bro?
No, the people of the book is known as the Jews and the Christians.
Nah, bro.
Who are they?
People of the book, bro, who didn't keep God's law, bro. The tribe of people that are enslaved, bro.
The Jews. Are you talking about the Jews or the time of Moses, Musa?
Right. And then who ended up being becoming Islamic, right?
Who end up becoming Islamic?
Yeah, you're gonna have to check some history, bro. Honestly,
no, just break it down for me. I'm just trying to
the people of the book, of the book who neither kept God's laws, those people, right? Are the Israelites, the brothers of the Ishmaelites, okay. I'm saying to you, those people then later went on to be enslaved in Arabia, right? Yeah, they got freed from Arabia, right?
Yeah, continue.
And they went back to Africa.
Okay, continue. Yep.
Yeah, and practice that religion in Africa because it was
which religion in Africa?
That was the religion that was given to them by their former slave masters.
So, what do you mean Islam, basically?
Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is the people of that book, went back to Africa.
Yeah.
Okay. The book also tells you, because one thing I learned from the Quran is believe in Christ. Weird, that, isn't it?
Why'd you say that? How'd you come?
Do you not get that? They don't get it. So who's the Messiah? Who's gonna kill the Dajjal, my brother?
The Jesus.
All right, cool. So believe in Christ, yeah.
Yeah, of course you got to believe in him. Of course.
Right, cool. So why do I need to? Why do I need to follow Islam? Why do you need to follow Islam if you?
Oh, you believe we believe in him the same way we believe in all these prophets exist and their messages were true when they came down and the message they shared with us was actually true. We believe in them. We believe in all of that. Yeah, 100%. But we don't believe him as a deity.
Okay.
We believe in Christ. Yeah, yeah.
But he's coming back though.
He's coming back. Yes. I believe in that 100%.
Okay, so what is he if he's coming back?
Because he didn't die.
Jesus is Muslim. Okay, cool. Jesus is Muslim. Jesus never once said I'm Muslim. So I don't know what you're talking about. Jesus is Muslim. Please stop talking this shit. Jesus is Muslim. Yeah. Jesus never
but-
once said he's
no, but
Muslim.
remember Muslim
Jesus said he comes from the house of Judah. Yeah. And what was Judah, bro? Stop talking shit about fucking Muslim, bro. Shut up, man.
Who are you talking to?
Bro, that went left. Listen,
Jesus is Muslim.
But who's he mentioning? Who's he
first
talking
of all,
to, bro?
What do you mean? Who am I talking to?
Are you talking to someone in the chat? Because no one here said anything about what you're saying.
Bro, don't worry yourself, man. Don't worry yourself,
No, I'm just
bro.
asking. Is it a specific
Yeah,
thing
don't worry yourself,
you're
man.
addressing?
Oh, that fucking Elio prick.
Oh, I didn't read
yeah,
that.
Motion. Listen. So first of all, the do you know when the word Muslim was actually started to be used?
When was it used, bro?
I'm asking you. You know?
What, the actual word Muslim?
Yeah. So the actual word Muslim.
I know what it means to be.
know
What,
what it means,
what
right?
Arabs say it means to be Muslim, but I don't know when it was actually. This phrase was turned. No.
So would you say that? What's your belief in Jesus as your own belief? What's your belief in Jesus?
I don't really believe in a man called Jesus. Still, I believe in someone. I don't believe in someone. There was apparently someone else called with a different name that you guys called Isa.
Okay, and are you an Israelite by any chance?
I don't know. I could be a rascal. I might. I don't know.
Big up the Hamad.
I don't know.
I'm a Hamad. Big up the Hamad.
For real.
I don't know, bro. You get me? On the day of judgment, that will become apparent. You feel what I'm saying? If you believe in that.
Do you warm to any particular belief or follow any particular known belief, or do you kind of, let's say, have your own kind of thing?
I believe in the Creator. I believe in the Creator. I believe in the Most High.
Right.
Yeah. That's it. I read books. I don't read the Quran much anymore, but I read bits of it. I read the Bible back to front. You get me? Like, just, yeah, I believe in the Creator. That's all I say. I don't believe in subscribing to any religion. I don't believe in following any kind of rituals and all that stuff. Nah, I believe that what was set for us and ordained, and the times that we're supposed to greet and gather. And, you know, those times were those times. And when you read the book, the Most High tells you that you will go away and you will follow other laws and you will follow other things and speak new languages and so on and so forth. So for me, yeah, and I look at the history of people going to slavery and being slave for 400 years and so on and so forth, and coming from that background, like, the evidence points to me biblically to be an Israelite. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Like, that's it. But am I gonna jump up and say that? I can't really claim because I don't really know. Like I said, I could be a Hamad. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
but then again, there's a lot of people who could be saying that they're Muslim could be Israelites as well, right? Because there's a lot of Because from what I understand of what an Israelite is, it's just basically it's genealogy, right?
Genealogy, yeah.
That's all it is. It's nothing like, it's not a belief system per se. It's just genealogy. It's just.
Well, I'd say the Israelites had a belief system.
They had a belief,
but the Israelites is a genealogy, yeah.
So you're born an Israelite.
Yeah.
You can't just become an Israelite.
Right.
Well,
yes and no. Again, see, when you read Deuteronomy now, what it says is there's laws to have for the strangers amongst you. So the strangers amongst you must be treated as your family, and you must show them your ways and so on. You understand what I'm trying to say to you? So can they become genetically Israelites? No, but can they become a branch of? You understand what I'm trying to say to you?
Now, he was to say, but what would you call those people? So his name is among you. Could they still be labeled an Israelite, or would they just say they're believers in Yeshua Shai and whoever?
I'd say they may be believers of the faith of the Israelites.
But just based on just being an Israelite itself.
Yeah.
It's a genealogy. It's not even a religion.
Definitely.
It's just not even it's not a religion or belief system. It's a genealogy.
That's right. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I say. It's like anyone you could pertain. There's Israelites out there that pertain to many faiths.
Now.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
But
and
again,
those Israelites in the time, I don't know how much you believe in the Bible, but you seem like you're quite, decently kind of well read in it. I'm poor, so excuse me. But there's those Israelites which took the calf as God.
That's right.
As well. So it's like, so even though then, they had their belief system a bit more, it was a lot more firm and amongst them. There were also people that went astray amongst them as well.
True. And that's why they were punished.
The big up, yeah. Marv, you said that you was a Hamite earlier. How do you know that?
I'm just trying to get at these Israelites, bro. You know me, Zulu. I've been having back and forth with them since day, bro. You know me, man. I might be a Hamite, bro, because they say I'm a Hamite. They say I'm a Hamite. They say I'm not. They say I'm an Israelite one day. They say I'm a Hamite the next day.
But who says you're a Hamite?
Or see somebody. You know those American Israelites that we used to have conversations with back in the day.
I don't even listen to them, man.
Yeah, at the time, I don't take them serious.
Yeah, bro. At the time, they're still angry with Africa, bro. They still
Yeah,
angry.
because
they're still angry with Africa. They don't want to be. I hear man say, "Excuse my friend, I don't mean to say," and this isn't coming from me, yeah. But I hear them man say, "Yeah, fuck them stinking Africans" and all that kind of shit. They
can't. You know what laugh at,
angry, man.
They can't. Don't laugh at that, mate.
Angry,
but
man.
no, look. But do you know what, Zulu? Because I don't care whether I am or not. That's the thing. It don't mean nothing because it's just a genealogy. It don't mean nothing to me. You know what I mean? I don't care where I am. A lot of these men try and cling to it because it gives them a sense of history. This is where my people was, bruv.
Okay.
Like, and some people try and cling to this Kemet thing because my people in Egypt, bruv. Your people could have been the cleaners in Egypt in Kemet at the Great Kemet those days. Same way a white man today could say 1,000 years from now could say, yeah, we had Great Britannia, we conquered the whole world, bruv. Your man was working for your great whoever was bloody working for Royal
Mail. They
Mail.
died in the coal mine. Was
bloody working for Royal Mail. And talk about whole Britannia and all that stuff. So, bruv, I don't know who my people then were 1,000 years ago, and I don't really want to hold that up because I don't know exactly. They may have come from a great nation, but I don't know what position they're holding there. But and they could have been oppressed by the leaders of that great nation. The same way you could have the Victorian queens or kings from the past were oppressing the lower people, but those lower people's great grandchildren. And we talk about whole Britannia and we conquered the world. We're holding it, but there was Queen Victoria, whoever was oppressing your forefathers. So
Yes,
I don't really watch genealogy like that.
That's fine, and I agree with some of what you've said. You know, Paul says, you know, you shouldn't be obsessed with genealogies. It's endless. You know what I mean? You shouldn't be fixated on it. But I do think it's very important to know who you was thousands of years ago and why maybe the people that you are now are going through what they're going through.
No, it's good. I agree with that point. It's good to understand you. I do appreciate history. It's good to understand your genealogy, but not to the sense of whereby it's a sense of, let's say,
identity.
You hold it as a sense of, let's say, pride, and it's a big part of you. There's a lot more than you than your genealogy. That's what I personally believe. There's a lot more than you than your genealogy.
True.
You know what I mean? You can't just be born. You know, like that's basically saying that okay, King, what's his name? What's this guy's name? But Prince Harry is better than me, or better than anyone else in this panel, just based on him. He's coming from, let's say, royal.
Do you know what's interesting? Do you know what's interesting when these debates happen or conversations? Is that when there's an Islamic verse, there needs to be context. So I want to get the context of that said verse that you just quoted, yeah, about the about don't worry about endless genealogy. We want to get into who was talking, yeah, who they were talking to, yeah, and if this was actually a message for mankind or it was a man writing a letter to his son before he's about to be murdered and telling his son how to be a good follower of the faith.
Can I just say something quickly?
His son. We're talking about Paul.
Allah sent us a prophet who was an orphan. So how important is genealogy after that?
Say that again, my brother.
Allah sent us a prophet who was an orphan. So how important is genealogy after that fact?
Well, it must be very important if you trace it back to Ishmael, and you have to make it known. And
but them man were all Ishmael. They were all Ishmael, all of them.
No, not all of them, but you know, some of them.
Majority.
I mean,
claiming to be from Ishmael at that time in that location is not a big thing.
Yeah, it's not a big thing regardless because they're not the chosen people.
Well, that's your that's your dynamic. Abraham, we're not going to criticize you for your dynamic, but that's just not our dynamic.
It's not.
We don't go by that.
Are all the people in that land just Ishmael? Are there not some
majority
of them as well?
Yeah, no, there's Cush. There's all sorts of people there.
No, what I'm saying is they're not is part of Arabia, not the Esau the family of Esau too. Did Ishmael and Esau not mix?
Edom mixed with Ishmael for sure.
And Ham.
Yeah.
Zulu will be so quick to say that, innit?
Abrahamic followers, right? They always talk about the chosen people. What about the Creator's first people? That's what I want them to break down to me. What about the first people?
Yeah, but
Yeah?
when you say
But-
first people, what do you mean by that statement?
Hold on, brother.
Because we all
Because
come from
we
the source.
we can
Who
say
was
one thing or
first?
another, brother. That whether you are an Israelite or whether you are a black Arab or whatever, and that we can definitely say, brother, that the Creator's first people, right, reminds the non-African people that we cannot allow them to be in charge of all things. So we need to use certain curriculums to control them leading in all things. But you keep talking about chosen people.
Can you just pause a second, Kel? Can I just break someone quickly down? Yeah.
Go on, brother.
The Bible says West Arabia are children of Kedar. Kedar is the son of Ishmael. I agree with you. I just want to show you. Look, I just want to prove something to you. Lot, yeah, though. Do you remember? There's a verse in the Bible where a man basically describes himself to being as black as the tents of Kedar. Mud. Anyway, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, we know
That's what I'm
they're
saying.
black. That's a fact.
That's all I'm saying.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Alio. Mr. Alio.
But how did they become white though, Mosh? What's all these people there now? Who are those people there now though? That's the question, isn't it?
They're all
Isn't it?
Turks, bruv. They're Turks and Persians.
Turks and Persians.
The white Persians.
Interesting. And what about the
It's
time? What about the
interesting
time
that
of
Jesus ain't a deity to you guys, but he comes back. It's weird. Interesting.
and he's the most spoken about prophet in their book.
A normal
Very
person just comes
very
back.
interesting. And he didn't have a father. He was born from a virgin mom. Even in theirs as well. Interesting. But yeah, man.
Yeah. My point is the Judeans were black people because that person that said that he's as black as the tents of Kedar was Ross Clark King Solomon, you bumbo. Yeah.
And King Solomon had locks as well. Let's not forget that.
All right. And his son King David was classed as Ruddy.
No, but what does this all mean though? If that, let's say they were black, what does that do for us now?
It means that we have imposters.
What do you mean
in the world right now?
No, but let's say it was
hold on.
It was just put on History Channel and they said, yeah, all these guys, all these people
man.
are black. Well, how does that change things for me today?
It's reclaiming our history and our dignity. We have imposters that have claimed to be.
No, but listen, you know
hold
your
on,
history.
hold on, bro. This is very important. I'm trying to speak in code because obviously, we can't talk about these people. They're very powerful, right? There's certain imposters who claim our lineage and are ruling the world, right? So they would try their best to make sure we don't figure out what we are, right? You would think that. Hence why we have these depictions that resemble them rather than us. So it is very important to reclaim back that information.
Why are you not saying the prophet, peace be upon him, is black? Don't say that, man. That's rude. You weren't black.
I like you just most man.
Yo, what's going on today, bro? You're on attack today.
We've been synchronized here, man.
No, you weren't black, man. Stop it, man.
You're on attack today, fam.
Stop it, man. Stop it. Stop it. The prophet was a black man with a white black man with a black slave. Stop it, man. No, man. No,
yeah, that's a sticky one, isn't it? The slave situation.
No, man. Stop it, man.
Yeah.
Don't disrespect. Don't stuff for Allah, man. Don't disrespect the prophet like that. Peace be upon him.
I tend to avoid that topic or any topic around that kind of religion because people just get emotional. So I don't do it. I just don't do it. I just leave it. Not gonna lie.
Mad. But also, you remember the prophet also did also find, like, should I say, how can I word it? Like, soften towards the people that were enslaved, partly because when he sought refuge, he got refuge from an African king who followed the religion of what?
Christians.
Alright, cool. So you know what I'm saying? And that's what kind of softened him towards the Africans, you know what I'm saying?
No,
and black. You know what I'm saying?
Was it softened by it? Because he's the one who instructed. You have to remember this how deep it was. It's not like it was him going. From the convoy of people that went there, amongst them was his own child. how deep that is. So if he had some kind of resentment against black people or things, why would he send his own child, put aside his own feelings and blah blah blah, his own child to a black man for shelter, for security?
I'll tell you
Yeah,
why.
but black
I'll tell you why.
people are
Because
raising
where
his
you because the area that you're in right now,
yeah.
the area that you're in right now, yeah, like you're guaranteed to be killed if you stay. Sometimes you have to just chance in it and trust in it, and boy, you know what I'm saying? Christians in it. Like I'm saying? Like you feel me? Like, come on, man. Let's not play like in times of desperation. People don't do desperate shit. Do you feel what I'm saying? Of course, you could like what, these people are gonna kill me and my family. We gotta move them somewhere. Where can we go where they might not kill me and my family? You know what I'm saying? Like,
how about this question? Are there any accounts on the side of the Nagasi actually recording meeting Muhammad?
You tell me, Zulu.
Because I don't even know if that event even occurred. Because there's only one source speaking about it from that.
But you can't confirm, nor could you negate it.
Because I'm sure
So
the
if-
Nagasi and these guys had a written language, they're well documented history.
So that's for
I'm
you
sure
to look
they
it up,
would
bro.
have
If you negate, you have to.
I don't know if that. I don't know, to be fair. That's a good question.
You see what I'm saying, Marsh?
I don't
We have
know.
to put up Zulu, because I could just say, for example, all accounts from the Bible, or for let's say the New Testament, for example, we have to flip it and look for the accounts from, let's say, the Romans, for example, and their interaction with Jesus. We have to pull all of that stuff up, the interactions with the
And
disciples.
there's plenty of evidence that Jesus existed outside of the Bible. And in
No,
regards
but
to the
you're forgetting to this
Hold
day.
on.
You're forgetting to this day. Listen. I'm not trying to negate that Jesus exists, because I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe that
I
he
know, but I'm
exists.
trying to build an argument. I'm trying to build a point. In
Yeah,
regards
go
to
on,
the
build the
Ethiopians
point.
and their ability to document, I mean, we know that they documented Philip's journey into Ethiopia. That's one of the main reasons why the Coptic Church was started, and as well as the Orthodox, because of the apostle directly going there. And they spoke about him going there, and it's also spoken about in the Bible. So there's multiple sources speaking about this event. If that's not the same for the Nagasi situation, I'm just questioning, just like, how do we know this shit even happened?
But even if
So
it never happened, so what?
What do you mean, so what?
I mean, Islam itself does not rest upon that incident. If it weren't Nagashi and it was some other guy, some other king, so what?
No, the point is that it was. No, my point was, Khan, is that it was, and a preconceived notion about a people may have been had, and
No, but that's just an assumption motion. And the thing with that assumption, you're saying that, okay, he just chanced it, he just risked it, it was peak for him, right? That's the example you're giving. We can never approve or disprove that, because we can never be the man and try and know exactly what his thought or his game plan was.
No, you're running from some. So hold on, wait. So wait. If war broke out in your area right now, are you going to run and leave your son?
I don't know a lot about this subject, but one thing I do know, the Ethiopians and the Arabs were having wars with each other. That's how comes Bilal was a slave. He was taken as a slave because he was half Ethiopian, right? So when Muhammad ﷺ sent his family to Ethiopia, these were the people that were warring with the people that he was on the run from. Do you understand? So he's on the run from the elites of his tribe, and he's seeking refuge with the people that are warring them, which was the Ethiopians. So that's the kind of like risk that he took, that they could have just turned around and said, nah, you're related to them, man, as well, and just put them onto the sword. But what he said to Nagashi was, the message he sent him is, he's putting him on his own principle. He's saying to him, if you're a king, you do the right thing. If you're the ambassador, if you're sent from God or whatever, not sent from God, but if you're ruling in God's name, you do the right thing as well. So he put him on his own test.
But it's a chance, though. You have to admit that it's a chance, because
he's saying that he believes that Nagashi is a true believer in God.
But it's still
that
a chance,
he won't
because
break God's
laws.
Yeah, but
the
Nagashi
point is,
committed
it's still a chance, because he doesn't know that he's definitely gonna accept. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? So it's still a chance. But it's a better chance than not situation you're in, because these people will kill you in your son. That's 100. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? These lot is 50-50.
Yeah, it's true.
Maybe 60-40 because you're coming from a religious angle. You understand what I'm trying to say to you?
100. I hear you. But what's the relevance of it, though? Whether this thing happened or it didn't happen, what would be the relevance of it? What's the importance of it? What are we trying to
No,
draw
my,
from
my
it? Like,
point. No,
what
my point
lesson
was from
are
the
we
story
learning?
of. My point was from the story of it, right? So
No, your point
when I used to
stands.
sit,
I agree with you on your
so when
point.
I used to sit, listen, when I used to sit in class, and listen, I remember the imam used to talk about this one quite a bit because we was quite a multicultural bunch. You understand what I'm trying to say to you? And so this was a story that he used to tell quite a bit to a lot of newbies. You understand me? Where he would be telling man, listen, the prophet, peace be upon him, in times when he was being ostracized in his region, he sought refuge in Africa, and Africans gave him refuge and and so on and so forth. And this was something that was taught to me, brother. Yeah. Do you feel me? And I'm saying to you, and what we were saying before was that if this is the sunnah, yeah, and you're supposed to follow the sunnah, why is this part ostracized from following of the sunnah? You know what I'm saying? Nowadays.
About motion, the thing is that does not mean that because one part is not being followed or one particular law is not being followed, doesn't mean that that law is wrong or that law does not exist or something. For example, it's like saying there's a law in many countries here, do not go around stealing, right? So you can't say the law is wrong because that particular law is wrong because people are still stealing. And that's a law in like most countries.
Brother, could we say that then that means all non-African people, brother, practice unethical code of conduct on black people? You're saying it's not the religion. I agree with you. I don't believe that it's the religion at all. I know what the problem is, brother. It's just you, and I can understand why, because you're from the Abrahamic faith. You seem to have a mindset of, well, if I say this, it's going to put me into that. But the reality of it, if it's not the religion, then it's got to be the community. Would you agree with me on that? Or
I've been saying that, bro. I've been saying a lot of our core issues is just lack of community, not even community, lack of community.
but the non-African, so we could say the Asians, Middle Easterns, and Europeans, right? We can say they. So that means, brother, they all practice an unethical code of conduct on African people, whether they are religion or
I won't
not.
say all. I won't say all because that's what me and you disagree. I won't say all of them. Yet some of a good number.
But brother, so that
far
means
too many
if
of them
not
do.
all,
I
then the
agree with that.
religion. Then it goes back to the religion. So that means, is the religion saying to oppress black people, or is it a collective of codes of conduct to oppress black
No, a
people?
lot of it is just
Which one
culture. A lot of it is just culture. Because if you look at, let's say, for example, the South Asian continent, a lot of the culture there, a lot of the religions, many religions there, but a lot of their forefathers believed in Hinduism, and we know that that's got the caste system. It's got somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Is it the Brahmins on top, who were the very fair-skinned people, and they were the priests. Then underneath that they had the kind of, let's say, the royal family. Underneath that they had slightly darker people. At the very bottom they had the dark-skinned people who were the toilet cleaners and the people who had to do small little dirty jobs, and that's engraved within their culture. And I've got a lot of Asian benches, and they say, look, do you know what? They know their history. They're like, do you know what? They go that, yeah, this is where a lot of this stuff stems from, and unfortunately, it's very ingrained in their culture to the point of whereby colorism. These men are more. I won't say the word racist. These men are more. They've got deep colorism problems within their own community, bruv. You don't know when there's no Asian people here, but I think any of the Asian people in the chat will be able to definitely say. But I've grown up just being born as a dark-skinned Asian's peak for you, bruv. It's peak. That's a deep colorism problem within their own community, bruv.
But brother Marv, all due respect, when you understand the Hindu religion, brother, Krishna, Chowda, and Vishnu, they are based upon the Kushic system.
Dark-skinned people.
Nimrod, right? And we know, brother, that whole tradition there, brother, was Africanized, and now it's Europeanized, brother. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you. If it's not the religion, then what? Then who is it, and what is it? If you're saying it's not the religion, then who is it then?
What's the best way I could say? I think I probably can't answer this question well enough, probably because I can't. That's probably my limitation. But I probably think it's probably going to come across a bit dismissive. But I think it's just human's nature, man. Human's nature trying to be better than the other, and to be. Everybody wants to. Unfortunately, we have this kind of, let's say, this tribalism. A lot of us have this kind of tribalism mentality. Is that I want to have my people.
Is tribalism equivalent to racism?
It's like I want to have my people. what I'm trying to say is this: is that human beings generally, we've shown this throughout history, is that you want to have a group of people, and you want to feel good about your people. You want to you have to compare them to another people, and those people have to be below you. And it's just something we just. Yeah, I think we've got that. That happens all the time, bruv.
I don't think that's the case, man. I don't think that's the case. I think that's the case within certain realms and certain sections of societies. I don't think that's the natural. I don't think that is actually the case. I think a lot of people are indoctrinated to believe that they're better than other people. I believe that there's been systems put in place, whether past or present, which has created preconceived notions. I believe media has helped to do that. I believe demonizing things like weed and using, say, do you know what I mean, and certain other things like and other factors like that have done that. We're seeing it today in other sectors of society. So, you know, other demographics are saying that they feel like they're targeted. You know, so
times before there was, let's say, mass media, and there was actually technology as we know it, whereby you had tribes having conflicts and thinking that they're better than other tribes, but they're all herding the same kind of animal, and they all kind of got the same kind of clothes on their back. But my people from so and so, and we believe in this particular deity, those people from so and so, and they believe in that particular deity, or they worship at this river, or they do this or whatever. That's been going on for a long time. I agree with you. I think that it's been pushed on a greater scale now, and you're able to get a lot of people to follow a certain notion now because of media now and technology. But this kind of mindset stems back very far. Because I don't know, because I could talk about, let's say, for example, let's say my country and the cultures, then the tribes there. Is that from even my country, there's many tribes, there's still very silly stereotypes and little notions about other tribes. People kind of get along more now because we've kind of the war's gone smaller, so the country's gone smaller and people kind of mix. But there's still some little silly notions about that tribe and you're marrying that people and those people like that, and that's in everywhere around Asia, Far East. Even around the white people, they're very funny about that. Who even amongst their own, let's say, white people, it's just something we've always had, right?
But brother, by the people, I think you're from Nigeria, right?
No, from Uganda.
Uganda. Excuse me for by them having that. By them having that mindset, brother, is it better in white supremacy or is it better in continent? Who is it better in when they have that mindset, brother?
It's better in white supremacy. Yeah.
Oh, hold on, brother. Hold on. You see what I'm saying, brother? Right now, there's something that is very controversial. What I'm about to say now, right? Very controversial. And you can do your homework on this. I don't mind, and we can talk about it. There is a narration where Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, he tells his companions, he saw the future of things, and he says, "Do not kidnap free people, right, and put them into slavery." Now, for him to say that, brother, the companions were puzzled because it was something unknown. Who is he referring to, brother, with that type of enslavement?
Don't kidnap. Sorry, say that again. Do not kidnap your own people and put them in slavery.
Nah, do not kidnap free people.
Free people.
Free people. Who was he referring to of that curriculum that will practice that type of enslavement?
Was he talking to the Arabs?
Brother, I'll repeat myself again, right? He spoke to his companions, right? And he told them he saw the future of an event that's going to happen. And he says that, I advise you, do not kidnap free people. Right? And the companions were very, they were startled and confused because it's like kidnapping free people. This is something that's not known.
Kel, sorry to interrupt you. Are you saying
Brother,
3 as a number?
Brother,
Or 3 as in FREE?
It means free, FREE.
You gotta let me finish, brother, right? You gotta let me finish, right? Now, he told that to his companions, right? Now, if it was unknown in that peninsula to be kidnapping free people, then who is he referring to that's going to be practicing that type of curriculum of enslavement?
Arabs.
Is he giving sermon to Arabs or Muslims?
I need to look up that hadith, but I
brother
think you're
Khan,
alluding to basically the
brother
Arab
Khan,
slave trade, right?
Brother Khan, that doesn't make any sense, you know, because we know that there was an Arab slave trade, right? And that's something where Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, was trying to relinquish, and he succeeded, of course, right? However, this type of kidnapping free people was not known and practiced amongst the Arabs, you see?
Right.
And he saw the future of a type of practicing that's going to be demonstrated. Now, my
Right.
question is for Brother Marv.
Mm-hmm.
Who was he referring to that's going to be doing that type of enslavement?
The Arabs, right?
No.
Europeans.
No, brother.
He's saying to the Arabs, don't copy what the Europeans will be doing in the future.
Okay.
I don't know the hadith. That's why I'm trying to gain what your point is. I don't know the hadith, bro.
You can research it. You
I
can
need to
research it.
But if you could send me the hadith, the details of the hadith for me to look
brother.
up. Just pop in the chat for me, please, bro.
Hold on, brother. There's a lot of things I put in the chat, but what I'm saying is for you to research, brother, right? Because we can talk about this another time, right? But what I'm saying is that the Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace be upon him, right? And this is why I don't like to go into religion, because I know it's not the religion. I know exactly what it is and what needs to be done. But he's talking about a type of enslavement, right? Very clear, right? Now, I know, as what Kanda said there, the only people who were practicing that type of curriculum in future was the Europeans, brother. You see? You see what I'm trying to explain to you now? Now, this is very, very deep, because if he prophesies that, and then when the companions have died and the Europeans established that curriculum, and then naturally the Arabs copied them and the others and that, then, brother, we can say, brother, that all non-African people practice unethical code of conduct on African people.
Who cares, man?
Was that Zulu?
It's just always about some Pan-African shit, man. It's boring, man.
I think that's very rude, Zulu. You're being rude to the brother, man. Yeah, he's a good brother, man. He comes on here and talks from the heart, and you're just being rude to him for no reason.
Con, why are you
That's not
caping
very
for?
Christian of you, bro.
Why are you caping for, man? Shut up, man.
Brother. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. But why are you talking about caping? I don't understand.
Because he wants to talk about the chosen people, and he fails to realize, right? It's the
allow the chosen people talk, please,
that
Zulu.
are oppression,
I
and the
never said
chosen
that's what I wanted to talk about.
look
But allow it though still.
Why?
You see,
it's long, bro. You're
What's
not
long
chosen,
about
bro. You're Bantu, bro. You're Hamat like me, bro. Allow it. You're calm, bro.
First of all,
we have bones in our
please
lips,
don't-
bones in our ears, bro. Allow it, man.
Please don't tell me what my
We're Hamites, man. Allow it, bro.
Just because
You're
you
my
haven't
mate, bro.
done the due diligence.
We're
to
Hamites,
look
bro.
into
Allow it.
Hold
We're
on,
Hamites, man.
hold on. This isn't just talking over each other. Just because you haven't done the due diligence to study your
We're
lineage,
Hamites, bro.
don't impose what you think you are on me, because we're not the
Hamites,
same.
bro. We're Hamites, bro. We're Hamites.
Zuli's not even from your tribe, bro. What are
I'm
you
not
doing?
even. I'm not even
He's
from
your
Uganda,
tribe.
man.
You know,
Why
we're
are you
Hamites,
imposing
Zulu.
Hamite shit on
He's
me,
not
bro?
even from your tribe, bro. Come on,
We're
man.
Hamites, Zulu, bro. We're
I'm
Hamites, bro.
Ugandan. Like, what are you doing?
We're Bantu,
Hi
no?
guys, I'm back.
Yeah,
We're not.
Bantus are not Hamites.
Bantus are not Hamites. You sure? So all Bantus are Israelites.
Actually, some Bantus are Hamites, my brother.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Hold on. Which Bantus, motion?
Some Bantus, especially in Uganda. I'm telling you that now.
From what
That's
I'm
most trying to cling to some type of
from what I
history,
looked
like some
into,
kind of
even
history,
the
yeah?
Ugandans, they were Jews, even in Uganda.
Yeah, they were, but not all of them.
Even in Congo as well. They call them the Jews.
Yeah, but not all
Congo.
of them, bro. Not all of them. Not all
Oh,
of
I
them.
don't give a damn whether I'm a
Of
Hamat
course, not all of them. Yeah,
or Ishmaelite, bro. It does not change
the
my life.
point I was making, Marv, is don't impose your Hamite stuff on me,
No.
because you don't know who
Zulu,
I
I'm pulling
am.
your strings, but let me tell you this, yeah. If you find out today that you're a Hamite, your day tomorrow's not going to change. If it's got full confirmation right now that you're Israelite, your tomorrow is not going to change for you. It's going to have the same day tomorrow, bro. So I don't know why it's a big deal when you feel so offended by it, bro. Your day tomorrow is gonna be exactly the same, bro.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
so
yes,
so
it is.
Zulu in Uganda they got the Bantu, the Nilotics,
Yep, that's true.
Nilo Hamites, and the Hamites.
Okay, I agree with you, Motion. If you mean like then Nilotics and the other peoples, yeah, of course, they're not all Israelites. Yeah, you're right.
That me I said.
So I don't know why you don't want to be. It's
No,
like you want to fight
well,
against it, Marv.
while
I
we're
don't
on the
know.
subject,
I'm just winding you up, Zulu, because I know
can you
I know
explain
it
to us
pulls
about these chosen
it pulls
people?
strings with Israelites. I'm just
What
playing
were
with
they
you, Zulu. You
actually
should know me by now.
chosen? What were they actually chosen for? Were they not chosen to be tested by God?
No.
What were they
The
chosen
Israelite,
for? Like these
the
chosen
Israelite,
people?
the Israelites and the kingdom of Israel was supposed to be the beacon or the last, surviving headquarters of righteousness, and the place in which God enforces a righteous nation that every other nation must
Yeah,
emulate.
but that's not what I'm asking
So
you.
this is why they were chosen. If you're listening, you would
No.
understand.
That's not the answer to the
Not
question. That's
what?
not the answer to the question. That's not the answer to the question at all. I'm asking you, the chosen people, what were they chosen for?
They were chosen to be an example to all other nations of God's righteousness.
Right. So the ones that
Be
failed,
led.
what happened? The ones that failed, what happened to them?
They're cut off.
Right. So it being a bloodline or a lineage is pointless because the ones
Whoa,
that
whoa,
didn't
whoa,
survive,
whoa,
the,
whoa,
the, the
whoa.
ones
Sorry.
that didn't survive,
And they were
yeah, they
punished.
fell
They
out
were
of
cursed.
they fell out of the
Yeah.
covenant, right?
Wait. Let's take it. Wait. We can't just play it off as just like, oh yeah, they were cut off. Listen, stop it. One tribe was cut off of the 12, right? Others were scattered across nations. Yeah, the tribes of Judah, Benjamin, and part of Levites were into slavery. Okay.
Yeah.
How
I
can you
agree
be
with them.
God's
I agree with
chosen
that motion.
people
You're an
and
Israelite motion.
brother?
You know
This is
that.
what I'm not understanding.
I don't care.
Explain it to me
Zulu.
if I'm dumb or what. How can you be
I said
God's
motion,
chosen
Marv.
people and you're in slavery?
You are as well, by the way.
How
I don't
can
care. It
that
doesn't change my
be?
life, bro.
Khan, ever been punished?
Brother, didn't Jesus overturn the moneylenders' tables?
I'm asking
showing
you.
them that they shouldn't be slaves to Rome.
Yes, your question,
Yeah?
God.
Don't you understand what I'm saying to you? In principle, you cannot be living under God and no one else ruling you if you're a slave. So how are you going to bring about the commandments that you've been told to uphold if you're living under a next man? It's impossible.
No, so can't. A punishment's ordained for a time, like being told you're grounded for 3 months, or being told that you gotta go and sit on the naughty step for five minutes, like they got nowadays. Yeah, okay. Or you might get a good whooping, right? One of the three, right? So you might all of those are punishments, and they all last for a time, right? That's simple. That's all. That's what it says,
brother. If one of the criteria of you being the chosen people is you upholding the law of God and not letting yourself get ruled by anyone else who might take you out of that law, yeah, as soon as you become a slave, that's it, you broke your covenant. So you have to die
the covenant first.
than
What are you
get
talking
taken.
about, man?
You have
No,
to
they
die
broke
rather than
slaves.
get
No,
taken.
they can't. They broke the covenants first, then were punished with slavery.
Yes, it was the result.
All right, cool. So that reinforces my point then.
No,
How?
what's
That means when you
point?
come out of that punishment, yeah, then what happens? You go back to being how you was before. But you've forgotten your language, you've forgotten your religion, you haven't been practicing, then what?
And then then there's a new covenant. Yeah.
The remnant.
The new covenant that happens and gets written on people's hearts so they no longer break the law, right? You have to keep reading, my brother. You gotta keep reading. The redemption like, if you want to ask the question to the book, like what's next, why, and so on and so forth, is in the book. To be fair, if you choose to look for it,
and it clearly talks about all the lost tribes coming back together on the last day. So God has not forgotten Israel. Let's just keep that, facts. So I know you like to believe that he's forgotten them, so you can mock them, but he hasn't.
So you know the Israelites, they're the brothers of the Ishmaelites, right? Because I'm sure Zulu is an Israelite. I don't know what
Yes,
tribe is.
I am an Israelite from the tribe of Gad.
I show you Benjamin
Be
tribe.
from Gad. Yeah, he could be from Gad, to be fair, because Gad went away and didn't keep up their practices. It's true.
And the Gad went to Africa as well. Yeah,
Ocean,
continue.
are you a Muslim Israelite? Are you a Muslim Israelite or an Israelite?
I'm just a brother.
Okay.
I'm just a brother.
Right.
I respect the honesty, man.
And big
I
up
respect
to
the
you.
honesty still.
And who's not being honest, man?
So the
What do you
one
mean?
from the Benjamin tribe, right? Your cousins,
You,
with
bro.
the Ishmaelites, right? Your cousins with the
Let's
Ishmaelites,
put the
right?
bones back in our lips, bro. We're Hamites.
We're not Hamites, man.
Zulu.
Yeah.
Zulu.
Can
You
I
are.
ask you a question? Isn't it that
Hold
term
on, brother
Hamite? Isn't
Eunice.
it a bit
Eunice,
racist?
brother Eunice, hold on, brother, beloved, right? You are cousins of the Ishmaelites, right?
So
Your cousins.
yes.
What I find very interesting, I'm gonna go off track here, is I believe about the first people, the chosen people, you know, that's something else. But why do you have a problem with the Ishmaelites when they're your family? Because I'm sure Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, peace, but he's from the lineage.
Do you know what the Bible says about the Ishmaelites?
Okay, Kidar, that means dark skin as well.
No, that's Esau. That's Esau, my brother. That's Esau.
No.
Do you know what the
Kidar,
Bible? Do you know what the Bible says
hold on,
about
brother.
the
Hold on, brother. Let me
about
explain,
Ishmael?
brother. Hold
No,
on.
because I need to
Kidar.
answer your question.
No. Hold on, brother.
You asked me why do you have a problem with the Ishmaelites? Let me answer that question. Yeah.
Okay.
The Bible has a problem with the Ishmaelites because the Bible clearly says in Genesis 10. Can I finish? The Bible clearly says that they shall be like a wild donkey warring against their brethren and the barren warring against them. Not only are they described in such a volatile way, they're also continuously warring with the Israelites, selling Israelites into slavery and being a participant in our suffering. So I have no respect for Ishmaelites.
No, that was Esau. Wasn't that Esau, brother? That was Esau.
No, who do you think sold? Who sold Joseph? Who did these brothers sell him to? They sold him to Ishmaelite traders. Remember, and then who was King David continuously warring within Arabia? The Ishmaelites.
Yeah, but that was, bro. That was traders. But what you have to understand is Esau was the bloodline that was at war with Israel.
So was the Ishmaelites. King David warred with the Ishmaelites.
No.
Yes, constantly. I've been, bro.
Not
Read,
constantly.
bro.
No, you have to remember. No, bro. Once Esau mixed seed with Ishmael. Yeah, because remember when Thingy died, when Abraham died, what happened?
He was buried.
When Abraham died, what happened?
You talking about the funeral?
Yeah, did they make peace?
Yeah, I
But
mean,
who held the hatred?
Ishmael came to the funeral, of course. He's his
Right,
son.
but who was the two at war? It was Esau and Israel, right? And Esau still held the hatred, but they made a peace, right? And then there came a time when there came a time afterwards when Esau's offspring, another king, came through and reignited the thing. I think it was grandson or something like that.
Okay, yes. Esau and Jacob made amends that as individuals, but the tribe of the Edomites, as you just stated later on, continued to beef the Israelites. But the Ishmaelites themselves are not exempt. They also beefed the Israelites. Because remember, as much as we're related to them, they were envious that we were the chosen seed, that it wasn't them. So there was continuous wars between these bloodlines, between these cousin bloodlines, because they wanted to take our blessing. And then you also have the Midianites. There's all sorts of other Hebrews that are not Israelites that are warring with the Israelites.
Yes, but at the same remember, brother, who was the people that was ordained to know the arrival of the Messiah?
The Israelites.
No.
Ordained to know the
arrival. There was no more wise men in Israel. It was the Ishmaelites. The three wise men came from where, my brother?
They were not Ishmaelites, bro.
They weren't Israelites, bro. They were from the east, bro. They were classed as from the east. That's what it was classed as, the wise men from the east, bro.
There's two theories, bro. Some people say that they were Magi from Kemet. Some people say that they were Chaldeans and astrologists from Sumeria and Babylon.
That's the east.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean the Ishmaelites.
No, because the Ishmaelites knew the prophecy. Because remember, as although this is what I'm trying to say to you. Although a section of Ishmael that banded with Esau and so on and so forth warred with Israel, there was also those sections of Ishmaelites that always married into Israel too.
Yeah, I'm not sure about them being Ishmaelites. It doesn't say that in the scripture, because if you're talking about them being from the east, they could easily be Chaldeans.
Bro, how many wives did Solomon have?
700?
Yeah, how many temples did he build?
Built one temple.
Sorry?
The Solomon's temple, the main temple.
I'm sorry.
If there was
Solomon,
other temples,
wait.
Solomon
didn't build temples for his wives.
Yes, when he
To
fell away,
worship
but
their
I
gods.
don't count those as like, yes, in that respect, yes, but I don't count those as
Yeah,
actual
the three
temples.
wise men were all Persian, bro.
So now they're Persian.
They were Persian. They were Persian. The three wise men were Persian. That's
You
the
said they
right.
were Ishmaelites.
They came from Persia. That's where they arrived from.
But you said they were Ishmaelite a minute ago, though.
So where's Persia, bro?
Persia's not Ishmael.
So what is it then?
You know, King Cyrus.
What
the
is Persia?
Elamites.
It's not Ishmael, bro.
Persia is like it's near what's it called? Near Greece and all that. It's near Turkey.
No, it's not.
Isn't it?
No, bro. Persia's the old name for where, bro?
Elam.
Iran.
No, but the Persians were Elamites, right?
They were
Why
Japheth.
Elamites? Why Elamites? Are they not Ishmaelites?
Oh, but Elam and Ishmael are not the same, bro.
What are they?
Elam is older than Ishmael. Because remember, we're talking about the sons of Shem. This is before.
And they married with who? Who took that land up, bro? Who moved east from Israel?
They didn't outbreed the Elamites, bro. The Ishmaelites didn't just take over a whole place.
You're speculating. Why don't you listen to someone who knows? He obviously knows.
Oh, so I don't know what I'm talking about, Khan.
No, but I'm saying you're speculating. It's obvious.
Bro.
I'm speculating. He's speculating just as much as I'm speculating.
No, he knows what he's talking about. He's just giving you opportunity. He's giving you opportunity to speak.
Saying
That's
that
all.
the three wise men are Ishmaelites, but it doesn't even say that in the Bible. So that is definitely a speculation.
Bro, listen to what I'm saying to you, bro. The prophecy was that at the time there'll be no more wise men in Israel to know when the king arrives. And the sign would be that 3 men from the Overdessa, not Israelites, would know the signs.
So if no Israelites would know the signs, why did Prophet Isaiah know the signs? Why did King David
Was
know
Prophet
the signs?
Isaiah alive when Jesus was born?
But he prophesied the Messiah.
Prophesying the Messiah, and then being told at a later date that your people no longer follow, so you lot will not believe. And what happened? They wasn't believers. Many Jews were not believers, right? This was what was prophesied. They would not know.
Okay. Does that include John the Baptist?
Did John the Baptist go to the birth?
I mean, they were born around the same time.
Right, so then John the Baptist wouldn't know, then they were born at the same time. How would he know? He's a picnic. You expect a picnic to be able to know the sign in the stars. Yeah, talk about, man, it was 3 wise men. And what does wisdom pertain to? Old age.
But how about this promotion? How about this? The theory that the Chaldeans might hold more weight, because we know that the Chaldeans and the Sumerians were proficient with astrology and telling the signs with the stars and all this. So
no, it's not that.
Them coming from Babylon makes more sense.
My brother, when you read the apocryphal books and it tells you that the seed of Ishmael is one seed, but the seed of Esau kept many of the practices that came from their brothers, the Israelites, i.e. the dress, similar language, such and such and such and such and such, right? Then it pertained that they would move to the east, right? That's how the story goes. They moved to the east of Israel. Yeah, that is the history of the seed of Esau, my brother. They moved to the east of Israel, my brother.
Where does it say this? Because the Edomites lived in Petra. They had Edom, which is south of Judah. That's going into Arabia, even. So where's this them moving into
Arabia?
Because we know that King Herod was an Edomite. So we know at the time of Jesus, the Edomites had high ranking in Israel, and they were very friendly with the Romans. But I've never seen anywhere of them being the wise men. It's just not something that I've ever seen hold weight.
But why was it the old way? Because you don't want to believe that the three wise men, because Israel sinned so much, there was no belief in the land, and they wouldn't know. It was prophesied that they wouldn't know when the Messiah would arrive. Like, why is that? Why is that? That's in the scriptures, bruv. That's in the own scriptures.
So why couldn't it be a Chaldean then,
bruv?
You see what I'm saying though? It could be a Chaldean.
Chaldeans oh no, because you're talking about Sumeria before. Were the Sumerians around them time then?
Yes. They just changed their names. It's a different name. Sumerian, Chaldean, Akkadian.
So they weren't Sumerians
all different
then.
names. It's all
they
different
weren't
names.
Sumerians then. Because Israelites, before they were Israelites, were what?
They were Sumerians also through Abraham from the land of
Right, cool. So what are you talking about then? What are you talking about?
But those are the people. Those are the wise men. They're from those people. The Chaldeans. That's why they were able to tell the stars to predict this. The star of Bethlehem.
Did the Chaldeans keep the customs of the Israelites? Go to the feast of the seasons? Did they do all of that to know the prophecies?
The feast of the seasons.
Mm.
Where does it say that they use the feast of the seasons to know where the Messiah would be born?
I'm saying to you, did they attend those things to be in the knowledge of the prophecies of the Israelites, the Chaldeans? Is there a documented history of that for you to assume it's the Chaldeans? Because I'm saying to you, there's a documented history of the seed of Esau and the seed of Ishmael still going back and forth and learning and teaching amongst Israel and keeping practices and customs and so on and so forth. Yeah. And having the knowledge and the customs and having the knowledge of the prophecies. That's what I'm saying to you. Where's the history of the Chaldeans doing that? There's history of Ishmael doing that and Esau doing that. There's no history of the Chaldeans doing that.
That's not true, because when the Israelites were in Babylon during Daniel, the Babylonians would have had access to the Torah, and they would have had access to the Tanakh.
Have.
And King Cyrus was very open.
This is what I said. He's speculating, but he don't want to admit it.
He enslaved them.
No, but you haven't validated, you haven't proved that the wise men are Ishmaelites.
He enslaved them.
No, but you're talking about
that's a much later day, right?
No, but remember when King Cyrus took over, he was more lenient with religious practices. He allowed there to be Jews and all these other practices, and he even built the temple, helped build the temple. But my point was that region, Babylon, and the people in that region would have had knowledge of the Jews and would have even had access to the Torah and the Tanakh. The three wise men in the story were reading the Torah and the Tanakh. Because remember, King Herod sent them to find Jesus so that they could kill him. That was their mission initially. So they were studying the Torah and the Tanakh.
Three wise men. No, that wasn't for the three wise men. No.
It was for the three wise men.
No, King Herod, no, that's not true. King Herod never sent those three wise men at all.
So King Herod never sent the three wise men to find the newborn.
Those three wise men were three people, like you said, that read the Torah Tanakh, and understood the prophecy of the sign in the sky.
Yeah, that goes without saying, Zulu. You're clutching at straws now, bro. You're saying that King Herod sent the three wise men to do what to Jesus? To do what to him? To find him and do what?
And they
give him gifts.
I know I'm
Were they supposed to be giving him gifts from Herod?
Well, you do know they changed their tune, right?
They changed their tune.
They didn't tell Herod that they found him. They didn't want anything to happen to him. But initially,
no, they were questioned.
Initially,
what were you doing? And they didn't tell. That doesn't mean that they changed their tune.
They were sent there to find him. They were astrologers.
No, they were questioned on leaving, and they said, "What was you doing?" And they said, "Nothing. Mind your business," and they carried on.
All right, let's go to the passage because I don't like speculating with the Bible. Okay, Matthew 2, verse 1 to 16. After Jesus was born in Bethlehem in Judea, during the time of King Herod, Magi from the east came to Jerusalem. Interesting term, Magi. Interesting. Anyway, Magi came from the east to Jerusalem and asked, "Where is the one who has been born King of the Jews? We saw his star when it rose and have come to worship him. When King Herod heard this, he was disturbed, and all Jerusalem with him. When he had called together all the people's chiefs and priests and teachers of the law, he asked them where the Messiah was to be born. In Bethlehem in Judea, they replied, for this is what the prophet has written. But you, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, are by no means least among the rulers of Judah, for out of you will come a ruler who will shepherd my people Israel. Then
Right. So
Herod,
basically,
hold on, this is the
One
part,
second,
this is the part.
finish.
Then Herod called the Magi secretly
right,
and found out from them the exact time the star had appeared. He sent them
right.
to He sent them to Bethlehem and said, "Go and search carefully for the child. As soon as you find him, report to me so that I too may go and worship him." Can I have an apology, please?
No, because
No,
what did you say,
no.
first, bro?
Completely wrong
Right. They
interpretation.
already went to worship, bruv, then went back.
It was the appearance of the three wise men that gave
He
Herod
was
the
obviously
clue.
he was manipulating their emotion. He was
Oh, this kid,
manipulating them.
man. You're
He
so
was
desperate.
You just read that they went there and worshipped. Then Herod caught wind and called all the people that studied the book. Then called the three wise men and said, "When tell me where he is again." And do you understand me? They'd already said that they'd gone on worship, and he said, "I want to worship too," which means they'd already been and worshipped. Herod was trying to work brain, brother.
No, they haven't already been. They wanted to come and worship.
Bruv, you said they went over and said, "Where is the person that was born?"
We have come to worship. It says here, we have come to worship. So they
Right,
haven't
so
already. They haven't met Jesus yet.
When they said they've come to worship.
Verse 2, Matthew 2, verse 2.
No, who was they talking to when they said they come to worship?
They were talking to Herod.
They went to Herod to worship Herod.
No, they were inquiring of Jesus, saying, "Where is this King of the Jews?" Remember, let's read verse 2. It says, let's read it again, yeah? It's not all of it, but that part. It says, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem in Judah during the time of Herod, the Magi from the east came to Jerusalem and asked, "Where is the one who has been born King of the Jews? We saw his star when it rose and have come to worship him." This is them talking to Herod. So they haven't done it yet. They haven't met him yet.
Where did it say to Herod?
Because King Herod responds to them.
Did King Herod live in Jerusalem?
He lived in. Well, he could have moved anyway. It doesn't have to be in one place.
Did King Herod live in Jerusalem?
But what's the relevance? He's responding to them in the text.
Bro,
we can
if
see
he
him
didn't live in
responding to
Jerusalem and they went to Jerusalem to ask the damn question, and they wouldn't have been talking to Herod, would they?
But he's talking to them. He's literally talking to them.
Was Herod in possession of Jesus for them to go to Herod to worship?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so who is the King Herod here that's responding to them then? Because it clearly says his name and he's responding to them and they're responding to him. So is he not talking to King Herod now? Or am I not reading this properly? Because I can clearly see he's responding to them. Look, verse 3. Verse 3. When King Herod heard this, he was disturbed, and all Jerusalem with him. When
King Herod heard what now?
Heard that these guys have come looking for the King of the Jews, because he's sitting there thinking, "King of the Jews? I'm the King of the Jews."
So they'd already gone to worship, right? And King Herod heard they'd gone
They
to
haven't gone
worship,
yet,
right?
bro. Oh my gosh.
No. I'm asking you. So they went to worship. They went to find the King of the Jews. King Herod heard that and called them.
Before they found Jesus, they were trying to find him. That's why they asked, "Where is he?"
So on his birth night, did those three wise men go and give gifts?
Yes, this is after the fact, after what I'm reading. This is after what I'm
Zulu,
reading.
who's more clever, Herod or the three wise men?
The three wise men.
Right. So when Herod says to them, "Yeah, I heard you're on the mission. When you find the boy, let me know." And they say to him, Yeah, of course we will. And then they go and do their business and then they dust. Yeah. How does that mean? How can you interpret that Herod sent them and then they had a change of heart?
I'll explain.
They were on a mission from the beginning. They carried out their mission. They avoided being intercepted by some fuckery's king, and they carried on about their business. How does that mean they changed their heart? Where did they change their heart?
I'll explain it. The reason why he wanted.
Brother, you read it out and you failed to understand it when you were reading it to us.
Hello. Can I respond to what you just said? Like,
obviously, the Holy Spirit isn't with you. You can't interpret scripture.
You're preaching. This isn't WWE.
You can't interpret scripture. Muslims are understanding it, and you can't understand it.
Are you gonna let me respond, or are you gonna keep crying? All right. So my response to you is, as it clearly says, he asked, "Where is he, so I can worship him also?" Because obviously Herod's intention wasn't to worship with them. His intention was to find him to kill him. So he was trying to manipulate. He was trying to manipulate them as they were already trying to find him themselves. Yo, if you guys find him, let me know too. That's all. So yes, I was right in the sense of him sending them. He was using what they were looking for as a way to get to Jesus himself. He was manipulating them, but they obviously didn't tell him where he was when they found him.
So did
how
they
was I
change their
wrong?
heart? Or did they wait? Did they change their heart, or did they understand he was the Messiah already?
They were looking for him already.
To
Okay,
worship,
yes,
right?
I can take back change heart because they didn't have a negative intention towards him to begin with. So
Okay,
I
cool.
can
There we
take
go.
that part back. I can take that part
There
back.
we go.
Poor
So
choice
that
of
and
words.
so again, how how did Herod round up all the people that were still studying the faith amongst the people them?
How did you round up? Can you repeat that again?
So what after that? What did he do? He got all the scholars, right,
Mm-hmm.
and the people that study the book, yeah, to find out what going in it.
Yeah.
So when I said to you that it was prophesied that there'd be no more wise men in Jerusalem that would understand the signs and that they would come from the east. Yeah. I'm saying to you that was a full prophecy.
Is there that prophecy in the Old Testament?
Yes. I can't remember who it was, but
let me look
definitely,
that up. Prophecy, because I just want to know for myself as well.
Yeah, man, search for it, brother. Search for it, my brother.
I know there's a bunch of prophecies about the Messiah being born in the
search for it, my brother. By all means, man. Right? That's one thing I'd like. Trust me. He's not even trust me, man. Trust the book, man. Read the book, man. I ain't even tell you nothing.
Okay.
It's only trust my old laptop as well. If I was on my other laptop, I'd go on Bible Gateway quick.
Okay, I've typed in. I'm not seeing it. Maybe I'm not typing the right thing. People of the East knowing me. Say prophecies about the wise man. Yeah, three wise.
Try to take my Bible Gateway right there. Bible Gateway gun.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. While you're looking for that, I just wanted to read you the definition of the Magi thing there, because that might give clues to who these three wise men are. It says here, Magi, singular, Magus, but also called wise men. In Christian tradition, the noble pilgrims from the east who followed the miraculous guiding stars to Bethlehem, where they paid homage. And it goes through the story. Does it talk about who they are?
Not you, bro.
Let's see. Okay, it says here, according to Western church tradition, Balthazar, often represented as the king of Arabia or sometimes Ethiopia, Melichar, king of Persia, and Gaspar, king of India. So it's saying there was one king from Arabia, one king from Ethiopia, one king from Oh no, they're saying Arabia or Ethiopia. So it's either Arabia or Ethiopia for one. And the other one, yeah, and then the other one's and we know that obviously back then Arabia was basically Ethiopia. Some parts of Arabia was exactly.
Have you read of the further? Have you read about the further extending of the lands?
Yeah, you mean the Greater Israel between the river Euphrates and the Nile? Do you mean
no? So where it mentions Rhinocura, fucking that India. But it's it's in the apocryphal books though. You gotta read the apocrypha for that shit, man.
When you say the furthering of the lands, whose kingdom? Israel
and Ishmael and Esau both took portions as well.
So
during battles and stuff like that.
Yeah, because I thought it was mostly Kush in the Middle East at some point in time. Obviously the Akkadians and all sorts of other people came in. So
Yeah, there was
what
mad. That was, you know, if you remember, you know, the Israelites themselves documented, or yeah, in the Bible, they say that they battled other nations from near. Do you understand? Greater nations and so on and so forth, right?
The
So
walls of Jericho and all that.
lands were getting taken over and retaken over, and do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay, but Moshe, are you at least open to the other theories of who the Magi or who the three wise men could be? Because it doesn't say who they are clearly. You kind of have to like put things together to come up with the. And
Yeah,
even I
but
have to do that. You
but
know what I
that's
mean?
why I
So
say,
I'm just.
yeah, but you can't do that if you don't go from the apocryphal books, because they will give you a further context to the land masses and where people were situated. You feel what I'm saying to you? Because there is a deeper context to where people were and where they were situated. Now, if I can say to you that people traveled as far as India, that were from all three of those tribes, do you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that would show you that there would be Ishmaelites out towards India. There would be Ishmaelites. Do you know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
remember, those people were marrying Africans as well, you know, all day long as well.
You got to remember,
Yeah.
India was a lot bigger than the India we're thinking of today. It's huge. India.
Mhm.
It was a lot closer to us.
I thought the Ishmaelites went to Africa, and a lot of them, you know, might stayed within Yemen and Arabia kind of regions, right?
Nah, not totally. Not totally. Not totally, man. People need to try, bro.
The problem is
You know what I'm
it
saying?
doesn't name these three wise men. If they'd named them clearly, it would be much more easier to identify them. That's the problem. Because these are all theories. Even the one I'm saying is a theory. I can't tell you for a fact I know what tribes or peoples these three wise men are. I do find it fascinating, however, that they are not. Hold on, Con. This is the last thing I'm gonna say. I do find it interesting, however, that they are not Israelites. Yet they're able to. Yet they believe, first of all, that he's the king of Israel, and they knew where to find him. All of those things do baffle me. I can't lie.
But don't you see that
Yeah,
that's a
because they all
fulfillment
knew
of
the
a prophecy?
They knew the
That's a
prophecy. They knew the, that's what I'm trying to say.
How would
knew
they know
prophecy.
the prophecy if they're not Israelites?
Because that
Bro,
is the
because
prophecy
people that
itself.
weren't Israelites were following Torah Tanakh, brother.
So they're
Ishmaelites
converts.
were following Torah Tanakh, brother, and the seed of Esau was, some of them was also following Torah Tanakh still, bro. Again, when you read the apocryphal books, it tells you they went to their lands and followed many of the customs and laws still.
So would you say they're converts?
Converts to what?
To the Israelites' faith.
Bro, if listen, if you're
They wouldn't be
Esau, yeah, and your
converts.
brother is Jacob, yeah, and you're both brought up by the same father, yeah, most of your beliefs will still be similar. Even if you go different directions, certain practices will be the same. Your language will definitely be the same. You may have a different dialect because you've gone somewhere else now and you've got a different little slang and twang to it. But in essence, the thing is still the same. You're still going to give thanks for during the seasons when you get your first fruits, and you're going to give thanks for your food. Like, bro, that's something that, like, even people that have left certain faiths still do.
Yeah, my people still
As
do
you
the
know what I'm saying?
festival.
So
The
to
festivals, yeah.
even think that, oh, just because somebody's moved away, how come these people knew this? Nah, because there was Ishmaelites that still followed the faith of Abraham, and there were seed of Esau that still followed the faith of Abraham.
So these are not the ones that were worshiping the pagan gods during that time, right?
Say that again. The what? Say that again.
Because remember that a lot of the Ishmaelites, they were pagan, right? Before obviously Islam came around. So are we saying that there was a select group of Ishmaelites that didn't entertain the paganism that was happening around them, but yet followed or continued the Israelites' faith? Because I've not seen evidence of that. Because
Bro,
even when we look,
you have to remember, after the Arabian slavery, when, again, read the apocryphal books, when the Israelites were let out of the Arabian slavery, many went to further lands where they carried out not their faith still.
wait, the Arabian slavery is mentioned in the Apocrypha. But this is way before. Hold on, this is way before. Because we're talking about the Greeks, and we're talking about the Ptolemies and all that. When we're talking about Apocrypha.
Why do you pronounce the
So
P?
this is
It's Ptolemy.
It's
The silent
Ptolemy.
P. I thought a Christian would know about silent P's.
Khan, you're actually pissing me off right now, bro. Like you just
Brother,
kind of
that's what I learned about silent P was through Christianity, right?
what's the importance of the way I'm pronouncing it? Who cares? Deal with
What
the
do you mean, who
information.
cares, bro?
Are you contributing to the information? Or are you just moaning
Just
every time
saying
I
that
say
you want to
something?
come across like you read the subject, right?
Yeah, but you're not contributing to the conversation right now, are you?
I've helped you now. You remember me
You
for the
can't
rest
help
of
me,
your
bro.
life.
You're the one that needs to
Every
listen
time
and
you use the
learn. You
word
can't help
Ptolemy,
me.
you'll
Are you
remember
mad?
me. And you should say a little prayer
You
for
can't
me.
help me.
And brother, are you not listening? You're so full of pride right now.
Yeah.
You're
Can you
too
imagine this
proud,
guy
bro.
said, I'm trying to teach you.
I'm not
Shut
trying
up,
to
man.
teach you, bro. I know you don't
You don't know
accept
what you're talking
teachings
about,
from
bro.
people outside your skin complexion. I know that already.
Okay, let's get back to a productive conversation.
Yeah, so my brother, in
Yeah.
the Apocrypha, it describes when they were freed and they crossed the Euphrates by the narrow and shallow parts. Yeah, okay, and those kind of things there. Yeah, they use
Okay, so the freed by the Ishmaelites.
by the captivity they was in. Yeah.
Okay, so I need to look this up as well. That the Ishmaelites enslaved the Israelites during, and it's written in the Apocrypha, because from what I was aware of, it was the Seleucids, one of Alexander's generals. Just like Ptolemy ruling in Kemet, he had someone rule in Levant, in Israel. Right? You had a Greek ruling, you had the Hellenist Jews, and you had all these Greeks coming in. Those were the people I thought were enslaving Israelites. I didn't think it was the Ishmaelites doing that during that time. So I thought it was way after.
So where did you, bro? Do you know how long the Arabian slave trade lasted?
I mean, it's probably happened before the time that we all know of, because the Arabs always had slaves. But
I'm saying to you, do you know how long the Arabian slave trade lasted?
a very long time. A very long time. But I don't know if it goes far back as the Ptolemy times and Apocrypha times, because that's Greek
Oh my
times.
God.
That's before the Romans. No, but hold on. We're talking about the Israelites being enslaved. I'm not talking about the Arabs enslaving in general. It's very specific. So again, I'm not aware of Ishmaelites enslaving a whole group of Israelites.
Bro, remember, the apocryphal books ain't just New Testament times,
No, it's before New Testament times.
All right. But they
It's in
also
between.
cover New Testament. No, because there's books that cover New Testament times too in the apocrypha.
Like which one?
Let me go. Let me grab.
Because you got Bel and the Dragon, you got Daniel, you got Solomon.
What's Bel and the Dragon again? What's that about? That's end times, isn't it? Future times.
Yeah, it's from prophetic
There you go.
stuff.
There
Yeah,
you
but
go.
that's all over the Bible.
Huh?
Yeah, but you get that in Daniel. You get all the
No, but
prophetic.
what I'm saying is, in the apocrypha, you will find. Oh shit! I need to get my other laptop.
Because I read the Maccabees.
Yeah, the Maccabees is part of the apocrypha. And where was that from?
And that's during the time of the Greeks. It's way before Jesus' time. Well, not way before, but it's definitely before.
Yeah, and there's books after the Maccabees, right?
Yeah. I don't know if it's in chronological order though.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the point I'm saying to you.
Stuff.
If there's books after the Maccabees, which was a long, like, bro, come on, man. Just get the apocryphal books, man, and read it, bro, and you'll see.
I've read it. Not all
you'll
of
see,
it, but I've read
like,
it.
so.
I think I just need to find the quote that you're speaking of and then break that down, because I just need to see it for myself. I'll have to type it in, isn't it? Because I've never seen that being mentioned.
Zulu, is there anyone that you sit with and read with that kind of talks you through sort of thing? So you trust in your own tafsir?
I trust in the Holy Spirit when I read the scripture. That's my interpreter.
Yeah.
That should be everyone's interpreter.
Yeah, I agree.
So wait. See again now. See this now? Every man leans on his own understanding. Yeah. Mad thing. But anyway,
they shouldn't lean on
is
their
it
own
Israelite to be all right? They shouldn't. So that's what you're doing then, right? You lean on your own
I'm
understanding.
using the
That's
Holy
the first
Spirit.
thing. Second, wait. Second, no, you're saying you're using the Spirit to guide you. That's an excuse to lean on your own understanding because we listen with itching ears. Yeah. And the other part is this. Yeah. Like, what were the Levites' purpose if you're supposed to lean on your own understanding?
What was the Levites' purpose? Is that the question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Levites'
if you're supposed to
purpose...
lean on your own understanding.
No, but remember the question was about reading scripture. Khan said, who do you read scripture with to get your understanding? and I said I don't read it with any particular person. I read the scripture with the guidance of the Holy Spirit for interpretation.
So
And
do you
this is biblical.
understand how the
What I'm
question
saying is
follows
biblical.
from that point? You understand where the question came from? Then,
I
yeah?
don't understand what the point is being made now against that point, because that point is biblical. What I just said. Can you
Okay.
disagree with the point I'm making, Colin?
He's asking you a question based on what you said. Do you not understand why he would ask you that?
No, I don't see how he can contest what I'm saying. Like there's a problem with relying on the Holy Spirit to understand the Bible. I don't see how there's a problem with that. Maybe you can explain the problem with that. Well, I can show you precepts on what
You're
I'm doing.
relying on the Spirit, but is the Spirit with you?
Yes.
Nah. You're a very petty, small-minded, arrogant, yeah, aggressive, hateful person.
That's nice.
You have never demonstrated to me any generosity of spirit, any
To you, I've
kindness,
never demonstrated to
any
you.
goodness,
Okay.
Don't forget Hamite.
really. So for you to
So
claim
Khan, was
spirits
it?
with you, I'm wondering what
So
spirit
Khan,
you're
was it
talking about.
kindness? So
What
Khan,
spirit you
so
talking
Khan, was it
about?
kindness for? So Khan, was it kindness for me to send you information for your debate when I didn't have to?
What information I already
Oh.
had? What information I
No,
already had
information you
from a source that
information
I
you
put
were
you onto,
information you
from a
said.
source that I put
Thank
you
you.
onto. Look how arrogant
What
you are.
source?
I'll put you onto that source.
What source did you put me onto, bro? You mean that YouTube channel? Yeah, cool. Thanks for putting me on that YouTube channel. But I sent
You're
you
sending me
university
stuff from
papers.
that same channel.
No. I didn't send you stuff from that channel. Also, I also sent you papers. I sent you data.
Let's hope you ain't
No
sending
one even
shit
looks at
4
that.
in the morning.
No one
That's
even looked at that, bro.
So again, but you responded regardless. You said thank you, bro, for the information.
Yeah,
So
that
you can
shows
say
my
I'm not
kindness,
kind, but I
not your
think
kindness.
you can
That
say I'm not
demonstrates my
kind, but
kindness.
I did help you when I didn't need to help you. I didn't need
That demonstrates
I
my
didn't need to help you.
kindness.
You know
I'm
that, right?
thanking you for stuff I
I
didn't
could
even
have just
ask
left
for.
you.
Left me to
Okay,
what
but I
though?
didn't need to help you.
No,
I
what you
didn't
should have
need to
done is
give you
man up and
information.
took
You
the
know.
debate yourself. That's what you should have done.
There we go. I'm just letting it know when you say I'm not being kind. When I've never showed you kindness, you can't say that. Clearly, I have. So that's a lie again.
I get it now. I can't still piss. You gave him dud information. Yeah.
No, he never he never gave that information. Don't be
Promotion.
silly.
He didn't use he didn't even use the information. He did his own thing. He didn't even use the information.
Motion.
So
My computer wouldn't
what can
go
I
on
do?
thingy, bro. StreamYards. That's all.
I sent him bare stuff proving that the Assyrians and the Shona language.
It doesn't matter
Bare
what you
stuff,
sent
bro.
me. I couldn't have used any of it because my computer wasn't able to go on StreamYards.
That's
He
fine,
said
but
Zulu
don't
done
say that I'm
over
not
on your
kind.
thing, yeah?
So don't say I'm not kind, bro. When
Zulu,
I've clearly
I did
sent
But
you
you're
information.
claiming that as your acts of kindness. Is that what you're claiming?
I can't. Are
I
you
didn't
saying that
I didn't
Zulu
have
done
to
some
send you
Hamite
information, did I?
witchcraft on your debate?
What's that?
Yeah, are you saying that Zulu done some Hamite witchcraft on your debate?
I'm like
No.
witchcraft, you know. Man. I'm an Israelite now. But anyway, yeah, Khan, that's a very poor judgment, man, to say I'm not kind and all these things. I try my
I'm
best,
saying
man.
I don't ever see the spirit of the Lord being upon you, my brother. I don't see the spirit of generosity emanating from
you
you.
don't have
I don't see
the
any
spirit.
humanity in your heart. I just see hatred. I just see them and us. I just see this kind of.
But Khan, you don't have the
You
spirit
know.
in you to be able to detect who has the spirit.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Jeez.
Because you deny Jesus, you deny the true message,
No,
the
don't.
true revelation. You
How
deny
do
the
I?
true revelation.
How do I
You
deny
follow
Jesus?
something
How
that's
do I deny
completely
Jesus?
contrary.
How do I deny Jesus? 1 minute. How do I deny Jesus?
Do you accept the Gospels?
I've never read them.
I rest my case. Thank you. What's next? Because I don't
So you're
deal with
saying
all
that people
this
can't come to Jesus unless they come through the Gospels? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, that's what he's first talking about. Why would we go anywhere else? It's a bit, meaningless to go to other books when we're dealing about one individual where he's first mentioned in the Gospels. So, but anyway, you said you haven't read them just now. So again, you're clearly not following someone if you ain't read their works. So yeah. Anyway, I don't care if you think I'm not kind anyway, because your opinion means nothing to me anyway.
See?
Who are you?
Look at you now. Look at what
Who are you
look at
anyway,
the two
bro?
words that just come out your mouth.
You're
Look
completely
at what you just
dishonest.
now said.
You're a known liar anyway.
You're just
so
digging yourself in deeper and deeper.
I could care less what you think.
I'm
I
a
can't
known
lie.
liar by people who have jointly banded together to malign my character because I don't fit in with their narrative.
Who's people?
Who's
Like,
people?
people like Zulu is referring to, that he's saying you're a known liar. Known by who? He's obviously referring to people.
Okay, come on. You try and pretend that you don't compulsively lie on here all the damn time, and you get called out.
No,
I
never
don't know
have
why
done.
why we're playing games for. Man.
If you could live by a decent criteria, you would then know that you would have to bring evidence for such a claim. But you just like band it around willy-nilly because you know you don't have to hold yourself to any particular standard. You can say what you want.
You're the best at waffling, man. You're literally
All
the
right,
king
my
of
brother.
waffling.
All right. Don't be claiming no Holy Spirits, yeah?
Con, there's a reason why
they're
the
not
name...
obviously not claiming you.
Con, why did the name Confusion after you if you're not known to lie?
Like I said, maligning my character. There's no evidence for that.
So Confusion has nothing to do with you.
I'm consistent, brother.
So what's confusion all about? Who devised this term?
I have
what
no
does
idea.
Maybe so someone's just making things up here. Confusion
well,
just out of nothing.
Well, evidently.
Evidently, interesting. Because there's no Zulu fusion. There's no motion fusion. All I hear is confusion.
I'm not entertaining it. No, leave it at that.
No one else is being characterized as confusing. So, but you. So it's very
obviously, brother. Obviously, it's going to be confusing to you. Obviously, the things that I say, the truths that I hold to, obviously are going to be confusing to you.